What? Mom? What do you mean? Are you kicking us out? Wu Yao is now very anxious. Wu Yuanhang can't sit still either, looking shocked. It's not that I want to drive you away. You are originally part of Uncle Air's family, just staying here temporarily. Now that Uncle Air and Auntie are getting older, they need your help. So, it's best if you move to live with them. Liang Zhiqiao spoke firmly without blinking. Shin Jitong felt strangely relieved after hearing these words. It seemed that the mother-in-law really didn't like the eldest brother? No. She didn't like Wu Wei? No, there must be some hidden reason behind it. The mother-in-law isn't the petty type. After all, Wu Yuanhang is also her biological son. Shin Jitan couldn't figure it out at all. Now she knew that Uncle Air wasn't actually her real uncle. The mother-in-law was sending her own son away to Uncle Air's place, which seemed strange and unreasonable. Mom, let's stay at home. I can visit Uncle Air every few days to take care of them. Wu Yuanning saw that his mother was serious and became anxious. This matter is decided. No need to argue. You should move out tomorrow. If you have too many things to carry, I will ask the guards to help you. Hearing this, Liang Zhiqiao felt a bit relieved. She finally realized that standing firm for her beliefs wasn't so hard after all. Mom, Wu Yuanheng wanted to say more, but seeing Liang Zhiqiao's determined expression, all his struggles seemed pointless. He couldn't say anything more. Everyone looked at each other in silence. No one expected that today's family division would end with Wu Yuanheng and his wife moving out. Sun Jiao secretly thought, it seems that in the Wu family, being a little invisible is safer. The eldest sister-in-law probably overreacted in daily life and offended the mother-in-law. Now, with the family division, they are all being pushed out together. She secretly felt lucky. Although her own family was quite ordinary, she had always been obedient and didn't cause trouble for her in-laws over the years. In the mother-in-law's eyes, she wasn't disliked. If Sun Jiao were forced to move out, it would be worse than her elder brother's family, because her brother still had Uncle Air's family to go to. Uncle Air's family also lives in a traditional courtyard, a bit simpler than here, but in Beijing, the living conditions are not bad. If she and her husband had to move out, they could only apply for public housing. Most importantly, a family is closer when they live together. She doesn't care about money or living in a fancy house. She just wants to live together so that no one dares to bully her outside, and even her family is respected because of it. If her husband's family hadn't been supportive, her brother, who just graduated from police school this year, wouldn't have been assigned to a good position, directly placed in the police station. She clearly understands her household expenses. Compared to her sister-in-law's family being kicked out, Sun Jiao just thinks, serves them right. Overconfidence always leads to downfall. She used to think her mother-in-law couldn't do anything about her tantrums, but now everything has been uprooted, and she has no right to stay in the house anymore. Sun Jiao bites her lip, holding back her laughter. Mom, this isn't fair. Why can everyone else stay at home? Why do we have to move out? Wu Wei is unwilling and protests. I've explained everything clearly. I won't keep explaining over and over again. Liang Ziqiao waves her hand. Stop talking. The family has made a decision. If we move out, we move out. I don't believe that leaving this home means we can't survive. Wu Yuanheng suddenly stands up, angrily shouts a few words, then kicks a small stool forcefully, and without looking back, leaves the main room heading to his own room, slamming the door shut. Wu Wei's face turns pale. She looks at Liang Zhiqiao with resentment, then also goes back into her room. Wu Yuanheng didn't lock the door. She simply turned the handle and went inside. That's enough. Everyone disperse. Do whatever you want. Liang Ziqiao doesn't seem affected by Wu Yuanheng and his wife's attitude. She stands up, holding a ledger, preparing to put it back in the study. Suddenly, inside Wu Yuanheng's room, a loud banging and crashing sound erupts, things being thrown and breaking on the ground. Everyone falls silent, afraid to speak, exchanging nervous glances. Seeing the noise of bowls and plates smashing continue non-stop, Wu Yuanzheng can't sit still. He gets up and says, I'll go see what's going on. Actually, Mom's decision isn't wrong. Big Brother was originally writing for Uncle Two. Now, Uncle Two's burden is much lighter. If he goes to Uncle Two's house now, he won't be burdened at all. Yet Big Brother still isn't satisfied.
Sigh.
Wu Yuanyang mumbles. Shen Jitong also stands up. She feels that her older brother and his wife want both freedom and control, which is why they are ultimately being expelled from the house. She secretly suspects that her mother-in-law is just using this opportunity to force her older brother and his wife out. But she could only hide this feeling in her heart and couldn't speak about it openly. Wu Yuanyang saw this and had no choice but to stand up and say, "Let's go see him together and try to persuade Big Brother. He can stay at second uncle's house. The conditions are good and it's better than applying for public housing at work. Yes, second uncle and second aunt usually care a lot about them. Living together would definitely improve their relationship." Sun Jiao Jiao also quickly spoke up. The four of them went to Wu Yuanheng's door. Wu Yuanzheng heard continuous arguing inside and couldn't just push the door open immediately. He had to stand outside and knock, saying, "Big Brother, stop arguing. Come out and talk." The noise of things being smashed inside paused for 3 seconds, then resumed, followed by a sharp, painful scream. "Wu Yuanheng, I'm bleeding." Hearing Wu Ai's scream, Shen Jitong signaled Wu Yuanzheng to step back. She moved forward and pushed the door open. At the door, they saw broken pieces of objects scattered all over the floor, a complete mess. Among these were a vase, a table lamp, and a radio. It was clear that Wu Yuanheng was really furious and vented his anger by smashing things. Wu Ai was lying on the ground, holding her stomach, crying out in pain. As for the bleeding she mentioned, it hadn't been seen on the ground yet, probably because she could feel it herself. "Big Brother, stay calm. Sister-in-law doesn't feel well. We should take her to the hospital quickly," Shen Jitong advised. Wu Yuanjing's condition was not good either. His face twitched as if he was going crazy, with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he wasn't fully present in this space. It wasn't until Shen Jitong shouted loudly that he seemed to come back to himself. He stared blankly around, then saw Wu Ai lying on the ground, and his eyes cleared up. He hurriedly crouched down in panic and asked, "Wu Ai, what's wrong? It hurts. My stomach hurts, and there's blood. Hurry, take me to the hospital." Seeing that he was now alert, Wu Ai looked pale and said, "Okay, I'll go right now." Wu Yuanheng suddenly became flustered and didn't know what to do. He looked helplessly at his younger brother and sister-in-law standing outside the door, seeming to seek help. "Big Brother, I'll go start the car. You carry sister-in-law to the car." Wu Yuanzheng was quick to decide and acted swiftly. Wu Yuanheng seemed to wake up from a dream. He stepped forward and tried to pick up Wu Ai, but perhaps because he had used too much strength earlier when venting and smashing things, his arms felt weak now, and he couldn't lift Wu Ai. Wu Yuanyang hesitated for a moment. At this time, he was the only young man present, but his wife was also nearby. He was holding his sister-in-law, Sun Jiao Jiao. What would she think? Just as he hesitated, Shen Jitong suddenly stepped forward, crouched down, and picked up Wu Ai from the ground. Everyone was surprised that with her thin body, Shen Jitong could lift the sturdy Wu Ai. She even carried Wu Ai and started running. Running. Everyone was stunned. By then, the jeep had already arrived at the door, and Wu Yuanzheng honked the horn. In the next second, he saw his wife holding his sister-in-law and appearing at the door. "Quick, open the car door." Shen Jitong could easily carry Wu Ai, but she couldn't lift her and then open the car door at the same time. Fortunately, Wu Yuanning also came over quickly. He hurriedly opened the door and watched as Shen Jitong helped Wu Ai into the back seat of the car. "Big Brother, you and big sister-in-law sit together to take care of her. I'll sit in the front passenger seat. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you can send another car to the hospital later. By the way, Brother Yuanzheng, which hospital are we going to?" Shen Jitong was calm and organized. "The closest hospital is Xieha Hospital, about 5 minutes away," Wu Yuanzheng answered immediately. The couple worked together very efficiently. Wu Yuanyang, standing outside the car, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take Mom there later." Wu Ai was pregnant and bleeding, This was a serious matter. Liang Ziqiao had to go to the hospital. All right, let's go quickly, Shen Jitong urged Wu Yuanzheng. Wu Yuanyang and his wife watched the jeep speed away and disappear from sight. They couldn't help but look at each other. Wu Yuanyang said absent-mindedly, "Third brother and sister-in-law. What kind of divine couple are they? They work together so perfectly." Sun Jiao didn't understand what he meant at first, but she could sense her husband's envy. Sun Jiao was somewhat slow to pick up on things. What was there to envy? Talking like a rapid-fire machine gun? "Okay, I'll go call Grandma," she said. "I'll wait outside in the car for you guys," he replied. Wu Yuanzheng stepped on the gas pedal fully, showing off his driving skills to the fullest. When the car stopped at the emergency department of Shiha Hospital, Shen Jitong checked the time, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, an impressive record for fast driving. After getting out of the car, Wu Yuanheng still looked unwell. Without hesitation, Shen Jitong picked up Wu Ai and hurried several dozen meters into the emergency room, placing her on a stretcher pushed by a nurse. Wu Yuanheng and his brother quickly followed and saw that Wu Ai had already been taken inside for emergency treatment. They finally relaxed. Wu Yuanheng leaned against the wall, half bent over. His expression was unclear, but you could tell he was breathing heavily. Then, exhausted, he slowly slid down the wall and sat on the ground. He covered his face with his hand, unable to see his expression clearly, but you could feel he was very scared inside. "Big brother, it's okay. We're at the hospital now. The baby will be fine. Just relax." "What's wrong with me? I actually lost my temper with her. I not only hit her but also pushed her.
She was pushed to the ground by me.
If the baby is gone, it's my fault." Wu Yuanheng started crying, tears streaming down his face. Shen Jitong didn't expect that Wu Yuanheng, who usually looked so cold and distant, would be crying like a child now. His shoulders shook as he sobbed, clearly very upset. Wu Yuanzheng had no choice but to squat down and comfort him. At this moment, Shen Jitong realized how unstable Wu Yuanheng's emotions were. As the father of the child, a grown man, shouldn't he be rushing to talk to the doctors and explain the situation? Why was he just sitting here crying? And things got even more unbelievable. After comforting him, Wu Yuanheng didn't stop crying. Instead, he suddenly stood up and started pounding the wall with his fists. His actions were wild and out of control, frightening passers-by who quickly moved aside. Someone came around the corner and was caught off guard by this scene, startled and cursing. "Crazy. You scared me." Hearing this, Shen Jitong's mind suddenly jolted. Wu Yuanheng's behavior now really looked like he had lost his mind. "Yuanheng, stop. Don't hurt yourself." At this moment, Liang Ziqiao hurried into the hospital. Seeing Wu Yuanheng pounding the wall with his fists, his hands already bleeding, she quickly shouted to stop him. Liang Ziqiao's words really worked. Wu Yuanheng stopped hitting the wall and turned around to see Liang Ziqiao, who pitifully cried out, "Mom, what should I do? The baby might be lost." "It's my fault." "Don't say that. The doctor is still saving her. Everything will be fine. Stay calm and don't scare your wife." Liang Ziqiao sighed inwardly. Shen Jitong always thought her mother-in-law had seen many such scenes. Could it be? Is my older brother really sick? Normally, a man wouldn't hit his pregnant wife out of anger, right? Seeing his uncontrollable violent mood now, Shen Jitong felt sympathy for Wu Jiao for the first time. "Are Wu Jiao's family members here?" After what felt like a long hour, a nurse came out to ask. "Yes, we are here." Liang Ziqiao took over the situation. "The patient is about 8 weeks pregnant. She had bleeding when she was brought in. After rescue, she is temporarily out of danger but still needs to stay in the hospital for observation." The nurse's few words eased everyone's worries. Liang Ziqiao quickly expressed thanks. At this moment, Wu Jiao was also pushed out of the emergency room by the nurse. She was hooked up to N4, still conscious, but her face showed pain. Wu Yuanzheng went to pay the bill. The others hurried to accompany Wu Jiao to the ward. "Family members, please make sure to comfort her and keep her calm," the nurse reminded them and then left. "Jiao, how are you?" Wu Yuanheng showed great tenderness, sitting by her bed and holding her hand. Shen Jitong saw this deep, tragic love and couldn't bear to watch. She and Wu Yuanyang left the ward and waited in the corridor. Sister-in-law, today you really helped a lot. Seeing you carry your sister-in-law so easily, I was truly amazed. At first, I didn't look very strong, but I do exercise regularly. Don't be fooled by my slim appearance. I'm quite sturdy and strong. Jiao Jiao then said proudly, I guess I just got a burst of energy in a rush to help. Shin Jitong suddenly realized that when she gently picked up her sister-in-law earlier, everyone saw it. She wondered if others might suspect her or doubt her explanation. Would her explanation be accepted? It turns out you've been trained since you were young. No wonder. Your family really knows how to raise people. Sun Jiao Jiao's cleverness isn't that deep. After hearing Shen Jitong's explanation, she nodded as if she suddenly understood everything. Seeing her envious little expression, Shen Jitong thought that her second sister-in-law was someone worth making friends with. At the Wu family, she would definitely try to make more friends and fewer enemies. So she kindly said, if you want to learn training, I can teach you. No, I can't.
I'm too old and weak now.
Having someone talented like you at home is enough. Sun Jiao Jiao waved her hand. Wu Yuanzheng looked at his wife with a mix of helplessness and affection. Tang Tang suddenly showed her strength, which surprised him a lot. He didn't expect his wife to be so strong. With her strength and some martial arts he taught her, he could feel more at ease when she goes out alone in the future. How is Wan Wan? While they were talking, Xu Huan and Wu Qianli hurried over in a rush. They met them in the corridor and immediately asked. Wu Qianli was wearing a large hat that almost covered his entire face, along with a mask, clearly trying not to show his face to others. But just from his visible eyebrows and the wrinkled skin around his eyes, anyone would be startled. He had no eyebrows, and the skin around his eyes looked rough, making him seem abnormal. Second uncle, second aunt, big brother, and sister-in-law had a disagreement. After he pushed her down, she started bleeding and showed signs of a miscarriage. We rushed her to the hospital. Now, after emergency treatment, everyone is fine. They are receiving 4 fluids and being observed. Wu Yuanzheng quickly and clearly explained what happened. Dividing the family is dividing the family. Why argue?
Moving to my house isn't a bad thing.
How could they dislike us so much? Xu Huan didn't go into the ward right away. Instead, she stood outside the door, holding a handkerchief and wiping her tears. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Shen Jitong happened to be standing beside Xu Huan. She turned her head and saw Xu Huan's side profile. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged in her heart. Come on, why are you talking about this? Yuan Heng and the others are used to living at the older brother's house. Moving out suddenly will be hard for them to get used to. Once they move over, they'll get used to it, and everything will be fine. At this moment, Wu Qianli seemed understanding and advised his wife. His voice was hoarse, probably from smoke damage. Hey, since we didn't grow up together, we're not very close. But what can I do? When he was young, I had to take care of you. It took you a few years to recover. I thought he would understand, but it seems he's still upset with us and refuses to come back. Xu Huan wiped her tears while complaining. She really couldn't respond to these words. The best choice was to stay silent. After crying for a while and seeing no one respond, Xu Huan dried her tears with a handkerchief and then pushed Wu Qianli, saying, Let's go inside. He's your son, after all. You should go see him. Xu Zhantong felt a bit upset. With Xu Huan's attitude and Wu Yuanhong's unpredictable temper, could they get along well? Forget it. This is someone else's family matter, someone else's karma.
She didn't want to get involved.
After a while, Wu Qianli and his wife came out of the hospital room, and Liang Ziqiao saw them off. Seeing the children still outside, Liang Ziqiao said, Stay a little longer. My mother-in-law wants to come see her. Everyone understood that her words were out of concern that Hu Lanfang might come to cause trouble. Since everyone was here, they could at least keep Hu Lanfang in check. Now, because Wu Yao was pushed and almost had a miscarriage, the Wu family was seen as unreasonable. Liang Ziqiao probably didn't expect Wu Yuanheng to actually hit his pregnant wife. She felt very upset. She always thought this child resembled his father. Poor daughter, my poor daughter. You're still carrying the Wu family's heir, and you were almost hurt badly. My unfortunate son. And just as she said this, it happened. Hu Lanfang saw them in the hospital corridor and suddenly burst into tears. There was no guard post here, so she didn't worry about being taken away. The Wu family wanted to keep their dignity and wouldn't dare to hurt her here. This was her moment to shine. So, as soon as she saw the Wu family members, she started crying loudly. When she cried, the quiet hospital immediately turned into a hive of activity. Many patients and family members peeked out of their rooms to see what was happening. "Ma'am, why are you crying? This is a hospital, you need to stay quiet," someone advised Hu Lanfang. "Can I stay quiet? My daughter, who is less than 2 months pregnant, was beaten by her husband and kicked out by her in-laws. If it were you, could you stay calm?" Although her words were true, the way she said them twisted the story. She kept crying out loud, which made the onlookers feel sympathetic. Is that really true? That's so sad. Her in-laws are terrible. Is there a reporter? Expose them. Unaware bystanders started calling for justice. Shin Jitong was also exhausted. Seeing her mother-in-law trembling with anger and unable to speak, she quickly responded, "Everyone, you don't understand the full story. Don't believe only one side." Shin knew that if she didn't explain now, and the story spread, the Wu family's reputation would be ruined. "Then you know the truth. Why don't you tell us?" someone asked loudly. The truth is, the young couple argued, and one pushed the other. It was unintentional. The person was taken to the hospital and is now being treated. Both mother and baby are safe and not in danger. Right now, the injured person is in the hospital, resting. The doctor says she needs to recover quietly to pass the dangerous period. Since both sides want the best for the patient, I think everyone should stay calm. We will give a full explanation later. Shin knew that arguing was useless. She could only tell the truth. Explaining was just covering up. She believed the crowd's eyes were sharp. "Ma'am, if that's the case, you should go see your daughter now. Teach your son-in-law a lesson, or better yet, get a divorce." "Yes, I think this family is reasonable. They're not bad people. If they admit their mistakes, that's good. If it's too hard to stay, just divorce." "Exactly. Crying here won't help. Go see if your daughter has passed the dangerous period." Sure enough, some people in the crowd understood the situation. If the daughter was really in danger, the first thing to do at the hospital would be to see her, not to cause a scene and cry. Family matters are hard for outsiders to judge. Shen Jitong, who was kind and had good values, felt she was speaking the truth. The spectators couldn't find fault with her and even felt convinced. Looking at Hu Lanfang, she immediately started crying loudly and said unclear words, clearly trying to stir up everyone's emotions to gain support. Spectators only want to watch the excitement and don't want Hu Lanfang to use them as pawns. They are not fools and won't be easily manipulated. Seeing this, Hu Lanfang realized that just moments ago, everyone was eager to help criticize, but now, after a few words from Shin Jitong, no one wanted to stand with her. She could only glare angrily at Shin Jitong and then walk away in a huff toward the hospital room. Because Hu Lanfang came to see Wu Yao, Wu Qianli and his wife had to go back into the hospital room. After all, they are Wu Yao's real parents-in-law. Shin Jitong and her group did not go in. Since the family was together, barging in would feel like spying on their privacy. Fortunately, they didn't go in. The family should handle this situation together. About half an hour later, when Hu Lanfang and Wu Qianli's family came out, they looked happy and smiling. There was no longer any anger about their daughter almost having a miscarriage. Shin Jitong guessed that Wu Qianli's family had given enough compensation, so Hu Lanfang wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Of course, she wouldn't ask now. Asking would only cause more trouble. For people like Hu Lanfang and Wu Yao, who always feel others owe them, the best way to handle them is to stay away when there's no urgent need. I've arranged for a caregiver to look after Wu Yao. You all can go home now. Jiao Jiao, help take care of Wu Jing and Wu Shu at home. Tang Dang, you and the third brother should hurry and buy wedding supplies. Liang Ziqiao arranged everything neatly. This way, Everyone has something to do, and it doesn't seem like they're neglecting hospital care. Seeing that she didn't need to stay in the hospital to care for Wu Yao, Sun Jiaojiao felt secretly happy. Her older brother and sister-in-law caused this mess. If they stayed in the hospital to care for Wu Yao and also had to look after the two children at home, what would that be? Sun Jiaojiao also noticed that her mother-in-law now called Wu Yao by her full name, no longer affectionately calling her Yao Yao as before. Although she still had to take care of Wu Jing and Wu Shu at home, it was easier and more comfortable than staying in the hospital to serve Wu Yao. Her mother-in-law was thoughtful and wanted to protect them from getting involved in this complicated situation. Shen Jitong, hearing that she didn't need to care for Wu Yao, naturally felt relieved. She disliked Wu Ai, but publicly she had to consider her mother-in-law's feelings. If her mother-in-law asked her to take care of Wu Ai, she couldn't refuse openly. However, it made her feel uncomfortable inside. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was reasonable and didn't do anything inappropriate. Sun Jiaojiao asked if she should go to the ward to inform Wu Ai, but Liang Zhiqiao said it wasn't necessary now, as Wu Ai needed to rest well. They had just arrived in 2 cars, and then left again. As for Wu Yuanhang, he had been in the ward since earlier. Now that he was taking care of Wu Ai, besides the caregiver, he was the most suitable person. The group arrived home. Liang Zhiqiao sat on the sofa in the main hall, showing signs of exhaustion. "Mom, you're tired. Go rest in your room." Sun Jiaojiao quickly offered her concern, sensing her mood. Liang Zhiqiao, feeling upset, also needed to rest and digest her feelings. "Mom, I have some herbal tea brewed with honeysuckle that can help relax and ease tension. You should try it. My grandfather used to drink it for health, and it worked well." Shenji Tang followed to the backyard and brought a cup of brewed honeysuckle tea to Liang Zhiqiao. She didn't dare give her pure spiritual spring water, as her mother-in-law hadn't drunk it before. If she drank pure spring water, she might react strongly and notice something unusual. Since her marriage leave was still long, she planned to help her in-laws gradually improve their health while in Beijing. There was no rush. Her in-laws seemed reasonable and fair, not biased or partial. Shenji Tang naturally hoped they would stay healthy and live long. "Thank you, Tang Tang." As an elder, Liang Zhiqiao couldn't speak badly of her younger generation. She was full of frustration but didn't dare say anything in front of Shenji Tang. After Shenji Tang left, she smelled the rich medicinal aroma from the cup and tentatively took a sip. She suddenly realized that the Shun family's background was extraordinary and not easily understood. The medicinal tea was sweet after the first taste, and a warm flow spread from her dantian, making her limbs feel warm. For a moment, the blockages caused by her husband and wife were completely gone. Such a medicinal recipe was definitely not ordinary. Liang Zhiqiao finished the tea in one gulp. When Shenji Tang returned to the living room, she saw a young man with a shaved head sitting on the sofa, dressed in a police uniform. His sharp eyes and handsome appearance, though not stunning, were dignified. Shenji Tang was confused about why the police had come to her house. Could Hu Lanfang have changed her mind and reported the case again, prompting an investigation? If that were true, her father-in-law would be very angry, and the Wu family's reputation would be ruined. "Tang Tang, this is my younger brother, Sun Yangyang. He is a detective at the Eastern City Police Station, assigned to our community's second criminal team." When introducing her brother, Sun Jiaojiao looked proud. "So, you're my sister-in-law's brother." "Hello, I am Shenji Tang. Yangyang, this is the third sister-in-law." They came back for their wedding leave. Sun Yangyang quickly stood up and politely said, "Sister, congratulations on finding true love. Brother Yuanzheng is excellent. I've always looked up to him." Sun Yangyang didn't seem to dislike her and had a sharp, police-like aura, somewhat similar to Wu Yuanzheng's demeanor. At this moment, Wu Yuanzheng came out of the garage, just overhearing Sun Yangyang's words, and smiled as he joined in. "Yangyang, I heard you were recognized as outstanding last year." "Not bad. You've only been working for 2 years and already transferred to the second criminal team." "That's a big step." Sun Yangyang was surprised and shyly scratched his head, saying, "It's nothing." It's mainly because the senior officers have been looking out for me. With their experience supporting me, I've managed to achieve a little. Don't be modest. I heard Captain Ma praise you, saying you're young, smart, and eager. He said you often work late into the night studying cases. Wu Yuanjing felt proud of his choice, a smile on his face. Thanks to Brother Yuanjing's introduction, Captain Ma had a good impression of me from the start and was willing to give me important tasks, which gave me a chance to show myself. Hearing this, Shun Jitang realized that Yuanzheng had helped Sun Yongyang, and Captain Ma probably had a close relationship with Yuanzheng. Sit down, have some tea. Wu Yuanzheng invited him to sit and poured a cup. He asked, so you came by today because you had free time to visit your sister? No, I was passing by while investigating a case, so I came in. I didn't expect you all to be here. Sun Yongyang's expression grew serious when talking about the case. What big case? Are you nervous? Wu Yuanjing's sharp eyes caught this quickly. Actually, I was just passing by, but I also wanted to remind the women at home. Sun Yongyang's face turned serious. Go ahead and tell me. Wu Yuanjing appeared calm and relaxed, but his expression had become serious. Sun Yongyang spoke slowly. It turned out that recently, there had been 2 murder cases in his area. Both victims were young women in their early 20s. The first case happened a week ago. The victim was a female worker who finished her night shift at a textile factory. Her family waited until midnight, but didn't see her come home. Usually, she returned by 11:30 p.m. They felt uneasy and went out to look for her. Eventually, they found her in an abandoned alley less than 500 meters from home. She had been cruelly strangled to death. Additionally, there were strange marks on her body. The girl's name was Jia Yu. When Sun Yongyang arrived at the scene, he saw that Jia Yu's eyes were covered with a cloth, as if the killer was afraid she might see his face and deliberately blindfolded her. Also, Jia Yu's hands were strangely arranged. They hung down naturally, with her right hand over her left, resting on her stomach. Forensic tests showed that Jia Yu had not been physically harmed. Strangely, her wallet, which she carried, still had 10 yuan in change and nothing was missing. Jia Yu had left home with 10 yuan, asking her mother for money to buy a popular face cream from a coworker. It was a rare item, only available through connections. Because she didn't know the price, Jia Yu asked her mother for extra money to avoid running short. Her mother, who loved her very much, gave her 10 yuan, 2 5 yuan notes, 1 5 yuan note, and 3 1 yuan notes. After checking, her mother confirmed that the money in Jia Yu's wallet was the same as what she had given her that morning. Since Jia Yu was not robbed and her wallet was still with her, the killer was not after money or valuables. Sun Yongyang then asked Jia Yu's family if she had a boyfriend or recent conflicts. Her mother was very sure. She said Jia Yu was a well-behaved girl who was not seeing anyone at the moment. If she was, she would have told her family. Jia Yu was kind and gentle, and her coworkers liked her. She had no arguments or disputes at work or in her daily life. Her mother's information made Sun Yongyang feel like he had nowhere to start. If all the facts provided by Grandma Jia are true, it suggests that the killer is likely to be a random attacker. This greatly increases the difficulty of catching the murderer. Watching the grief-stricken family members, Sun Yongyang vowed to solve the case. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, another murder occurred in the area. The victim was also a young woman returning home at night. Her name was Qian Xiaojun, a primary school teacher. Her family said she went out for a blind date and probably talked with her date for a long time, so she was late returning. When the date, Xiao Lu, was called in and heard about Qian Xiaojun's death, he fainted from shock. Such a timid date would not be the killer unless he was a great actor. His reaction of fainting at the bad news was real, not fake. Xiao Lu said that on that night, he and Qian Xiaojun got along well and wanted to continue seeing each other. Because they talked happily, they stayed out past 10. Qian Xiaojun suggested she go home, and Xiao Lu rode his bike to take her to an alley less than 300 meters from her home. She told him to go back and not to come inside, worried about neighbors seeing. Thinking they would see each other often, Xiao Lu obediently left. But just a few steps away, Qian Xiaojun was attacked and killed. He felt very regretful, wishing he had taken her all the way home. After thorough investigation, Sun Yongyang found that Xiao Lu was honest, a skilled worker respected at his factory, and unlikely to commit such a brutal crime. Also, Qian Xiaojun had agreed to continue dating him, so there was no reason for him to become a killer. Sun Yongyang pondered deeply. These two cases were eventually linked as a serial case because the second victim, Qian Xiaojun, was also strangled, with her eyes covered, hands hanging down, and right hand placed over the left, lying on her abdomen. The methods used on both victims pointed to the same killer. While reviewing the case files at night, Sun Yongyang suddenly realized that he was dealing with a serial killer. The most frightening part was that as long as the killer was not caught, he would keep killing. Moreover, the killer would evolve, becoming more skilled and bolder with each successful attack. If the idea of a serial killer is correct, and victims are killed just a few hundred meters from their homes, it shows the killer is bold and confident. His methods are very skilled, so he must have committed other crimes before, not just one. Sun Yongyang decided to focus on the area around the crime scene. He planned to search all criminal case files from the past 5 years within a 50-kilometer radius. He wanted to see if there were similar cases or unsolved mysteries, and then connect the clues to catch the killer. Today, Sun Yongyang went to the nearby police station to look at case files. On his way past his sister's house, he suddenly remembered that her home was also near the edge of the killer's possible area. He quickly went inside to warn his sister and her family. He told them to avoid going out late at night and to be careful until the case was solved. "Is it true? A serial killer?" asked Jiang Jiang for the first time, hearing this word. She looked pale when her brother said they might be in the danger zone of the killer's range. "Just a possibility, sister. Be careful and don't go out late," comforted Yang Yang. "Yeah, you usually don't work overtime. If you go shopping, don't stay out too late. I can go with you," he added. Wu Yuanyang saw his wife was really scared and quickly tried to calm her down. Wu Yuanning thought that the two girls were similar to herself, single or dating, about the same age, so she felt even more nervous. But seeing her sister-in-law so frightened, she didn't say much, worried about upsetting her. She glanced at Shen Jitong and noticed her expression was calm, as if she wasn't scared. Curious, she quietly asked, "Sis-in-law, aren't you afraid? I get goosebumps just hearing about a serial killer." After saying that, Wu Yuanning reached out her hand to Shen Jitong. Shen Jitong saw her hand was sweaty and told her gently, "Don't be afraid. Yang Yang said not to go out late or stay out too long, and you'll be safe." "Okay, I'll cancel my dates for now. If Zhao Jian wants to meet me, he can come to my house." "I won't go out," Wu Yuanning said, shivering again. Zhao Jian is Wu Yuanning's boyfriend. Shen Jitong hasn't met him yet. Hearing this, she thought, maybe she'll finally get a chance to see her sister-in-law's boyfriend. Shen Jitong was not afraid of the serial killer unless the opponent had abilities as strong as Wu Yuanzheng. Since Shen Jitong has space powers, she was not easily scared. After strengthening her self-defense skills, she believed she could protect herself. At worst, she could hide in her space. Sun Yongyang finished telling Wu's family members to stay safe and prepared to leave. He said he needed to review related case files because there was a lot to do. However, when he picked up the case files to stand up, his foot caught on the chair leg, causing him to stumble. The case files fell to the ground, and a stack of photos slipped out. Shen Jitong glanced at the photos on the ground and immediately recognized that they were of the two victims. The photos were taken at the crime scenes, with their eyes covered by cloth strips. Some photos were taken later, after the cloth was removed, clearly showing their faces. Shen Jitong's sharp senses allowed her to notice something in an instant. She suddenly exclaimed, "If it's the same killer, there must be a common reason for choosing these two women." "What? Do these two have something in common?" "Sister, did you figure it out?" Sun Yongyang was surprised that Shen Jitong saw the clue and asked excitedly. Shen Jitong looked up and saw Wu Yuanzheng also looking at her. When their eyes met, Shen Jitong immediately understood. Wu Yuanzheng had also noticed something. He was an excellent soldier and trained in this area. Shen Jitong hesitated, unsure whether to say anything. Wu Yuanzheng sensed her hesitation and encouraged her with his gaze, prompting her to speak. Shun Jitong no longer held back and spoke openly. Did you notice? Both victims had the same kind of eyes. If you cover their faces and just look at their eyes, they look like the same person. Sun Yongyang took photos of the victims with their blindfolds removed, covering their faces with paper and only showing their eyes. Now that you mention it, that's true. Everyone was shocked to realize that Shun Jitong was right. Just by looking at the exposed eyes, it seemed like the same person. Sister, do you think the killer only targeted them because of their eyes? Sun Yongyang was humble and asked if she didn't understand something. I estimate that it's very likely. Maybe these women's beautiful eyes are what attracted the killer. Before the murderer, there was definitely someone with the same eyes, most likely a woman, who had been provoked. If you are investigating, you might try this approach. Shun Jitong knows that to solve the case, she needs to understand many details. Only then can she analyze, think carefully, verify, and finally find the right answer. A single detail isn't enough to draw a conclusion. Big sister, you're amazing. You immediately gave me a new idea. I was worried because I had too many files to review and the progress was slow. With this detail, I just need to look at the victim's photos. If the eye features don't match, I can rule them out first, saving a lot of time. Big sister, since you're so good at noticing details, you should come work at our police station. Sun Yongyang was so happy he couldn't help but praise her. At this moment, Wu Yuanjing looked at the victim's eyes in the photo, then at his wife. His gaze became deep, and his brow furrowed slightly. You're too kind. I just studied art restoration techniques, and pay close attention to details. The real work of solving cases should be left to your professional team. Shun Jitong waved her hand modestly. Big sister, since you've looked at the photos, can you recall any details that left a deep impression? I've been studying the photos every day, and might have gone a bit crazy. I can't find any new clues to investigate. Sun Yongyang, full of enthusiasm and dedication to his work, was eager to help. Shun Jitong didn't want to refuse his kindness, so she took the photo and examined it carefully. The victim's hands are crossed over her lower abdomen. For women, the lower abdomen is an important area. Who would adopt such a cautious pose, placing their hands on the stomach? This is a protective gesture. Usually, only pregnant women make this pose to protect their unborn child. Therefore, I think the killer deliberately placed the victim's hands on their stomachs in a protective way, indicating that the killer might have been hurt in this area before. He or she may have had children before, but lost them for unknown reasons. You can check the records to see if the person or their wife had a history of miscarriage, abortion, or infertility. Because of this, the killer might have patiently posed the victims with their hands on their stomachs after killing them as a sign of protection. Oh my sister, you are like a detective. We investigators have never understood this move. If only one victim shows this behavior, it might be accidental, not intentional. But if two victims do the same, it makes us suspect that your explanation might be correct. This way, we can narrow down our investigation even further. Next, I will visit the neighborhood committees within the designated radius to gather information on residents who match these characteristics, then eliminate them one by one, tackling the case step by step. Currently, neighborhood committees act like the police's keen ears and eyes. If there are residents with these unusual traits in the area, they won't escape their notice. Sun Yongyang feels he's close to catching the criminal. He originally thought Shun Jitong was just good-looking, but now he sees she has a strong core, and his respect for her grows. Shun Jitong and Sun Yongyang continue discussing their thoughts on the case. But they don't notice that as their discussion deepens, Wu Yuanjing nearby begins to look more serious and cold. All right, I now have a clearer direction for the investigation. Just wait for my good news when I catch the criminal. I'm leaving now. Until the case is solved, everyone should be careful. No late-night outings or walking alone at night. Before leaving, Sun Yongyang emphasizes this again. Everyone nods in agreement. Sun Yongyang hurriedly departs. Shun Jitong turns back and finally notices Wu Yuanjing's tense face. Her heart skips a beat, thinking she might have been too absorbed in talking with Sun Yongyang and overlooked him, making him upset. She quickly explains, as a cultural relic restorer, I've studied the eye shapes of Asian men and women. They all have perfect phoenix eyes, so I recognized right away that their eyes are almost identical. Yang has a strong ability to accept new ideas. I think he's really suited for detective work. Whether Wu Yuanjing understood her explanation or not, the slight smile that had been on his lips now gently lifts. It turns out that her detailed explanation was her way of worrying he might be jealous. Wu Yuanjing feels very happy. Shen Jitang cares about his feelings. But she's still misunderstood. Sun Jiao listened to her sister-in-law praise Yang, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. She smiled and said, "It's a good thing Yang has left. Otherwise, hearing you praise him would make him so proud he'd be walking on air." "My younger brother is good at everything, except he doesn't like to be praised," Wu Yuanning responded. "We should thank Yang for letting us know. Before, I often had to come back home alone at night while helping the children. It's not safe. From now on, when I work night shifts, Zhao Jian should send me home." Our house is a bit far from the alley entrance. When Yang mentioned the crime scene earlier, I felt like I had seen it before. It gave me a creepy feeling. At this moment, Liang Jiqiao took a break and felt her energy quickly returning. She came out to the main room and saw everyone chatting lively about something. She casually asked. When they started talking about the murder case, Liang Jiqiao's face suddenly changed. She said, "Could it be that the masked killer is back again?" "What masked killer?" Wu Yuanning was surprised and asked, "Mom, when did that happen?" "We didn't know." "How do you know?" "No, it probably isn't him. The masked killer's crimes weren't in the capital city. It might be another criminal using similar methods," Liang Jiqiao murmured, but her face looked uneasy. "Mom, tell me what happened. Be clear, or it's really scary." Yang just said our house might be within the killer's range, and it really scared us. Wu Yuanning moved closer and sat beside her mother, gently grabbing her arm and shaking it softly, acting cute. Shen Jitang watched the mother and daughter so close and suddenly felt very envious. If her mother were still alive, she would probably be teasing her every day too. She didn't expect that her mother-in-law knew about similar past cases, which made her more interested. Talking about old stories again, let me try to remember. After Liang Jiqiao drank the herbal tea Shen Jitang prepared, her condition clearly improved. She no longer looked tired. She felt strange. As soon as she started recalling, those past images vividly appeared in her mind, as if she had never forgotten. It was like a box with a lid on it. When she opened the lid, those memories she had forcibly pushed away flooded back again. Liang Jiqiao certainly didn't expect that her memories suddenly improved because she drank the spring water. She organized her thoughts and began to speak slowly. That was 12 years ago, when our family was temporarily living in Shanghai. Old Wu was busy with reconstruction work and was rarely seen. Your second uncle worked as a technician at a textile factory in Shanghai, and he lived with us. Because there were no suitable big houses in the city, we all stayed at Uncle Zhao's house in the suburbs. Before liberation, Uncle Zhao was a wealthy landowner, but he had been supporting underground parties even before liberation. Old Wu was one of those he supported. When he learned that our family was large and had no suitable house to stay in, he generously lent us 2 neighboring courtyards in the suburbs. At that time, our family lived in one courtyard, and your second uncle and grandparents lived in another nearby. Your second uncle was almost 40 and still unmarried. Xu Huan was a distant relative of Uncle Zhao's family in the suburbs, helping with cleaning and maintenance around the house. That's where they first met. Seeing this, Liang Jiqiao looked at the side room where Wu Yuanheng lived and sighed. Although she quickly continued talking about the past, Shen Jitang felt that her mother-in-law had skipped over part of the story. Before the fire, your second uncle hadn't been disfigured, and Xu Huan had approached him voluntarily. We all thought she had good intentions. Your second uncle was still unmarried, so we all encouraged their relationship. But at first, your second uncle didn't agree, so we gave up. Oh, no, I'm getting old. When I talk about the past, I tend to ramble. I was talking about the killer case, and now I've somehow brought in your second uncle and second aunt.
Please bear with me.
That July, near our house, on a patch of wild grass, a woman's body was found. She had been strangled, and her eyes were covered with a cloth. Because the crime scene was less than 2 kilometers from our courtyard, the news spread quickly. After the first murder, 3 more similar cases happened in a row, each victim with her eyes covered. The police didn't announce these cases publicly to avoid causing panic. We knew about it because old Wu was working part-time to help with local security. The police were worried it might be related to espionage and reported it to him, asking for assistance. Because the place of the incident was not far from the yard where we were staying at the time, no more than 3 kilometers away, Lao Wu advised his family not to go outdoors during that period. Although you didn't know the reason, you listened and obeyed. Only during the expedition that time. When Liang Ziqiao mentioned this, she felt the story was too broad and was thinking about whether to continue. Suddenly, Shun Jitong said, "Mom, was it the time I went out to play and fainted? Brother Yuanjing took me to play on the mountain because a few days earlier, I found a stray dog there. It was pregnant, and I was worried it would have puppies and might starve if no one fed it, so I asked Brother Yuanjing to take me to see it." "Tang Dang? Have you regained your memory?" Wu Yuanjing looked surprised. "I'd say part of it is back. I only remember these things. I don't remember what happened afterward." Shun Jitong found that recalling this old story didn't give her a headache this time. She thought it was probably because she had been drinking spiritual spring water recently. Wu Yuanjing quickly sat beside her, nervously holding her hand and asking, "Does your head hurt? Really? Look at me, do I seem to have a headache?" Wu Yuanjing sighed in relief and said, "In the past, when you remembered these old stories, you would resist a lot, and your head would hurt badly. That day you asked me to go see the stray dog. On the way, I accidentally fell into a mountain ditch. The bottom of the ditch was soft soil, so I wasn't hurt, but climbing out was hard, and I had to take a detour. I told you to wait for me above, and I would come around and meet you. You agreed. I was very worried about leaving you alone up there, so I hurried along, but it still took me over half an hour to reach the top of the. When I got there, I was stunned. You weren't there. I looked everywhere for you, and finally, half a kilometer from the top, I found you in the grass. At first, it looked like you were sleeping. I called you, but you didn't respond. When I looked closer, I saw a pool of blood behind your head. I was terrified. I helped you up and saw that your back of the head was resting on a stone. You must have slipped backward and hit your head on the stone, which caused your injury and made you faint. I was at a loss, so I quickly carried you back home. Fortunately, you were saved by the hospital in the end. But you don't remember this experience anymore. When people ask you, you become very resistant and complain of headaches. The doctor analyzed that you must have experienced something very frightening, so your mind chose to forget it to protect you. He advised us not to disturb you at that time, to avoid overwhelming your mental health and making your condition worse. Only then did Shun Jitong realize what had happened before, and after she lost her memory. Fortunately, after Wu Yuanjing mentioned it again, she no longer felt a headache, and some of her memories began to come back slowly. Shun Jitong started to remember. She had asked Wu Yuanjing to go out with her. She was 7 years old, and Wu Yuanjing was 14, almost 1.7 meters tall, but he still liked to play and tease her. They went out together. Shun Jitong was lost in her slowly returning memories. At this moment, Liang Ziqiao continued. It was during that time that a mysterious villain caused trouble in the world. Between work and family, I was very tired and had to watch over you both every day, making sure you didn't run around. Unexpectedly, Yuanjing and Tangdang ran into the area where the criminal had committed multiple crimes. When I heard that Tangdang was injured and unconscious in the hospital, I was terrified. I thought she might have encountered the criminal and been harmed. I rushed to the hospital immediately. Yes, I met the criminal. I remember everything now. I remember it all. At this moment, Shun Jitong suddenly spoke excitedly. Everyone looked at her in shock, with expressions of disbelief. You met the criminal? What does he look like? Wu Yuanjing was deeply shocked. No wonder Tangdang didn't want to recall the past. Was it because she was too young at that time to handle those memories? The criminal is a tall man, wearing a blue worker's cap and a mask that only shows his fierce eyes. How do you know he's the criminal? Liang Ziqiao asked in surprise. Everyone present never expected that from the day Sun Yangyang came to their house, warning everyone about the serial killer, to now, it had led to an old case involving someone close to them. Wu Yuaning's previously calming goosebumps rose again, and Sun Jiao was so frightened she clung tightly to Wu Yuanyang. Because Shun Jitong slowed her speech, trembling with shock herself, because I saw him kill someone. Wow. That's so scary. What? Did you see a murder with your own eyes? Did you let him notice you? If he finds out, he might hurt you. Although Shun Jitong was still sitting calmly in front of me, a heavy, suffocating feeling filled the air. Everyone looked at Shun Jitong with concern, worried she might be silenced by the attacker. At that time, Brother Yuanzheng fell down a small hill. I was above, watching him turn right to avoid I was eager to meet him, so I also headed to the right, thinking we could meet halfway to save him some trouble. On the way, I passed a patch of tall, wild grass on a small. Suddenly, I heard struggling and muffled sounds coming from the grass. Being young and not knowing fear, I thought maybe someone gathering firewood was hurt, so I went closer to check. I never expected that when I pushed aside the grass, I saw a tall man holding a woman down on the ground, choking her tightly. The muffled sound I heard was her last struggle. When I saw the scene, the woman's eyes were rolled back, her body limp, and she had already passed away. I was so scared I froze there, speechless, my legs trembling, unable to move. At that moment, I saw the man muttering something in his mouth, then place the woman's still warm hands on her abdomen. As he moved, he turned his body aside, and I caught a glimpse of the woman's face, which was covered with a cloth over her eyes. Suddenly, I realized that if the man saw me, he would definitely hurt me to keep me silent. Overcome with fear, I stiffened and tried to step back. I didn't expect to step on a dry branch, which made a cracking sound. This tiny noise alerted the attacker. He suddenly turned around, saw me, and immediately stood up, rushing toward me. I was so frightened I kept retreating. Just then I saw his face, well, just his eyes because he was wearing a hat and mask. His eyes shone with a fierce light. He quickly ran to me, reaching out to grab my neck. Just as I was about to suffocate, he suddenly leaned close to my face, examined me carefully, then paused with a strange, altered voice and asked, "Are you Shin Mingrui's granddaughter?" I could only nod slightly to show I was. Upon hearing that I am Shin Mingrui's granddaughter, he looked me over again, as if trying to confirm something. Suddenly, he pushed me hard and turned to leave. I guess he knows my grandfather or has received some kindness from him, which made him stop wanting to harm me. But his push was too strong. I lost my balance and fell backward, feeling my head hit something hard. Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was lying in a hospital bed. I don't remember how I was rescued or taken to the hospital for surgery. Because I was so scared after witnessing the scene and almost being killed, I didn't want to think about that dangerous moment. Every time I remembered, I felt a headache and nausea. If today hadn't happened to be a similar case that triggered my memory, I probably would never have the courage to face my fears and would never recall those terrible images. Shun Jitong finished speaking, and everyone sighed in relief at the same time. Although it has been over 10 years, Shun Jitong is doing well now. But knowing that she was spared by the attacker back then, everyone felt their worries eased. Tangdang, you've been through so much, even facing the attacker directly, Liang Ziqiao said with pity, gently holding Shin Jitong's hand and patting her back to comfort her. Wu Yuanjing's whole body tensed up. Even when he tested a new plane and had to jump out during an accident, he couldn't stay calm. He is a trained pilot with a very strong mental strength. In normal life, no matter what happens, even ejecting from a plane, he remains calm and steady, with little emotional fluctuation. But today, he only felt his heart pounding faster, his eardrums swelling, as if he could hear his own heartbeat racing. He never expected that Tangdang had once faced the attacker directly and almost been strangled to death. His hands clenched tightly on the sofa cushion, his nerves stretched tight. He almost lost Tangdang when she was just 14 years old. Thinking that if the attacker hadn't suddenly shown some kindness, Tang would have died, Wu Yuanzheng couldn't calm his mind. His intuition told him that the two murders in Beijing, which used almost the same method, must be connected to a series of murders in Shanghai back then. The murderer knew Tong Tong's identity back then and has now committed another crime. If he ever remembers that there was a witness who is now grown up, he might come back to silence her. This hidden danger makes it impossible for him to feel safe hosting a wedding with Tangding. No, we must catch this murderer, Wu Yuanjing said firmly, slamming his hand on the table, then pacing anxiously in the room. Yuanjing, why are you so anxious? Yang Yang is very capable. He will surely catch the killer. Liang Ziqiao quickly comforted her son. Mom, the 2 recent murders in the capital might be connected to the unsolved cases in Shanghai from back then. If the killer moved from Shanghai to Beijing, he might still remember how he let Tangting go that time. Now that Tangting is an adult, he must be worried about her as a witness. If we don't catch him, Tangting will never be safe, Wu Yuanjing said, making everyone feel cold and look at Xin Jitong. Surprisingly, Xin Jitong remained calm, her expression normal, thoughtful but not panicked or scared. What was Xin Jitong afraid of? She had space to hide, and even if she faced the killer directly, she could slip into her space in the next second. The killer couldn't harm her now. But since the killer knew she was a witness, not catching him would be a great injustice to the sisters he harmed. Yuanjing, let's find Yang Yang and tell him everything. I have a plan to catch the killer, Xin Jitong said after calming down, coming up with a brilliant idea. Catching the killer? Tangting, what's your plan? If it's dangerous, don't do it, Liang Ziqiao said with concern. Hearing this, Wu Yuanjing's face tightened. Mom, don't worry. I won't risk my life lightly. But I ask everyone to keep the secret for now. Only those present should know. Don't tell anyone outside, Xin Jitong said seriously. Everyone must keep the discipline. What you hear today must not be spread outside, she added. Liang Ziqiao fully supported Xin Jitong. Mom, can Zhao Jia know about this? Wu Yuanjing asked quickly. I mean, only the people at the scene should know. Didn't you pass elementary reading comprehension? Liang Ziqiao got angry. All right, I understand. I won't tell Zhao Jian. Wu Yuanjing quickly acted cute. Let's go find Yang Yang. I'll drive you there. Wu Yuanjing was already nervous about Tangdang, and now, discovering that a serial killer might attack Xin Jitong, he was even more tense. He swore that during their time in Beijing, he would never let Tangdang out of his sight. Wu Yuanjing drove, with Xin Jitong sitting in the front passenger seat. Tangdang, I won't let anything happen to you. Wu Yuanjing reached out and held Xin Jitong's hand tightly. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. That criminal probably has some connection to my family. He didn't kill me before and he might not kill me now. You don't need to worry too much. He can kill repeatedly, he's mentally unstable and you can't understand his thinking. Don't think he's kind. Wu Yuanjing warned. I don't think he's kind. He's very cruel. When he kills, it's like killing a chicken, no feelings at all. But after killing, he seems almost reverent when arranging the body. Xin Jitong kept recalling those images he finally remembered, feeling a chill run down his back. When he first remembered, the shock was overwhelming, and he didn't have time to process his feelings. Now, thinking carefully, it makes him shiver even more. If he hadn't suddenly given up on killing back then, Xin Jitong might be lying in a grave now, with flowers woven into the grass. Wu Yuanjing's brows furrowed deeply, feeling very guilty. He softly said, Tangdang, I'm sorry. What happened?
Yuan Hengye.
Don't say that. Who would have thought we'd encounter a criminal? When you fell down I was so worried about you, afraid you'd be hurt. I was so happy when I saw you get up, shout at me, and say you take a detour to come up. I couldn't just wait there. I was eager to meet you early, to see if you were hurt. Now that I think about it, I'm glad I went to meet you early, because if I hadn't, you might have run into the criminal. And you might not be as lucky as I was. Without my grandfather's connections, with his cruelty, he wouldn't have shown mercy to you. Wu Yuanjing's heart tightened, and his eyes grew warm. So, this is what Tangdang really thought. She was willing to face her past early to help him avoid his first big danger. Tangdang, you're so silly. Wu Yuanjing tightly held Xin Jitong's hand. He promised himself he would always hold it this tightly and never let go. At the second criminal police team, Sun Yongyang was working on a case file when he looked up and saw Wu Yuanzheng and Shun Jitang entering. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuanzheng, Sister Jitang, why are you here?" It's understandable that Sun Yongyang was surprised because he had just come from Wu's family home. Also, Wu Yuanzheng and Shun Jitang looked like they had something important to discuss with him. "Yongyang, thank you for warning me earlier at my house. But your warning also made Tangding break her closed-off memories and recall some things related to the suspect." "What? Sister Jitang, do you recognize the killer?" Sun Yongyang was startled. Shin Jitang and Wu Yuanjing sat down, and Shin Jitang recounted what had happened back then. "It's incredible, Sister Jitang. You are the only survivor who saw everything." After hearing Shin Jitang's story, Sun Yongyang was almost certain that the suspect was connected to the current 2 murder cases. "Yongyang, I hope these clues help you solve the case," Shun Jitang said, feeling relieved. In the end, she thought her grandfather's kindness had unintentionally benefited the killer. Because of that, he had a sudden change of heart and decided to let her go. "Yongyang, I want to ask you to help me apply to the police station so I can assist in solving this case." Wu Yuanzheng proposed his carefully considered idea. "Brother Yuanzheng, with your strength, of course, it's great to have your help. I will talk to the department. They will probably contact your team to make an official request. If approved, they will issue you a special work ID." Sun Yongyang knew Wu Yuanjing's abilities well and agreed immediately. He understood Wu Yuanjing's concern. If Shin Jitang was the only survivor and the current suspect was the same as the one in Shanghai, who had been hiding for a long time and had recently become active again, Shin Jitang could be in danger. So, Sun Yongyang gave Wu Yuanzheng the green light. "Thank you, Yongyang. I will communicate with the base in advance and get their approval for me to get involved in this case." Wu Yuanzheng felt relieved. As long as he could get involved, he could follow the case's progress and have the right to understand it. This way, he could do his best to ensure Shin Jitang's safety. But neither of them expected Shin Jitang to make a very bold suggestion.
What?
"No, I don't agree." Wu Yuanzheng immediately refused. However, Sun Yongyang didn't oppose right away. He thought Shin Jitang's idea was good. But Wu Yuanzheng was so worried that he didn't dare to speak up. "Brother Yuanzheng, don't rush to refuse."
But there's no need to decide now.
"Let's talk about it later." Seeing Wu Yuanzheng look so anxious, Shin Jitang decided to hold back and wait until he calmed down before discussing further. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Sun Yongyang quickly changed the subject and said with a smile, "I'm going to Shanghai tomorrow to retrieve some old case files for investigation. Let's go with you." "Brother Yuanzheng, is that okay?" "I also want to visit Steward Kai and tell him about our wedding." Shin Jitang looked at Wu Yuanzheng, asking for his approval. "Okay." Wu Yuanjing thought for a moment and said, "Yongyang, let's take a plane. It's faster and less tiring." Sun Yongyang agreed immediately. Now, official trips can be made by plane, and mostly government employees are flying now. "All right, let's each buy our own tickets. I remember there's a flight to Shanghai at noon tomorrow, which is quite convenient." Wu Yuanjing was very knowledgeable, even about flight schedules. "Good. It's settled then." Sun Yongyang nodded. Since they haven't been to Shanghai for over a month, Shun Jitang felt a little excited about visiting Steward Kai. Back at Wu's house, it was almost dark. By then, Wu Wanli had finished work and returned home. Of course, as soon as he arrived, Liang Ziqiao told him everything that happened that day. Knowing that Wu Yuanhang was moving out because of the family split and that he had taken his anger out on Wu Gua, nearly causing Wu Gua to have a miscarriage, Wu Wanli couldn't help but be furious and scold his son angrily. "I heard that Wu Yu was rushed to the hospital, but the child is safe now." He finally relaxed and said, "I'll go see ya after I finish eating." Liang Ziqiao then mentioned that recently there had been 2 murder cases in the capital, and the suspect was believed to be the same person who was involved in a case Shin Jitang witnessed years ago. Wu Wanli was most relieved that Shin Jitang had regained her memory, which made him fear that the 2 children might have been in danger back then. Just as he was speaking, Wu Yuanzeng and his wife returned home. Liang Ziqiao quickly called everyone to start eating. Shin Jitang realized that the family hadn't eaten yet. They were waiting for them to come back. Even though her father-in-law was already home, they could have started eating. At worst, they could save some food for them. Unexpectedly, the whole family was waiting to eat together. Shin Jitong felt a little touched and surprised. Everyone sat down to eat. After finishing, Wu Wanli asked how their visit to Sun Yangyang went. On the way, Wu Yuanzheng had already discussed with Shin Jitong that some matters should be handled first because there were too many people and too many opinions. Faced with his father's concern, Wu Yuanzheng had to pretend casually that they had handed over some clues to Sun Yangyang. Yes, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Wu Wanli thought they only went to find Sun Yangyang to provide some clues, so he didn't think much of it. Then Wu Yuanjing took the opportunity to mention that they planned to return to Shanghai tomorrow because they were about to have a wedding. Shin Jitong wanted to go back and inform Butler Kai and also visit relatives. That's right. When two families get married, it's proper to notify friends and family. It's a pity that Tang Tang's mother and grandfather are no longer here. Otherwise, they would be so happy. Liang Jiqiao looked sad. Jiqiao, are you reminiscing about the good days shopping in Shanghai with Shinyu? Wu Wanli saw his wife feeling down and interrupted. Tang Tang, you don't know, your mother-in-law and your mom were best friends. They spent all day together, chatting non-stop. Otherwise, could your mom have trusted us to take care of you? Yes, back then, Yaya was so fashionable. I was amazed when I saw her. Even after taking over the textile factory and working there every day, her elegance and temperament were unmatched. I often asked her for fashion tips. Liang Ziqiao also recalled those warm and fun times. Shin Jitong noticed that although Wu Wanli was busy with many things, he still cared deeply about Liang Jiqiao's feelings and always showed concern and time. This point is very similar to Wu Yuanzheng and his father. Looking at her mother-in-law, who is over 50 and still has a radiant face, Shin Jitong secretly thinks she'll be like that in the future. Indeed, marriage is not just about choosing the right person, but also about considering the family they come from. The influence of family over many years will eventually show in the children. After dinner, Wu Wanli and Liang Jiqiao went to the hospital to visit Wu Yao, which is what elders should do. Sun Jiao was busy taking care of 4 children, so Shin Jitong offered to help her. Fortunately, Wu Jing and Wu Shu, although they didn't pay much attention to Shin Jitong when their parents were around, were quite quiet and well-behaved when their parents were not home. Shin Jitong thought they were probably frightened by the commotion caused by their parents today. After washing up, she arranged for them to listen to a radio drama in the main hall. By around 8:30, the children started yawning and wanted to sleep. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing each carried one of them and took them to the bedroom. The nanny would come to stay with them tonight, so there was no need to worry. After finishing family matters, she returned to her own room. Shin Jitong remembered something and took a key out of her bag, saying, "Brother Yuanjing, I was busy a few days ago and didn't get a chance to tell you. Actually, my grandfather has a house in Beijing. It was awarded to him after he handed over his assets to the state. This house was never occupied and has been locked up. Can you find someone to clean it tomorrow? I want to move in before the wedding." Why? Don't you want to live with me? Is it because you can't stand living together, or has someone offended you? Wu Yuanjing wasn't surprised when he heard about the house, because Shen's family was once the richest in Shanghai. If any assets suddenly appeared, he wouldn't be surprised. But when he heard Shin Jitong wanted to move out, he got anxious. "I'm living here just fine. But a few days before the wedding, I can't stay here anymore. We haven't even met properly. Don't you understand the rules, silly girl?" Under the lamp, the beauty smiled like a flower and Wu Yuanzheng was stunned. "Tang Tang, I will wash your feet." Wu Yuanzheng came again. In the end, not only did he wash her feet, but he also ate his fill. Shin Jitong, however, was exhausted and collapsed, feeling too lazy to move. But this kind of collapse was a lazy, comfortable feeling. Her whole body was warm, so much so that when Wu Yuanyang went to pour water, she quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, she found it was already midnight. Wu Yuanzheng was not beside her, probably obediently back in his study to sleep. Shin Jitong felt a bit annoyed. No. Next time Wu Yuanjing uses taking a foot bath as an excuse, she definitely won't give him a chance. She quickly entered her space, First drinking a cup of spiritual spring oolong tea to refresh herself, then began checking the ripeness of the fruit trees. After harvesting this batch of rice, she plans to try planting wheat. People in the north love eating noodles, and after living there for a long time, Wu's family's diet has started to change. If she plants wheat, she can grind it into flour later to make steamed buns and dumplings for Wu Yuanzheng. She can also plant a few rounds of corn. Steaming corn on the cob is quite tasty. For vegetables, she has already harvested 3 batches of Chinese cabbage, so she plans to plant green peppers and tomatoes instead. In the medicinal herb garden, she planted all the goji berries she bought from the frontier. Goji berries come in red and black varieties, which she can give to her parents-in-law for making tea to promote health. While enjoying her farm life, Shen Jitong calmed the fiery passion ignited earlier tonight. After a quick wash, she jumped into the swimming pool and swam for half an hour. As usual, she did various physical training, sweating profusely and feeling relaxed in both body and mind. Then she worked at her desk for 2 hours studying professional courses. While reading and drinking freshly squeezed apple carrot juice, her study efficiency was excellent. After finishing her routine activities in the space, Shen Jitong saw that the newly planted medicinal herbs and vegetable seeds had sprouted tender shoots before leaving. After some operations, she shook off the fear caused by the serial killer incident, and her body and mind returned to a more comfortable state. She left the space, lay on her big bed, and took a short nap. At 8 o'clock, Shen Jitong woke up. When she went out for breakfast, Wu Yuanzheng had already returned from his morning run, taken a shower, and was serving porridge. Seeing Shen Jitong appear with a lovely smile and recalling her charming appearance last night, Wu Yuanzheng felt a flutter in his heart. He quickly placed the porridge in front of her and said, "Breakfast is porridge and buns this morning." As their eyes met, Shen Jitong noticed his ears turning red. She couldn't help but smile, thinking, so this person can be shy too? Shen Jitong didn't dare tease him because they were in a public area. If a family member suddenly appeared, their dignity might be at risk. "All right, I haven't had porridge in a long time," she replied with a smile. They sat down together to eat breakfast. Just as they started, Wu Yuaning appeared. Shen Jitong felt a bit relieved. Although she had been thinking about something earlier, she didn't tease Wu Yuanjin, or else she might have been caught by Wu Yuaning now. "Good morning, third brother, third sister-in-law." Wu Yuaning has a cheerful personality. Shen Jitong is sure she isn't a complicated person, so she likes her and smiles. "Good morning, Yuaning. Do you have an early shift today?" Wu Yuaning works at the youth palace and has a relatively relaxed schedule. Sometimes she works night shifts so she can take days off. That's why, even on workdays, she might be at home relaxing. "Yes, I do. Working early shifts is fine, but I'm a bit scared of night shifts." "When will Brother Yang catch the culprit?" Wu Yuaning sighs. "Yuaning, don't walk alone at night during this time. If you have a night shift and no one can take you home, just call us. I'll come pick you up," Wu Yuanjin says without hesitation. "Okay." "Third brother is so kind," Wu Yuaning says sweetly. After breakfast, Shen Jitong and Wu Yuanjin go to her house in Beijing. This house was actually found by Shen Jitong from her grandfather's treasure chest. Inside the chest, there were many keys to houses. The keys were in different envelopes, each with several identical keys and a short note explaining what they were for. For example, the envelope for the house in Beijing had a note saying, "Number 128, Crescent Moon Alley, Beijing. Property handed over as a national reward." What Shen Jitong found most interesting was that her grandfather's properties were not only in China, but all over the world. There were properties in America, France, Britain, New Zealand, Switzerland, Australia, Germany, and more. Most of these properties were in prime locations, in the richest districts or city centers. There were also properties in Norway, Spain, and South Africa. Some were luxury apartments, others were villas, and in Britain, there was even a countryside farm and a castle. From the introduction letter her grandfather kept in the chest, Shen Jitong learned that these properties were not idle. They were managed through trust funds he set up. Professionals took care of the houses, renting them out or maintaining them regularly. The costs for maintenance were paid from the rental income. Shen Jitong felt a bit speechless, thinking that her grandfather was truly a genius at making money. He had already paved the way for her future. She didn't need to do anything. As soon as policies relaxed and the country opened its borders, she could go abroad and get in touch with a trust fund. Shen Jitong also understood the trust fund system quite well. She knew they operated within the law and that it was an ideal way for the younger generation to inherit their elders' assets without worries. However, she wasn't sure how well the trust fund was managed. Normally, this was a rare period of peace and development worldwide, and the global economy was on the rise. As long as her grandfather's assets abroad weren't losing money, it would be considered a good investment. Wu Yuanjing drove, and the two quickly arrived at the Crescent Alley on the Second Ring Road. The buildings in this alley are old, dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. They are famous historical sites, with some princely mansions and old celebrity residences still standing. Shen Jitong checked her watch. It took only about 15 minutes to drive from the Wu family home to here, which was quite close. Wu Yuanjing parked the car in an open space and looked around. Number 128, this is the one. It's at the front of the street. Not bad. The empty lot next to it is just right for parking 2 cars. This was her first time visiting this house. She walked to the door and saw that the house was built with blue bricks and gray tiles, showing a clear Mingqing style. The gate was exquisite. She used her key to open the door. She pushed open the large red lacquered doors with both hands. With a creak, she saw that the yard was not overgrown with weeds as she had imagined, but was well kept and tidy, as if the owner had just been there yesterday. Shen Jitong froze for a moment. She knew about this house from her grandfather's treasure chest, but didn't realize it was so well maintained. Someone must be taking care of it regularly. Yuanjing, it looks like I don't need to call anyone to clean it up. I feel like someone is taking care of this house. Wu Yuanjing stepped in and was also surprised. He nodded and said, "Yes, someone must be maintaining it. Otherwise, after so many years of no one living here, it would be overgrown with weeds. Do you know who might be taking care of it?" "I don't know." Shen Jitong only discovered the house key when she was organizing her storage boxes in the space after arriving in Beijing. Her grandfather only wrote down the location of the house, but didn't specify who was maintaining it. "Come in and take a look." Wu Yuanzheng held Shen Jitong's hand and walked ahead, shielding her with his body. This is the second courtyard, with a main hall at the front, a courtyard, and 2 bedrooms on each side of the hall. There are also 2 side rooms on each side. The layout of the second courtyard is the same. Inside the main hall and side rooms, the furniture is well arranged. Sofas, coffee tables, beds, desks, and chairs are all in place. It's fully ready for someone to move in with just a bag. Wu Yuanjing touched the furniture in the main hall. There was no dust at all. It was clear someone took good care of it. In the yard, there were potted plants. Because it was autumn, the branches of the plants had yellowed, but it was still obvious they were peony flowers, which bloomed beautifully. While they were looking around, someone hurriedly entered from outside the yard. Seeing the open gate, they loudly asked a question. Shen Jitong turned around and looked at the person. The visitor was an elderly man in his 60s. His hair was gray, but he wore traditional clothes, with bright eyes and a lively step. He looked like someone skilled in martial arts. "I am Shen Mingrui's granddaughter, Shen Jitong. This house should belong to my grandfather." "May I ask who you are, sir?" Shen Jitong guessed his identity, but wasn't sure if he had already taken over the property, so she was polite but cautious. "Young lady? You are the young lady? You look just like her. It's been many years. Have you forgotten me? I am Ho Donglai. I used to be the guardian of the shop in the capital for the old master. After he ended his business in the city, he asked me to help manage this house. I didn't expect that after so many years since the old master passed away, no one has come here. I thought you had forgotten about it. But luckily, young lady, you've finally come back." After hearing his introduction, Shen Jitong realized he was an old servant who had followed her grandfather. From his tone, it seemed he had no intention of claiming the house. She quickly bowed politely and said, "Uncle Ho, thank you for your hard work all these years." Not at all, young lady. It's my duty," Ho Donglai hurriedly responded. Then he invited them to sit in the main hall. boiled some water, and offered tea. Watching him perform these actions smoothly, it was clear he came here often. Shun Jitong also took the opportunity to introduce Wu Yuanzheng. Ho Donglai sighed and said that Shun Jitong was getting married soon. When she first came to the capital, she had still been a baby in her mother's arms. Hearing this, Shun Jitong realized that this wasn't her first time visiting the house. She had been here before, but as an infant, she had no memory of it. After hearing Ho Donglai's words, she felt a stronger connection to the house. After all, this place still held traces of her mother's presence. Imagining her mother walking around the rooms with her, Shun Jitong felt the last bit of distance between herself and the house disappear. Uncle Ho, the house looks quite clean. It's been well taken care of, she said, starting a conversation. Young miss, I usually come 2 or 3 times a week to check around. Although there's nothing valuable inside, there are some fine pieces of furniture, so I can't rest easy if I don't look after them. The house is cleaned every week by old Liu and his wife. They both worked for the master before the war, and they're trustworthy people. Thank you for your hard work. Has my grandfather been paying you? No matter what, since they cared so much about the house, if her grandfather's payments had stopped, she would make sure to continue them. She could tell that Ho Donglai managed the house with real care and emotion. Her grandfather must have helped him greatly in the past. Young miss, before the master passed away, he sent us money every year as wages. Before his death, he even sent us some gold bars, enough to cover 20 years of pay. Don't worry, the 20 years aren't up yet. Ho Donglai's face was full of gratitude. Oh, that's good. Since I'll be taking over the house, there should be about 6 years left, right? When the time comes, I'll make sure to continue the payments. Shun Jitong spoke clearly, making her intentions known. She was satisfied with Ho Donglai's work, planned to keep him on, and assured him that money wouldn't be a problem. Thank you. Young Mississippi, shall I show you around? Although they had already taken a quick look earlier, Shun Jitong and Wu Yuanjing stood up and followed Ho Donglai as he led them through the house again. Uncle Ho, I'll be getting married soon, so I plan to move back here for a while. I'll be leaving for my wedding from this house. Please help arrange the decorations. Not too fancy, just something fitting for the occasion. Ho Donglai heard this and happily said, Don't worry. These matters are on us, and everyone will be satisfied. Miss, where do you plan to stay when you return? When you came to the capital before, you stayed in the first side room on the east side of the backyard. It was clear that Ho Donglai knew Shun Jitong cared a lot about her mother, so he reminded her. Then I will stay in the room my mother used to live in. Sorry to trouble everyone. Shun Jitong took out a stack of money and handed it to Ho Donglai. There are 500 yuan along with meat and grain coupons for this occasion. If it's not enough, let me know. Ho Donglai felt that Shun Jitong was straightforward, just like her grandfather, so he didn't refuse. He took the money and coupons, asked about the wedding date, and after a quick calculation said, In 20 days, there's enough time. We can make it, then I'll leave it to Uncle Ho and everyone else. Shun Jitong then discussed with Ho Donglai what to buy, such as festive flowers, wedding banners, and new furniture. Because of the current situation, they couldn't do a big celebration, so they just decorated modestly, which wouldn't cost much. Ho Donglai was very experienced and, being older, knew all the customs for wedding celebrations in the capital. So, Shun Jitong found it easy to give him instructions. Some things she didn't understand, Ho Donglai explained to her one by one. Jitong, it's about time. We need to catch our flight. Wu Yuanjing checked his watch. It was now 10 o'clock. The airport was an hour and a half away. If they didn't leave now, they would miss the flight. They had already packed their luggage and, after visiting the house, their next stop was the airport. Shun Jitong didn't expect to meet old acquaintances at the old house. So, she talked with Ho Donglai for a while, but time was running short. Uncle Ho, you go ahead and handle things. I'll come back to contact you after I return to the capital. Shun Jitong estimated she wouldn't stay in Shanghai for more than 3 days. Okay, Mississippi, don't worry. I will handle everything properly. Ho Donglai saw them off to the gate. Although time was tight, Wu Yuanzheng remained calm and patient. His driving was smooth, not rushing to make up time by speeding. Initially, Shen Jitong was worried that Wu Yuanzing might step on the gas too hard when they left. But seeing him behave this way, she felt unexpectedly comfortable and asked, "Brother Yuanzing, if we miss the plane, will you blame me?" "Why would I blame you? If we miss this flight, we can just take the next one," Wu Yuanzing replied calmly, always having a backup plan. Shen Jitong paused slightly and said, "If it were my dad, he would get angry and start scolding. Anyone who delays his plans would face a harsh rebuke. People are different. I'm not like him. Don't worry, I handle problems directly and don't blame others for small mistakes. It's better that way." Actually, Shen Jitong wasn't just talking about Wu Xiaolong, she was also reflecting on her past life. Indeed, strong people stay calm and handle everything smoothly, never blaming others when things go wrong. Those who are weak tend to get furious. The more Shen Jitong thought about it, the more she saw Wu Yuanzheng as a treasure. Long-term relationships depend on paying attention to the small details of how people get along. Now, she felt more confident about living happily with Wu Yuanzheng. They arrived at the airport a little nervous but still on time. They caught their flight just in time. At the boarding gate, they met Sun Yongyang. The plane was a Soviet-style Ilyushin 18-propeller aircraft. It was Shen Jitong's first time flying on this model. When she saw it, she noticed it had 100 seats, all fully occupied. Most of the passengers were probably government officials. Right now, to fly, you still needed an official letter of introduction from your workplace or community committee. Shen Jitong didn't understand the technical details of the plane. Wu Yuanzheng explained everything. As a pilot, he knew all about the fighter jets and passenger planes currently in service in their country. Sun Yongyang sat 2 rows ahead of them. After takeoff, the flight attendants began serving meals. "Would you like some alcohol?" There was even Maotai liquor available. Shen Jitong was curious but didn't like drinking, so she ordered coffee. Wu Yuanjing asked for a cup of tea. The airplane food is actually pretty good," she said. Shen Jitong wasn't very picky about food and praised the meal on the plane. Wu Yuanjing felt something was a bit off. His wife was now very easy to take care of. When she was a child, she was quite particular about her food, but now she was very easygoing. What had happened in between? "You were very picky when you were little," Wu Yuanjing said affectionately, looking at her. "The first time I saw you at the other courtyard, you were thin, with slightly yellow hair. I wondered how you could be malnourished. Later, I realized you were very picky about food. This doesn't eat, that doesn't eat. Even your mother-in-law was almost driven crazy by you." "What? Was I that bad back then? And you still liked me?" Shen Jitong was speechless. She always thought that as a child, she must have been very adorable in Wu Yuanjing's eyes. Big eyes, fair skin like a doll, so cute it was almost too much. She never expected that in Wu Yuanjing's eyes, she was just a malnourished, yellow-haired girl. Of course, she whispered that last part softly into his ear. Her warm breath brushed against Wu Yuanjing's ear, making him feel ticklish. He couldn't help swallowing nervously, his voice low and hoarse. "You were just a kid back then. I saw you as my little sister." Shen Jitong was stunned. That made sense. She was just a little kid then, and Wu Yuanzing didn't have any romantic feelings for her. He probably started to change after his grandfather's engagement, right? Shen Jitong hummed softly, and Wu Yuanjing quickly leaned in closer and whispered, "I've only ever liked you." Shen Jitong believed him. She had tested this in her previous life. Feeling happy, she smiled cheerfully. After more than 2 hours of flying, the plane safely arrived in Shanghai. "Brother Yuanzheng, Sister Jitong, I've contacted the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. They will send a car to pick you up. After you finish handling the case, they'll take you home, okay?" Shen Jitong no longer had a home in Shanghai. But luckily, housekeeper Kai was still there. "That's fine, no problem." Wu Yuanjing nodded. They were young, and a 2-hour flight wasn't enough to tire them out. So, the 3 of them left the airport, found the car waiting for them, and headed straight to the police station. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau was greeted by Zhang Wulu, the detective who handled this case back then. He was still a young man like Sun Yongyang at the time, but now he was a middle-aged man with a face marked by experience. Back then, this case wasn't solved and the murderer wasn't caught. It's been a regret of mine ever since. The murder case must be solved. Although the case is still open, I received a call from little son yesterday and I couldn't sleep all night. Many memories from those years kept flooding my mind. Zhang Wulu is now a deputy director, but he still remembers this case very clearly. The criminal killed 5 young women, each in the same way. When their bodies were found, their eyes were covered and their hands were crossed on their stomachs. Because the criminal's methods were cruel and strange, if the news hadn't been kept secret, it would have caused panic in society. They used many detective methods, but couldn't catch the killer. Shin Jitong was the closest to the criminal during that time, and she was the only survivor. When Zhang Wulu saw that the tall, bright girl was the survivor from back then, he was so moved that he cried. It's lucky. If you had been harmed back then, we would feel even more guilty and responsible. Zhang Wulu looked at Shen Jitong's energetic face and felt relieved that she didn't seem to be haunted by that case. Now I remember Uncle Zhang.
You were young then.
When you visited me in the hospital, you wore casual clothes, brought me candy, and asked some questions related to the case. But I was so scared at the time that my mind shut down to protect myself. I remember you told me, "It's okay. Forget it if you want. Don't remember if you can. Just live well." Triggered by the face in her memory, Shin Jitong recalled more details. Yes, that's what I said back then, and I truly meant it. It seems that today, your ability to remember again shows you have the courage to face the past. Zhang Wulu felt very pleased. We are now focused on catching the killer. I worry that the murderer in Beijing might come back to commit more crimes and might want to eliminate Jitong completely. Wu Yuanzheng explained their reason for being involved. Based on the methods and features of the case, it's possible to link the crimes and identify the same person as the killer for now. If that's the case, to silence him, he might harm Jitong again. Although we didn't know back then why he stopped, his reappearance now is a very dangerous sign. As long as we don't catch him, there will be more victims in the future. Analysis of Zhang Wulu. Director Zhang, I think we can make a list of people who lived locally within a 50-kilometer radius at the time of the incident but moved to the capital city after the case stopped. We can check them one by one. Once we identify suspects, Sister Jitan can help confirm, Sun Yangyang suggested. Okay, that's a good idea. I will have my team cooperate. Zhang Wulu suddenly understood. If this idea helps us catch the killer, then any future crimes by him would be a betrayal of the people. Since the number of people who moved from Shanghai to the capital isn't large, we can find their records easily. If he doesn't commit crimes in the capital, we can't narrow down the search. But if he commits another crime there, it gives us a clear area to look for him. They started a meeting to analyze the case. Zhang Wulu called some skilled detectives to help. During their few days in Shanghai, they mainly focused on checking people and reviewing old case files to find clues and compare with the cases in the capital. The work was going smoothly. In the evening, Wu Yuanzheng borrowed a car from the Shanghai police and took Shin Jitong back to the villa. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao He ran out happily, wagging its tail and circling around the car. When Shin Jitong got out, it barked excitedly. Wu Yuanzheng patted its head and said, Xiao He is already about 10 years old. In dog years, he's quite old, but he's getting more energetic. Master Kai feeds him well. Shen Jitong smiled happily. This is the power of spiritual spring. She wouldn't say it aloud. Master Kai heard the noise and hurried out. Seeing them, he was very happy and said, Young master, young lady, you're back? Have you eaten? If not, I'll go cook now. While in the capital, Shin Jitong called back to talk about their wedding plans. Seeing them suddenly appear, Master Kai was naturally excited. Master Kai, we've already eaten outside, so you don't need to worry, Wu Yuanzheng quickly said. Shen Jitong opened the trunk, and Wu Yuanzheng helped carry the luggage. Master Kai, we'll stay here tonight. The villa in the city has been rented out to the government, so we have nowhere else to stay. Why are you talking? This is your home. Feel free to settle in. I have some news about your father going to Hong Kong that I can share with you. Housekeeper Kai's words made Shin Jitong perk up with curiosity. Wu Yuanzheng saw his wife's curious expression and secretly smiled. He realized his wife loved gossip very much. As long as she could hear gossip, whether about herself or others. She was very interested. Housekeeper Kai, I need to leave first. You and Ji Tong can chat. I have work overtime tonight, so I'll be back late. Just leave the door unlocked so I don't wake you. Wu Yuanjing couldn't stay to listen to gossip with his wife. They didn't have much time in Shanghai, and he wanted to make the most of it. All right, sir, don't worry. I'll take good care of Miss Shen. Wu Yuanjing carried his suitcase into the house, said a few words to Shin Jitong, then left for the Public Security Bureau in Shanghai. Housekeeper Kai, I brought some herbs and local snacks from Beijing this time. How have you been feeling lately? After more than a month apart, Shin Jitong saw that Housekeeper Kai looked very healthy and in good spirits. Kai lowered his head and pointed to his head, saying, Look, I've grown black hair among my white hair. Do you think I'm in good health? Shin Jitong looked and saw it was true. Kai used to have all white hair, but now about 1/3 of it was black. Plus, he looked healthy and not sick, so he looked much younger. Housekeeper Kai, tell me, how is Wu Xiaolong's family doing now? Shin Jitong sat down eagerly and asked, pouring a cup of spiritual spring water tea for Kai to rinse his mouth. Miss, I also got news from an old friend in Hong Kong. Their influence there is strong, so from the moment their ship arrived at the Hong Kong dock, they were under surveillance. Next, Shin Jitong listened eagerly to the story of Wu Xiaolong's family's experiences in Hong Kong. Wu Xiaolong's family lost all their valuables on the cargo ship. After giving their jewelry and gold bars to the captain, they were allowed to board a ship to Hong Kong. On the way, Zhang Lisha and Liu Xiaomei not only became the captain's playthings, but also used their charm to sell themselves to the crew. The crew members could freely choose any of the women to serve as long as they paid for food and expenses. At first, Zhang Lisha and Liu Xiaomei tried to hide their interactions with Wu Xiaolong, but when they saw he didn't react, they stopped hiding and openly flirted with the crew members in front of him. Wu Xiaolong was furious, but knew that only 2 women could bring back food and drinks, so he pretended not to see. By relying on his wife for this kind of work, Wu's family managed to make it to Hong Kong. Because they lost all their belongings stored in the shipping container, Wu Xiaolong's dreams of living in a hillside villa and running a big company vanished. As soon as they arrived, they faced the problems of finding a place to live and daily meals. Wu Xiaolong had no choice but to rummage through his luggage, pawning his gold tie clip and suit to get some money, which allowed them to rent a small, dark room in Kowloon walled city. The room was very small, less than 13 square meters, and with what they had, they could only afford to rent it for 2 months. The 5 of them finally arrived in Hong Kong and moved into a local house. Wu's family started a life with many challenges. The person in charge of Kai had already been watching them since they arrived. Soon after arriving, Wu's family faced many difficulties. They wanted to find jobs, but no one would hire them, even for simple tasks like washing dishes or assembling plastic flowers, because they lacked legal identification. Without proper IDs, they dared not walk on the streets during the day, fearing police questioning. If caught by the police, they would be sent back to the mainland, and that would be the end of their lives here. Wu Yaozu lost 20 pounds. His once trembling, overweight body became so thin that his abdominal muscles showed. If he kept starving, he might become very weak. Xianfen looked pale and no longer behaved like a wealthy young lady. She spent her days worried and sat at home. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisha worked hard. A week after arriving in Hong Kong, she went to a nightclub, introduced herself to the owner, and offered her services. The owner thought she was too old, but she said that aging was natural and being open-minded could help her find her target customers. Her words moved the owner, who allowed her to start working there. She worked for a week and managed to meet an old man with a white beard, around 60 years old, who owned a small foreign trade business and was doing some small deals. His income was decent. One day, she ran away with the old man. Wu Xiaolong only realized that the old lover he had supported for over 10 years had abandoned him when she didn't come home for 2 nights in a row, and her belongings disappeared. He felt like a useless piece of meat that even dogs wouldn't chew, and even his old lover looked down on him. Wu Xiaolong's landlord in Kowloon walled city seemed to feel a bit sorry for him and told him he could try his luck at the casino. When luck is at its worst, things might suddenly turn around. Wu Xiaolong was moved by these words and, with his last 500 yuan, rushed into the casino. Sure enough, the landlord was right. On his first try, Wu Xiaolong won 1,200 yuan. He became addicted to this quick way to change his fate and spent all his days at the casino. But after a few small wins, he started losing again. He kept winning and losing until one day, the casino boss told him he owed more than 10,000 yuan in high-interest loans. When asked when he could pay it back, Wu Xiaolong was stunned. When did he owe so much money? He remembered that during his reckless gambling, he had signed many loan agreements, but he was so caught up in the wins and losses that he didn't think clearly. It turned out he had borrowed over 10,000 yuan. How could he pay it back? The boss said he had no money, so he told Wu Xiaolong to clean up the money and send it to the casino to work as a female dealer. This kind of female dealer wasn't an ordinary worker. She was there to serve the big clients. Wu Xiaolong looked at the IOU the boss threw at him and realized he had used money as collateral, pawning himself to the casino. What could Wu Xiaolong do now? He returned to his small, run-down rented room and, pretending to be strict like his father, ordered the now-depressed Qianfen to start working at the casino as a beautiful dealer from the next day. Qianfen thought her father had found her a good job and was happy to agree. But late at night, Lu Xiaomei found the IOU in Wu Xiaolong's pocket and discovered that Qianfen had been pawned to the casino. She realized that being a dealer wasn't a proper job. Lu Xiaomei was so angry she slapped Wu Xiaolong several times and woke him up from his deep sleep. Wu Xiaolong was furious and wanted to hit her, but when he saw the IOU in her hand, he suddenly dared not raise his voice. Lu Xiaomei told Wu Xiaolong to figure out how to deal with the IOU himself and made it clear she would never let Qianfen work as a dealer. Wu Xiaolong said that girls are just money losers. After raising her for so many years, it's time to repay her kindness. When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she was furious. She grabbed a kitchen knife and tried to attack him. Wu Xiaolong dodged quickly and used his hand to block, but Lu Xiaomei cut his wrist. Seeing one of his hands cut off and lying on the ground, Lu Xiaomei was stunned. Wu Xiaolong was hurt badly and fainted from the pain. Fearing that someone might get hurt or worse, Lu Xiaomei begged the landlord for help. The landlord, who was familiar with the area, calmly took some ice from the fridge, put it along with Wu Xiaolong's severed hand into a plastic bag, and then took him to a private clinic. Yes, a private clinic. Although Hong Kong now offers free healthcare for the poor, it only applies to those with Hong Kong IDs. Wu Xiaolong's family was illegal immigrants without Hong Kong IDs. Even if they went to a public hospital, they couldn't get free treatment. So, the landlord took him to a private clinic. This clinic mainly served darker-skinned gangs and was skilled at treating severe injuries like amputations, knife wounds, and gunshot wounds. However, private clinics are expensive. Treating someone with a whole hand cut off, like Wu Xiaolong, is very difficult and costly. The doctor asked for 5,000 Hong Kong dollars up front and refused treatment if it wasn't paid immediately. Lu Xiaomei was worried that if Wu Xiaolong died, the police might arrest her or even accuse her of murder, possibly sentencing her to death. She begged the doctor to treat him first, promising to pay the bill later. But since the clinic was in Kowloon Walled City, which was known for its gangs, it was unlikely they were doing charity work. The doctor coldly refused Lu Xiaomei's plea. Sign this agreement and pay me in installments. I will cover his medical expenses. Just as Lu Xiaomei was desperate, the landlord pulled out a prepared contract. In their current impression, Hong Kong people seem to always have some kind of exploitative contracts ready. Lu Xiaomei looked closely and realized it was a high-interest loan agreement. The landlord borrowed 6,000 Hong Kong dollars from them, charging an initial interest of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, leaving 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. They would pay back 2,500 Hong Kong dollars each month until the debt was fully repaid. Lu Xiaomei felt helpless and had no choice but to sign. If she didn't sign, she wouldn't have money to pay Wu Xiaolong's medical bills. With money, the doctors would act quickly. As for doctors willing to open clinics in Kowloon Walled City, their skills are indeed impressive. Even though Wu Xiaolong's hand was broken for over half an hour, The doctor still managed to set it properly. However, setting the bone was only part of the work. The doctor said that his right hand would be useless in the future, unable to lift heavy objects or use his fingers. In other words, it became a useless hand, just for show. When Wu Xiaolong woke up and saw his hand like that, he roared in anger. But he could do nothing about it. He couldn't possibly go and hurt Liu Xiaomei, could he? Meanwhile, the next morning, the casino boss Wu Xiaolong owed money to sent thugs to forcefully drag his sister, Qian Feng, out of her house, shove her into a van, and drive her to the casino. Wu Yaozu wanted to rescue his sister, but was beaten badly by the thugs, getting a black eye, a swollen face, and even a broken rib, rolling on the ground in pain. But the family had no money left for his treatment, so they had to let him endure the pain and wait for his bones to heal naturally. Living like this, their family in Hong Kong must be miserable, right? Shen Jitong felt very pleased and clapped her hands repeatedly. The suffering she endured in her past life, she now wanted Wu Xiaolong and his family to experience the same. Otherwise, when she was in the mainland, she had many chances to strike, even to the point of making them disappear on a cargo ship. No problem at all. The ship captain wouldn't care if they jumped into the sea. He would just assume they were gone. But killing them immediately would be too easy on them. Without money, this lazy, unprepared family living in Hong Kong was suffering a living. Miss, this is all the information I've gathered recently. No matter how things develop later, I will report to you. Although Kai, the housekeeper, had known this information for a while, seeing Miss Shin so eager for revenge, he couldn't help but feel the same. Very good, housekeeper Kai. It seems your friends in Hong Kong are very helpful, providing such detailed reports. I will thank them when I get the chance. Sooner or later, I will go to Hong Kong. Shen Jitong remembered her grandfather's properties and shops in Hong Kong, as well as assets around the world. Once she could go abroad, she was determined to take over and manage them. Otherwise, with time passing, unforeseen dangers might arise. My friends and I used to hang out in Shanghai years ago, and I received a lot of help from the old master. When I mention your matter, they all become very eager to help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know so much. After Mr. Kai finished speaking, he was about to prepare a late-night snack for Shen Jitong. Shen Jitong waved her hand to refuse, saying she wasn't hungry. She had traveled all day and worked at the police station for most of the day. She was tired and wanted to rest early. Oh, by the way, Zhao Xian has gone to the countryside. He recently wrote back, saying he's adjusting well there. Because of his connection to the family, the village chief is taking special care of him. Zhao Xian has asked the village chief for an old house to live in alone. He's currently renovating it and it should be ready in about 2 weeks. Once the young lady arrives, she can move in smoothly. That's great. Zhao Xian is really capable. Shen Jitong received another good news. After Mr. Kai went back to rest, Shen Jitong added spiritual spring water to the water jar and poured spiritual rice into the rice container, mixing it with the original rice. Then, she took out common fruits like grapes, pears, and apples from her space. Whether it was Wu Yuanzheng or Mr. Kai, they would think these fruits were bought just now. Little Black hadn't slept yet and ran into the room to nuzzle her. Shen Jitong patted Little Black's head and said, "Little Black, I'll give you some spiritual spring water." Afterward, she went outside and replaced the water in its water bowl with spiritual spring water. Little Black, being smart, immediately started drinking eagerly. Shen Jitong watched it finish drinking and then filled the bowl again. Little Black drank up 2 bowls of water. When she added more, it couldn't drink anymore. Seeing it lying on the ground and falling asleep, Shen Jitong couldn't help but smile. She returned to the guest room, locked the door, and stepped into her space. The peaches in the orchard were ripe, their fragrant aroma tempting Shen Jitong to eat too. The vegetables in her space were growing well, and the storage cabinet contained tomatoes, cucumbers, water spinach, and Shanghai greens. Shen Jitong planned to put the vegetables in the kitchen early tomorrow, claiming she bought them at the morning market. Today had been a bit tiring. Shen Jitong didn't do any physical training. After washing up, she lay down and fell asleep immediately. "Are you Shen Jitong?" Yes, Is your mother Shinyu? Yes, cough, cough. Suddenly, Shin Jitong felt a man grabbing her neck, nearly suffocating her. Suddenly, his hand loosened slightly, and he asked her a few questions. Shin Jitong's throat filled with fresh air, making her cough uncontrollably. At this moment, she could only answer the killer's questions honestly. The man looked at her fiercely. Shin Jitong saw the outline of his eyes clearly, and her head suddenly throbbed. These eyes, so familiar. Shin Jitong screamed and suddenly woke up. She had a nightmare. She saw the killer. Although she was in a comfortable space with the temperature set at 26 degrees, Shin Jitong touched her forehead, which was sweaty, and her body was soaked with sweat. She was sure that the nightmare she just had was the scene when the killer strangled her years ago. That moment was stored deep in her mind. Even though her memories had been interrupted when she was in the capital, they reappeared vividly now. Dreams make you feel like you are really there. The fear and tension from back then came rushing back, making every move and expression of the killer seem even more intense. Shin Jitong had a strong feeling that since the killer knew her, he would try to hurt her again. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a shower, changed into dry pajamas, and lay back in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she got up, decided to write down her memories before they faded, and went to the study. She picked up a pen and paper and sketched the terrifying eyes. As she stared at the drawing, her thoughts became complicated. Outside the space, dawn broke. Shin Jitong left the space and placed fresh fruits and vegetables in the kitchen. Then she started cooking rice porridge, stir-fried vegetables, and eggs. The food was ready, and the fragrant rice porridge was bubbling on the stove. She carried the pot to the iron rack and set it down before leaving the house to move around. It was 6 o'clock. The morning light was just beginning, and no one was on the country road. Breathing in the fresh country air, her anger from the nightmare last night was slowly fading. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass by the roadside. A snake, about the size of a fist and 2 meters long, slithered out of the grass and moved toward Shin Jitong's feet. She was startled and about to dodge, but then she saw the faint hard horns on its head and remembered who it was. "Little flower, you've grown so big." The snake saw her, bowed its head obediently, and circled around her. Shin Jitong smiled and said, "You haven't caused trouble in the village, have you? There are too many people here. If you're caught, it could be dangerous. It's better to go to the mountains." It seemed that Little Flower could understand her words. It nodded. Shin Jitong was surprised but also happy. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then took out a large bowl from her space and poured spiritual spring water into it. Little Flower eagerly lowered its head into the bowl and started drinking happily. Soon the bowl was empty. It happily swam around Shin Jitong. "Little Flower, go to the mountain over there. Don't hurt anyone, okay? Live well in the mountains." She pointed to the distant mountain. Little Flower nodded again. At that moment, distant footsteps came from the village road. Little Flower hesitated, circled around Shin Jitong once more, then slipped into the grass and disappeared. Shin Jitong returned to the courtyard. Wu Yuanzheng had just gotten up, dressed in training clothes and shorts, ready to go for a run. "Tang Tang, getting up so early." "Yes, I've prepared the food. You should go for your run now. Come back and eat." Wu Yuanjing looked at his lovely wife with a bright smile, couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Then, as if rewarded, he happily ran off. "Young lady, have you finished cooking? And are these dishes also bought by you?" Housekeeper Kai also got up. The old man woke early and went to bed early. "Yes, I saw these vegetables and fruits are quite fresh, so I bought more." Seeing that he didn't suspect anything, Shin Jitong confidently told a lie. "Oh, the young lady is so lucky. I've lived in the countryside for years and have never seen such fresh and beautiful vegetables and fruits at the morning market. Only 5-star hotels in Shanghai use ingredients like these." "Hee hee, Little Black, do you want to eat too?" she asked on purpose, seeing Little Black eagerly circling the table. Actually, Little Black didn't want porridge. It wanted to drink spiritual spring water. Both it and Little Flower were lucky to have the chance to drink the spring water. Once they drank it, they couldn't resist the smell, and immediately rushed over. Shun Jitong patted its head. When she looked outside the courtyard, she saw that the spiritual spring water she had prepared for it last night before bed was all gone. No wonder this little guy was back, asking for more. Seeing it jump and bounce, with strong muscles, Shun Jitong thought that the little black dog now looked like a young dog of 3 or 4 years old, and anyone would believe it. She refilled Little Black's water bowl. Sure enough, Little Black stopped fussing and obediently drank the water. Housekeeper Kai smiled and said, "Little Black doesn't like drinking water much. I didn't expect that as soon as Miss feeds it, it will drink obediently. The little guy is quite smart," Shun Jitong muttered happily. Wu Yuanjing finished his 5-kilometer run quickly, in less than 20 minutes. Usually, if he had free time, he would run 10 kilometers. But if he had a busy day, he would just run 5 kilometers quickly to keep his basic fitness. Time to eat. As soon as he returned, Shun Jitong, waiting for him, also fried some meat patties. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma, which made Wu Yuanjing hungry. This feeling was wonderful. Wu Yuanjing smiled happily and sat down comfortably. The three of them started eating. Mrs. cooking skills are really good. I didn't expect Miss to be so clever and good at everything, Housekeeper Kai praised as he enjoyed the tasty meat patty, feeling it so delicious he almost bit his tongue. Is there a need to say? As clever as I am, I can learn anything, Shun Jitong said relaxed in front of her family. That's right, Housekeeper Kai said, feeling the meat patty become even more delicious. Ever since I recovered from that serious illness, my teeth have gotten better, and everything tastes better. Shun Jitong secretly smiled, knowing it was the power of the spiritual spring, but she couldn't say it. Housekeeper Kai, eat more if you can. By the way, do you know Ho Donglai from the capital? I found the house my grandfather left in the capital and met him there. He said he has been maintaining the house all these years. It looks well taken care of. Know him? Of course I do. He came to Shanghai early on. He's the old master's bodyguard. In the capital, he was quite a hero. Once he was caught off guard and got into trouble, and he was sued. The old master helped him hire a top lawyer and got him out. That case almost ruined him. If the old master hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Since then, he swore loyalty to the old master and became his right-hand man in the capital. I remember the old master entrusted him with the house in the capital. In the past, you and the young lady were not so free, so I never brought it up, afraid it might cause you trouble. Now that you are married in the capital city, it is time to take back the house there. How about it? Has Lord Ho Easton been kind to you? Housekeeper Kai asked worriedly.
No, Lord Ho is very nice.
I told him everything about the house before I got married. That's good. Right now, I can't go far because of my status, and they won't give me a letter of introduction. I can't attend the young lady's wedding, but I can ask old Lord Ho to help with the arrangements.
How set guy sai Z for fun?
Shun Jitong felt the pressure Housekeeper Kai was under and thought of her own situation. Recently, she had been feeling relaxed and carefree, but it was partly because of Wu Yuanjing's protection. It's hard to imagine that he, unlike most men, didn't just give her a little favor and then constantly remind her to repay him. His love is like spring rain, quietly nourishing everything. After dinner, Housekeeper Kai cleared the dishes. Shun Jitong called Wu Yuanjing into the yard and said, "Brother Yuanjing, I had a dream last night. I dreamed about the time when the murderer was choking me. I think I remember who it might be, but you probably won't believe me." How could I not believe you? Wu Yuanjing's eyes were deep. When Shun Jitong looked at him, only she reflected in his eyes. Mentioning that name was a big risk. What if Wu Yuanjing got angry with her over this? Her hard-won peace and happiness in this life could vanish in an instant. Her eyes looked a little lost. Jitong, you have to trust me. Even if the person you mention surprises me, as long as he is the murderer, he will face justice. Wu Yuanjing saw her hesitation and stepped forward to hold her hand. Shun Jitong threw herself into his arms. She pressed her face against Wu Yuanjing's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, like a war drum, making her blood boil. "All right, I'll tell you." Shun Jitong whispered a name into his ear. Wu Yuanzheng froze, his body stiffening. She sensed his reaction and felt a pang of sadness. Does he not believe her? It seems that next, they will silence her. First, they will try to weaken her confidence, perhaps by telling her that her dreams are not real, and advise her not to believe or spread rumors. If they cannot hide the truth, they will ask her to focus on harmony, pretend that nothing happened, and forget what that person looked like. If everything happens this way, Shun Jitong will definitely choose to leave him without hesitation. Tang Tang, I believe in you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wu Yuanjing's voice, filled with surprise and restraint, reaches her ears. Housekeeper Kai moves in and out of the kitchen and dining room, occasionally glancing at a corner of the yard. Sometimes he sees the young lady talking, and other times the young master nodding in response. His gaze never leaves the young lady's face. Although housekeeper Kai cannot hear what they are saying, he feels very reassured. The young master's look at the young lady is completely different from Wu Xiaolong's. Wu Xiaolong's gaze is full of flattery and always humble. Such a man, once successful, might turn against her. This is human nature. But the young master's eyes are full of admiration. They look at each other as equals. The old master's judgment is still better than the young lady's. Housekeeper Kai feels that since the young lady returned, his legs and energy have improved, and he feels more spirited. He plans to cook a few more dishes at noon so that old Zhao and his wife can come over and join the fun. Soon, the young master drives away. Shun Jitong stays behind. Wu Yuanzheng tells her to rest at home. He will do his best to investigate the case, especially now that Shun Jitong has provided the most important clue. He just needs to follow this lead to find the culprit and lock him down. Investigating the case is beyond her ability, so Shun Jitong does everything she can. She obediently stays at the other courtyard, where she can also spend more time with housekeeper Kai and Little Black. Young lady, I'll ask Little Black to call old Zhao. How about we have a family lunch together? Good idea. It's been a long time since I saw Uncle Zhao. Shun Jitong happily nods. Little Black receives the order and rushes out, soon disappearing from sight. Little Black is getting more mischievous as he gets older. He used to be so calm. Housekeeper Kai shakes his head. I'm going to market to buy some meat and seafood. Shun Jitong volunteers. No need, I will buy it myself. I'll go. I like to buy whatever I want to eat. Shun Jitong said this on purpose. Sure enough, housekeeper Kai agreed and said, all right, you pick what you like and buy it. Shun Jitong went out for a casual walk and on her way home, carried a big piece of pork belly, a basket of 2 large ribbon fish, a few small yellow croakers, a bunch of freshwater spinach, a basket of potatoes, and a bunch of Shanghai greens. Although she had some vegetables in the kitchen earlier that morning, it was only enough for one meal. Now she could use this as an excuse to add more. Of course, she also couldn't forget the fruit, pomelos, starfruit, papayas, and autumn pears, packed in a small basket. After thinking for a moment, Shun Jitong also took 5 jin of rice. With so many vegetables and fruits, she packed everything into 2 woven bags, carrying one in each hand, and easily headed home. When she arrived, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Hu were already there. Seeing Shun Jitong with her bags, Aunt Hu and Uncle Zhao quickly came out to help. Young miss, you're really strong. Such heavy things, and you can still carry them. Uncle Zhao found the bags of potatoes and rice quite heavy when helping her. Aunt Hu was also surprised. From what she saw, Shun Jitong must have worked hard to be able to carry such heavy loads so nimbly. A little sourness rose in her heart. She secretly thought that when young miss went to the southeast base, she should ask Zhao Xian to help her more. It's not heavy. Don't think I'm thin. I actually have quite a lot of strength. Uncle Zhao, you can make braised pork, right? I'll leave this pork belly to you. Aunt Hu, last time you said you could make potato salad. I happen to have some potatoes here. Housekeeper Kai, oyster sauce water spinach, scallion and stir-fried, soy sauce fish, steamed yellow croaker. These are all up to you. Such a lot of dishes? Even more than our New Year feast. Uncle Zhao was happy but not surprised. Shun Jitong came from a wealthy family, so she had some background. All right, make everything. As long as young miss can eat, I'll be satisfied. Housekeeper Kai happily took the seafood and went to wash it under the water tap in the yard. Everyone started to get busy. Shinji Tong wanted to help wash vegetables, but was stopped by Aunt Hu told her to go play with Little Black instead. At home, everyone spoiled her like a child. Shinji Tong then started cutting the fruit into segments, skewering each piece with a toothpick, and brought a big basin of it to the kitchen so everyone could snack while working. Then she took out 2 large jars of freshly squeezed juice and poured 3 big cups, placing them in the kitchen. However, she didn't dare dilute the juice completely with pure spring water. This way, the juice would be just right for nourishing her body, without causing strange reactions like diarrhea or black sweat. Otherwise, she might scare the elderly too much. After finishing these tasks, Shinji Tong happily sat on a cool chair in the yard, ate a piece of fruit, took a sip of juice, and absent-mindedly flipped through a book. Little Black lay at her feet. This peaceful scene made her feel happy inside. Although she knew a tough storm was coming, with such good weather, delicious food, and loved ones around her, she thought she might as well relax and enjoy the pleasant moment. Shinji Tong lay on the lounge chair, covering her face with a book, and fell asleep unknowingly. When Wu Yuanzheng returned home, he saw this scene. Little Black was snoring under the lounge chair, and Shinji Tong was sleeping with a book over her face. His usual restless energy disappeared instantly when he saw such a relaxed scene. He gently lifted the book from her face, seeing her sleeping soundly, and hesitated for a moment whether to wake her. Yuanzheng, you're back? Unexpectedly, Shinji Tong woke up herself. Yes, it's almost noon. Tang, time to get up and eat. Wu Yuanzheng's large hand gently stroked her smooth cheek. The touch made him unable to stop. Wu Yuanzheng's hands, long used to martial arts and operating machinery, had calluses on the palms. As he gently rubbed her face, she felt a slight itch. I was reading and fell asleep without realizing it, Shinji Tong yawned, not mentioning her nightmares, but Wu Yuanzheng's eyes darkened. Nightmares had caused her to lack sleep. Are you afraid? If you are, I'll sleep with you tonight, Wu Yuanzheng said. I'll come back early. Sleep with me? Thinking about the antics in their new home in the capital, her cheeks flushed. She said, No, I'm not afraid. Don't misunderstand. You sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Seeing her cheeks turn red, Wu Yuanzheng quickly explained. He really wanted to get married soon so he could officially stay by her side every night. At this moment, Housekeeper Kai saw Wu Yuanzheng had also returned home and went out to greet him. Both of them responded at the same time. Housekeeper Kai then realized he seemed to have entered a scene he shouldn't have. As I get older, my eyes are getting worse. I can't see things clearly even when they are right in front of me. He quickly started talking to himself to make up for it. It's better not to say anything, but once he did, Shinji Tong's face turned even redder. Just now, when Housekeeper Kai came out, Wu Yuanzheng had just kissed her forehead. Scallion and stir-fried with braised pork, soy sauce waterfish, potato salad, steamed yellow croaker, oyster sauce Shanghai greens, such a rich meal? More dishes than during New Year's. Wu Yuanzheng looked at the table full of food and was also surprised. These dishes are each our specialties. You should try them. Housekeeper Kai cheerfully took out a bottle of Bailey's Irish cream, saying, This bottle was a gift from the master. I've kept it all this time and didn't want to drink it. See, some of the alcohol has evaporated, so it's not full anymore. But today I'm happy, so I must drink it. Bailey's Irish cream isn't very strong, just for a toast. Wu Yuanzheng knew the old master was celebrating them, so he didn't refuse the drink. Otherwise, he wouldn't normally drink alcohol when working. Aunt Hu served everyone a big bowl of rice. Nowadays, not every meal includes rice. Most people eat porridge 3 times a day, and it's usually very thin, almost like clear water, so thin you can see the moon through it. A big bowl of rice like this could last them 2 days if they were just making porridge. But there was no choice. Shinji Tong had cooked a pot of rice, and wasting it would be a shame. Housekeeper Kai poured everyone some wine. Shinji Tong picked up a piece of the trembling braised pork, which melted in his mouth, full of meat aroma, and praised, Uncle Zhao, your braised pork is very authentic. It's very appetizing, fat but not greasy, lean but not dry, just right. Haha, the master has also tasted my braised pork before, and he praised me just like that back then. Old Zhao was so happy his beard almost flew off. This crab is very flavorful. I like it, Shun Jitong said after trying the crab. Miss, try my mashed potato salad. I learned how to make it when I worked at a Western restaurant, Aunt who quickly handed a spoonful to Shun Jitong. Shun Jitong ate it, his eyes shining. Delicious. The mashed potatoes are smooth and cool, with a faint creamy taste, just like what I had at the Western restaurant. Aunt who, it seems your cooking skills haven't declined. The three elders all smiled happily at Shun Jitong's praise. At this moment, Housekeeper Kai suggested everyone raise their glasses to celebrate Miss Xiao and Wu Yuanjing, who are about to get married. The 5 glasses clinked with a crisp sound. Everyone drank up. After dinner, they rested for a while, and Wu Yuanjing drove back to the city bureau. In the morning, Shin Jitong handed Wu Yuanjing a sketch of her eyes. Although she wanted to mention that name, she ultimately didn't say it, because no one can be sure about what happened in the dream. She gave Wu Yuanjing some clues, believing he and Sun Yangyang would find something. Housekeeper Kai and old Zhao played chess. Aunt, who tidied up the kitchen. Shun Jitong wanted to help, but she firmly refused, saying Miss Xiao is delicate and shouldn't do rough work. Instead, Aunt who only made each person a big cup of green tea to show her kindness. Wu Yuanjing, who usually leaves early and returns late, came back quite early that night, arriving home by 8. It was obvious he was deep in thought. Shun Jitong sensed he had uncovered some clues.
She didn't ask.
Wu Yuanjing stayed silent at home until everyone had gone to their rooms, then knocked on Shin Jitong's door. Tang dang, I found an important clue, surprisingly from someone I never suspected. But because all the clues point to him, it triggered my memories. Actually, no one knows that when I found you back then, you were lying on the ground with blood behind your head. I was anxious and upset, wanting to carry you, but someone hit me on the head from behind with a heavy stick, and I fainted. Before I was hit, I heard strange sounds behind me. I turned around once, and I think I saw the person's face, but they immediately knocked me out. When I woke up, I instinctively touched the back of my head. There was no bleeding, but I had a bump. Seeing you still unconscious, I quickly carried you and ran to the main road. At the hospital, seeing how unwell you were, I didn't care about my own injury. The adults didn't notice the bump under my hair either. Since then, I've been trying to remember who hit me, but I just can't. When I heard the doctor say you had amnesia, I felt the same way, like I had lost my memory too. Our amnesia is just a way to avoid facing reality and to protect ourselves. This morning, I looked at the sketch you gave me, and over the past few days, I compared clues to find out who moved from Shanghai to Beijing 12 years ago until now. At last, I have clear evidence. I never expected that the person the clues pointed to was him. Maybe I was shocked because my lost memories suddenly came back. I looked back, and the first thing I saw was half of his face. He probably saw me turn my head and, afraid I would see his full face, he knocked me out. He didn't realize I had already seen him. Because of that, he didn't kill me. You could say, both of us survived a terrible ordeal. Over the years, I've been thinking hard, trying to remember who hit me. I know that if I can remember, the criminal who hurt you back then can be caught. But no matter how hard I try, I can't break free from these locked memories. Today, I finally remembered. Brother Yuanzheng, I didn't expect you to suffer from amnesia too. Do you remember who that person is now? Shun Jitong asked on purpose. Your sketch, his eyes are exactly the same. When I saw it this morning, my heart skipped a beat. I couldn't believe it was him. But today, I went to a hospital in Shanghai and checked his medical records from back then. I confirmed he had a hidden illness. I also compared a few key times and found that the time he committed the crime matches those dates. It's very likely that he is the murderer. The problem now is because so much time has passed, the only witnesses who are still alive are you and me. Words aren't enough. We can't convict him. If we try to catch him based only on these clues, he might be arrested today but released tomorrow. Wu Yuanzheng sighed. Then tell me, who is this person? I have a name in my mind too. Maybe we both write it on our palms and then open our hands at the same time to see? Shun Jitong suggested. Shun Jitong said this not because he didn't trust Wu Yuanzheng, but to see if Wu's investigation was on the right track. Wu Yuanzheng was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. He had no resistance to any request from Shun Jitong. In fact, if Shun Jitong asked him to die, he would agree without hesitation. My love for Shun Jitong started at an unknown time, but it will never end. So, the two of them took pens and wrote the names of the suspect on their palms. Let's count to 3, then open our hands at the same time. Okay. Wu Yuanjing nodded. Shun Jitong felt quite excited inside. Although she woke up from a nightmare last night with an answer in her mind, if the name on Wu Yuanjing's hand was the same as hers, it would be proof. She was just dreaming, but Wu Yuanjing had done thorough investigation. After all that, if all evidence pointed to the same person, the truth would be clear. 1, 2, 3. As Shun Jitong finished saying 3, both of them opened their palms at the same time to show each other. As expected, the name on Wu Yuanjing's palm was the same as hers. Although she guessed it would be so, seeing Wu Yuanjing not hesitate made her heart warm. Do you know he's really the culprit? Are you not afraid of causing a big fuss? Shun Jitong asked knowingly. I want the real culprit caught. No matter who commits the crime, they must face the law, Wu Yuanjing said firmly. Shun Jitong couldn't help but hug him. Wu Yuanjing also held her tightly. They stayed silent for a while. At this moment, a silent understanding reached its peak. Do you want me to sleep with you? Wu Yuanjing joked casually. No need. Now that I know he's not here, I'm not afraid anymore. Shun Jitong buried her face in his chest, thinking, if she wants to sleep, just sleep. Why ask? Oh, what a silly girl. But her innocence made her feel safe. Shun Jitong slept well all night and woke up refreshed. Wu Yuanjing had gotten up early. When she went to the dining room downstairs, he was already preparing breakfast. I made egg pancakes, cooked porridge, stir-fried water spinach, fried dried tofu, and a fried egg. Is that okay? Hearing movement behind her, Wu Yuanjing didn't turn around and said, Did you think it was me? What if it was housekeeper Kai? You can tell the difference when we walk. I can hear it. Wu Yuanjing looked at Shun Jitong with a funny expression, as if saying, Don't think my training was for nothing. All right, Shun Jitong shows a cute, innocent smile. Wu Yuanjing feels his heart race, lost in her sweet smile, until Shun Jitong reminds him, Yuanjing, the pan is burning. Wu Yuanjing quickly and clumsily flips the pancake. Luckily, this pancake is only slightly burnt. I'll eat it myself, Wu Yuanjing mutters to himself. Shun Jitong laughs nearby. Why did you get up so early today? Went for a run. These past few days, you've been making breakfast. I wanted to make some for you too, so I got up early. I finished my run. Morning runs are Wu Yuanjing's unbreakable routine. Shun Jitong suddenly wonders, on the second day of their marriage, would Wu Yuanjing get up to run? If he would, then she isn't trying hard enough. She clenches her small teeth. Wu Yuanjing suddenly feels a chill behind his back. He turns around and sees Shun Jitong looking thoughtful, clearly up to no good. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to make your legs weak and keep you from getting out of bed. Although Shun Jitong is thinking this, she can't say it aloud. She smiles sweetly and asks, Have you ever missed a morning run? Such discipline. I usually haven't missed a run, unless I'm sick. I can't ignore science, right? Wu Yuanjing is honest and doesn't boast. You're already very disciplined. Shun Jitong thinks that it's rare for ordinary people to wake up early every day and go for a morning run. With such discipline, success is inevitable. No wonder he was able to become a high-ranking official in his past life. Without good health, everything else is just talk. Health is the foundation. Wu Yuanjing knows clearly what he wants. Yuanjing, if you marry me and one day my status affects your progress, would you dislike me? Hate me? Actually, our marriage application hasn't been officially approved yet. If you have concerns, just tell me. I won't hate you. I will support you. Shun Jitong worries that his ambition might be hindered by her presence, leading to frustration or depression. Wu Yuanjing suddenly lifts the pot from the stove and places it on the nearby iron rack, then asks seriously, "Who is stirring up trouble again? Otherwise, why would you have such thoughts?" No one said anything. After coming to Shanghai, I realized that almost all the social circles I used to know no longer exist. Some people have moved to the cold province, some to the humid province, and only a few remain. Few are able to marry well. Those who once had good relationships also canceled their engagements because of changes in status, fearing involvement, choosing safety over risk. This has become normal now. Thinking about it, both of us have special statuses. I don't want to affect you. Haven't we already solved this problem? Why are you saying these things again? My promotion depends on my own ability. If one day I reach a limit and can't go higher, I will focus on technical skills, studying air defense technology to keep our skies safe. I joined the army not to get a government position, but to protect the country. So, please stop bringing up things that might affect my progress. Wu Yuanjing's attitude was very clear. Shen Jitong remembered how outstanding he was in his previous life. He had just spoken out of emotion, but now seeing Wu Yuanjing's eyes turn red with worry, he quickly said, "I won't say that anymore. No matter what the future holds, we will always be together." The redness in Wu Yuanjing's eyes slowly faded as he took a deep breath and said, "If you dare to say that again, then what?" Shen Jitong teased him on purpose, knowing full well he wouldn't dare to make a serious threat. "Then there will be no breakfast." After saying this, Wu Yuanjing felt helpless too. He didn't want to say harsh words, so he just made the lightest threat he could. He was upset, but he had to comfort himself. Shen Jitong shook his head, grabbed the spatula from Wu Yuanjing and smiled. "Hurry up and put the pan on the stove. If the pancake gets soaked in oil, it won't taste good." This adorable little troublemaker. Wu Yuanjing, a straightforward man who had never been in love and knew since he was sensible that he only had this wife in his life, was clearly being coaxed. He snatched the spatula from Shen Jitong. "I said I'll make breakfast." They playfully argued, and the breakfast they made was full of ups and downs, leaving the housekeeper Kai on the stairs looking confused and unsure whether to go up or down. After Wu Yuanjing left for work, Shen Jitong told housekeeper Kai that their task was mostly finished and they would fly back to the capital in the evening. Although housekeeper Kai felt reluctant, he understood that Miss Shin's future was somewhere far away. He had seen Miss Shin grow up and witnessed Wu Yuanjing's care for her, so he felt reassured. All day, Shen Jitong was busy secretly giving housekeeper Kai gifts. There was spiritual spring water in the water jar, fruits and vegetables grown in the fridge as space allowed, and the rice jar was also full. Since housekeeper Kai wouldn't stay in the kitchen all the time, he would naturally assume these were bought outside. Shen Jitong had always been seen as someone who didn't get her hands dirty, so no matter how much she claimed these vegetables and rice were grown by her, housekeeper Kai wouldn't believe it. The most reasonable explanation was simply that she bought them from outside. Additionally, Shen Jitong took out medicinal herbs from her space: angelica for nourishing blood and energy, goji berries, sour jujube seeds for calming and sleep, and tian shan snow lotus for cooling and reducing swelling. These were dried products stored in a cool place and could last a long time. She found a good spot to store these herbs: the cellar in the woodpile, the underground space where treasure chests used to be. Housekeeper Kai kept saying there was too much. These herbs would last him several years. Shen Jitong said these were medicines to help prolong life. Since her family had no one left, she hoped housekeeper Kai would take care of himself and protect her for a few more years. Moved, housekeeper Kai hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Shen Jitong didn't notice his expression. She also took the opportunity to place 2 baskets of apples, 2 baskets of pears, 1 basket of snow lotus fruit, 1 basket of tangerines, and 3 baskets of peanuts in the cellar. All these were produced from her space, and they were fruits that could be stored for a long time. Eating 2 baskets a day would last him 2 months. Items from her space were definitely high quality, and their health benefits were extraordinary. However, Shen Jitong also noticed that the produce from her space had a more comprehensive effect on her own health. For others, the medicinal effects of spiritual spring water and other products weren't as strong. She felt the effects of drinking the spring water very clearly, Her overall strength and abilities quickly balanced and improved. Others could only use it to treat illnesses or nourish themselves when unwell. There was no mention of their brains becoming sharper or their strength increasing. Even Wu Yuanzheng seemed to be affected in this way. Shin Jitong initially only added a little spiritual spring water to juice or tea for Wu Yuanzheng, but now she gives him pure, 100% spiritual spring water. This has caused a sudden increase in his strength and learning ability, much more than before. Little Black has been drinking the spiritual spring water for 3 days. It seems to benefit him even more than humans, and he is almost becoming intelligent. Every day, he circles around Shin Jitong, making whining sounds and asking for water. Little Black was adopted by Shin Jitong's mother. She remembers that day clearly. It rained heavily, and her mother was resting at a different courtyard. Suddenly, she heard loud, sad whimpering outside. Kind-hearted, her mother went out with an umbrella to find the source of the sound. Eventually, she found Little Black in a sack in a nearby water ditch. Because of the rain, the water level in the ditch was rising quickly. If her mother hadn't acted in time, Little Black might have drowned. Seeing the poor puppy, her mother, despite being weak herself, bathed it, dried its wet fur, cooked meat for it, and gave it a home. Because of this memory, Shin Jitong naturally loves Little Black very much. Every day, Little Black can happily drink the spiritual spring water. Soon she will leave. While housekeeper Kai is taking a nap, Shin Jitong takes a large covered wooden bucket from her space, filling it with spiritual spring water. It can last Little Black at least half a month. She plans to tell housekeeper Kai to feed Little Black from the bucket later. Little Black has become Kai's companion. Due to the long journey ahead, it's impossible to bring pets along, or Shin Jitong would want to take Little Black with her. Eventually, the time to part arrives. In the evening, housekeeper Kai, reluctant to see her go, sees Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing off at the village entrance. "Miss, write a letter when you get home to let us know you're safe." "I will." "Housekeeper Kai, take good care of yourself." Shin Jitong feels reassured that her mother is now fully recovered, almost as healthy as she was in her 50s. She can rest easy. Sitting in the carriage, she looks at housekeeper Kai growing smaller in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit sad. "Tang, it's okay. You can visit the elders often in the future. Did you mention taking him to the southeast base?" "What did he say?" "I asked him. He said he doesn't want to go. He's here now with old friends and Little Black. His health is good and life is okay. He doesn't want to move somewhere else. Plus, his identity makes it inconvenient for him to go out. The village probably wouldn't even give him a certificate. He said he wanted to settle down here peacefully in old age. Later, when he becomes too old to walk, he plans to find a friendly villager to cook and clean for him. He said that young people have their own lives, and he prefers the simple, quiet life here. He doesn't want to get involved with us anymore and feels he can adapt." Shin Jitong wanted to take housekeeper Kai away, but he firmly refused. Before coming, she discussed this with Wu Yuanjing. They talked about taking housekeeper Kai to the southeastern base, where he could live in a nearby fishing village rented by Zhao Xian. Wu Yuanjing fully agreed. But when it was Kai's turn, he was unwilling. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had lived in this place for decades and was used to everything. Especially as an elderly person, it would be hard to adapt to a new climate and environment. It would be difficult for him. "Let's talk about it later. Maybe we won't go back to Shanghai either," he said. Wu Yuanzheng believed anything was possible. During their conversation, they arrived at the airport. Sun Yangyang had already arrived and was waiting in the lounge. This business trip had been very rewarding for Sun Yangyang, but his serious expression told Shin Jitong that he also realized he was facing a tough challenge. There's a risk that his family could be affected too. Fortunately, Wu Yuanzheng was involved in this operation, giving him some room to maneuver and preventing him from taking all the blame. Otherwise, with his limited experience and young age, he might easily face the anger of higher-ups. "Jitong Jie, Yuanzheng, sit here. The plane still has an hour before takeoff," Sun Yangyang said cheerfully, trying to lighten the mood. He carried a heavy bag filled with files about the suspect's crimes in Shanghai over the past few years. Yang, you've worked hard these days. You've been working day and night. I've just taken a short leave to visit family, Shen Jitong said to ease the atmosphere. You've also had a tough time. Yuanjing told me about that plan. Are you sure you want to go through with it? Sun Yangyang looked at Shen Jitong with a serious face. He was just bearing the pressure of uncovering the truth, but Shen Jitong was risking herself by getting involved. It was more dangerous, and she might face endless pressure in the future. This is the last move. I hope your stakeout goes smoothly, Shen Jitong sighed. Jitong's sister, I hope he stops committing crimes to avoid innocent harm, but I also hope he continues, so we can catch him all at once. Sun Yangyang feels conflicted. No matter what, we must do our best to bring him to justice, Wu Yuanjing said firmly. The plane arrived in Beijing on time. After getting off, two groups of people each got into their own cars and parted ways at the airport. At home, Shen Jitong handed out souvenirs she brought from Shanghai to everyone. Wu Yuanzheng was not as attentive and didn't remember when Jitong bought the gifts. Usually, when he went home, he didn't think about bringing gifts and didn't feel guilty. But now, seeing everyone with gifts, even the little nieces smiling happily, he realized how great it was to have a wife helping him prepare these things. Shen Jitong mostly stayed at the guest house in Shanghai and didn't go shopping downtown intentionally. The souvenirs were things she bought earlier and kept in her space, so she took them out easily, very convenient. The snacks and treats were suitable for all ages. Shen Jitong bought only high-quality items, so the quality was definitely good. They all looked like famous brands, so Sun Jiao, as a mother, felt safe letting her children eat them. Wu Huai, after several days of treatment, was discharged from the hospital. But because she had a threatened miscarriage and her pregnancy was unstable, the doctor told her to rest in bed, avoid vigorous activity, and stay calm. Wu Huai asked how long she needed to rest. The doctor said it was uncertain. Since she almost had a miscarriage, her baby was very fragile. Some women miscarried just from a sneeze, while others stayed in bed for months and still miscarried when they tried to move. She was advised to protect herself carefully. Wu Huai had no choice but to stay in bed at home, not daring to move easily. Fortunately, her family was well off, with a nanny bringing her 3 meals a day, prepared and served at her bedside. Her 2 children, both girls, were well behaved. Seeing their mother ill, they didn't dare to make trouble and played quietly with the other 2 children from the Wu family. However, because of this, Wu Yuanheng's plan to move out of the Wu family and return to Wu Qianli's house was delayed. Liang Ziqiao didn't have a deep grudge against her eldest brother and didn't force them to leave the house immediately. She simply wanted to use this opportunity of dividing the family to have them return to Wu Qianli's home, so that Wu Qianli and his wife could have some hope for the future. I never expected to encounter the incident where Wu Yao almost had a miscarriage. It's also not good to bring up the issue of them moving out again right now. Liang Ziqiao decided that no matter what, at the latest, Wu Yao would move back to Wu Qianli's place after she gives birth and her baby's full moon celebration. Otherwise, everything is registered under Wu Qianli's name. Not returning to his house. What does that mean? Shen Jitong returned from Shanghai and discussed with Liang Ziqiao about her plan to move out. Just halfway through the conversation, Wu Qianli and his wife came to visit Wu Yao. Xu Huan, hearing that Shen Jitong has her own house in Beijing, said enviously, "It's better to be a capitalist. Wherever they go, they never lack assets. Truly, to stand out, you have to think hard about exploiting opportunities." This comment sounded unpleasant, almost like mocking her grandfather as a hard-working capitalist. Shen Jitong frowned and said, "This house was handed over as an asset by my grandfather, awarded by the state. Before liberation, my grandfather also donated a lot of money and goods. His actions are red, and his heart is also red." Exactly, Jitong's grandfather saved Old Wu. If it weren't for his kind heart, Old Wu wouldn't have escaped a disaster. We must not forget this kindness. Liang Ziqiao always supported Shen Jitong's family promptly, which Shen Jitong deeply appreciated. Wu Qianli had been silent since he came in, sitting quietly. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, which he never took off even when entering the room. Since his disfigurement, this same style had become his unique personal style. But when mentioning Shin Mingrui, he surprisingly scolded Xu Huan. "Don't be disrespectful to old Shin." Xu Huan, hearing her sister-in-law rebuke her, wanted to argue, but was silenced immediately by Wu Qianli's warning. Shun Jitong didn't expect that such a strong-willed person like Xu Huan would be so obedient in front of Wu Qianli. Xu Huan was sitting on the sofa beside her. When Shun Jitong looked back, she saw her side profile, and that familiar feeling struck her again. Hearing her second sister-in-law speak, Xu Huan fell silent, and it was no longer appropriate to pursue the matter further. In a large family, daily interactions rely on giving face and maintaining appearances, patching things up to keep the surface harmony. There's no need to be overly serious. "Grandma, the chocolate is really delicious. Can third and give me another piece?" At this moment, Wu Shu ran over to act cute. This type of chocolate is not sold in our capital city, only in Shanghai. Shanghai's products, whether food, drinks, or clothes, are all very refined. Our city is rougher in this regard. No wonder children in Shanghai are so eager for treats. Seeing Wu Shu craving the chocolate, Liang Ziqiao smiled and gently touched her, telling her not to eat too much sugar. "Have you gone back to Shanghai?" Wu Qianli suddenly asked. Since Shun Jitong came to Wu's family, she hadn't spoken directly to Wu Qianli. She has only seen Wu Qianli 3 times so far. Once when she first arrived at Wu's, once when they went to the hospital to see Wu Hui, and this time. Each time, Wu Yuanzheng was nearby, so she didn't need to speak. Wu Qianli looked at her, clearly asking a question. Shun Jitong, feeling nervous but trying to stay calm, replied, "Yes, Wu Yuanzheng and I are getting married. We're going back to Shanghai to inform our friends and family. Will they come?" Wu Qianli asked again. Shun Jitong didn't expect Wu Qianli to talk so much today. She smiled and said, "They probably can't come. Our family backgrounds are similar, and it's hard to get proof of identity, so we can't leave Shanghai. Some of them have gone to work in Heilongjiang and Yunnan provinces, so they definitely won't be able to come. I thought I might see some old friends." After saying this, Wu Qianli stopped talking to Shin Jitong. Xu Huan, standing nearby, watched their conversation with a change in her expression. It was clear she was holding back some anger, but didn't dare to show it. Shin Jitong felt that the atmosphere between the couple was strange. She found an excuse and got up to go to the backyard. By chance, when she looked back, she saw Xu Huan glaring fiercely at her back. Xu Huan probably didn't expect her to turn around. Her eyes darted away quickly, unable to hold her gaze, and she hurriedly looked away. Shin Jitong felt a chill run down her back. She went back to her room, locked the door, and went into the villa to wash up. After washing, when she came out of the space, she heard knocking at the door. She opened it and saw Wu Yuanzheng. "Dinner is ready." Seeing his wife dressed in a light autumn outfit, a thin cotton jacket and long pants, warm and comfortable, Wu Yuanzheng smiled and said, "Tang Dang, tomorrow we'll go shopping at the new department store to buy some winter clothes. The climate in the southeast base is similar to Shanghai in winter, and it can get pretty cold." "Okay," Shin Jitong nodded and asked, "Are Uncle Second and the others still here?" She went back home. Mom wanted to invite them to eat, but they refused. Shin Jitong nodded, exchanged a glance with Wu Yuanzheng. Their eyes flashed with understanding, and everything was understood without words. Shun Jitong took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and came out feeling refreshed. Everyone was waiting for her to eat. Wu Wanli was absent. He usually didn't have time to come home for dinner. If he was coming, he would call ahead to let them know. Without a call, he simply wouldn't come home for dinner.
Eat now.
Your dad isn't coming tonight, so no need to wait for him. Seeing Shin Jitong sit down, Liang Ziqiao signaled to start eating, and everyone happily began to eat. Sister-in-law, the fashion in Shanghai looks quite delicate. Look, even with cotton clothes, they know how to tailor the waist to make it look slimmer. In Beijing, cotton clothes aren't tailored at the waist, so they look bulky. Wu Yuanning sat beside Shin Jitong, praising her new outfit enthusiastically. Actually, Shin Jitong's beauty was the main reason, not the fit of her clothes. Wu Yuanzheng glanced at his wife and silently praised her. Liang Zhiqiao smiled and said, "By the way, Zhiteng, you're about to get married. You should buy some wedding supplies soon. Third brother, if you're free tomorrow, go shopping with your wife. Help carry bags and run errands." Seeing that her mother had made arrangements, Wu Yuanjing nodded and agreed. Okay. He was usually quiet at home, but his eyes sparkled when he looked at his wife. Life in the 1960s was not very relaxed, but it was a bit better than in the 1950s. A bride, at least, needed to be properly dressed. She needed a good quality shirt and good quality pants. The Wu family and Shin family were better off than most, so they needed more wedding supplies. Since the money was provided, it was up to Shin Jitong to buy what she needed. After dinner, everyone gathered in the main hall. Big families are lively like this. Wherever you go, there are people. Shin Jitong was not a lonely person. She liked lively gatherings, listening to stories from everyone about funny things at work or recent news. Wu Yuaning talked about her workplace. A few days ago, a female colleague got married. What surprised them most was that the groom was the father of a primary school student. Isn't that an affair? Your conduct is not proper. Doesn't your organization consider dismissing her? Sun Jiao asked in surprise. For little kids were playing nearby, some sitting on the sofa, some rolling on the floor, and others fighting over toys. It's not like that. The child's mother passed away early due to illness, so she's from a single-parent family. The father is very responsible, caring for her, and even sent her to a dance class at the youth center. A father so attentive is quite rare nowadays. My colleague was moved by this, explained Wu Yuanning, which resonated with the women. Sun Jiao said, yes, usually after losing a spouse, fathers don't take good care of the children. Being so attentive makes him a good man. Hey, your standard for a good man is pretty broad this time. A true good man shouldn't be someone who never remarries after losing his wife. Wu Yuanyang happened to pass by from the living room, overheard a few words, and chuckled as he joined the conversation. Sun Jiao naturally didn't dare reply. This was a sensitive topic. Wu Yuanning snorted and said, we do want that, but in real life, how many men actually do it? Shenji Tang looked at Wu Yuanzheng thoughtfully. He was playing with the children patiently, teaching them how to turn a Rubik's Cube. Who says such men don't exist? There is one right here. Of course, that was from a past life. Third sister-in-law. Tomorrow you all are going shopping. I want to go too. I can carry things for my sister-in-law and be your little follower. Is that okay? Wu Yuanning teased her second brother and then turned to Shinji Tang, acting cute. She found that third sister-in-law had a pretty good temper. She was easy to talk to as long as you didn't step on her minefield. She was also generous and polite. Sure, I need to buy some clothes and stuff. It would be good to get your opinion since I don't know much about the local customs. Shinji Tang agreed happily. You should stay at home, honestly. Your third brother and third sister-in-law have their own plans. You don't need to interfere, Liang Zhiqiao said, feeling that her third brother's cold personality only warmed up when he's with his wife. She thought they didn't spend enough time alone together and wanted them to grow closer. But Wu Ning, who was still young and inexperienced, butted in. It's okay, Mom. Shopping with my little sister is rare and special. When we go to the Southeast base, there will be plenty of chances for me and Brother Yuanzheng to go shopping together. When the time comes, if I want to shop with my little sister, I'll have to wait until her leave for her visit. Shinji Tang spoke sincerely. She is not a difficult person to get along with, nor is she cold or aloof. If others show me respect, I will return it twice as much. Since she came to the Wu family, she has gotten along well with everyone except Wu Yao. They are all relatives from the expedition, and Shinji Tong also wants to get along with them. That's great. I knew third sister-in-law would be generous. Wu Yuaning clapped happily. Look at how spoiled you are, Liang Ziqiao scolded playfully and looked at Shinji Tong. Mom, it's okay. Shopping with a group is more lively. If just the two of us go, it would be too quiet. Wu Yuanzheng, standing nearby, suddenly felt a bit wronged. His wife made it sound like shopping with him was boring. But Wu Yuanning was happy and pulled Sun Jiao over, saying, Second sister-in-law, tomorrow is the weekend. You should buy some new clothes for winter. Come along, Seeing Wu Yuaning also going, Sun Jiao immediately agreed, without hesitation. Liang Ziqiao saw that Shinji Tong didn't look impatient and helplessly shook her head, saying, "All right, you all go shopping. I'll stay here and watch the kids. Buy a few more new clothes. I still have some cloth tickets. I'll give them to you later." Now, buying clothes requires cloth tickets. Without tickets, only expensive clothes can be bought, which cost much more. Liang Ziqiao helped by solving their big problem, and everyone was in a good mood. Wu Yao inside the house could hear them talking in the main hall. When she heard they were going shopping for new clothes and that her mother would give them cloth tickets, she felt anxious and impatient. She hated that she was lying down resting and couldn't go shopping. Otherwise, she would buy 2 or 3 new outfits for herself. Wu Yuanheng had been staying in his room these days, unwilling to talk to anyone. Now he was lying on the sofa reading a handwritten book borrowed from someone. Just as he was getting into it, a pillowcase suddenly hit him, breaking his concentration. He looked annoyed at Wu Yao, who was the culprit, frowned, and asked, "Didn't you hear outside? They're going shopping for new clothes, and Mom is giving them cloth tickets. Go ask Mom for my share. Can't I just lie here resting? We're moving out soon, so why should I ask Mom for a cloth ticket?" Wu Yuanheng glared at Wu Yao fiercely, ignored her, and continued reading his handwritten book. Speaking of the origin of the handwritten book, it was quite interesting. One day, feeling upset, he wandered into a bookstore. The female clerk saw him browsing the shelves for almost the whole morning without buying anything. She approached him to say hello and offered to recommend some books. Wu Yuanheng was in a bad mood and deliberately made things difficult for her, saying, "None of these proper books interest me. I only want to see handwritten copies. Do you have any?" He thought she would be scared off, but instead, the clerk blinked her beautiful big eyes and suddenly smiled, saying, "Since it's a bookstore, we have all kinds of books. You want handwritten copies, right? Come find me after work. You're looking for me? Okay. Are you still at the bookstore?" Wu Yuanning was feeling very frustrated lately. Things at home weren't going well, so he wanted to find some fun outside. Seeing this girl was interesting, so he started a little argument with her. "Wait for me in the alley next to the bookstore. Do you think you can openly give me a handwritten copy here?" The girl smiled warmly, her beautiful eyes full of interest as she looked at him. Wu Yuanheng was captivated by her lively eyes, feeling his heart beat faster. He snorted and said, "Fine, I'll come. But don't think you're brave enough to give me anything." "Who's not brave?" "Just a little dog," the girl said seriously. Wu Yuanheng left the bookstore. She watched his back disappear, her eyes deepening. He stood under the row of books about navigation and sailing for a long time, picking up a few to look through. It was clear he knew his stuff, choosing only the latest published books on navigation. After work that day, Wu Yuanheng really went to wait outside the bookstore in the small alley. He waited for a long time, but no one came. He had already smoked 5 cigarettes in place, and passers-by looked at him with suspicion. The local people are well known, and Wu Yuanheng felt a bit overwhelmed. He decided to leave, secretly mocking himself for being tricked by a young girl. At his age, what was he still hoping for? Just as he was about to leave the alley, a gentle, graceful voice came from behind. "Brother, are you leaving?" Wu Yuanheng didn't know why he suddenly felt so happy. His mood brightened instantly. But in the next moment, as he turned around, his smile faded, and he looked indifferent. "Oh, who's not punctual now? TSK, such a bad temper? The store manager delayed me. I just finished work. Do you still want that handwritten copy?" The girl spoke and took out a handwritten book from her bag. The cover clearly showed the title, A Pair of Embroidered Shoes. This was a forbidden book. Wu Yuanheng was startled. He didn't expect her to have a handwritten copy. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand that was holding the book high, saying, "Quick, put it back in your bag. How can you carry such a forbidden book openly on the street?" Just now, the officials with red armbands passed by several times. "If they see you with it, what will happen?" "Brother, why are you grabbing my hand?" The girl wasn't scared but looked at him with interest. Wu Yuanheng realized that the soft, delicate hand he was holding belonged to her. Because of his unconscious action, their bodies were very close now, close enough to smell her gentle fragrance. He quickly let go, stepping back. If she shouted loudly that he was acting suspicious, he would be in big trouble. Nowadays, being accused of misconduct was easy. Just touching a stranger's hand on the street, and if she yelled, it would be considered inappropriate behavior. The girl chuckled. Haha, I was just joking, brother. You scare me to death. Wu Yuanning was truly frightened, his eyes wide with surprise. Brother, you're so honest. What's your name? Mine is Wenxiaru. And you? I am Wu Yuanheng, he replied. He found her quite interesting. She was pretty and confident. All right, brother, I'll lend you the book. Read it within a week and return it to me. When Xiaoru handed the book to him. How will I return it? Wu Yuanheng didn't refuse. He had heard of this book before. It was said to be very exciting and interesting. When you finish work, come to the bookstore and show your face. Just wait for me in this alley. I'll come to pick up the book after I get off work. Not only was the book exciting, but the secret meeting was also quite thrilling, like underground agents meeting. Wu Yuanning nodded and said, okay. When Xiaoru smiled charmingly and said, then I'll go now. When Wu Yuanning got home, he was so absorbed in reading that he forgot everything. Suddenly, Wu Wei threw a pillow at his face. The scene in his book was tense, and he was startled when something suddenly covered his head. He realized it was Wu Wei playing a prank, and he was furious. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful and gentle Wenxiaru. She works at a bookstore, speaks interestingly, and doesn't have the greedy attitude like Wu Yao. Wu Yao is always asking for money or tickets, acting like a beggar, with no sense of taste. Wu Yuanheng may not have grown up wealthy, but he has never suffered hardships. His family is well off, just not extravagant. Because of that, he doesn't have much idea about money or tickets. His family provides for him, so he won't go hungry, and his mother plans their clothes. When they were young, they wore patched clothes, but now everyone does, so he doesn't see it as a problem. This was his first time meeting a woman like Wu Yao. Before marriage, she was gentle and sweet. After marriage, she started asking for money and supplies. Now he seriously doubts that Wu Yao liked him for who he was, and not just because of his family background. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, especially since he was engrossed in his book, and Wu Yao was making such materialistic demands. He didn't want to indulge her at all, and kept reading. Unexpectedly, Wu Yao saw that he was ignoring her and got out of bed, walking over to him angrily and asking, "Are you really that stupid? Everyone else is getting benefits, and we're still living here. You're the head of the family, and she's your biological daughter, born from the same. Why don't you fight for me?" In Wu Yao's world, having money and tickets was the most important thing. Her mother-in-law should treat everyone fairly, right? But just now, during their chat, she wasn't mentioned at all. It was obvious they weren't going to give her anything. If she didn't fight for herself, she would lose everything. And Wu Yuanheng was just not brave enough. Wu Yao was about to get furious. Why are you arguing? Is the family lacking food or clothes? Why are you fighting over a few yards of cloth and tickets? How improper. Wu Yuanheng, annoyed by her attitude, lost his temper. He shouted at Wu Yao, threw down his book, grabbed his coat, and stormed out. Wu Yao was furious at his attitude. She clutched her belly, feeling sharp pains in her stomach, as if she was about to have a contraction from anger. When Wu Yuanheng slammed the door, the noise disturbed everyone in the main hall. Liang Ziqiao quickly went to check on them. After all, she was responsible for them since they stayed at her house every day, especially since Wu Yao was pregnant. Mom, my stomach hurts. As soon as I entered the house, I heard Wu AI whimpering. Liang Ziqiao was very worried and quickly helped Wu AI lie down on the bed, asking, "What's wrong with you two? Aren't you both fine? Did you just have an argument? Mom, aren't you talking about buying new clothes tomorrow? I asked Yuanheng to get some fabric tickets from you, but he refused and got angry at me. I'm pregnant, but I also want to wear new clothes. Is it wrong for me to ask him for tickets?" He just slammed the door. Wu AI was tearful and upset. Liang Ziqiao didn't expect that the fight between the young couple was over just a few yards of fabric tickets. She felt a bit frustrated. But seeing Wu AI in such pain, She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Actually, she had already prepared to give Wu Ai some fabric tickets. She didn't expect Wu Ai to get so upset at the slightest thing, which made her understand why the older brother was so angry and left. AI, this is a small matter. You don't need to argue over it. Everyone is buying clothes. I have some fabric tickets here, and you'll get your share. When you're feeling better, you can go shopping and buy clothes then. Is it really necessary to cause such a fuss over such a small thing? Liang Zhiqiao didn't say this out loud. Mom, it's not just about the fabric tickets. Yuan Hong's attitude was terrible. I'm pregnant with a grandson and I'm in pain. How can he not understand me at all? Wu Ai was very upset and started crying loudly again. Liang Zhiqiao felt a headache coming on and said, Don't be upset. I'll talk to Yuan Hang and ask him to take better care of you. Now that you're pregnant, your emotions are more sensitive. Don't cry. It will affect the baby. After calming her down for a while, Liang Zhiqiao went back to her room and brought out 40 yards of fabric tickets. These tickets were enough to buy 2 sets of clothes. Only then did Wu Ai stop crying. Everyone in the main room had dispersed after the quarrel between Wu Yuanhang and his wife. Xin Jitong returned to her room, followed by Wu Yuanzheng. Don't let their fight affect you. A couple's life is their own. Look at Ge and his wife. They are happily in love, Wu Yuanzheng said as he hugged Xin Jitong. He was very perceptive. When Wu Yuanhang and Wu Ai were arguing inside, he heard everything clearly and was worried it might affect Xin Jitong. I won't be affected. How can life be the same with different people? Xin Jitong was held in his arms, feeling warm and comfortable. She gently rubbed her cheek against his chest. Wu Yuanzheng stayed quiet. The two of them simply held each other, enjoying the peaceful moment. Brother Yuanzheng, tell me about what you found in Shanghai. After a while, Xin Jitong broke the silence. Wu Yuanzheng let go of her, walked to the desk, and asked her to sit down. Then he took out a pen and some paper from the drawer and began to write a timeline. Starting from the first victim discovered in Shanghai to the last one, he carefully listed the time of each case. Only then did Xin Jitong realize how amazing his memory was. Maybe it was strengthened by the spiritual spring? But his job must have also given him special training in this area. A man who works seriously is truly charming. Next, Wu Yuanzheng wrote down the timeline of the victims in the capital. As Xin Jitong looked at the key details he had summarized, an idea suddenly came to her. She took the pen from his hand and began adding events she remembered to each point on the timeline. At first, Wu Yuanzheng didn't understand what she was doing, but the more he looked, the more surprised he became. These really match up. He nodded, looking at her with admiration. I wouldn't have thought of this right away either, but after you wrote the timeline and I added the events, everything became clear. It turns out that each time he committed a crime, something specific triggered it. That's really chilling. I think you should check one more place. I know what you mean. The Anning Hospital, right? Yes, the one in Shanghai. You've already looked into it, haven't you? I have. Huashan, there are clear records. Wu Yuanzheng also realized the importance of this clue. The two of them continued discussing the case, their thoughts becoming clearer and more connected. As it was getting late, they decided to stop working. Wu Yuanzheng gave her a gentle hug and told her to rest early. Just as Xin Jitong was about to enter her private space, she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and saw Wu Yuanzheng standing there. What is it? She asked. Earlier, when everyone talked about going shopping, I remembered this. Here, take it. Use it however you need. It's the money I've saved over the years. The account is based in the capital, but you can withdraw it here. And these are fabric coupons from the capital. I saved them long ago, but never had the chance to use them. Wu Yuanzheng handed her a passbook from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, a bank account opened in Beijing. As long as she wanted to use the money, she could withdraw it immediately. He also gave her a stack of fabric vouchers from Beijing. To Xin Jitong's surprise, Wu Yuanzheng's passbook contained over 6,000 yuan. This was truly a wealthy and successful man. You're just giving this to me? Aren't you worried I might spend it all? Is this your secret savings? Xin Jitong joked as she waved the passbook. This passbook was in the cabinet in the study. I forgot about it. I just found it while looking for something and brought it to you. Wu Yuanzheng smiled honestly. Wow, he could forget about so much money. He really isn't very careful with money. But it makes sense. He's been at the base for years, where meals, clothes, and transportation are paid for by the government. He doesn't have many expenses. He also doesn't smoke or drink socially, so money is just something he gets monthly with a little extra saved. No wonder he forgot the passbook at home. All right, I'll take it. Shun Jitong accepted it without hesitation. Of course, someone in charge of the household finances is necessary, and that person must be her. The next day, Wu Yuanzheng drove his family out shopping. In Beijing, the first place to visit was Wang Fujing department store. This store sells over 20,000 kinds of products, so whatever she wanted to buy, she could find here. Sun Jiao, a local, knew the place well and led the way. Shen Jitong didn't have many things to buy, but she still had to pretend she was shopping. They first went to the clothing section they liked most. Liang Ziqiao could share her fabric vouchers mainly because her husband contributed them. Wu Wanli wore uniforms all the time and didn't need fabric vouchers, so she saved all of hers. Now, she divided the vouchers equally, giving each person 40 feet of fabric. Sun Jiao calculated that she could buy a set of clothes for herself, and her 2 children could each buy one. Wu Yuanning, who wasn't married yet, was thinking about how to dress beautifully, so she was definitely buying 2 outfits for herself. Shen Jitong didn't lack fabric vouchers. Wu Yuanzheng had saved some for her. Shen Jitong pulled Wu Yuanzheng to the men's clothing section. Her first choice was a pilot jacket, cool and very suitable for Wu Yuanzheng. She asked the clerk to bring some clothes for trying on. The clerk was very polite, quickly took down the clothes, and handed them to Wu Yuanzheng. Aren't you buying this for yourself? Why did you buy it for me first? Wu Yuanzheng didn't expect that Shen Jitang's first purchase was for himself, and he felt a warm feeling inside. After I buy this for you, I'll buy one for myself. Shen Jitang waited for him to come out of the fitting room, her heart pounding with excitement. Usually, she was used to seeing him in white shirts and military uniforms. Now that he was wearing a stylish pilot jacket, he looked like a young, handsome man. So stunning. Even the clerk was impressed by his good looks. The 30-something female clerk murmured, "This jacket looks like it was made just for this gentleman, perfect fit. Nothing out of place. It's a pity you're not a male clerk here. If you wore this jacket and showed up, it would be gone in no time." Hearing her praise, Shen Jitang also looked at her man with admiration. Wu Yuanzheng has broad shoulders and a slim waist, born to be a model. As long as the clothes fit well, even ordinary ones look great on him. Shen Jitang felt proud. Such a handsome man with six-pack abs, all hers. In no time, a group of people gathered around the men's clothing section. The clerk asked what they wanted to buy. After glancing at Wu Yuanzheng, they immediately pointed to his pilot jacket and eagerly said, "I want the same one as this gentleman is wearing." "Okay, we only have 10 of this style left. Hurry up if you want one," the clerk cheerfully announced, sparking a rush to buy. The crowd immediately started fighting over the jackets. "Give me one. What size do you want?" "Any size is fine. I can't wear it myself, but I can let my brother wear it." Everyone had a herd mentality. Under the rush, their desire to buy the pilot jacket reached a peak. They acted as if they had lost their minds. Whoever got it would feel like a winner, regardless of the high price. All because Wu Yuanzheng was standing nearby as a perfect example. In everyone's eyes, they thought they would look as handsome as Wu Yuanzheng if they wore the pilot jacket. Yes, Wu Yuanzheng looked handsome because he was wearing this new jacket. The jacket made him look good, not himself. If they wore it, they would look as handsome as Wu Yuanzheng. It's like how people in later generations think that if I buy a new smartphone, I am a tech expert. If I wear a Rolex, I am part of the wealthy circle. The feeling is the same. Wu Yuanzheng felt a bit overwhelmed by everyone's eager looks. He leaned down and asked Shen Jitang, "Tang, should I take off the shirt? How much is it?" 22 yuan, 20 meters of cloth tickets. The clerk replied quickly and calmly, even when hearing Shen Jitang's question. That's expensive, Wu Yuanjing said with a sad heart. Forget it, I won't buy it. I rarely wear it, and we have plenty of clothes at home. He wanted Shin Jitong to buy a few more clothes she liked, but he didn't mind himself. He wore uniforms often enough. It's not expensive. Buy it. Shin Jitong didn't give him a chance to say no. She took out the money and tickets and handed them to the clerk. The clerk happily accepted and said, "Comrade, your wife really cares about you." Wu Yuanjing felt a warm feeling inside and couldn't help but smile slightly. After packing the flight jacket, Wu Yuanjing carried the bag and, without further discussion, guided Shin Jitong toward the women's clothing area. He realized that if he didn't take Shin Jitong away now, she would see another piece of clothing she liked and insist on buying it for him. He simply couldn't control her. Older sister-in-law, look at this. Do you think this cotton-padded jacket looks good? As soon as they arrived at the women's section, Wu Yuaning, wearing a new outfit, was looking at herself in the mirror from all angles. Jitong, do you think these pants I bought for the kids are okay? Sun Jiao also asked. Coincidentally, both women valued Shin Jitong's opinion very much. It seemed they really trusted the fashion sense of the stylish women in Shanghai. Shin Jitong gave them positive answers one by one, then chose a big red wedding dress suit that she could wear for her wedding. It could only be said that nowadays, supplies are very limited and clothing options are dull. Most of the clothes are in blue, white, black, or gray. Red is usually reserved for wedding dresses. Shin Jitong shopped for a while and only bought that wedding outfit. Then she pulled Wu Yuanjing to the men's section and bought him a dark gray official suit. Now, that's what men wear for weddings. In the end, Wu Yuanjing realized that although he gave the money and tickets to his wife, most of the money was actually spent on him. Wu Yuanjing also wants to buy nice clothes for his wife, but after looking at all the clothing sections, he feels that none of these clothes look as good as what his wife used to wear. However, Shin Jitong still enjoys shopping. The whole family is talking and laughing together. Shopping like this is a new experience for her. Seeing her happy, Wu Yuanjing also feels very good. The worries caused by recent cases seem to fade away a lot. Hey, third brother, is that the eldest brother? Wu Yuaning, standing at the corner of a department store counter, looks from afar and seems to see Wu Yuanhang walking with a woman. Where? Wu Yuanjing looks in the direction she points, but doesn't see anyone. You must be mistaken. Big brother is at work today, but I really saw him. It looks so much like him. No, I might be mistaken. How could Big Brother be shopping with another woman? Wu Yuaning shakes her head, admitting she was wrong. Wu Yuanheng pulls Wen Xiaoru quickly, walking fast. Wen Xiaoru doesn't understand what's happening and almost trips over something on the ground. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Is there a ghost chasing you? Wen Xiaoru speaks casually. Oh, it's just my family. Wu Yuanheng doesn't hide it. Actually, he and Wen Xiaoru are just shopping, still in broad daylight, but he feels strangely guilty. Really? Why not introduce me to them? Wen Xiaoru playfully asks. Why would I introduce you to my family? Wu Yuanheng's heart skips a beat. Why not? They're your family. I really want to meet them. Come on, let's go back. I can invite them to dinner, Wen Xiaoru says, taking his hand naturally, which makes Wu Yuanheng's heart race. Besides Wu Jia, he has never held another woman's hand before. Unexpectedly, another woman's hand feels much more comfortable than Wu Jia's. Xiaoru, I am married. Wu Yuaning sees she's serious, so he has to stop and lower his head. Married? I didn't realize. You look very young. How old are you? Wen Xiaoru looks surprised. At this moment, they arrive outside the mall. Unknowingly, they walk into an alley. The more they go inside, the fewer people they see. It seems to be a backstreet dead-end alley. I am in my early 30s, looking at the fresh and youthful Wen Xiaoru. Wu Yuanheng suddenly felt a bit regretful. He thought he was too old, she was too young, and he had married too early.
What?
I can't tell. I thought you were at most 26 years old. Wen Xiaoru didn't seem to care about his marriage, but cared more about how young he looked. Wu Yuanheng felt a little happy inside, then scratched his head and said, Am I really that young? In our Navigation Research Institute, I am considered quite young. Most of our colleagues are in their 50s or 60s. Not to brag, but I have the most potential there. Looking at the beautiful Wenxiaoru, like a blooming flower, Wu Yuanheng couldn't help but want to show off a little in front of her. In front of Wu Wei, he had long lost this desire to impress. He was eager to catch up with Wenxiaoru in age through his career. Hey, brother, Navigation Research Institute. You're not just a scientist, but a talented young scientist. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. When Wenxiaoru heard him introduce himself, she looked at him with admiration, her eyes shining brightly. Wu Yuanheng, full of youthful energy, straightened his chest, feeling happy and excited to be admired. He pretended to be modest and said, "Not really, just doing some small research, contributing a little to our country's navigation efforts. Brother, I've admired scientists since I was a child. I wasn't good at studying, so I couldn't join our country's scientific work. You're the first real scientist I've ever seen." I never thought I would meet a true scientist in my life. When Xiaoru's eyes were burning with passion, Wu Yuanheng's whole body suddenly felt warm and excited. He couldn't imagine that, at over 30 years old, a girl would look at him with such full-hearted admiration and love. His hands trembled as he reached out to Wenxiaoru, suddenly pulling her into his arms. Wenxiaoru didn't refuse. Her young, lively body, healthy and full of energy, pure and full of admiration for him. So tempting. In the shopping mall, Wu Yuanheng was still not giving up. Every time she passed a place, she looked around carefully, but she didn't find her older brother's shadow afterward. She secretly thought she must have seen it wrong earlier. That person was definitely her brother. I don't know who the young girl walking beside him, sometimes showing affection and talking to him, is. My older brother's colleague, although I don't know her. She doesn't seem to work at a research institute based on her appearance. What is my brother up to? Thinking about my sister-in-law's temper, Wu Yuanheng decided to hold back. She didn't dare tell her sister-in-law about today's discovery. My sister-in-law was already in a fragile state, and if my brother really did something, she might have a miscarriage from anger. That would be her fault. So, it's better to observe first. Maybe my brother just met someone by chance in the mall and walked a short distance with her. She shouldn't cause trouble without reason. If my sister-in-law cares about this, she would be upset and spread rumors. Wu Yuanheng shook off her worries and happily went shopping with her second and third sisters-in-law. At noon, they ate at a nearby canteen. The third sister-in-law paid, and each had a big bowl of braised pork for 2 yuan, bought 3 jin of steamed buns for 0.6 yuan, and a plate of sliced cucumbers for 0.1 yuan. Everyone ate until they were full. On the way home, Wu Yuanjing's car trunk was packed, mainly because they bought many wedding items like basins, foot baths, chairs, candle holders, and charcoal pots. Back home, everyone helped carry the things. Shen Jitong arranged the new items in the new house, then sat on the bed to relax. That was tiring. We just kept it simple, but I can't imagine how my mom managed her wedding, especially since she supposedly invited many famous people from politics and business. How did she handle it? Shen Jitong felt sorry for her mother. But it wasn't just the exhaustion. They had a grand wedding with full sincerity, and she also had to deal with her untrustworthy father. Fortunately, thinking about her father suffering in Hong Kong made her feel happy. Wu Yuanzheng saw her tired face and felt sorry for her. He said, "Tang Tang, are your feet sore?" He brought a small stool, skillfully placed her feet on his lap, and started massaging. His strength was just right, making Shen Jitong feel very comfortable. Her fatigue from walking 10,000 steps in the morning disappeared. Shen Jitong occasionally directed him to press here and there. Wu Yuanjing's large, strong hands wrapped her entire foot easily, without any effort. Shen Jitong felt very comfortable, and to Wu Yuanjing, it was also a chance to enjoy her closeness. Shen Jitong felt comfortable enough and was a little shy. Wu Yuanjing stood up, gently carried her to the bed, and carefully laid her down. He asked, "Do you want a back massage?" This temptation was really hard to resist. Shen Jitong turned her face downward and made a soft sound. Wu Yuanzheng washed his hands thoroughly before returning to give her a patient back massage. He started from her shoulders, following the graceful line of her back down. Eventually, Shun Jitong stopped moving. Wu Yuanjing paused and looked. She had fallen asleep. He chuckled softly, gently pulling up her thin blanket to cover her. When she woke up, Shun Jitong realized she had been so comfortable that she had fallen asleep without waking. Wu Yuanjing was not beside her. She checked her watch. It's 3 in the afternoon. She entered her space, washed up, changed into a fresh outfit, and looked neat. She left her space and went to the next door study. He was indeed there, busy taking notes. Yuanjing, do you have time? Let's go see how Uncle Ho has arranged things at Xinu Alley. Yes, I have time. Let's go. Wu Yuanjing stood up. When they arrived at Xinu Alley, they saw the Shin family's house door open, with workers coming and going, moving things around. They asked and learned that a few days ago, the walls had been repainted, cleaned, and clutter was being moved out, while flowers and potted plants were being brought in. They entered the yard and saw that after the repainting, the house looked bright and clean. There were more potted plants and flowers in the corners and corridors, making the whole house full of life and energy, very different from the bleak look they saw during their first visit. Young miss, uncle, you're back. Ho Donglai was inside the house. When he saw Shun Jitong come in, he happily went to greet her. Uncle Ho, this is a gift I brought from Shanghai. Shun Jitong handed over a gift box. Looking around, she smiled and said, your renovation looks great. Of course. Since the young miss is moving in and getting married, it can't be done carelessly. Ho Donglai took the gift, thanked them, and then showed them around the house. Everywhere was very clean. The floors and walls looked thoroughly cleaned, leaving no room for criticism. Shun Jitong was very pleased. Uncle Ho, I will move in a week from now. No problem. Just bring your luggage when the time comes, Ho Donglai assured her confidently. Master Kai asked me to send his regards to you. He hopes you can visit Shanghai when you have time, but now he is not convenient to go out. Oh, old friend, it's been over 10 years since we last met. If I get the chance, I will visit him. Ho Donglai also seems to be reminiscing about the past, sighing softly. Brother Yuanjing, if one day we can be transferred back to Beijing and live in this house together, would you like that? Shun Jitong is quite happy here. The neighbors are all prominent people. Although some have fallen on hard times now, with their abilities, they will eventually return to their former high positions. The area is quiet, not noisy, with a private yard, very peaceful. But she worries that Wu Yuanjing might be uncomfortable living at her family's house. Yes, you can go anywhere I go. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanjing agrees immediately. He explains if I can be transferred back, I can arrange a place to live, but it won't be as good as here. I don't want you to suffer or be wronged. You don't have to endure hardship. A good man is willing to share happiness with his wife. Happiness isn't just about enduring hardships together, but also about enjoying good times together. After they returned home, they started spreading the news that Shun Jitong was moving. Sister-in-law, when you move back, I want to visit your new home. Wu Yuanning heard that Shun Jitong was planning to move before her wedding, and she was quite interested. Sure, the day after I move, I'll invite everyone to a meal. There's a tradition called opening the new stove when moving into a new home, which means cooking a special meal for friends and family to wish for prosperity and happiness in the new house. Wu Yuanning's suggestion was just right. Yes, let's celebrate together then. Jitong, what do you need for your new home? You don't have to buy anything. We'll bring it over. Sun Jiao Jiao also likes Shun Jitong. Shun Jitong is straightforward, kind, and doesn't scheme for personal gain every day. Although the Sun family isn't very wealthy, everyone in the family has studied. The lowest education level is high school, so their outlook is much broader than Wu's family. When Sun Jiao Jiao first heard that Shun's family was a big business family, she was a bit nervous, worried Shun Jitong might act aloof or proud. But she never expected that Shun Jitong, from a wealthy background, would be easier to get along with than Wu Jia. I need a spatula, 2 basins, and a water bucket. Shun Jitong carefully counted on her fingers. Actually, she didn't really lack these items. She said this to make Sun Jiao Jiao and the others not come empty-handed, but also not to buy anything too expensive. Okay, I remember. I'll give these later. Don't buy more. or it will be too heavy. Sun Jiao Jiao cheerfully agreed. Liang Ziqiao came out to the main room and saw everyone chatting happily. She glanced at the right side room, where Wu Ai was lying inside, resting and not joining the others. But without her, the atmosphere was better. Liang Ziqiao shook her head and decided not to think about Wu Ai, who was a troublesome person. Since Wu Ai first came to visit, she instinctively didn't like her. Later, she found out that Wu Ai met Wu Yuanhang at a dance party, which made her even more uncomfortable. Hosting dance parties at home was often caused by careless parents who spoiled their children, and trouble was bound to happen. She had heard some rumors. There were talks about secret dance parties with dim lights, where men and women danced close together. At that time, the term flirtatious girl hadn't been used yet, but Liang Ziqiao already understood that Wu Ai attended such parties mainly to meet wealthy men like Wu Yuanhang. Unfortunately, Wu Yuanhang had already been with Wu Ai for years. He had stopped taking medication long ago. Liang Ziqiao didn't dare to provoke him, fearing he might relapse. Plus, Wu Ai claimed she was pregnant, so she had to agree to their marriage. If Wu Ai could be as easy to manage as her second and third daughters-in-law, she would be much more relaxed as a mother-in-law. Everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming gathering at Shen Jitong's house. But soon, in Wu Ai's room, the crying of Wu Jing and Wu Shu was heard. Their sudden crying interrupted the lively conversation in the main room. Liang Ziqiao had no choice but to get up and see what was wrong with the children. Wu Ai was lying inside, listening to everyone in the main room talking about going to Shen Jitong's house for a hot pot gathering. She felt a twinge of jealousy and thought to herself, children of wealthy families really are different. At a young age, they already have a house in the capital to live in. Her family had always lived in 2 small rooms in a courtyard alley, sharing a room with her brother. At night, they pulled a curtain between 2 small beds, squeezed close together. It wasn't until she got married that she finally had more space and freedom in her home. Before she got married, most of her classmates and friends lived in similar conditions. After marriage, through the Wu family, she entered a different social circle and realized that some people are born into better lives than hers. For example, Shen Jitong is often said to have been born with a silver spoon in her mouth, which is not an exaggeration. Before marriage, she was spoiled by her family. After marriage, she was spoiled by her husband. Wu Yao was lying on the bed, getting more angry as she listened to their happy chat. At the same time, her 2 children came to ask for candies, saying that Auntie's white rabbit candies were very tasty and asking their mother to buy some. Wu Yao was annoyed. When she heard the children mention Shen Jitong repeatedly, she slapped each of them, making them cry. 2 little troublemakers, all you do is eat, eat, eat. Why don't you just die from eating? Wu Yao rubbed her belly, thinking she would soon have a son, and her patience for her 2 daughters was running out. When Liang Ziqiao came in and heard Wu Yao scolding, her head suddenly buzzed. Yao Yao, this is a new society. Why do you still have such old ideas? What do you mean by troublemakers? They both have the Wu surname. They will be successful in the future, maybe teachers, scientists, or soldiers, contributing to society. You can't call them troublemakers. Liang Ziqiao was very angry and clearly expressed her stance. Wu Yao felt guilty. Her habit of calling them troublemakers came from her mother's constant scolding when she was young, which became a subconscious reaction. Mom, I won't say that anymore. They've been lying too long, and they're noisy. It's a bit annoying. Wu Yao had to admit her mistake. Seeing her soften, Liang Ziqiao didn't want to argue further. Her wife and daughters were different. She couldn't keep blaming her wife endlessly, or life would be difficult. So Liang Ziqiao picked up Wu Jing and held Wu Shu's hand, saying, "Let's go to the main hall. Grandma will cut some fruit for you." Liang Ziqiao took the children to the main hall, where their faces still had tears. Everyone felt sorry for them and quickly served tea, cut fruit, and brought snacks, which easily calmed the children. In the evening, Xu Huan and Wu Qianli came to visit Wu Yao. Xu Huan entered the room and talked with Wu Yao. Wu Qianli didn't feel comfortable entering Wu Yao's bedroom, So he sat in the main hall and talked with Wu Wanli. Second brother, have you thought about going to work? Your skills are still useful for current industry development. You could come out and provide technical guidance. Wu Wanli doesn't want his brother to remain depressed for the rest of his life. Brother, forget it. My mind is all mixed up. Technology changes so fast. I haven't worked in many years, so my skills are outdated. Wu Qianli smiles bitterly. Maybe you should join the community volunteer group? It could help you get out and interact with others. I think you're feeling better now. Wu Wanli doesn't give up trying. This is how my life will be.
Brother, I know you care about me.
It's okay, really. I'm fine with it. Wu Qianli looks very down. Wu Wanli can't stand to see him like this. Since no one else is in the main room, he can't help but say, "Are you still thinking about that woman?
Who is she?
Is she worth your thoughts? You've been worried about her your whole life. It's time to let go. Brother, you don't understand. She's so outstanding. I secretly liked her, but she doesn't even know. Don't be mad at her. It's my own problem, not hers." Wu Qianli says everything calmly, but when he mentions that woman, his emotions start to fluctuate. Seeing his brother get anxious, Wu Wanli quickly stops him and says, "Forget it. If you don't want to come out and work, just stay home and rest. I just don't want the talented you from before to become like this. How am I now?" "I'm doing pretty well," but the more he talks, the more Wu Qianli's thoughts become muddled again. Seeing his brother like this, Wu Wanli quickly changes the subject. "Qianli, in the future, Yuan Hang will stay at your place. I'll tell him to take good care of you. Yuan Hang is a good kid. He's very smart. Studying mechanical engineering was the right choice. He's quick to learn." When Wu Wanli mentions Yuan Hang, Wu Qianli's chaotic thoughts, like a tangled ball of yarn, seem to find a thread and become clearer and more organized. This shows how much he values and likes Yuan Hang. "Big brother, I heard that the third brother's wife is moving out. Does she have her own house in Beijing? It's clear she has a strong background and an impressive family history. Your family has truly caught a golden phoenix. The third brother has lived a simple life. He doesn't need promotions to live in a big house. I said that the third child is lucky. Others, like him, can't live in a big courtyard at this age. They have to wait until they're 50 or 60 to get a chance." Xu Huan came out of Wu Wai's room and sat heavily on the sofa in the main hall, starting to speak rapidly. These words sounded like praise with hidden criticism, as if mocking Wu Yuanzheng for relying on his wife. Wu Wanli was straightforward and not foolish, so he naturally understood. But because Xu Huan had been taking care of Wu Qianli, he didn't want to argue with her. He just smiled calmly and said, "Yuanzheng is a lucky kid. Jitong is excellent in every way. Marrying someone like her is a blessing he's earned over many lives." Wu Wanli's words clearly showed his admiration for his daughter-in-law. Xu Huan's attempt to stir trouble backfired. However, she didn't look disappointed. She liked to say such sharp words, which was her style. If one attempt failed, there would be another. Eventually, her words would hurt someone. That was her goal. Anyway, she wanted to make herself feel bad and didn't care if others felt worse. "Let's go. We've been out for a long time. My head hurts." Wu Qianli saw Xu Huan looking lively and worried she might say something more, so he stood up and said. Just then, Shen Jitong came in from outside the yard and brushed past Wu Qianli and his wife. Shen Jitong politely looked at them and smiled as a greeting. Wu Qianli kept a serious face and didn't respond, acting as if she wasn't there. Xu Huan, with a smile on her face, returned the greeting, but as soon as she turned her face, her smile disappeared as if wiped away by a knife. Suddenly, Shen Jitong felt a familiar feeling rise again. "Tang Tang, your second uncle isn't feeling well and is a bit strange. Don't mind him." Liang Ziqiao saw Wu Qianli ignoring Shen Jitong and quickly tried to smooth things over after they left. "Got it, Mom. I won't mind." Shen Jitong looked open-minded. Liang Ziqiao really liked this sensible and understanding daughter-in-law. She smiled happily and said, "They came to see your eldest sister-in-law. They care a lot about the eldest family. That makes me feel better. When they gather in the future, spoil the grandchildren and grow old, They'll have something to look forward to. After chatting for a while, Shun Jitong went to the backyard house. As soon as she entered her space, found a piece of paper, and drew what she had just felt. When she looked at the finished drawing, Shun Jitong was surprised herself. She finally understood why Wu Qian was willing to marry Xu Huan, a woman with not much education. What a gentle and elegant woman. Suddenly, Shun Jitong felt a bit sick. She took a glass of apple juice, drank half of it fiercely, and then calmed her stomach from the acid reflux. The wheat in her space's land was ripe. She replanted some and harvested 2 crops of cabbage, chives, and cauliflower. The Wu family's kitchen often had these vegetables, so she could secretly add them. She was craving tropical fruits. Luckily, lychees were almost ripe. Growing fruits in her space land had the best advantage. No seasons to worry about. She could plant whatever she wanted. If the land was full, she could remove old trees and plant new ones. The satisfaction from harvesting the land cleared her inner worries. After relaxing her mind and body, she immediately went to strengthen her physical training. If someone tried to control her from behind, she could now kick backward, aiming at the attacker's face, knocking them out. If someone grabbed her by the neck, she could do a backflip and easily escape. Every move she practiced, grappling and counter-grappling, was very useful. These techniques were naturally taught by Wu Yuanzheng. He was willing to teach her. She studied diligently, and with plenty of time to train in her space, Shun Jitong made great progress. After working in the field and practicing for a while, sweating heavily, she finally felt at peace inside. After washing up, she realized it was late, already 9:30 p.m. So she changed into her pajamas and left her space. Tang Tang opened the door. Wu Yuanzheng knocked on her door shortly after. Although they didn't sleep in the same room, Wu Yuanzheng always came to chat with her every night before returning to his study to sleep. For the first time, Shun Jitong felt that men could be too straightforward, which wasn't always a good thing. They could look at her six-pack abs all day, but she couldn't have them.
Coming. Brother Yuanzheng, I have something to show you, she said.
She opened the door, turned to walk to her desk, and when Wu Yuanzheng came in, she showed him the sketch she had made. Wu Yuanzheng looked at the simple lines and initially thought it was someone he respected, but after a closer look, he realized it was just similar, not the same. I just finished drawing it. Now I finally understand why they are together. Shun Jitong's eyes showed disgust. That look was like her treasure had been poured over with dirty water. Wu Yuanzheng was speechless. In the end, he said nothing, only held her tightly and used body language to comfort her. This method clearly worked. After a while, Shun Jitong's breathing became much calmer. Wu Yuanzheng was lost in her scent. His hands, which had been honestly holding her waist, slid down along her curves. Inside the room, the temperature rose sharply. In late autumn in Beijing, how could it be so hot? Wu Yuanzheng's back was sweating, but he dared not use all his strength. They weren't married yet, so he could only hold back. The two young people looked into each other's eyes, smiled, and everything was understood without words. A week later, Shun Jitong moved out. Actually, she just moved some clothes and personal items to Xinhua Alley. She hadn't lived at Wu's house long, so she didn't have many belongings. One car was enough. But before leaving Wu's house, Shun Jitong had a private talk with Liang Jiqiao. Mom, this was prepared for me early by my grandfather. Please take a look. Shun Jitong took out a silk-bound booklet and handed it to Liang Jiqiao. Liang Jiqiao opened it doubtfully. After reading the words on the first page, she flipped through it. As she turned the pages with a rustling sound, her expression grew more and more surprised. Jitong, so much dowry? My goodness, this. Even Liang Jiqiao, who was well-informed in Beijing, was shocked by this generous list of dowry. She stared in disbelief, deeply impressed. The gifts included basins, bicycles, watches, radios, and dozens of legs. These bride prices were incredibly modest. Now she finally understood what it meant to be the richest family in Shanghai, what true capitalists looked like. Just the dowry alone could support Shun Jitong for 3 generations, if not more. Her foolish son was so lucky to marry such a beautiful and wealthy daughter-in-law. Although nowadays poverty is considered beautiful, everyone knows deep down that wealth is what everyone desires. It's just suppressed by current circumstances. Of course, Liang Jiqiao was not greedy for Shin Jitong's dowry. She was simply shocked by the wealth of the Shin family. Mom, these dowries were prepared by my grandfather before he passed away, but given the current situation, it's impossible to openly carry a 10-mile bridal procession. Shin Jitong's meaning was clear to Liang Jiqiao. If Jitong openly carried the dowry, their family would immediately become a bad example, so it could only be shown to her secretly, as if it had been carried. Jitong, you are so thoughtful. Liang Xiaoqiao patted her hand happily. Does Yuanzheng know? No, I haven't told him yet. I'll tell you first, then tell him later. I'm afraid he might think I have too much money and be afraid to marry me. Huh. Shin Jitong said this with a playful pout, making Liang Jiqiao laugh. She said with a smile, your idea isn't without reason. If he knew from the start that your dowry was so generous, he might hesitate and wonder if he can match up to you. Maybe he would back off. I understand his personality best. It's not that he doesn't like you, he's just worried you might have a hard life with him. Seeing the list of dowries, Liang Jiqiao liked Shin Jitong even more. Having a lot of assets is one thing, but Shin Jitong is wealthy and willing to settle down in the southeastern base to live a simple life. That's true love for Yuanzheng. Which mother-in-law wouldn't like such a daughter-in-law? Moreover, Shin Jitong is usually very modest and down-to-earth. If it were Wu Yao, she might not even care about anyone, not even the King of Heaven. When Shin Jitong returned to Xinhua Hudong, she was greeted with a crowd. Although one car could carry all her belongings, Sun Jiao Jiao and her husband Wu Yuaning, along with her boyfriend Zhao Jian and mother-in-law Liang Ziqiao, all came together in another car to see her off. Once she arrived, she didn't need to leave. Shin Jitong had previously asked Ho Donglai to find a nanny skilled in cooking Shanghainese dishes. The nanny's surname was Zhang. She was in her early 50s, a retired chef from a state-run restaurant. Originally from Shanghai, she moved to Beijing with her military husband. After trying her cooking, Shin Jitong thought Anjing's skills were good, so she planned to pay her a high salary during her stay in Beijing. Since her stay was less than a month, Shin Jitong paid her 100 yuan in wages. Aunt Zhang was happy to earn 3 times her usual monthly salary in just 1 month. Seeing the whole family come to visit her new home, Shin Jitong took fish, shrimp, meat, fresh fruits, and vegetables from her space, set up the kitchen, and then called Aunt Zhang over to cook. Older sister-in-law, your house is so big. In the future, you and third brother should have more children. That way, it will be lively. Wu Yuaning finished touring the new house and joked. Shin Jitong hesitated. Have children? She hadn't thought about that before. But maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea. A boy should be tall and strong like Wu Yuanzheng. A girl should look like her, definitely pretty. Wu Xiao, Wu Yi, Wu Jing, and Wu Shu were running around in the yard. They loved the swing set, taking turns to sit. Seeing them play, Shin Jitong thought that when she had children, she should add a slide and dig a sandbox in the yard. That way, the kids would have more fun options. Sun Jiao Jiao wandered around Shin Jitong's new house. As a local from Beijing, she could tell from the size and location that this was not something ordinary people could own. Then she saw a photo in the main hall of Xinmingrui with a senior leader and another of an award ceremony. Sun Jiao Jiao understood. This was a sign of deep background. She thought she and Wu Ai couldn't catch up in status. Wu Ai still compared herself to Shin Jitong every day. If she came to see Shin Jitong's house, she would realize that Shin Jitong didn't care about the money or status. She was always calculating. Sun Jiao Jiao sighed silently. Luckily, she knew her place and didn't compete with Shin Jitong. Otherwise, it would just be embarrassing. At noon, Aunt Zhang quickly prepared 7 dishes and served them. Steamed large shrimp, scallop stir-fried with scallions, preserved vegetable braised pork, fragrant mushroom and lettuce, lobster with shell, steamed abalone with garlic and vermicelli, braised sea cucumber with pork belly, and meatball cauliflower soup. The rice was made from Shinjitong's special rice. It smelled delicious, each grain chewy and springy. The children didn't need to be fed. They helped themselves, finishing a whole bowl of rice. Zhao Jian was seeing Shinjitong for the first time. He was amazed at how beautiful the third sister-in-law looked and also praised the delicious food at the Shin family. Yuaning, next time you come to eat at third sister-in-law's house, remember to call me. Zhao Jian was lively and cheerful, making a lively pair with Wu Yuaning. He taught at the National Defense University. He was serious in class but very cheerful in private. Wu Yuaning liked his sunny personality because the men in her family were all too serious. Sometimes, when the whole family gathered for a meal, she felt like she was in the military camp. I have been staying here these days. If you want to visit, feel free to come anytime. Aunt Zhang will also be at home helping me cook. Shinji Tong said confidently.
Great.
Third sister-in-law, we will come again tomorrow. Wu Yuaning said shamelessly. You might as well stay at third sister-in-law's place. Liang Ziqiao was speechless for a moment. Third sister-in-law, is that okay? Wu Yuaning asked quite boldly. You said I'm fat, and now you're out of breath. Liang Ziqiao scolded playfully. Everyone laughed happily. Wu Yuanjing wanted to take a photo of everyone to remember the first visit to Shen Jitong's new home. So, everyone took a group photo in the courtyard. Shen Jitong also used her camera to secretly take many casual photos of everyone when they weren't paying attention. Nowadays, taking photos is expensive and few people have personal cameras. Most photos are taken at photo studios, making photography a special event. In photo studios, people dress up nicely, smile stiffly while the photographer arranges them, or stand straight in front of painted backgrounds to take precious keepsake photos. Like Shen Jitong, who secretly took candid shots when everyone wasn't looking, the photos turned out lively and natural, giving everyone a fresh feeling. After taking photos, they ate some fruit. It was almost time to leave, so everyone said goodbye and went home. Wu Yuanzheng didn't stay and went back with everyone. After returning home, Wu Qianli and his wife came over. Wu Ai was able to get out of bed and sit in the main hall to chat. Seeing everyone return lively and cheerful, Xu Huan asked, Are you all going on a picnic? It's rare to be so organized. No, we're visiting third sister-in-law's new home. Next week is the wedding, and the bride and groom can't meet before the ceremony. She has now moved back to her own house. Wu Yuaning quickly explained. Won't Yuanzheng stay there? Xu Huan immediately noticed that Wu Yuanzheng had also come back. It seems that the wealthy daughter of a capitalist is particular about manners. We ordinary folks don't really understand these old customs. Liang Ziqiao lightly lifted her eyelids, thinking, You're still shallow. I should show you the true depth of a capitalist's daughter. Wu Qianli also kept silent out of habit. However, Wu Yuanjing noticed that although his second uncle didn't speak, there were twitching movements at the corners of his eyes and mouth from time to time. When Wu Yuanheng entered the house, it was already getting dark. He went straight to his room without looking at the main hall. Liang Ziqiao saw this and called him. Yuanheng, what's wrong with you these days? You're out early and back late. We hardly see you, and when second uncle and second aunt visit, you don't even say hello. Oh, I've been busy with a new project at work these days.
I'm tired.
You all chat. I want to go to sleep. Seeing Wu Qianli and his wife showing obvious resistance, Wu Yuanheng threw out a quick reply and went into his room. Wu Huai saw this and slowly headed toward his room as well. Liang Ziqiao's question was exactly what she wanted to ask. Today, with so many elders present, she was determined to get to the bottom of what was going on with Wu Yuanheng. Yuanheng, Mom is asking you. Why are you so impatient? Wu Huai entered the room, saw Wu Yuanheng taking off his coat and changing into pajamas, and stepped forward willingly. Wu Yuanheng felt her warm body approaching and stiffened. He then moved aside and said, I told you already. Working on this project is exhausting. I need to sleep. You go out and socialize with them. Yuanheng, Wu Huai wanted to say more, but after Wu Yuanheng got into bed, he pulled the blanket up to his head and refused to respond. Wu Huai was annoyed, but dared not say anything. Still, She had some things she needed to get off her chest. Even if Wu Yuanheng covered his ears, she would speak. Today, Shun Jitong moved to a new house. Do you know? The whole family went to visit her, but she didn't invite us. You're the oldest, and I'm her sister-in-law. She invited everyone, even Yuaning's boyfriend, but she didn't invite us. Wu Huai was so angry she almost lost her mind. Wu Yuanzheng was sitting in the main hall. If she had opinions, she could have told Wu Yuanzheng directly. But actually, she was afraid of Wu Yuanzheng. He's a strict soldier, always serious, with a commanding presence. She didn't dare vent her anger on him. Now, she went back to her room, mainly to ask Wu Yuanheng to talk to the third brother and save face. I didn't expect Wu Yuanheng to become impatient. He lifted the blanket and said, "There's no need to argue about this. They know you're resting to keep the baby safe. Do you think they'll call you over to hang out? What if you go out and the baby has trouble again? I go to work at the secret agency. Can they reach me? We're family. What's the big deal about this small matter? If you really want to visit them, I can take you tomorrow. Is that okay?" "Okay, tomorrow it is." Wu Wei nodded. She had just heard everyone talk about how lavish Shin Jitong's banquet was and how delicious southern dishes were. She wanted to see if Shun Jitong would invite her, whether she would be treated differently, or if she looked down on her. "Tomorrow I have a day off. If you really want to go, I'll take you. Stop arguing now, I have a headache and need to sleep." After saying that, Wu Yuanheng angrily pulled the blanket back over his head. Wu Wei pouted, feeling that Wu Yuanheng's words were getting sharper, as if she was always wrong when she spoke. Could it be because she was pregnant and couldn't serve him anymore? But who was she pregnant for? Wasn't it for the Wu family? When Wu Wei left the room, Wu Qianli and his wife had already gone home. Liang Ziqiao explained that Wu Qianli wasn't feeling well, so he left first. She was worried Wu Wei might overthink. Sure enough, hearing that he left because he was unwell, Wu Wei's face softened a bit. She was relieved that she had an explanation. Why did they have to be so cautious and careful? Shun Jitong didn't need to be like that. She wasn't sensitive or overthinking. She always appeared gentle and cheerful every day. Forget it, people are different. Luckily, Wu Wei was about to move out. The next day, Shin Jitong was free and in the yard, trimming flower branches and secretly watering the potted plants with some special spring water. She said she was preparing for a happy event at home, but everyone had already taken care of everything for her. She just needed to enjoy it. Around 10 o'clock, she heard the sound of a jeep stopping outside the yard. She thought it was Wu Yuanzheng and looked forward to seeing him. Unexpectedly, soon after, Wu Yuanheng and his wife entered, along with a young man who looked gentle but had a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Big brother, sister-in-law." Since they were guests, Shun Jitong quickly went forward to greet them. "Young sister-in-law, I heard you moved to a new house. Everyone came yesterday, but Yuanheng had to work overtime and couldn't come."
Sorry about that.
"I'm here to make up for it today." Wu Weio pretended to be polite. In fact, her words implied that they weren't invited. Shin Jitong was speechless. The act of lighting the stove, a traditional custom of visiting new neighbors, is usually uninvited, so the host doesn't usually invite guests. Because visiting someone's home without invitation usually involves bringing practical gifts for the new house. When the host invites someone, it feels like they are asking for something. Yesterday, the whole family came over happily and Shin Jitong invited everyone to eat, which was natural. She didn't expect Wu Weio to mind so much. Moreover, Wu Weio was pregnant, so even if Shin Jitong had 100 reasons, she wouldn't dare to invite Wu Weio out. She didn't expect to be criticized instead. Shun Jitong remained calm and smiled, saying, "Big brother, sister-in-law, and this young man, let's go to the main hall and have some tea. This is my younger brother, Wu Hao." Wu Weio introduced him voluntarily. Today, she was about to go out when Wu Hao came to find her. When he heard she was visiting Shun Jitong's new home, he insisted on coming along. Wu Hao had heard his mother mention Shun Jitong before, saying she looked charming and seductive, making the third brother fall for her completely. The third brother once said he wouldn't look for a partner or get married, but after meeting Shin Jitong, he lost his principles. Wu Hao had long wanted to see how beautiful Shen Jitang was. He heard she not only impressed Wu Yuanzheng, who was usually indifferent to women, but also softened him completely. Because of that, he disregarded his own status and insisted on coming with his sister, just to see the world. He never expected Shen Jitang to be truly beautiful. Every movement she made exuded an indescribable elegance and nobility. Unlike the rough northern women he's used to, she radiated gentle charm typical of southern women. No wonder his unworldly mother often called her a flirt. Every smile and frown of hers was captivating. Wu Hao's eyes widened as he stared at Shen Jitang's face, as if glued to her, unable to look away. Shen Jitang felt Wu Hao's greedy gaze and couldn't help feeling disgusted. She simply nodded politely, gave him a cold look, and turned to walk toward the main hall. Wow, Jitang. Your room is decorated so beautifully, full of flowers. Out of all the big courtyards in the city, yours is the prettiest. In this season, you managed to grow such lovely flowers. You must have a secret. Please teach me. Wu Hao followed Shen Jitang closely, shamelessly making requests. If her sister hadn't married into the Wu family, someone like Wu Hao, a street kid, wouldn't have had the chance to stand in front of someone as elegant as Shen Jitang. Faced with the fashionable and beautiful Shen Jitang, Wu Hao's eyes were full of longing. He had forgotten his own status and position. Sorry, the flowers are all grown by our gardener. I really don't have any secret. If you want to know, you can ask Uncle Lu. Hey, Uncle Lu, are you free now? Wu Hao wants to learn how to grow flowers. Please teach him properly. Shen Jitang saw Uncle Lu, who was carrying a pot of Chinese pine from the inner courtyard, and quickly called out to him, giving him a subtle signal. Uncle Lu, like Ho Donglai, was an elder left by her grandfather. With just a glance, Shen Jitang understood what the young lady meant. Seeing this flashy, flirtatious young man following the young lady and staring at her back with wide eyes, Uncle Lu's expression darkened. He put down the Chinese pine, quietly stepped forward, and gently put his arm around Wu Hao's shoulder, forcing a polite smile. So, you like growing flowers? Come, I'll teach you. Wu Hao didn't want to ask this old man for gardening tips. He had just gotten close to Shen Jitang and was captivated by her natural fragrance, which was far more alluring than any perfume. He was about to lean in closer, take a deep breath. Suddenly, Uncle Lu stepped in and held him back, preventing him from moving forward. Wu Hao hesitated, stammering, I just want to learn from Jitang, not from you. Isn't growing flowers more a woman's skill? But his small, weak body couldn't resist Uncle Lu's firm grip. Wu Hao was pushed away, reluctantly walking backward while glancing back at Shen Jitang with longing. Shen Jitang's charming, graceful posture made Wu Hao's mouth water. Even Wu Jia noticed something was wrong. Her face changed, and she threw him a handkerchief, covering her mouth and saying, You're grown up now, and you're drooling? Wipe it off quickly. Wu Hao was slapped in the face with his sister's handkerchief, but didn't wipe his face with it. Instead, he quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Shen Jitang pretended not to see, and thought to herself, This messy thing, I can't let him come in again. Big brother, sister-in-law, please sit down. Because of the brotherly bond between Wu Yuanhang and Wu Yuanzheng, Shen Jitang maintained basic manners. Wow, these furniture pieces are nice, all made of chicken wing wood, from the Qing dynasty craftsmanship. Wu Yuanhang, who is familiar with the circle, has some good judgment. Shen Jitang nodded in agreement. She planned to replace the original rosewood furniture with chicken wing wood, keeping a low profile. Aunt Lin, make some tea. Because of the disturbance caused by Wu's siblings, Shen Jitang was too lazy to make tea herself and ordered her. Aunt Lin is Lu Uncle's wife. She has been helping the Shen family for decades. After the Shen family's business in Beijing ended, Shen Mingrui, to settle these loyal old employees, consulted their opinions and let them stay in his house. It was said to help take care of the house, but really it was just to give them a salary. Thanks to Shen Mingrui's kindness, these people naturally remained loyal to Shen Jitang. At this moment, Aunt Lin was annoyed by Wu Hao's attitude. How could she have a good face for Wu Yao? But the Shen family's manners were strict, so she quietly brewed some Chiman black tea for everyone. Seeing that Shun Jitong didn't make the tea herself, she realized these guests probably didn't have a close relationship with the young lady. When other members of the Wu family came, the young lady personally brewed tea with the best quality leaves. "Aunt Lin, please bring a cup of warm water to my sister-in-law. She's pregnant now and shouldn't drink tea," Shun Jitong instructed. "Yes, young lady. I didn't know, sorry." Aunt Lin quickly took away the tea and brought a cup of warm water. Wu Yuanheng didn't expect Shun Jitong to be so thoughtful. Although he was forced to come by Wu Yao, seeing Shun Jitong speak so gently and decorate the house so lively, he felt refreshed and quite happy. Wu Yuanheng casually praised, "Young sister-in-law, you're so attentive." Hearing this, Wu Yao felt unhappy. How could Shun Jitong plant flowers? Wu Hao saw her for the first time and wasn't familiar with her yet. She was flattering loudly. Why did Wu Yuanheng suddenly become a flatterer? Just for changing water for the pregnant woman? Isn't that what he should do? Why should he be praised for it? Wu Ai snorted coldly and said, "Jitong, in the Wu family, no matter how big or small, you have to do things yourself. It's better to go back to your own home, where just by speaking, many people will serve you." As expected, being a young lady of a business family is better. When she said this, Aunt Lin nearby changed her expression. She thought that although these two people might not be favored by the young lady, since they are siblings-in-law of Wu Yuanzheng, they are still family. But now she realized that even family members can hurt each other with words. Is it dangerous now to call someone a business family member? Wu Ai, what are you talking about? Just pouring a glass of water and calling it serving? I also serve you a lot at home. Sister-in-law, don't listen to her. She's been resting at home to keep her pregnancy safe, so her temper has gotten worse. Wu Yuanheng quickly came out to apologize. Shun Jitong already knew Wu Ai's sharp tongue and her dislike for other success. She didn't want to provoke Wu Ai, but Wu Ai just wouldn't leave her alone. Shun Jitong smiled calmly, picked up her teacup, and said, "It's okay, just drink tea." Her gentle and composed response made Wu Ai even more annoyed, like ants biting her heart. Suddenly, she stood up angrily and said, "Wu Yuanheng, what do you mean? It's one thing to praise her behind her back, but to protect her in front of everyone? Do you have some inappropriate thoughts about her? No wonder you haven't been close to me lately. I came to find you, and you pushed me away." As soon as she said this, the main hall fell silent. Shun Jitong was speechless. Luckily, they were at home. If they were outside and Wu Ai went crazy and said these things, even the clearest-minded person might be confused and start doubting Shun Jitong and Wu Yuanheng's innocence. It's all so strange. They don't seem to have any relationship problems, yet Wu Ai blames her for her husband ignoring her at home. Shun Jitong never tried to prove her innocence. Sure enough, she wasn't in a hurry. Someone else was more anxious. Wu Yuanheng's fair face suddenly turned red visibly, and he stood up abruptly. He slapped Wu Ai across the face with a loud slap and pointed at her angrily, scolding, "You're crazy. You woman, you're completely crazy. Are you even talking like a person?" He pointed at her nose, trembling with anger. Wu Yaozhen never expected that Wu Yuanheng would hit her in front of others. Her mind suddenly went blank, and in her anger, she blurted out, "Am I crazy? You're the crazy one. You have to take medicine every day, and if you don't, you turn into a monster. How dare you call me crazy?" Shun Jitong was stunned. Wu Yuanheng takes medicine every day? After she said this, Wu Yaozhen was also stunned and quickly shut her mouth, afraid to speak again. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Wu Yuanheng's face turned red suddenly, his eyes widened with anger, and the blood vessels around his eyes quickly expanded, making him look like he was about to attack. He seemed to have lost his mind and suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Wu Yaozhen by the neck and pressing her against the wall. "Help! Help!" Wu Yaozhen's face turned pale, and she tried to break free, but her strength was no match for Wu Yuanheng. If he kept squeezing, she would be in danger. At this moment, Shun Jitong realized this was not just a normal argument between a couple. It was a life-threatening situation. No matter what, she couldn't let Wu Yaozhen die in front of her. She was about to step forward and try to pull Wu Yuanheng away, but someone faster than her did it, Wu Yuanjing. He used some special technique to hurt Wu Yuanheng, causing him to grunt in pain. Wu Yuanheng's hands loosened from Wu Yaogan's neck, and Wu Yuanzheng pulled him away. Brother, stay calm. Wu Yuanzheng woke Wu Yuanheng up. Seeing Wu Yuanheng's eyes, they changed from cloudy to clear. Then, as if he didn't know what he had just done, he looked around in confusion. Shen Jitong quickly went to support Wu Yaozhen. Older sister-in-law, sit down. Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, Shen Jitong also felt sorry for Wu Yaozhen. She could see that Wu Yuanheng's emotions were extremely unstable, and he probably had some mental health issues. Wu Yaogan's words earlier had triggered him. She was frightened at first, but after Shen Jitong asked her, she saw Wu Yuanheng being restrained and started crying loudly. Shen Jitong had to comfort her, saying, "Older sister-in-law, you're pregnant. Think about the baby." With Shen Jitong's comfort, Wu Yaozhen gradually stopped crying. Initially, Wu Hao was led to the side room. At this moment, he heard the noise and ran to the main hall. Seeing the scene before him, he was terrified and asked, "Big sister, what happened to you? Did someone bully you?" How should Wu Ai respond? "Brother, drink some water." Wu Yuanzheng was sure that his older brother was now awake. He quickly handed him a glass of water to drink. At this time, Wu Yuanheng clearly understood what he had just done. After taking a few sips of water to calm himself, he said to Wu Ai, "Let's go home." "Is that so? What's going on with you guys?" Wu Hao looked confused. He didn't see everything happen from the beginning. Seeing his sister's face turn pale, and Wu Yuanheng looking upset, he thought they had argued. Wu Ai's body trembled, but what surprised Shen Jitong was that Wu Ai actually stood up and said she didn't know that Wu Ai felt extremely embarrassed right now, especially in front of Shen Jitong, a wealthy young lady she usually looked down on. She felt ashamed and furious inside. At this moment, why stay here and let Shen Jitong see her embarrassment? Honestly, Shen Jitong really didn't have the heart to laugh at her. After all, the scene where Wu Yuanheng almost strangled someone earlier was no act. If no one had pulled him away, Wu Ai might have been hurt. Thinking about Wu Ai being hospitalized last time to protect her pregnancy, and how Wu Yuanheng admitted he pushed her afterward, Shen Jitong felt a strange feeling. Seeing her pregnant, and knowing Wu Yuanheng often hit her, she felt very sorry for her. But then, recalling Wu Ai's unfriendly words and actions toward her, she thought, those who are pitted often have their own faults. Wu Yuanheng suddenly stood up and said to Wu Yuanzheng, "We'll go back first." "Brother, are you okay?" Wu Yuanzheng asked, knowing he drove here. "Should I take you back?" "No need, I can drive." Wu Yuanheng refused, looking upset. Wu Yuanzheng didn't dare force him, afraid it might upset him more, so he followed him outside. Wu Ai wiped her tears and got up, following Wu Yuanheng. "Wait, sister, brother-in-law, what exactly happened?" Wu Hao called out behind them. No one paid attention to him. They got into the car and left. Shen Jitong sighed and asked Wu Yuanzheng, "Have your brother and sister-in-law always interacted like this?" "Not before. It seems my older brother has changed a lot recently. When they first got married, everything was quite good. Even when they had their first 2 children, there was no sign of this." Wu Yuanzheng's face became serious. "I overheard their conversation and felt that my older brother might be taking medication. And he has to take it every day. If he doesn't, he becomes easily irritated, just like earlier. It sounds like the medication is for mental health issues." "Yuanzheng, this isn't gossip. Is my brother's condition caused by something he was born with? Or is it inherited? Are there others in your family like him? If it's caused by something acquired later, it doesn't affect us. But if it's inherited, I will consider not having children in the future." Shen Jitong is a woman who doesn't believe in taking chances. If Wu Yuanheng really has a mental health issue and it's inherited, then our children might also inherit this gene. She doesn't want her children to suffer like that. "Tangdang, are you really worried about this?" Yuanzheng was surprised. He hadn't thought about it that way. "I'm just worried that our children might carry this family gene. I don't want them to be troubled by it forever. The best choice is not to have children." Shinji Tong, having lived twice, is calm and decisive. Then, would you dislike me because of this? Yuan Zheng's back went numb, not from anger, but from fear of being abandoned. He can't imagine living without Shinji Tong. Once, she was the bright moon in his heart. After many struggles, he finally held that moonlight in his arms. He was about to marry her, to make her his most beautiful bride, when suddenly, something changed. The worst part was that he had never had her before, so he could endure it. Now, they were deeply connected, just one step away from being together forever, but suddenly faced the possibility of losing her. Yuan Zheng couldn't bear to think about it. Fool, I just don't want children. I don't mean I don't want you. Shinji Tong linked her arm with his. Yuan Zheng sighed in relief, looking at her with a dreamy, passionate gaze. Although I know this is selfish, I really can't imagine living without you. Losing you would mean losing everything. I would be like a walking corpse. Shinji Tong's heart raced from his passionate words. She looked around, saw no one, and tiptoed to quickly plant a kiss on his lips. Wu Yuanjing's heart was still upset, but this kiss made him feel better. He touched his lips with his fingers, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then leaned down and gave Shinji Tong a firm kiss. No, you were too forceful. I got a bruise, Shinji Tong exclaimed.
Where?
Let me see, Wu Yuanjing said, leaning in to look. Seeing her cheeks pink and bright like peach blossoms, he couldn't help but get lost in her deep eyes. He then lowered his head and, in a somewhat mischievous way, kissed her again. Shinji Tong felt a gentle touch on the swollen spot, tickling her. Wow, are you taking advantage of me? She thought, feeling annoyed. Liang Ziqiao came to Xinhua Alley in the afternoon. It was Wu Yuanzheng who asked her to come. After Wu Yuanhang went home, Wu Yuanzheng called her to tell her what had happened, so she would be prepared. When Liang Ziqiao answered the phone, Wu Yuanhang and his wife hadn't returned yet. She was shocked to hear they had lost control and fought in front of Shinji Tong. She exclaimed, "What a disaster. Yuanzheng, I'll come over around 2 p.m. today. I'll talk to you and Tang about everything clearly," she said. Although Wu Yuanzheng didn't mention not wanting children, Liang Ziqiao, being older and more experienced, guessed right away that Shinji Tong might have concerns. She decided she had to act. Their third child finally got married, and she didn't want this marriage to start with any shadows. She had carried enough burdens over the years. Shinji Tong knew her mother-in-law was coming. Early on, she had prepared bird's nest and red date soup with spiritual spring water. She understood her mother-in-law was coming to explain Wu Yuanhang's situation, but she didn't expect her to be so blunt. As soon as she sat down, she blurted out, "Yuanhang isn't my child." Wu Yuanzheng and Shinji Tong spoke at the same time. Seeing Wu Yuanjing's tone, it was clear he was just as surprised as she was, only now realizing the truth. The Wu family had kept things hidden for so long. But if Wu Yuanhang isn't her mother's child, then who is? Could it be her father? Wu Yuanjing's mind was probably overwhelmed, too. Usually calm, he was now stunned by the shocking news. "I need to clarify something today. You don't need to ask, I will tell everything." Liang Ziqiao saw their confused faces and waved to stop them from asking questions. Then she spoke openly about Wu Yuanhang's background. Wu Yuanhang's biological father is someone no one expected, Wu Qianli. It turns out Wu Qianli also worked at the base long ago before transferring elsewhere. He was a skilled mechanical engineer at the time. He fell in love with a local girl and had an affair. Because the base was very mobile, one day Wu Qianli received a secret transfer order from his superiors. He had to leave quickly and couldn't inform the girl. At that time, Wu Qianli didn't know the girl was pregnant. A year later, he returned to find her, only to learn terrible news. The girl had given birth early and died during childbirth. Wu Qianli was shocked and devastated. Later, he took the baby home. Old Master Wu thought he was still young and would marry again and have children. He believed a young man couldn't raise a child alone. Since the girl was pregnant before marriage, it would harm his reputation. At that time, Wu Wanli had just married and hadn't had children yet. Old Master Wu asked Wu Wanli to bring the baby home and raise him, claiming he was his own grandson. The base was very mobile, with many people coming and going. As Wu Wanli moved around for work, no one knew that Yuanheng wasn't his biological son. Everyone thought he was the family's eldest. When Yuanheng was at home, Liang Ziqiao sacrificed a lot to raise him. She cared for him until he was 1 year old before planning to have her own children. Later, they had Yuanyang, Yuanzheng, and Yuaning. Later, Wu Qianli's mental health declined. He remained unmarried into his 30s. When he finally married Xu Huan, he was diagnosed with a mental illness and had to take medication daily. He was afraid to have children. Yuanheng grew up to be quite talented and well-behaved. He showed no signs of mental health issues. Considering Wu Qianli's situation, Old Master Wu officially recognized Yuanheng as Wu Qianli's son. It was called recognition, but everyone knew in their hearts that Yuanheng was his real son. Xu Huan and the younger family members didn't know about this. Wu Yuanyang and the others always thought Wu Yuanheng was their real older brother. But to take care of their uncle who had no children, they wrote the older brother as their uncle. Actually, Wu Yuanheng is the biological son of Wu Qianli. After explaining everything, Liang Ziqiao felt relieved and asked them, "Do you understand now?" "Yes, Mom." "I didn't expect that the older brother is actually our cousin." Wu Yuanzheng was also surprised. But then he felt a bit relaxed and looked at Shen Jitong with bright eyes. Shen Jitong immediately understood what he meant. Since he couldn't say it openly in front of Liang Ziqiao, he just rolled his eyes at him. Wu Yuanzheng scratched his head and said, "Mom, do the older brother and second uncle have the same problem?" Recently, he's been getting angry easily and can't control his emotions. This morning, he was here and almost hurt his wife. That's exactly why I decided to bring up something I kept hidden for decades. Yuanheng's behavior now is becoming more like what your second uncle was like when he was in Shanghai. Later, your second uncle took medicine to control it, but after taking too much, he became very dull. You see how he is now, quiet and not talkative. Those are side effects of the medication. Before he took medicine, he was energetic and handsome. Otherwise, many girls liked him. But after taking medicine, he became dull and lost his vitality. I've been watching Yuanning closely, hoping he won't become like second uncle. At first, he was doing very well, showing excellent behavior. But in the past half year, he started acting strangely, becoming irritable, liking to hit people, and Wu Jiu also suffered because of it. We took him to see a doctor. The doctor had studied abroad and also treated second uncle. This doctor understands this kind of illness and prescribed medication. He said Yuanheng has anxiety disorder. The symptoms are still mild, and as long as he takes the medicine on time and adjusts gradually, it can be controlled. But now, Yuanheng feels like he's losing control. Liang Ziqiao sighed. "Mom, does the older brother know that he is actually second uncle's son? Because his mental state isn't good right now, we don't dare tell him the truth. We decided to keep it a secret. Anyway, he's going to move back to second uncle's house, and they will be called father and son from now on. How long this can be kept secret depends on when he can handle the truth. When he's ready, second uncle will tell him." When Shen Jitong heard this, she felt relieved. Wu Qianli is the son of the old man's comrade, and he has no blood relation to Wu Wanli. His son, Wu Yuanheng, although suffering from the same illness, has no connection to the Wu family. This way, she can continue to dream about her plan to raise a child. "Mom, we understand. Don't worry, we will keep this secret. Before the elders tell Big Brother, we won't reveal the truth. He will find out sooner or later, but it shouldn't be us to tell him. Let your second uncle tell him himself." Liang Ziqiao has been carrying a heavy burden all these years. Especially in the first year after Wu Yuanheng was brought home, she, who had never been a mother before, had to start caring for someone else's child. She raised Wu Yuanheng harder than her own biological children, worried she might not do well and be disliked for not paying enough attention. Fortunately, Wu Yuanheng grew up healthy. She thought that by splitting the family, Wu Yuanheng would naturally return to the second family, but unexpectedly, Wu Jiao kept causing trouble, delaying their plan to reunite. Today, Hearing that Wu Yuanhang and his wife caused trouble again at Shen Jitong's place, she couldn't bear it anymore and had to tell the truth. Otherwise, she was afraid it would affect her third son and his wife's relationship. As someone who has become very clever with age, Shen Jitong can think of everything Liang Jiqiao considers. When Wu Yuanyang got married, Wu Yuanhang was in good condition, and Sun Jiaojiao had no such worries, so Liang Ziqiao naturally wouldn't reveal this. Now that the third son is about to marry, and Wu Yuanhang keeps causing trouble, everyone can see he's not quite right. Not to mention Shen Jitong, who is very smart. She has been covering for Wu Yuanhang and his wife enough. If they interfere with her own son's marriage, she won't stand for it. For her son's happiness, she must take action. Today, I tell you this not to make you distant from the eldest, but because, as members of the Wu family, you have the right to know. I hope your marriage will be peaceful and happy in the future. Liang Ziqiao didn't want to reveal too much, but she believed Shen Jitong would understand. Of course, Shen Jitong understood perfectly. Her mother-in-law is truly clever, and she has worked hard for it. These years in the Wu family, she seemed to handle everything smoothly, but inside, she suffered in silence. Today, she spoke openly, which was also a way to vent her inner feelings. Mom, you've worked hard all these years. This bowl is a bird's nest and red date soup that Aunt Lin made. You should try a bowl to calm your temper. Shen Jitong carefully brought a delicate glass bowl to her mother-in-law. Since moving back to her own home, Shen Jitong has been taking out some of the dishes her grandfather used when he was alive from her space, using familiar items to make her feel the presence of her family around her. Good. It's you and Jiao Jiao who make me feel at ease. I just think that sometimes falling in love freely isn't always a good thing. Liang Jiqiao shook her head and sighed. Wu Yuanhang and Wu Yao are in a relationship based on free love, but strictly speaking, it's more like a fake free love. Wu Yao actively pursued Wu Yuanhang, who then jumped into the relationship without thinking carefully, full of calculations. Unfortunately, love often clouds judgment, and people usually regret after marriage, but by then, it's too late. Sun Jiaojiao and Wu Yuanyang also met through a mutual introduction, and after talking and feeling they could get along well, they decided to marry. Wu Yuanyang's colleague's wife, who is also from the same workplace as Sun Jiaojiao, thought they were a good match and introduced them. Wu Yuanyang keeps a low profile at work. Everyone only knows he comes from a dual-income family with parents who both work, but they don't realize his parents hold high positions in their fields. Sun Jiaojiao's parents also work in the same organization. Her father is a teacher, and her mother works at the neighborhood committee. So, after they married, the matchmaker was surprised to learn that Wu Yuanyang's father held a high-ranking position. She was shocked and said if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have introduced Sun Jiaojiao to him. Fortunately, after coming to Wu's home, Sun Jiaojiao quickly saw the situation clearly and got along well with the Wu family. Although Sun Jiaojiao's family is ordinary, they are very well educated. Her younger brother, Sun Yangyang, has also been raised quite well. Because of this, Liang Jiqiao sighed that free love can sometimes be like blind marriage, not always a good thing. In contrast, arranged marriages, where both families consider each other's backgrounds, habits, and upbringing before the match, tend to go more smoothly. After eating the bird's nest, Liang Ziqiao felt energized. Her restlessness eased, and she praised the bird's nest several times. After she left, Shen Jitong and Wu Yuanzheng looked at each other in surprise. Unexpectedly, my eldest brother isn't actually my biological brother. But that doesn't affect our brotherly bond. If the older brother knew the truth, it would definitely cause a big problem for the family. Wu Yuanzheng sighed.
There's no need to tell him right now.
Both families have a silent agreement, and maybe he will never find out. That might actually be better for him. Shen Jitong said. Second uncle also doesn't seem eager to tell him. Both of them silently agreed not to discuss whether to have children after marriage. There was no need to talk about it anymore. Their worries disappeared when Liang Ziqiao revealed the truth. Liang Jitong liked her mother-in-law even more. No wonder Wu's family could raise such a talented child like Yuanzheng. A smart mother has a deep influence on the family. Before it got dark, Wu Yuanzheng had dinner here, and then went home. Shen Jitong locked herself in the bedroom and entered the space. As usual, she pruned the fruit trees, prepared some fruit slices and sealed them for later use, then squeezed some orange juice. She drank it while planting vegetables again. These days, her kitchen uses cabbage, chives, and eggplants she grew herself. The chef said he had never seen such good ingredients, and the dishes made with them smelled wonderful. Can it be the same? Products from the space are always excellent. She replanted rice and wheat and harvested another crop. Now, Shinjitong has nearly 1,000 jin of rice and 500 jin of flour stored. Although there won't be a famine soon, material supplies won't suddenly become abundant. Shinjitong still feels it's better to be prepared. When she had free time, she tried making meat buns and flour rolls. She wanted to prepare for working at the Southeast base in the future, so she could easily take some out when she was busy. Making dough and filling was difficult for her, but luckily, Shinjitong doesn't mind trying again and again. After failing about 20 times, she finally made delicate, thin-skinned meat buns with thick fillings and fluffy, soft flour rolls. She steamed dozens of baskets of meat buns and flour rolls at once, then stored them in the cabinet for later. Still wanting more, she started making Shanghai-style scallion pancakes and beef pancakes. Kneading dough and chopping fillings, Shun Jitong's strength had improved. She did these tasks easily and skillfully. After making 100 scallion pancakes and 100 beef pancakes, she stopped. Each bun used about 50 grams of flour, and the same for the flour rolls and scallion pancakes. In total, she used about 400 jin of flour for all these baked goods. Now she has stocked 800 meat buns, 800 flour rolls, 1,000 onion pancakes, and 1,000 beef pancakes. Cooking and farming both have a magical effect. They help soothe the mind and release emotions. After finishing her work, Shun Jitong looked at her achievements with great happiness and hummed a little tune. But Shun Jitong didn't expect that at night, while she was sleeping, someone sneaked around outside her yard, circling several times secretly. Finally, they jumped into her backyard from the back and moved all the way to her door. The intruder's face was covered with a cloth. Using a crowbar, they pried open Shun Jitong's door. When they entered, they sprinkled some powder inside. After a while, they carefully pushed the door open, then closed it again. Seeing the quilt on the bed bulge, they looked pleased and pulled off the cloth covering their face, eager to jump onto the bed. Hee hee, little beauty, I'm here. Old third Wu, such a delicate beauty. I'll take her first. Maybe later, you'll end up giving her to my son as a wife, haha. He rushed onto the bed, eager to touch and explore. But when he lifted the quilt, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was the person under the quilt not a person at all?
It was
a blanket covering what was underneath the quilt. He was suspicious when suddenly someone struck him the back of the neck with a hand knife, and he groaned as he fell to the ground. Shin Jitong turned on the light. Seeing the person face down, lying on her bed, she rolled over and couldn't help but laugh angrily. Who gave him such boldness? Sneaking into her house in the middle of the night, thinking of stealing her treasures? How should she deal with Wu Hao? Speaking of which, dealing with Wu Hao wouldn't be as easy as dealing with Ague. Everywhere in Beijing, there are spies. If she drove a small truck with a license plate from out of town and wandered around late at night, she might run into Uncle Hat's people. Then, just by checking the license plate, they could link her and Ague's disappearances. Shun Jitong didn't underestimate Uncle Hat's ability to solve cases. But Wu Hao was so bold and reckless, he couldn't be a good person. His actions looked so familiar, and he seemed experienced, probably had hurt girls before. Thinking about what he just said made Shun Jitong feel sick. There was a strong, fishy medicinal smell in the air. Shin Jitong immediately recognized it as the kind used to hasten love. Usually, when someone is affected, even a strong-willed woman can become gentle and obedient. She wondered where this kid had gotten such a drug. Shin Jitong quickly held her breath. Her underwater breathing technique, which she practiced for swimming, was unexpectedly useful on land. She had a sudden idea. She reached into Wu Hao's clothes and found a hidden pocket on his chest, bulging and soft. She took it out, and saw it was a packet of powder with the same smell as the air. Shun Jitong stored the powder in her space. If she hadn't been sleeping in her space tonight, she would definitely have fallen for his trap. After thinking for a moment, Shun Jitong made up her mind. She grabbed the unconscious Wu Hao, applied just the right amount of force, and struck his forehead hard. Wu Hao, still dazed, let out a loud cry, then his head drooped softly, as if he had died. Shun Jitong stripped him of his clothes, shoes, and socks, leaving only his underwear. Who would stay dressed in the middle of the night? She put Wu Hao, his clothes, and the bedding he had been lying on into her space. She found a blue work uniform in her space and changed into it. Then she climbed over the backyard wall. The backyard was a dead end, but Shun Jitong knew that walking along the wall to the end and then jumping over would lead to another alley. After leaving that alley, she looked around to make sure no one was watching. She took out her bicycle from her space and rode openly, searching for a good place to drop Wu Hao. At this point, she looked like a night shift worker. When she passed a patrol car on the street, it quietly drove past without stopping or questioning her. Shun Jitong rode until she was about 5 kilometers from her home alley, where she saw a residential area with a dense little grove in front of a house. Perfect, this was the place. She parked her bike, slipped into the grove, and released Wu Hao from her space, letting him lie on the grass completely. She threw his clothes and pants beside him. She had checked earlier. His work ID was in his pocket. If he was a person without a family and no one to find him, the state would have to support him for free. That wouldn't do. Hu Lanfang was so idle, she went to trouble the Wu family every day. Now was the perfect time to give her something to do, so she could spend her life taking care of her mischievous son. Probably, she wouldn't have time to cause trouble anymore. Shun Jitong clapped his hands, got back on his bicycle, and rode home along the same path. At home, Shun Jitong changed the bedsheets and bedding before slipping into his room and falling asleep peacefully. Before dawn, someone found Wu Hao lying nearly in the small woods. Who would be outside without clothes? Concerned neighbors watched for a while and soon realized something was wrong. They quickly took him to the hospital. At the hospital, the nurse showed her work ID to contact Hu Lanfang. When Hu Lanfang arrived, she saw her eldest son lying unconscious in the ICU. Her legs went weak, and she scolded loudly, asking who could have hurt her son like this. The police officer arrived before Hu Lanfang and carefully examined Wu Hao. After reviewing the doctor's report, they concluded Wu Hao's forehead was hit with a blunt object, causing severe brain trauma. He has lost most brain functions. Whether he survives depends on future treatment. He might become mentally disabled or unable to think clearly. Comrade Hu, that's what happened. Do you know if he had enemies or any other reason someone might hurt him? Or did he do something wrong? Why was he outside without clothes? Hearing the police question, Hu Lanfang's mind was in chaos. She shook her head and said, "My son is usually diligent at work and very ambitious. He's also dating a girl from a good family. How could he do anything wrong? I think someone must be jealous of him and hurt him like this. Police officers, you must seek justice for him." Hu Lanfang became so emotional she started rolling on the ground. The police, seeing her like this, felt a headache coming on. Based on their experience, elderly women like her are the hardest to deal with. She's truly a handful. The officer taking over the case couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling like he shouldn't have gone out today. Wu Hao's sister, Wu Jia, arrived just in time to see her mother rolling on the ground, causing a scene with the police and hospital staff. She felt embarrassed. Now that she was someone with status and standing, her mother still acted like a quarrelsome woman from the street, rolling around and causing trouble. What could she accomplish like this? She thought her mother hadn't changed at all. Reluctantly, Wu Jia stepped forward to help her mother up and asked, "Mom, get up quickly. What's going on?" But just as she knelt down, Hu Lanfang suddenly kicked out her leg, hitting Wu Jia's stomach. Wu Ai was already on bed rest to protect the pregnancy, but Hu Lanfang's kick directly to her stomach was too much to bear. She immediately clutched her belly, let out a scream, and squatted down. When Hu Lanfang heard her daughter's voice, her mind finally woke up. Had she just kicked her daughter? She shivered and quickly got up, only to see her daughter squatting on the ground, blood seeping from her pants.
Help.
Someone save her. My daughter is having a miscarriage, Hu Lanfang shouted in fear. Although they were at the hospital and the doctor quickly came to give first aid to Wu Ai, Hu Lanfang's forceful kick had caused the baby to be lost. When Wu Yuanhang and Liang Ziqiao arrived at the hospital, Wu Ai had already been taken into the emergency room for a curettage. Family of the patient, here is the surgery consent form. Please sign quickly so we can operate. Can the baby be saved? Wu Yuanhang's hands trembled a little. Although he had recently been cold toward Wu Ai, that was her own fault. Now that the baby was lost, he was still deeply affected. The previous 2 pregnancies had gone smoothly, with no such problems. Why was this pregnancy so unlucky? It can't be saved. Hurry and operate. At least the mother can be saved, the doctor urged. Why did she suddenly have a miscarriage? She was supposed to be protected, and her condition was stable before. Wu Yuaneng still held onto a glimmer of hope and asked, Comrade, she was kicked hard, right in the stomach. Not only is the baby gone, but her life might also be in danger. Hurry and sign the consent form. Without it, we can't operate. The sooner the surgery, the better the chances. The doctor quickly responded and kept urging for the consent to operate. Wu Yuanheng had no choice but to sign. The doctor took the consent form and hurried into the operating room. Wu Yuanheng sat heavily on a bench outside, muttering, What happened? Who kicked Wu Ai's stomach? Hu Lanfang, standing nearby, didn't dare say a word, acting as quiet as a quail. Relatives, what do you think about this? Liang Ziqiao was most afraid of Hu Lanfang causing trouble. She didn't expect Hu Lanfang's behavior this time to be so surprising. What can I say? The baby is gone. Of course I feel sad. I just hope the mother is okay. My son. My poor daughter. Hu Lanfang was speaking when she suddenly started crying loudly again. Her dramatic outbursts always come unexpectedly. Liang Ziqiao, a person of high status, was startled by her screams, feeling a shock like an electric current, with goosebumps rising. But Liang Ziqiao was a bit confused. It was understandable that Hu Lanfang was crying for her daughter, but why was she also crying for her son? She quickly kindly helped Hu Lanfang and said, Dear family, don't be too upset. Let's focus on getting her stabilized first. As long as she's okay, that's what matters. We trust the doctor's skills. At this time, the people from the Wu family heard the news and gradually arrived at the hospital. As Shun Jitang entered the hospital, she saw her mother-in-law helping Hu Lanfang, who was crying with tears and snot all over her face, trying to help her sit on a chair. Hu Lanfang was not tall, but she was strong. Liang Ziqiao, who was only half her size, struggled to help her. Shun Jitang didn't hesitate and immediately went forward to help her mother-in-law support Hu Lanfang. Shun Jitang was very strong, thanks to long-term nourishment from spiritual spring water, which should be able to punch through a cow. So, she easily supported Hu Lanfang. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law helped Hu Lanfang sit on a bench. Only then did Liang Ziqiao breathe a sigh of relief, admitting that she was indeed getting old. Just moments before, she almost had Hu Lanfang sit on the ground, but luckily, Shun Jitang's arrival eased her burden. Youth is truly a blessing. Although Jitang looked delicate and slender, her strength was much greater because she was young. At this moment, Hu Lanfang was filled with fear. She was afraid that the Wu family would find out that she was the one who caused her grandson's injury. So, she took the initiative and cried loudly to divert their attention. Even as she sat on the chair, Liang Ziqiao kept comforting her, but Hu Lanfang kept crying non-stop, making it impossible for everyone to ask what really happened. Sun Jiao Jiao looked at the bright Indiana surgery light in the emergency room and asked, Wasn't sister-in-law stable earlier? Why did she suddenly become worse? Hu Lanfang's crying suddenly grew louder, turning into noise, so loud that everyone had to speak loudly. But the Wu family members weren't used to speaking loudly, so Sun Jiao Jiao's question was suppressed. Soon after, Wu Yuaning arrived, looking anxious and asking, "Is sister-in-law in danger? Is she in surgery? What happened? Did she fall or what?" "Wow, my unfortunate son, my unfortunate daughter." Hu Lanfang was crying loudly again. The Wu family members had no chance to speak. Several times, when asked about the miscarriage, Hu Lanfang suddenly increased her crying volume. During the pauses, she looked at the operating room light and still hoped, stopping the nurse coming out. "Is there still hope for my precious grandson? The patient is undergoing a curettage. We don't know if the can be saved. She's bleeding heavily now. I need to urgently get blood plasma. Family members, please don't block the way." After saying this, the nurse quickly left Hu Lanfang and ran away. "What? Can't save the?" Wu Yuanhong's eyes widened. He had been supporting his head with both hands, but suddenly he became furious. What exactly happened? Wu Wei was fine when she came out. Who kicked her? Hu Lanfang felt guilty and her crying lessened. "Ma'am, you haven't finished asking your question. We still need to investigate your son's case. You just kicked your daughter and caused her to have a miscarriage. Do the family members want to file a report? That's up to them. Are you Wu Wei's family?" At this moment, 2 police officers in uniform stepped forward to ask.
What?
"Mom, did you kick the baby out?" Wu Yuanheng couldn't believe his ears. "No, I didn't. I didn't mean to. Wu Wei approached me quietly and I accidentally kicked her stomach." Hu Lanfang's face turned pale, feeling guilty. Wu Yuanhong's eyes widened with rage. He stared at the person who had caused his child's death, wanting to rush forward and punch her down. But she was his mother-in-law. Wu Yuanheng raised his fist, but Liang Qiaoji finally held him back. He could only hatefully punch the wall. The plaster on the wall crumbled and fell. It was clear that if that punch had hit Hu Lanfang, she wouldn't have died but would have been seriously injured. "Police officers, he's crazy. Please stop him and help me," Hu Lanfang blurted out. She was scared and acted without thinking, but Wu Yuanhong's expression changed. His eyes turned red with bloodshot veins, and he raised his fist again. This time, even Liang Zhiqiao couldn't hold him back. Fortunately, 2 police officers intervened. One held him by the waist, and the other pushed Hu Lanfang aside. Wu Yuanheng was roughly dragged by the police, unable to get close to Hu Lanfang. He gasped for breath, pointed at Hu Lanfang with his finger, and angrily shouted, "Are you still human? You kicked my child and almost hurt your daughter's life." This time, no one spoke up for Hu Lanfang. Everyone felt angry inside. Hu Lanfang's eyes darted around, then suddenly clapped her hands on her thighs and cried out, "Oh heavens, I don't know what sin I've committed. My poor Hao Hao was beaten unconscious and hospitalized. My daughter is also in surgery. This family is bullying me. Is there no justice?" People in the hospital came and went. New visitors arrived, unaware of what had happened. When they heard Hu Lanfang's crying, the Wu family members looked serious and cold. They thought some elderly person was being mistreated and stopped to watch. Liang Zhiqiao said angrily, "Relatives, don't cry anymore. Just worry about your daughter. Crying won't help. We've already cried together a lot." The police, worried about causing a crowd, kept order nearby and said, "Officers are handling the case. No need to gather around. Please move away." Seeing no one was watching, Hu Lanfang felt guilty and quickly hid behind the police. She wiped her tears and loudly said, "Does anyone care about me? My son was beaten so badly, he's confused. The doctor said he might become mentally disabled. And you're still insulting us? Are you human?" Shin Jitong listened nearby, feeling a heavy weight lift from her heart. She was worried that if Wu Hao woke up and was still confused, he might bite her in a fit of rage. After all, she had been living alone in Xingyue Alley recently, which everyone knew. If Wu Hao woke up and was still sane, and accused her of breaking into his house or something similar, she would be forced to prove her innocence again. Now Wu Hao was confused, and it seemed her force was just right. "Relatives, what exactly happened with Wu Hao?" Liang Zhiqiao was stunned. She had gone to the hospital, mainly worried about Wu Yao. "Comrade, you can talk about your family matters later. First, We need to investigate Wu Hao's case. If you want to report Wu Yao, come to our local police station. After saying this, the two police officers took Hu Lanfang away.
Huh.
What's going on? Liang Zhiqiao was stunned. Mom, I'll go find out, Wu Yuanjing said, seeing his mother was anxious. Okay, go ask clearly what exactly happened. Mom, don't worry. Brother Yuanzheng will find out. Shen Jitang quickly stepped forward to comfort her mother-in-law. There's no need to scare her because of Wu Hao, that terrible person. Actually, the original answer is with her, but she can't say it. Even to Wu Yuanzheng, Shen Jitang doesn't plan to tell. It's not because she doesn't trust him, but because she doesn't want to add to his worries. She was used to being independent in her past life and really doesn't like to burden her loved ones with all her problems. Of course, he would try to help her, but if she can solve things herself, why not? The only downside is that she can only enjoy her success in secret, with no one to share it. But if doing so makes her look better, maybe it's a small way to thank Wu Yuanzheng. Wu Yuanzheng soon found out what happened.
What?
Wu Hao was beaten and hospitalized, and he's badly hurt? He might become mentally challenged. Liang Zhiqiao was shocked. Yes, the doctor said that if he doesn't become a vegetable, that's good. He should keep some level of intelligence, but probably only at the level of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Wu Yuanjing said Wu Hao had woken up. After a preliminary check, the doctor thought he wasn't completely foolish, but close enough. Shen Jitang held back her laughter. That scoundrel, daring to drug her, serves him right. There's no surveillance now, not even DNA technology. If Wu Hao used drugs to commit the crime, unless caught at the scene, it would be very hard for the police to solve the case afterward. She has saved many unfortunate women. When everyone heard that Wu Hao was stripped during the incident, they all felt something was wrong. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly grew tense. Wu Yuanhang held his head and sat in a chair, feeling a pounding pain in his temples, unbearable. If Wu Jiao was still in surgery, with life and death uncertain, he really wanted to leave this place. An hour and a half later, Wu Jiao was finally taken out of the operating room. She was still under anesthesia, unconscious, with a pale face and lips without color. Liang Ziqiao quickly stepped forward to ask the chief doctor, "Doctor, how is my daughter-in-law? During the hysterectomy, she lost a lot of blood. We did our best to save her, but the bleeding couldn't be stopped. In the end, we had to remove her to save her life." The chief doctor said regretfully, "Doctor, my daughter-in-law, will she be unable to have children in the future?" Wu Yuanhang froze in place. The doctor could only nod, as the harsh truth was clear. "Is the baby a boy or a girl?" Wu Yuanhang suddenly asked again. "A boy," the doctor replied helplessly, shaking his head. "The patient is still very weak. You need to comfort her and prevent heavy bleeding after surgery. Okay. Thank you, doctor." Liang Ziqiao also felt sad about losing the baby, but now she was more concerned about Wu Yao's health. Everyone followed the nurse's cart to the ward. Liang Ziqiao asked for a single room, which was quite nice, clean, and free of the noise and strange smells common in shared wards. "Yuanhang, do you want to lie down and rest?" Liang Ziqiao noticed Wu Yuanhang's face looked unusual. The single room actually had 2 beds. The other one was probably for family members to stay with her. "No need, I'm fine." Wu Yuanhang stepped forward and held Wu Yao's hand, his expression very complicated. "When Yao Yao wakes up, we can't tell her about removing her. We should wait until she recovers a bit," Liang Ziqiao reminded everyone present. Everyone nodded. Sun Jiao Jiao and Wu Yuanhang didn't expect their sister-in-law to be so unlucky. For a moment, they felt sympathy for her. Even her past mischievous actions seemed less important now, and they decided not to mention them. Shen Jitang thought that when Wu Yao found out the truth, the storm would really begin. He hoped Wu Yao would find out as late as possible. But Wu Yuanhang's unstable emotions made it hard to guarantee he wouldn't reveal something. Liang Ziqiao asked a nurse to take care of Wu Yao and planned to stay here until Wu Yao woke up. She told everyone to go back first, leaving her and Yuanhang to watch over her, because when Wu Yao woke up, she would most want to see her husband. Everyone agreed and left the hospital. Before leaving, Shin Jitong took a thermos from her bag and brewed some ginseng tea, only adding a small piece of ginseng and a third of spring water. She left the tea for Liang Jiqiao, saying it would help her regain strength. After Shin Jitong left, Liang Ziqiao, feeling thirsty, took the thermos and drank some water. She opened the lid, and a strong aroma of ginseng filled the air. She looked at the cup, which only had a tiny piece of ginseng the size of a fingernail. She didn't expect the medicine to be so strong. After taking a few sips, she immediately felt the rich ginseng aroma in her mouth. Her tired body seemed to gain energy, and she felt much more alert. Yuanheng, do you want some ginseng tea? Tang Dang left it for you. She wanted to pour a cup for Wu Yuanheng. Although he wasn't her biological son, she had raised him with care since he was young, so it felt the same as raising her own children. In the end, she also felt sorry for Wu Yuanheng. No, I don't like the taste of ginseng, he replied directly. Liang Ziqiao could only sigh and say, Yuanheng, don't worry too much about the kids. Women can be just as strong as men. You now have 2 daughters, and that's enough. Our family has never demanded that you must have a son. In the future, don't let this matter cause conflicts between you and Wuan. Okay, Mom. I'm not worried about the kids. I'm just upset that Hu Lianzi aborted the healthy baby. And about Wu Hao being beaten into a daze. Was that just a coincidence? It must be because he did something illegal or wrong, which is why he was beaten so badly. Their family's reputation is terrible. Mom, I want a divorce, Wu Yuanheng suddenly said. Huh? Divorce? Liang Jiqiao was caught off guard. She couldn't help but glance at Wu Wuan, who was lying on the bed, still unconscious and unaware of everything. Divorcing now would be so unfair to Wuan. She already lost the baby and is in a lot of pain. She also lost her ability to have children. If you divorce her now, can she handle such a, Mom, I understand everything you're saying. But if she doesn't cause trouble herself, and if her family had good values, would she have ended up like this? Honestly, my relationship and marriage with her were all part of her schemes. I was too young at the time and fell for her tricks. Living with someone like her for a lifetime would be my nightmare. Now that I see clearly, I don't want to live like this anymore. Mom, do you support me? Wu Yuanheng looked at Liang Jiqiao eagerly. Liang Jiqiao was speechless for a moment. Yuanheng, wait until Wuan's health improves.
Can you do that?
She needs you most right now. Leaving her would be the biggest hurt for her. After all, she is the mother of your 2 children. I don't want you to have regrets. Liang Jiqiao did not stop Wu Yuanheng from getting a divorce. Although divorce in this era was considered rebellious and often led to gossip behind people's backs, Liang Jiqiao, as an educated woman, understood the situation. Most importantly, Wu Yuanheng was not her biological son. She felt hesitant and couldn't directly oppose Wu Yuanheng's decision. Even if Wu Yuanheng insisted on divorcing, he would ultimately have to listen to Wu Qianli and his wife, right? So, Liang Ziqiao could only comfort him and delay. Mom, I can't go on like this even for a day, but considering her health, I can only endure for 2 more months. Wu Yuanheng already saw Wu Jia's family as a harmful influence. He wanted to cut out this problem, even if it meant some pain, because it was better than letting it grow on him. And secretly, he thought that his shy little brother-in-law, who was most afraid of him causing trouble, was now powerless. Wu Jia had no family support, so she couldn't stir up much trouble. For true love, he was willing to break free from these restrictions. Liang Ziqiao didn't know what else Wu Yuanheng was hiding in his heart. She could only pray that Wu Jia would wake up soon, hoping she might move Wu Yuanheng. At this moment, Wu Qianli and his wife also arrived at the hospital. Seeing Wu Jia in such a state and hearing that she lost her child and couldn't have more children in the future, Xu Huan's face turned pale with anger. She scolded. Is Hu Lanfang even human? How can she abandon her own grandson, second uncle, second aunt? I want to divorce her. Wu Yuanheng didn't know what he had taken, but he stubbornly insisted. Divorce? Sure, that's a good idea. You're still young. After the divorce, you can find someone who can have children. Wu Jia's family had poor manners, and I support you. After you divorce, I can introduce you to a well-connected girl in the capital. We won't have to worry about being looked down upon by Wu's family anymore. Xu Huan had long been dissatisfied with Wu Jia's family. Now, hearing that Wu Yuanhang wanted a divorce, she was not upset but excited. No, you can't divorce. Unexpectedly, Wu Qianli opposed.
Why?
Second uncle, I feel suffocated. Living with her, we have no common language. She only schemes and argues all day. Thinking about spending another 30 or 40 years, or even longer, with her, I just can't stand it. Wu Yuanhang lost his composure and shouted. Don't get upset, Yuanhang. I will go back and talk to your uncle carefully. He will support you. Xu Huan still insisted on supporting Wu Yuanhang. You already have a child. We never asked you to have a son. Anyway, I don't have much property to inherit. I am happy with my 2 granddaughters. Unexpectedly, Wu Qianli was quite open-minded. I don't care. I want a divorce. I must get a divorce. At this moment, Wu Yuanhang acted like a child wanting to throw away old toys and buy new ones. Wu Qianli was stunned and suddenly asked, Are you seeing someone else outside? This statement caused everyone to be surprised. Liang Ziqiao wanted to interrupt and say it was impossible. But unexpectedly, Wu Yuanhang admitted, I am seeing someone else. She is kinder, cuter, and more innocent than Wu Yao. She also likes reading. I can talk with her easily. Since I met her, I realized that my previous relationship with Wu Yao was all about being manipulated. She is true love. We talk about everything. She understands me well. She has read many books. Although she didn't go to college, she knows a lot about astronomy and geography. When I am with her, I forget about time. I found out that this is what love feels like. I want to marry her and be with her for the rest of my life. Wu Yuanhang was so excited that his veins bulged and he shouted loudly. You are making me so angry. Wu Qianli covered his chest, swayed, and looked like he was about to fall. Wu Yuanzheng just happened to come over to help his mother. Seeing the scene, he stepped forward quickly and helped his second uncle. Second uncle, don't get so excited. Is your heart hurting? Do you have medicine? Second aunt. Wu Yuanzheng helped him to a nearby bed and made him lie down. Yes, I brought nitroglycerin tablets. His heart has not been good since last year. He can't get upset. Wu Yuanzheng frowned and paused. He knew that people without heart problems shouldn't take nitroglycerin tablets. Seeing second aunt hand over the medicine, he fed it into his second uncle's mouth. Wu Qianli didn't resist. He kept the tablet in his mouth. Soon, the medicine took effect, and Wu Qianli visibly relaxed much more. Wu Yuanhang, you ungrateful son, I won't allow you to get a divorce. As a man, you must be loyal to marriage and love. Wu Qianli just recovered and was holding his chest, pointing at Wu Yuanhang and scolding him. Seeing his discomfort, Wu Yuanhang didn't dare to reply for a moment. Wu Yuanzheng didn't expect Wu Qianli's health to be so poor now, and he couldn't help but feel confused. The caregiver arrived and Wu Qianli and his wife left. Before leaving, Wu Yuanzheng asked his second uncle if he wanted to go for another checkup, but he shook his head and refused. No need to check again. He just had a physical exam last week. Besides a weak heart and slightly high blood pressure, everything else is fine. But a person can't be easily upset. If they get stimulated, like just now, they might faint. It's scary. Wu Yuanzheng watched them leave and was lost in thought outside for a long time. Yanzheng, what are you daydreaming about? Liang Ziqiao came out of the hospital and saw her son staring blankly, so she asked. Nothing. I just think that second uncle's health isn't very good now. Compared to before, he's much worse. Wu Yuanzheng replied. People get old, that's just how it is. You should also think about how many years he's been taking medicine. It's already good that he can have such a good physical condition. Liang Ziqiao sighed. Wu Yuanzheng took his mother home and then went to Xinhua Alley. Before marriage, they couldn't meet often. Actually, it was just the day before they couldn't meet. Shen Jitong moved back early to experience the atmosphere of her grandfather's life here. Tang Dang, I'm worried our investigation might be going in the wrong direction. Wu Yuanzheng came in and told her what happened at the hospital. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we left. Did Big Brother really cheat? Is there a woman outside? My goodness, he's even talking about divorcing his wife at this time? Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Big Sister. Shun Jitong shook her head in frustration. Big Sister is pitiful. Big Brother is hateful, but looking at Second Uncle's current health, do you think he could commit a crime? And those two girls are capable of physical work, not delicate young ladies who can't lift a finger. Wu Yuanjing's words also made Shin Jitong pause, and she murmured, if we're going in the wrong direction, finding the real culprit might be a long way off. Tang, don't worry. The case is being watched over by Sun Yangyang. He will eventually catch the fox's tail. Wu Yuanjing comforted Shin Jitong. Yes, is there a possibility? Shin Jitong's little head quickly turned, and she took out paper and pen, explaining her thoughts to Wu Yuanjing. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. Tang, you're so smart. I'll contact Yangyang right away. I believe that after you go to the southeast base, you'll shine in your work. Wu Yuanjing looked at his wife with admiration. She is so outstanding that he feels he might not be good enough for her. No, he must keep working hard, stand tall, and become a big tree that shields her from the wind and rain. Shin Jitong watched Wu Yuanjing hurriedly leave, sighing softly. They are about to get married, but the culprit hasn't been caught yet. She feels an inexplicable unease in her heart. Unexpected events often come before tomorrow. That night, Shin Jitong was working on her repair training in the space when she suddenly heard someone knocking hard outside her bedroom door. She left the space, messed up her bed to look like she was just sleeping, and quickly opened the door. Fortunately, it was Wu Yuanjing outside. What's wrong? Brother Yuanzeng, why are you in such a hurry? Tang, something bad has happened. There is a new victim. Is it the same method as before? Shin Jitong opened the door to let him in. Exactly the same method, blindfolded with cloth, hands on the stomach. The victim was a female worker from the steel factory who worked night shifts, found strangled. The crime scene is also in an alley, less than 500 meters from home. Wu Yuanjing said this while pounding his fist on the table in anger. The killer keeps attacking. Do we have any news about the target? Nothing. Since we identified the target, we've been watching, but no movement. Wu Yuanjing started to doubt himself. It seems our investigation direction was wrong. What about the new target I mentioned? Sun Yangyang hasn't had time to set up surveillance. They're short-staffed, and there are other cases too. Not everyone can focus on just one case. Wu Yuanjing sighed. Let's sit down together and analyze the case. Shin Jitong's patience gradually calmed Wu Yuanjing's inner frustration. He began to focus and get involved.
Here's my plan.
Is that okay? Shin Jitong thought about her backup plan. Tang, do you really want to do this? Yes, Shin Jitong nodded firmly. It's the only way. If he still doesn't show up, it means our investigation is probably wrong. Wu Yuanzeng and Shin Jitong went to visit Wu Yao. Although they didn't usually get along well, when someone faces life and death and almost loses their life, they still showed proper courtesy. Shin Jitong brought a basket of apples from her space. If Wu Yao wanted to eat, it would help her recover. When they arrived at the hospital room, Wu Yao was already awake, hooked up to N4, but she looked very weak and tired. Shin Jitong entered the room and saw only a nurse aide. Wu Yuanheng wasn't there, and Wu Yuanzheng didn't want to go inside. He greeted from the doorway and sat on a bench outside, waiting for Shin Jitong. Inside, Shin Jitong tried to make small talk with Wu Yao. Sis-in-law, how do you feel? Just SOSO. Shin Jitong, are you here to laugh at me? Wu Yao still stubbornly refused to admit she was unwell. You're feeling bad, so I won't argue with you. We're family, and I probably won't stay in the capital long. There's no need to argue. Why would I laugh at you? As she spoke, Shin Jitong took a fruit knife, peeled an apple she brought, and offered it to Wu Yao. Wu Yao didn't take it and said, "No appetite, I don't want to eat." Shin Jitong ignored her and placed the peeled apple in a nearby bowl, then asked, "Where's your older brother?" "Don't know. He went home last night and hasn't come back since." Maybe because Shin Jitong's words earlier made Wu Yao feel a bit embarrassed, she didn't get upset anymore. "Sis-in-law, rest well. I'll leave now." "All right, you can go. Thanks for coming to see me." The two sat quietly for a while. Shin Jitong didn't feel like making small talk, and Wu Yao was very sensitive. Whatever Shin Jitong said, Wu Yao probably thought she was mocking her. So, Shin Jitong politely left. As soon as Shin Jitong left, Wu Yao told the nurse aide, "You see, the person who just came is my sister-in-law. She's the wife of my third brother. She's pretty, but a bit stingy. She came to see me and only brought a few apples. We're poor, but if you're visiting someone in the hospital, you should at least bring some canned yellow peaches." Sure enough, capitalists are just capitalists, always exploiting workers, even being so stingy with patients. But that's no surprise. Being stingy is part of a capitalist's nature. Otherwise, how could they save so much money? Shin Jitong heard Wu Ai's sarcastic tone, turned back to the ward and smiled. "Big sister-in-law, you don't like my apples, do you? I'll take them back, so they won't go to waste." After saying that, she picked up the apples on the table, including the peeled one, and took a big bite before leaving. She left Wu Ai and the caregiver staring at each other in surprise. Shin Jitong was amused. It seems she still treats Wu Ai too kindly. The crops from her space, unless they are close family, she wouldn't give away. This time, she only gave Wu Ai a few apples because she felt sorry for her. Her child was gone, her was removed, and she almost died from heavy bleeding. She thought Wu Ai would recognize the value and eat a few apples to recover. If she didn't recognize it, she could just eat them herself. The fruits from her space didn't even need washing. Shin Jitong took one to Wu Yuanjing when she went out. Wu Yuanjing also heard Wu Ai's words and took the apple with a speechless look, saying, "Tang Tang, don't be angry. She's sick now and in a bad mood. Don't argue with her." "I know. Do you think I'm arguing?" "Oh, wait, I am." She has no apples to eat now. Shin Jitong bit into a large, juicy, sweet apple, full of flavor and rich aroma. Wu Ai missing out was her loss. "Yes, let's not be angry. Do you know how Wu Hao is doing?" Wu Yuanjing casually asked, remembering that Wu Hao was also hospitalized here. From the big sister-in-law's expression, she probably just thinks the baby was lost. They haven't told her she can't have children. If she finds out the truth, and with her husband wanting a divorce, I don't know if she can handle it. Shin Jitong thought about how miserable Wu Ai was everywhere, and she decided not to be angry with her anymore. Big Brother is so strange. Why did he suddenly have an affair? The Marine Research Institute is a secret agency. If he's in contact with outsiders, he needs to report it. No, I have to go to the Research Institute and ask if my brother has been involved in any projects lately. Wu Yuanzhen had a gut feeling that this matter was not simple. His confidant couldn't just fall from the sky. "Look, isn't that him? And there's a woman with him." Shin Jitong suddenly stopped in the parking lot outside the hospital and pointed at the hospital entrance. Wu Yuanzheng was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that his older brother and a woman were parting ways reluctantly. Wu Yuanheng was taller than the woman by a head. The woman had a good figure with graceful curves. From a distance, he couldn't see her face clearly, but she didn't look worse than Wu Jiao. Before parting, his older brother reached out and tousled the woman's hair. This gesture made Wu Yuanjing sure that Wu Yuanheng had a special relationship with her. As they separated and walked in different directions, if they entered the hospital, they would bump into each other. Wu Yuanzheng quickly pulled Shin Jitong and hid behind a big tree in the flower bed. "Why are you acting like we're doing something shameful?" Shin Jitong scolded playfully. No, I'm just worried about startling them." "Tang Tang, you go back first. I'll follow that woman and see who she is." Wu Yuanzheng explained with a gut feeling that something was off. "All right, it's good to find out. Don't worry. I'll go home first. Be careful."
Got it.
"Don't worry." After saying that, Wu Yuanzheng hurriedly left. Shin Jitong took the bus home. When she arrived, Aunt Lin was making dumplings. Seeing her back, she quickly reported, "Miss, I see there's still quite a bit of flour and chives at home. We can't finish them all in a short time. Why not make some dumplings and store them in the fridge? We can eat them slowly." The house originally had a Soviet-made Minsk refrigerator, which her grandfather had. It was still working well after all these years. It showed that Ho Donglai and his people took good care of the house when they were guarding it. Aunt Lin, if you have free time, please help me make more dumplings, buns, and various fillings. Once they're packed, put them in the freezer. I want to give some to my mother-in-law and also to my grandparents. Shin Jitong made an excuse. She did plan to give some to her in-laws and grandparents, but most of them she intended to store in her space. When she went to the southeast base, she could take them out whenever she wanted to eat. Although she had learned how to steam buns and make dumplings, it was too much trouble. Now that Aunt Lin was available, she thought it was better to let her do it. I will add a few more fillings later, such as egg and chive, carrot and egg, cabbage and meat, pickled vegetable and meat, and zucchini and meat. Let me know which fillings you want to try. I will make some of each, so you won't get bored and can enjoy different flavors. Aunt Lin is happy to help. She has free time, and cleaning the yard is only a morning's work. After cleaning, she feels that a white-collar salary is hard to live on. If her husband and she weren't honest, Shen Mingrui wouldn't trust them with some savings and house repair money, leaving the house in their care. If they were dishonest, in this chaotic time, they could take over the house when the owners are away and keep it for themselves. But over the years, they've been honest, living in their small house and maintaining the big house so well that it's ready for move-in at any time. Shin Jitong trusts their character without needing to test them. Even after she leaves Beijing, she will still entrust the house to them to take care of. Grandpa's careful choice was right. Shin Jitong finds that wherever she goes, she feels the warmth left by her grandpa and mother. Before leaving, they already thought about how to show love and protect her as she walks alone. Luckily, in this life, she caught it. Aunt Lin, I just bought some rice and flour outside, about 100 jin of flour and 30 jin of rice. You can make any kind of noodles or bread with that and finish all the flour. Shun Jitong explains.
Okay.
Besides making these buns and dumplings, I can also fry fried dough sticks. It's a pity that fried dough sticks don't taste good if they sit too long. Aunt Lin's skill in making noodles is just as good as a professional chef. Tomorrow morning you can make fried dough sticks. I want to eat them. Shun Jitong is straightforward. All right. If the young lady likes them, I'll fry some. Tomorrow morning, I'll buy soy milk at the alley entrance, 1 fried dough stick and 1 cup of soy milk. Aunt Lin happily plans. Shun Jitong sneaks into the kitchen, taking out the rice and flour from the space while no one is around. She takes out all the remaining 100 jin of flour and 30 jin of rice. She also takes about 10 jin each of carrots, cabbage, and zucchini, mixing them into the vegetable basket. If she didn't take vegetables from the space, Aunt Lin would probably buy them at the market. But the vegetables from her space are tastier and more nutritious than those bought at the market. After successfully secretly delivering the materials, Shun Jitong returned to her room, locked the door securely, and entered her space. She followed her daily routine of exercising, practicing firearm skills, and restoring cultural relics. When she had free time, she also planted vegetables and picked fruits. With a balanced life, Shun Jitong has grown to love this lifestyle. At noon, Shun Jitong left her space to eat dumplings made by Aunt Lin. Just as the first batch of dumplings was taken out of the pot, Wu Yuanzheng returned. Brother Yuanzheng, you're just in time. Come and eat some dumplings. Shun Jitong pushed the dumplings toward him. Half for each of us. Wu Yuanzheng didn't refuse. Instead, he found a bowl and divided half of the dumplings into it. Are they tasty? Aunt Lin made them. Seeing him enjoy the food, Shun Jitong poured some fragrant vinegar into a small dish for him. They're delicious. The filling is fresh and fragrant, even better than the chef in our kitchen. Hearing this, Aunt Lin smiled happily and worked even more energetically. After finishing the dumplings, the two went to Shun Jitong's study to talk. Shun Jitong asked Ho Donglai to also arrange a study room for Wu Yuanzheng next to hers, though the furniture hadn't been fully moved in yet. How's the surveillance going? Any results? Seeing Wu Yuanzheng's expression, Shun Jitong's curiosity grew, and she eagerly wanted to hear the update. Wu Yuanzheng felt a bit amused, but, seeing Shun Jitong's eager eyes, he couldn't help but share. I followed that woman after leaving the hospital. We didn't go far before I discovered her identity. It turns out she works at a bookstore near the hospital. She's 26 years old, named Winshiru, with a high school education. She's been working there for 3 years. Apparently, she's a returning educated youth from the countryside, hired by the bookstore. Her parents have both passed away, and she's the only one left in the city. She's not married and has no boyfriend. People around her say she's enthusiastic, patient, eager to learn, and dedicated. She was recognized as an active worker for 2 consecutive years.
What?
Such a girl having an affair with my brother? She's not bad-looking, and she works officially at a state-run bookstore. It shouldn't be hard for her to find a partner. Why would she end up as a third party? Shin Ji-tan couldn't understand this at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Love doesn't usually give a warning before it happens. My brother probably made eye contact with her at the bookstore. I observed and learned that she is very hardworking, rarely takes vacations, and spends most of her time working at the bookstore. Based on what you told me about her, I think Winshiru is quite suitable for the older brother. The important thing is that the older brother seems to have strong feelings for her. At the hospital entrance, when he talks to her, his eyes shine with affection, and he looks reluctant to part. It's more intense than high school sweethearts. Shun Jitong sighed. However, after a deeper investigation, I found a suspicious point. Wu Yuanzheng is here to cause trouble. What suspicious point? Shin Jitong's beautiful eyes widened, and her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny brushes, making Wu Yuanzheng feel a little ticklish. But now isn't the best time for tenderness. Wu Yuanzheng had to focus and say carefully, when I was investigating her background, I found that since she started working at the bookstore 3 years ago, her entire family has died one after another. But their deaths all seem like accidents at first glance, with no obvious flaws. What do you mean? Shin Jitong was shocked. She thought about the figure she saw at the hospital entrance. Young, energetic, full of life, compared to Wu Jiao, who was always worried about pregnancy, needing money, and dealing with her family's constant visits and arguments. It's obvious who the older brother would choose. But she didn't expect that this person was also not simple. Wen's father was originally a long-time employee at the bookstore. But before Winshiru returned to the city, he slipped and fell while moving new books, and a heavy bag of books hit his head, killing him. Wen's mother, overwhelmed with grief after her husband's accident, became mentally confused. One night, she was found dead in her room from carbon monoxide poisoning caused by a coal heater. Her older brother was working in the countryside as a village elementary school teacher. But that day, for some reason, a cow in the village went mad and charged at the nearby school, injuring children. Wen's brother stepped in to protect them and was trampled to death by the cow. The once happy family was left with only Winshiru. After these tragedies, Winshiru applied to return to the city from the rural province. Since her father died in the line of duty, Winshiru was approved to take over his position at the bookstore. Currently, Winshiru lives alone. Her grandparents and great-grandparents are from other provinces. Most of her relatives from her parents' generation no longer keep in touch. She has become quite isolated in the city. As Wu Yuanjing spoke, Shun Jitong caught the main point. Her current situation is like Sun Wukong jumping out of a stone. She says whatever she wants, and without relatives to support her, right? Also, her family members' deaths seem to be related to her moving to the city for work, paving her way to live alone now. So, you suspect she is a spy. When Shin Jitong said this, Wu Yuanjing couldn't help but gently pinch her delicate nose and smiled. Smart. Winshiru is indeed very suspicious. Plus, I checked with the Marine Research Institute, and her older brother has recently been involved in the latest naval ship technology project. Winshiru might be a spy specially designed for her brother. Exactly. If she had no other purpose, how could a young woman like her, who is waiting to get married, be involved with a married man like her brother? Normally, with her background, she wouldn't try to steal someone else's partner. Shun Jitong thinks that most young women still have a sense of morality. Winshiru isn't an old maid who can't find a husband, and she has a decent, official job. It shouldn't be hard for her to find a partner. Her relationship with Wu Yuanhang is definitely suspicious. I hope my brother doesn't make a big mistake. If he does, I might find out too late because they've been dating for a while. Wu Yuanjing sighed. What should we do now? Never mind. You don't need to tell me. It's not something I can handle. Shen Jitong wisely kept her questions to herself. The two sat quietly for a while, digesting these unexpected new developments. After 2 more days, Wu Hao's conditions still hadn't improved. The doctors said his brain injury would likely stay with him for life, and the family should prepare mentally. Hu Lanfeng, because Wu Yao had just undergone surgery, also calmed down and didn't dare to cause trouble at the hospital or police station. She could only obediently let Wu Hao stay in the hospital for treatment. She initially wanted to cause more trouble, but now that her daughter was bedridden and couldn't help her, she had to endure it. Wu Yao was slowly recovering, but she didn't know that her had been removed. Everyone was afraid to upset her, so they didn't tell her. Before knowing the full truth, she was quite optimistic. Since her first 2 pregnancies went smoothly, she believed that even though she lost this unexpected pregnancy, she could recover her health and get pregnant again someday. Since the child was lost, she turned her sadness into motivation. She ate well, slept well, and tried to restore her health as soon as possible. Things were calm on her side, but there was trouble brewing in the Wu family. Wu Yuanheng simply moved out, saying that once Wu Huai recovered, he would definitely divorce. Wu Yuanheng's actions made Wu Wanli and his wife very angry. When Shen Jitong visited the Wu family that day, she saw Wu Yuanheng leaving with a simple bag, not looking back. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law looked very upset, sitting stiffly on the sofa in the main hall, unable to speak for a long time. Although Wu Jing and Wu Shu were young, they seemed to understand how serious the situation was. They cried loudly nearby. Liang Ziqiao was so angry she felt weak, but since the children were crying, she could only force herself to stand up and comfort them. Shen Jitong put down the fruit she was holding, quickly took over her mother-in-law's work, and took Wu Jing and Wu Shu aside. She took out candies to soothe them, helping her mother-in-law breathe easier. After she took out some cloud-shaped cakes, chocolates, and candies to calm the children, she sat next to Liang Ziqiao and said softly, "Dad, Mom, don't be angry. Let's go with the flow. Getting upset won't help." Shen Jitong didn't dare say that a bigger storm was coming, but Wu Yuanheng's actions could be seen as a warning, a way to test their hearts and prepare them for the upcoming shocks. Tang Tang, I'm sorry you had to see this. Liang Ziqiao felt a bit embarrassed. Before Shen Jitong even entered, she saw the family arguing. Fortunately, Tang Tang and the 3rd brother had a good relationship. Otherwise, they might have been worried about what others would think. Mom, every family has its own problems. When something happens, we just deal with it. I won't take it personally. Everyone's experience and life are different. Tang Tang is truly wise. If only the eldest brother was as easygoing. Wu Wanli sighed. He was decisive and firm at work, but when it came to household matters, he was helpless. Dad, Mom, don't get too upset. Big brother will understand everything eventually. Shen Jitong could only try to comfort them. Tang Tang, do you think their fighting is good for the children? Now, children are all left at home, and the eldest is so confused. Liang Ziqiao is angry and pats her chest. Shen Jitong quickly helps her calm down. Forget it, dear. Don't get so upset. The children are grown up and have their own ideas and lives. We can take care of them for a while, but not forever. In the end, they have to walk their own paths. After feeling angry, Wu Wanli is more relaxed. He is a military officer, broad-minded, and not troubled by temporary setbacks. However, Shen Jitong thinks that Wu Yuanheng leaving now might actually be a good thing. But Shen Jitong didn't expect that Wu Yuanheng is really stubborn. He didn't go to the Naval Research Institute's dormitory after leaving. Wu Yuanheng carries simple luggage and arrives at a small apartment building, which is assigned to employees of the bookstore. Xiaoru, I've moved out of my family home. Can I stay with you for a few days? Wu Yuanheng knocks on Xiaoru's door on the 2nd floor.
Yuanheng,
Did you have a fight with your family?
how could they do this?
Did you do anything wrong? Why do they treat you so badly? When Xiaoru quickly opens the door to let Wu Yuanheng in. After he enters, when Xiaoru looks around and, seeing no neighbors, quickly closes the door. Xiaoru, I only have you now. Can you let me stay here? Wu Yuanheng looks pitiful. Of course, I can. Lu Dage next door is at training for 3 months. Before he left, he handed me the key and asked me to water his plants. You can stay in his place for now. Good. As long as I can be close to you, I'll feel at ease. Wu Yuanheng has decided to divorce Wu Yao and starts speaking more boldly. When Xiaoru shyly tucks her hair and looks a bit embarrassed. Yuan Hengji, what are you talking about? Xiaoru, since that incident last time, I've decided to take responsibility for you. We drank alcohol, but it wasn't a drunken mistake. I really love you. When I was young, I lacked experience and was seduced by Wu Yao. After she got pregnant, she forced me to marry her. I had no choice but to marry her. But over these 10 years, she's been trying to control me constantly. I feel suffocated and unfree. Since I met you, I realized that you are true love. Xiaoru, I want to divorce Wu Yuheng. Will you marry me? Since Wu Yuheng had a close moment with Wen Xiaoru, he became more confident around her. He believed Wen Xiaoru loved him because otherwise, why would she trust him with her purity? Also, during their first time together, Wen Xiaoru bled a lot. She was a pure girl, and as a man remarried, he felt he didn't deserve her. So he wanted to be more proactive. Yuheng, that was an accident. She really admires you, but she doesn't want to hurt your family. Your wife isn't feeling well now, so you should take good care of her. Don't make her sad. When Xiaoru spoke tenderly, acting as if she understood everything deeply. The more she acted like that, the more Wu Yuheng felt sorry for her. Her family was gone, and he was the only one left in the world. How could he hurt such a simple and kind girl? When he first met her, he thought she was always smiling. But her sweet smile hid many sad stories. Wu Yuheng had never felt this way before, being trusted and admired unconditionally by a girl. His chest fluttered, and suddenly he reached out, pulling Wen Xiaoru into his arms and kissing her deeply. Before they knew it, they had rolled onto the bed. Meanwhile, Wu Qianli and his wife arrived at Wu's house. They heard Wu Yuheng had moved out on his own but hadn't gone to their place, which made them quite angry. Wu Qianli was not a talkative man. Now, he sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, occasionally pressing his temple. Qianli, do you have a headache? I brought some medicine. Take a pill. Xu Huan opened her bag and took out a bottle of medicine. Shun Jitong recognized it as painkillers. If Xu Huan carried this medicine regularly, it meant Wu Qianli often had headaches. Wu Qianli took the medicine, poured some warm water, and took a pill. After a while, it seemed to help. He no longer looked anxious, and instead discussed Wu Yuheng's situation with Wu Wanli. My opinion is still to try to reconcile. I don't want Yuheng to divorce. It's not about saving face. Mainly, their 2 daughters are still young. Children can't be without parents. Wu Qianli spoke surprisingly reasonably and clearly about the divorce. I think it doesn't matter. The 2 kids are still young. If there's a new mom, they'll get used to her easily. Xu Huan has always disliked Wu Yao and often argued with Wu Qianli. Usually, Wu Qianli doesn't lose his temper. At least Shin Jitong has never seen him do so, until suddenly he shouted angrily. Xu Huan immediately fell silent. Shin Jitong could tell that although Xu Huan is usually noisy and often opposes, if Wu Qianli really gets angry, Xu Huan is still afraid of him. In other words, Wu Qianli is not as weak as outsiders might think in their marriage, even if he is hurt or his appearance is damaged. We will try to mediate and see if Yao Yao recovers enough to regain Yuan Heng's heart. I think the most important thing is whether Yao Yao can repair her relationship with Yuan Heng, Liang Jiqiao sighed. When Wu Qianli and his wife left, they looked worried. Thinking about it, it's understandable. What was once a peaceful retirement life was disturbed by the divorce of the young couple, which made everyone feel uncomfortable. Shin Jitong already knew that Wu Yuanheng was the biological son of the second uncle. From his current behavior, it's clear he is indeed the biological father. If they were only adoptive father and son, Wu Qianli wouldn't be so angry. Shin Jitong wondered if Xu Huan had noticed any clues over the years. Or does she pretend not to know, just to keep the family life peaceful? Indeed, every family has its own hidden problems. Liang Ziqiao invited Shin Jitong to dinner and said they would wait until after eating to have Wu Yuanzheng take her home. Shin Jitong naturally didn't refuse. With only 3 days left before the wedding, she had prepared everything and was just waiting for the ceremony. Since the higher-ups now promote simple weddings, Liang Ziqiao had already discussed with Shin Jitong. Only close family and a few close friends would be invited, about 10 tables. They had worked hard to simplify the arrangements. Otherwise, even 50 tables wouldn't be manageable. Shin Jitong understood. After dinner, Wu Yuaning pulled Shin Jitong into her room and said mysteriously, "Third sister-in-law, big brother has moved out. I think there's something unusual about this. What happened?" Shin Jitong didn't expect Wu Yuaning to have her own thoughts. "That day, when we went shopping at Wang Fujing, I saw big brother with a woman in the mall. They passed by me quickly, and I thought I was seeing things at first, but the more I thought about it later, the more suspicious it seemed. The man is clearly my older brother. How could I possibly be mistaken? But the woman is definitely not my sister-in-law. She looks younger and more beautiful than her. I think my brother is having an affair, which is why he is so determined to divorce his wife. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for my sister-in-law now. She lost her child, her health is poor, and my brother is acting like this. It's really frustrating. Yuaning, this is a matter between husband and wife. We shouldn't get involved or make things more complicated. It's their problem, and they will find their own way to solve it." Shin Jitong was worried she might cause trouble, so she tried to calm her down. "All right, I was thinking of telling my sister-in-law to prepare her mentally. I tend to help friends more than family. But I also felt it was wrong. I thought you might know something, so I asked you." Yuaning felt relieved. Shin Jitong was surprised to hear this. Luckily, Yuaning discussed it with her first. If she had rushed to tell Wu Yao without thinking, it could have caused trouble. Wu Yao is still recovering from her surgery, and her condition isn't stable yet. If Yuaning carelessly shares information with her and Wu Yao gets into trouble, Yuaning might be blamed for the rest of her life. "Yuaning, I'm glad you told me first. You must promise me not to get involved in any way. Otherwise, not only will your brother and his wife blame you, but your mother-in-law from your sister-in-law's family might also be difficult to deal with. If Hu Lanfeng notices that you're easy to bully, she will keep bothering you. You'll never have peace." Hearing this, Yuaning felt a cold shiver down her back. Thinking about Hu Lanfeng's past behavior, she didn't doubt that Hu Lanfeng could do such things. She shivered nervously. "Thank you, third sister-in-law. I'm glad I told you. You're right. What should I do now?" Yuaning rubbed her arms, feeling a sudden chill and a bit scared. "You don't need to do anything. You probably don't know, and it's not your concern. The rest will be handled by the family. It's none of your business as a young girl who isn't married yet." Shin Jitong explained to her. "I understand. My dear third sister-in-law, from now on, I'll ask you more when I face problems." Yuaning hugged Shin Jitong affectionately, acting spoiled for a while. Growing up surrounded by love, Wu Yuaning, though in her 20s, still has a very childlike personality. "By the way, Yuaning, on my wedding day you have to be my bridesmaid. Can you find a few more? I don't have friends in the capital, so I can't find suitable girls to be bridesmaids." "Sure, no problem. I'll be one. I'll find 4 more friends, so there will be 6 of us. Everything will go smoothly," Wu Yuaning promised confidently. "Leave it to me, it's a small matter." "Great, then this big thing is settled." Shin Jitong let out a sigh of relief. Many details only come to mind when the moment is near. For example, the bridesmaid issue. Shin Jitong didn't realize at first, until she recalled details from other people's weddings, that she still didn't have a bridesmaid. As someone from out of town, and in an era with difficult transportation, she couldn't possibly invite classmates or friends from the past to the capital. So, she thought of Wu Yuaning. Fortunately, after coming to the capital, she got along well with Wu's family, except for Wu Yuanhang and his wife, who didn't get along with her. The rest of the Wu family showed her a lot of care. Sure enough, Wu Yuaning agreed immediately. Wu Yuaning happily called her friends and close friends, asking who was free at the end of the month to be her sister-in-law's bridesmaid. Because her sister-in-law had just said it was a big deal for her, Wu Yuaning wanted to do her best. She carefully selected the bridesmaids in her mind, choosing those who looked good and had outstanding character and personality, and included them on her list. In a short while, she arranged 3 bridesmaids over the phone: her senior Mei Lan, her childhood neighbor Qing Yun, and her classmate Xiang Hong. They had all been close for nearly 10 years. When they heard it was for a bridesmaid, they agreed immediately without hesitation. The last person Wu Yuaning thought of was Dai Lingling. Dai Lingling's background was quite impressive. She was a recent returnee from studying abroad in the Soviet Union, majoring in aerospace radar technology. She was already a PhD, a high-level intellectual, and a rare talent for the country. Dai Lingling wasn't her classmate. She was in the same class as her third brother. But from elementary school to high school, they attended the same school. In upper elementary grades, Dai Lingling often came to visit her. By then, Dai Lingling was already in high school, excelling academically and ranking at the top of her grade. Wu Yuaning admired her very much. When Dai Lingling took the initiative to come and play with her, Wu Yuaning felt both surprised and delighted. Dai Lingling cared for her in every possible way, from giving her pretty hair clips to birthday gifts like a water cup, foreign candies, and soft toys. To Wu Yuaning, Dai Lingling felt just like an older sister. Wu Yuaning even once thought about asking Dai Lingling to become her sworn sister, but Dai Lingling gently refused, saying she would always treat her well without needing any formal ceremony. Even after Dai Lingling graduated from high school and was admitted to the Air Force University, they stayed in close contact. During holidays, Dai Lingling often came to visit her. They would talk about their feelings and dreams for the future. Unfortunately, Wu Yuaning didn't focus much on her studies. She started dating Zhao Jian early, which affected her grades, and in the end, she only got into a vocational college and became a teacher. Later, Dai Lingling achieved excellent results and was recommended to study at Moscow University for a combined master's and doctoral program. After going abroad, Dai Lingling never returned home because of the long distance and her busy studies. It wasn't until last week, after several years, that she finally completed her studies and came back to serve her country. When Wu Yuaning heard the news, she was overjoyed. But she also heard that Dai Lingling had many formalities and work arrangements to handle after returning, so she didn't want to disturb her. Now, her third sister-in-law needed a bridesmaid, and since Dai Lingling's initial busy days at home should be over, Wu Yuaning immediately thought of saving a bridesmaid spot for her. Excitedly, Wu Yuaning called the Dai family. The Dai family also had a military background, but Dai's father held a lower rank than Wu Wanli. To outsiders, he was still a respected officer, though not as high-ranking as the Wu family. "I'd like to speak to Sister Lingling." Someone answered the phone. "Yuaning, is that you?" "It's me, Lingling." "Oh my goodness, Sister Lingling. I haven't heard your voice in years. This is wonderful. You're finally home." Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Yuaning couldn't help trembling with excitement. "Yuaning, some of my studies abroad were confidential, so I wasn't allowed to contact anyone outside. It's not that I didn't want to reach out, I simply couldn't. Now that I've finished my studies and returned, we won't lose touch again." Dai Lingling sounded happy too. "Sister Lingling, I did hear that you were back, but I knew you must be busy after returning, so I didn't want to bother you. Today, I have something I want to ask for your help with, so I called you quickly." "What is it?" "Tell me. I will do my best to help," Dai Lingling said cheerfully. "Don't worry, it's not a difficult matter. I just want our Dr. Dai to spare us some precious time to be my third sister-in-law's bridesmaid. She is from out of town and doesn't know any young unmarried women here, so she asked me to find a bridesmaid. I thought of you first because you are a doctor and also a classmate of my third brother, so you are the perfect choice. By the way, you probably aren't married yet, right? You've been away for so many years. You wouldn't be dating someone from abroad, would you? Haha, if you are married, you can't be a bridesmaid. But I think you probably aren't dating someone from abroad." "Just joking." "Hey, Sister Lingling, is that okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" Wu Yuaning asked casually. After she said a lot, she realized that Dai Lingling on the other end of the phone wasn't responding. She thought maybe the call was disconnected and quickly asked, "Oh, I'm here," Wu Yuaning said anxiously. Only then did Dai Lingling seem to come back to her senses and reply, "You mean my third sister-in-law? What does that mean? Is she the bride of Yuanzheng?" "Yes, she is my third brother's wife." "It's funny. Our family always said he was like a tree that never blooms, never finding a wife. But since my third sister-in-law agreed to marry him, that tree suddenly bloomed. He immediately took her back to Beijing to meet the family and hold a wedding banquet." "I see. I thought your third brother wasn't getting married because he was waiting for someone. Turns out he just hadn't met your third sister-in-law yet," Dai Lingling said softly. From the phone, Wu Yuaning could only hear her tone and couldn't see her expression. Plus, she was quite easygoing, so she didn't notice anything unusual and continued smiling. "My third brother and third sister-in-law have had a childhood betrothal. She is from Shanghai. When our family was transferred to Beijing for work, they parted ways. They only recently met again, and somehow they liked each other, so they came back and got married." "A childhood betrothal? Are such old-fashioned customs still around?" Dai Lingling asked in disbelief. "Someone as outstanding as your brother still needs a childhood betrothal? Three's family only has her as the only child. My dad, feeling grateful, told my grandfather, 'Look at these three bald boys. Which one do you like? Let's arrange a marriage between the two families. When they have children, just have one surname, Wu, and the rest can take your family name, because my eldest and second brothers are much older than three, and even my third brother is 7 years older than her. My grandfather chose my third brother.' Ha, can you believe it? My third brother was chosen because he was the youngest among them." Wu Yuaning found this amusing and shared it with Dai Lingling. They always shared everything openly. Friendship without secrets. "Congratulations on your third brother. I promise to be your bridesmaid. When do you want me to come?" Dai Lingling seemed to sigh, but her next words made Wu Yuaning happy. "Sunday morning at 7. Since the wedding car will arrive between 9 and 11, we need to arrive early. Come stay with me the night before, and we can leave together at 6:30. Second brother will take us to my sister-in-law's house." Dai Lingling agreed happily. They had been apart for nearly 5 years. Wu Yuaning felt that between her and Dai Lingling, there was like a transparent film. She could see her, but something was blocking the connection. But she didn't think much of it. Dai Lingling had been abroad for so long. She had changed a lot. Plus, she was now a PhD, while Wu Yuaning was just a technical school graduate. Lingling was focused on her career, and Wu Yuaning was only interested in dating. The gap was obvious. But because of their deep friendship, Wu Yuaning believed that once Dai Lingling returned for a while and they spent more time together, the distance would close. Wu Yuaning didn't overthink it. She just saw it as completing her task for her sister-in-law and also a chance to rekindle their friendship. But when Dai Lingling hung up the phone, her eyes were red. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Dai Jinyue saw his sister almost crying and immediately panicked. He was a true little sister's man, always ready to help her and protect her. He had loved and cared for her since they were young. Even now, at 27, he still saw her as that adorable little girl. But now she was different. She was a graduate student returning from studying abroad, full of knowledge, which made Dai Jinyue both proud and even more protective of her. "Brother, Yuanzheng is getting married." "What? Yuanzheng is getting married? Didn't he like you and wait for you to come back? These years I didn't get married. I thought once you returned, good things would happen. Why did he suddenly change his mind? This guy, he's really not a good person." Dai Jinyue was very angry. If the Dai family wasn't less powerful than the Wu family, they could easily crush them like an ant. Dai Jinyue would have already gone to the Wu family to cause trouble. "Brother, no wonder Yuanzheng. I've been abroad for too long, away from him for too many years, but my major is very difficult. It's not something you can finish in a year or two. I probably won't graduate easily. I also heard that the woman Yuanzheng is going to marry was arranged by the elders as a childhood engagement. I think Yuanzheng might not truly love her. Maybe he waited for me all these years, thought there was no hope, and agreed to marry the childhood sweetheart arranged by the elders. Dai Lingling spoke tearfully, making Dai Jinhua feel a sharp pain in his heart. Even though he was 29, he still didn't want to get married, which made his family very worried. Dai Jinhua didn't want to marry because he hadn't had enough fun. Now that he was single, he could freely meet unmarried girls. Those he deceived lost their innocence, and afterward, he said he had no feelings, and it wasn't suitable. Since they lost their innocence, they had no proof, and he kept silent. Enjoying the freedom of being single, Dai Jinhua didn't want to marry at all. He initially thought Yuanzheng was like him, playing with feelings, so he delayed marriage. Later, he found out that Yuanzheng hadn't even held a girl's hand over the years, so he believed Yuanzheng was genuinely waiting for his sister to return. He never expected that when his sister returned, Yuanzheng was about to settle down with someone else. Seeing his sister defend Yuanzheng, Dai Jinhua's eyes darkened and said, "Lingling, do you still have feelings for Yuanzheng? If you do, I'll help you get rid of that childhood engagement and remove this obstacle so you two can be together. Brother, don't do something stupid. I definitely have feelings for Yuanzheng. Even though he's married, I believe he only married that woman to fulfill his elder's wishes. Yuan Ning asked me to be her bridesmaid. I want to observe if Yuanzheng and his wife are truly distant. If they seem unhappy, I will try to get them to divorce, so I can be with Yuanzheng. Is this really appropriate? After Wu Yuanzheng got married, even if he's with you, he would be considered a second-time groom. You are still a young girl waiting for marriage. It's such a pity." Dai Jinhua feels sorry for his sister and thinks she loves too meekly. "Brother, I'm not at a loss. I like him, and he must be mine." Dai Lingling secretly regrets why she was so proud and insisted on studying abroad. Not only did she face bad experiences abroad, but she also lost someone she loved. "Lingling, your deep love moves me. Don't worry, as long as you want it, I will help you get it. Over the years, I haven't married, but my career has improved a lot. I have many friends in the higher departments where Yuanzheng works. They can be useful when needed." Dai Jinhua also boasts about his connections to raise his importance in his sister's eyes. "Thanks, brother. I think I might really need your help with these connections then," Dai Lingling says thoughtfully. The morning before the wedding, Wu Yuaning happily visits Shin Jitang. "Sister-in-law, I've found a few great bridesmaids for you. Mylin is my senior, Qingyun is my neighbor's daughter, Xianghong is my classmate, and there's also a very important person, Dai Lingling. Dai Lingling is my close friend, and also my third brother's classmate. She studied abroad at Moscow University for her master's and doctorate. She stayed overseas for several years and hasn't returned home until recently. Coincidentally, she just graduated and came back last week, so she can attend your wedding. Thanks for your effort, Yuaning," Shin Jitang says, pleased with her enthusiasm. Yuaning is straightforward, and as long as she's praised, she's very happy. Shin Jitang quickly goes to the kitchen. Soon, she brings out various fruit platters for Yuaning to enjoy. "Come to my house for lunch. Aunt Lin has made lots of dumplings. If you want, you can try different flavors." Shin Jitang now knows her sister-in-law loves to eat, so she warmly invites her.
Great.
"Can I try every flavor?" Yuaning asks honestly. "Of course. I'll ask Aunt Zhang to cook some with carrot and egg, chives and pork, and fresh shrimp. Several flavors so you can taste them all at once," Shin Jitang says, then promptly instructs Aunt Zhang. Wu Yuaning felt very happy to be with third sister-in-law. By the way, third sister-in-law, should the bridesmaids all wear red on the wedding day? Right now, there was no plan to have the bridesmaids all fitted with uniform dresses because families were not well off, and it was impossible to make special dresses for the bridesmaids. Everyone was just making do with simple, decent clothes. But verbally, they should agree on a style. Not everyone has red clothes, so as long as they don't wear black, it's fine. Shin Jitang didn't have high demands either. "Okay, I'll inform them." At noon, Wu Yuaning actually ate dumplings with different fillings in one plate, so delicious that she ate silently, not making a sound. After returning home, Wu Yuaning quickly called the bridesmaids to tell them about the dress style and the meeting time. The last call was to Dai Lingling. Can I wear whatever I want? Dai Lingling's tone on the phone was gentle and intelligent as before. I wanted everyone to wear red, but third sister-in-law said not everyone might have red clothes, and borrowing could be troublesome. Anyway, the wedding is mainly for fun, so as long as no one wears black or white, it's fine. Okay, I understand. Dai Lingling thought for a moment and smiled. Tell me the address of Yuan Zheng's wife's family. I'll meet you at 7 o'clock. Wu Yuaning didn't think much and agreed immediately. The night before the wedding, Wu Yuanzheng was very excited. He was busy all afternoon, rushing around, seeming very busy, but actually just doing nothing in particular. His mind was blank about what he was doing. Yuanzheng, you don't need to do these things yourself. We will help you. Rest well. Tomorrow, you'll be the groom. You need to save your energy. Second brother Wu Yuanyang winked at his brother meaningfully. Wu Yuanzheng responded with an, "Oh," then thought about it and finally understood what his second brother meant. Tomorrow night was his wedding night. Wu Yuanzheng blushed and felt very nervous. Third brother, you probably have no experience at all, right? Do you want me to teach you? Wu Yuanyang, with brotherly affection, was now a father of 2 and naturally more confident. No need. Isn't it all learned on your own? Wu Yuanzheng's face turned as red as a big red cloth. Then how come? There is a difference between knowing and understanding, I tell you. Wu Yuanyang waved his hand and pulled his younger brother into his study. When they came out of the study, Wu Yuanzheng looked like a rooster with a bright red comb, walking with unsteady steps. Usually, the second brother is an intellectual, but he used to hide his talents. He knows many things, both deep and shallow, high and low. The second brother dares to speak, but I don't dare to listen. My ears turn red just hearing it. However, the knowledge he shared was quite rare and new to me. It opened my eyes and was different from what I had imagined. I spent the whole day distracted and absent-minded. When night fell, Wu Yuanzheng finally started to come back to himself. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Tomorrow night, he would hold his beloved wife in his arms. His biggest dream was finally coming true. No, I must sleep well now, so I'll have energy tomorrow. Wu Yuanzheng, a strong-minded pilot, used self-hypnosis and finally fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yuaning had to be a bridesmaid, so she woke up early. She took a group of bridesmaids and had Wu Yuanyang drive them to Xinyue Alley. Yuaning, you said there were 6 bridesmaids? Now, including you, there are only 5. Who's the last one? Lingling is coming soon. She should arrive shortly. Wu Yuaning wasn't worried because Dai Lingling is very reliable. She always keeps her promises and wouldn't lie. Oh, so Lingling is the last bridesmaid? She's a doctor now, right? She was sent to study in the Soviet Union back then, and it caused a big fuss. Yes, she's very talented. Her brain works differently from ours. I can't solve a math problem after thinking for a long time, but she finishes it in half an hour with quick and correct answers. I heard she just finished her studies and returned to China recently. I've admired her for a long time. I didn't expect to see her today. What a surprise. Everyone had heard of Dai Lingling, and soon they started talking about her. She was the center of attention. Wu Yuaning felt something was off but couldn't quite figure out what. After Wu Yuanyang's car left, Wu Yuaning was about to lead everyone inside when suddenly a jeep drove up and stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and first, a pair of slender, beautiful legs stepped out. The feet, wearing stylish round-toe sheepskin shoes, firmly touched the ground. Then, a woman with big, wavy hair appeared, dressed in elegant makeup and a red dress. She got out of the car. Her already pretty face was carefully made up, making her look even more stunning. Her bright red fashionable dress gave a very striking and glamorous impression. Everyone was amazed by her presence and beauty. They looked at her in silence, unable to speak. What's wrong? You see me and don't say anything? Are you not welcoming me? Yuan Ning. The woman called out Wu Yuan Ning's name. Hearing her familiar and pleasant voice, Yuan Ning suddenly recognized who she was. She happily stepped forward and hugged her, smiling. Sister Lingling, it's been years. You've become more beautiful and stylish. I really didn't recognize you. Oh, so this is Sister Lingling? So beautiful. This dress looks like one worn by a famous ballet dancer from the Soviet Union. You can't buy it here. No wonder you look so fashionable. It's Sister Lingling. Not only are you a top student, but you're also a great beauty. You're getting more and more beautiful. Everyone was impressed by her and couldn't help but envy her. Lingling's lips curled into a confident smile. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Looking at the group of chattering young girls, dressed in dull blue or gray, wearing old-fashioned clothes like baggy jackets and plain shirts, she was dressed in a bright red dress, the latest style from Moscow, with a delicate makeup. She was sure to outshine the bride. No matter how the bride dressed today, she couldn't compare to her stylish look after studying abroad. She wanted to dominate today's scene, making Wu Yuanjing see her at first glance and regret not waiting a few more days for her. As long as she made the bride look less attractive, Wu Yuanjing would regret it. Then she could take the initiative, and he wouldn't be able to resist her. Everything was going as she expected. The bridesmaids, who had never seen such elegance, were all captivated by her. Not to mention Wu Yuanjing. Lingling was full of confidence. Dai Zhenyu looked at her beloved sister, feeling satisfied. She was proud of her talented sister. Dai Zhenyu glanced at the bridesmaids. They were all decent-looking, but none of them stood out enough to catch his eye. Apart from Wu Yuaning, who has fair skin and long legs that look very attractive, the others are quite average in appearance. But even though Wu Yuaning looks good, I wouldn't dare offend the Wu family. Moreover, Wu Yuaning now has a boyfriend. Dai Zhenyue no longer lingers among the crowd. He nods to the girls as a greeting, then steps on the gas and drives away. Come inside, everyone. Let's have breakfast first. My sister-in-law has prepared it. Her cooking is really good. The day before yesterday, I tried over 10 different kinds of dumplings. Wu Yuaning tries to shift everyone's attention back to her role as the bridesmaid today. Seeing everyone gathered around Dai Lingling, asking if she's a PhD, about the customs in the Soviet Union, or if her clothes are the same as those worn by Soviet actors in magazines, Wu Yuaning feels the scene is getting a bit off track. But it's probably because Sister Lingling is too outstanding and everyone is drawn to her, which is normal. Dai Lingling is welcomed into the yard like a star. She originally thought all Sihiyuan courtyards looked the same. But once inside, she can't help but show a look of amazement. The yard is full of blooming flowers, both familiar and unfamiliar, bursting with life. It's very clean, with antique-style furniture, and on a vintage shelf in the corner, there are high-value potted plants. Everywhere in the small yard, life is thriving. The fragrant breeze makes people feel refreshed and happy.
Wow.
Such a beautiful yard. It's late autumn now and most places are withered, but here, it looks like spring. It's so beautiful. Amid everyone's amazement, the charm of Dai Lingling seems to fade a bit. People start wandering around the yard, admiring the flowers and trees. Dai Lingling looks around and finds no one beside her. She feels a little disappointed, as she was just surrounded with admiration earlier. But she quickly puts on a smile again, pretending to enjoy the flowers and trees with everyone. Indeed, the bougainvillea and peonies are blooming unusually early or late, not at their usual time. This is thanks not only to Uncle Lin's careful care, but also because Shun Jitong secretly poured spiritual spring water on them. That's why they bloomed so beautifully right in time for her wedding, adding extra beauty to the celebration. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming to be my bridesmaids today. Shen Jitong hears the noise and comes out of the house to greet everyone. This melodious sound, like a silver bell, is even more charming than Dai Lingling's voice. When she lifts her head and looks up, she sees Shen Jitong dressed in a simple light pink outfit, looking like she just got up and was about to get ready. But even without makeup, she already looks like a fairy from heaven. Her flawless, pink face glows in the morning sunlight. Her big, round eyes with naturally slightly upturned corners make her look charming and alluring. She is tall with perfect proportions. The thin clothes cling to her, showing off her curves. For girls used to hiding their figures under thick clothes, this is a strong visual impact. Dai Lingling's face changes slightly. She never expected Shen Jitong, the bride of Wu Yuanzheng, to be so stunning. She had planned to outshine her, but now she feels like a joke. Her casual outfit can match her in beauty, and if she took off her makeup, she would definitely lose to Shinji-tang. Shinji-tang, among the crowd of blue and gray, spots Dai Lingling wearing a fashionable bright red dress. She instinctively senses that the woman in red is hostile toward her. When she sees her, the woman in red is startled first, then her eyes seem to hide a sharp, poisonous look aimed at her. Shun Jitong wonders silently, who is she? Are you the third sister-in-law? You look so beautiful, even more than Yang Likuan from the movie Five Flowers. Third sister-in-law, your skin is as smooth as tofu. What's your secret? Can you tell us? Is it the Pekoin lotion or Tongrantang moisturizer? A group of girls gather around Shin Jitong like little birds, chatting non-stop. Shin Jitong happily answers their questions and invites them to have breakfast in the dining room. When they arrive, they see steaming meat buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed dumplings, scallion oil chicken pancakes. Their stomachs start to rumble. Although their families are well off and they don't go hungry, they only eat 3 meals a day, saving and eating in moderation. They don't eat meat every day. Now, smelling the aroma of meat in the buns and dumplings, their hunger is stirred. Sit down, everyone, have breakfast first. I'll go change clothes and get ready. Shun Jitong has already eaten a little, so she doesn't eat too much today, to keep her figure looking good. As the bride, she needs to pay special attention to her image. Okay, thank you, third sister-in-law. The girls happily sat down to have breakfast. Since there was no host nearby, and Wu Yuaning was with them, everyone felt relaxed. Yuaning, can I have 2 buns? The buns at my third sister-in-law's house have thin skin, lots of meat, and taste very good. Much better than the steamed buns from the state-run canteen, Xiang Hong asked casually. No problem, go ahead and eat. My third sister-in-law is very generous, Wu Yuaning replied. Wu Yuaning didn't mention that his third sister-in-law used to be the richest person in Shanghai, so she wasn't concerned about food and drink. But comparing her to others, Wu Yuaning realized that her family was indeed better off than most. Every family of the sisters present might not go hungry, but having such a rich breakfast was impossible. For example, the Shun family, originally with 12 members, half of whom were grown men. If the mother made such a lavish breakfast every day, their rice, flour, and meat supplies would run out in less than 2 weeks. For the remaining half-month, they would have to make do with little food. Nowadays, a housewife's greatest skill is knowing how to manage money wisely and live within their means. If a family could eat meat 5 times a month, had only a few patches on their clothes, and occasionally ate plain rice or big steamed buns, that would be considered a good family life. Wu Yuaning didn't realize at first that her third sister-in-law was so generous. The idea of living within one's means didn't exist for her. With her generosity and spending freely, her assets were probably at least 30 to 50,000 yuan. Thinking this way, Wu Yuaning felt that her third sister-in-law was truly wealthy, and her third brother was lucky to marry such a beautiful, cheerful, and wealthy wife. But now, having money was considered a sin, and Wu Yuaning wouldn't foolishly shout about it. She was just quietly happy for her brother. Fortunately, Wu Yuaning didn't know her third sister-in-law's true wealth. Otherwise, she might have kneaded all her toes to count just how many millionaires she was dealing with. At this moment, Anzhong saw that everyone was almost done eating and brought out a few plates of sliced fruit for everyone to enjoy. Wow, where are these apples from? They're even better than the ones from Shandong, fragrant, sweet, and crunchy, Xiang Hong, who was originally from Shandong and loved apples, exclaimed. She didn't expect to taste apples today that were even better than those from her hometown. This pear tastes amazing, very juicy, and the flesh melts in your mouth without any leftover bits. It's rich and sweet with a strong flavor. Wow, where can I buy these? I've never had such a good pear before. After eating this, other pears from different places just don't compare. Meilon mumbled as she ate, her small mouth never stopping. I still prefer grapes. They have a light floral scent, like roses. After eating, my mouth still smells like roses. People say the grapes from the border regions are the best. My second uncle once sent me some dried grapes from there. I think these grapes are just as good as those from the border. Qingyun was amazed by the grapes and couldn't stop eating. Dai Lingling looked at the fruit with some disdain. She thought, since she had traveled abroad and studied overseas, she had tried all kinds of foreign fruits. What's so special about domestic fruits? They are either sour or bitter. Seeing them enjoy the fruit and praise it, Dai Lingling felt they were inexperienced. They got so excited over just some fruit, but as they ate, they brought out the fruit's aroma. Unconsciously, Dai Lingling was tempted by the smell. She reached out and picked a grape, and somehow, she put it in her mouth. When she bit into the grape, her eyes lit up. The taste was incredible. Just as they said, the grapes had a floral scent, and the juice was sweet and refreshing. It felt like a divine fruit from heaven. Oh my, once she started eating, she didn't want to stop. Dai Lingling was so tempted that she ate grapes, apples, pears, and star fruit one after another. Each fruit was a top-quality delicacy, making people want to keep eating. If they had started with fruit from the beginning, they probably would have eaten so much they couldn't finish their breakfast. Wu Yuaning had eaten her sister-in-law's fruit before, but every time she did, she ate until everything was gone before stopping. Because today, these people came to be her bridesmaids, Shen Jitong generously brought out fruits grown in her garden and nourished by spiritual springs for them to enjoy. It was a rare opportunity in a lifetime, a reward for their hard work as bridesmaids today. As young women, everyone has some small quirks or flaws. Some women have small lumps in there, some have water blisters on their livers, and some have persistent acne on their faces, which causes them great psychological distress. They don't know that after eating these fruits today, all their small health problems will disappear completely. After everyone had enough to eat and drink, they kept praising, and Wu Yuaning felt very proud. Only Dai Lingling kept a gentle smile. All bridesmaids, please take a break now. We will give everyone a light makeup and a little dressing up. Please move to our temporary makeup room. At this moment, a woman in her 30s approached to greet them. Oh, so we're going to get dressed up? That's new. I've never worn makeup since I was born, Xiang Hong excitedly said. I want to see what I look like with lipstick on. Hee hee, I don't usually dare to wear it, but since I'm a bridesmaid today, I think I can. Qing Yun looked longing. We're just doing a light makeup to boost everyone's spirits, the woman quickly explained. Nowadays, heavy makeup is not encouraged. If they try to look like the images in their minds, they might be mistaken for a typical look. That's fine. If the makeup looks good, it would be nice to take a photo as a keepsake, Mei Lan said a little regretfully. Don't worry. Today, the bride has hired our studio's photographer to take more photos for everyone to remember. The woman heard this and responded immediately. It turned out she was a makeup artist from the studio, specially invited by Shen Jitong to help the bridesmaids get ready. Yesterday, they discussed many options to finalize the makeup look. In the end, they decided that the makeup should be subtle, so it wouldn't be obvious, but overall, the visual appeal should be improved. For a once-in-a-lifetime wedding, Shen Jitong valued it highly. It was her wedding with her beloved, so she wanted to leave a memorable, colorful record. She even rented the studio for a whole day for 100 yuan to take photos of the entire wedding. The bridesmaids saw two photographers with seagull cameras taking pictures randomly. Everyone's interest was sparked, and they asked the photographers to take photos of them. Since they were using black and white film, makeup or not didn't matter for the photos. Some were getting makeup done, while others were having their photos taken. In Shen Jitong's yard, there were many photos taken of individuals alone, in pairs and in groups. Dai Lingling, under everyone's tugging, took many photos with others, but she refused to take any solo pictures to avoid taking advantage of Shen Jitong. She didn't expect that Wu Yuanjing's marriage match would be so generous. Only people of high status could live in such a courtyard in this area. Could it be that the other side used their influence to pressure Wu Yuanjing into marrying her? Dai Lingling secretly planned to ask her older brother to investigate Shen Jitong's background after she got home. Dai Lingling was confident in her appearance. Even when she saw that Shen Jitong's looks were not inferior to hers, she still believed that, as someone who studied abroad and was a rare female PhD, she had an edge over Shen Jitong. When it was Dai Lingling's turn to do her makeup, the senior makeup artist looked at her a few times and shook her head, saying, Your makeup is better than mine, so there's no need to do it. Dai Lingling felt very proud. She learned her makeup skills while studying abroad, so she was naturally more skilled. However, she didn't expect that the makeup artist thought her makeup was too heavy and didn't know how to fix it. Since she was a guest, she couldn't say it directly, so she just let her be. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. It was likely that the groom had already set out to pick up the bride. At this moment, Shun Jitong had changed into her full wedding attire. The bridesmaids also enter her room, waiting for the groom to arrive. Seeing Shun Jitong dressed in her wedding clothes, Dai Lingling felt a twinge of envy. Shun Jitong's already beautiful face looked even more stunning in the bright red wedding dress. Her joyful expression made her stand out even more, like a shining pearl. "The groom is here," someone shouted outside the courtyard. Shun Jitong's heart fluttered nervously. She had thought she wouldn't be nervous, but now she couldn't help feeling a little restless, brushing her bangs back and forth. According to the wedding customs, Shun Jitong could only stay inside and wait for Wu Yuanjing to come and pick her up. As the noise outside grew louder, Shun Jitong's heart pounded fiercely. After her rebirth, she didn't have time to daydream. She only knew that marrying Wu Yuanjing was the right choice. Step by step, she had come to this final moment. Now, when her dream was about to come true, a silly thought crossed her mind. Am I really just dreaming? Did she have a beautiful dream before she died? She was startled and secretly pinched her thigh. It seemed it was not a dream. Shun Jitong calmed her emotions.
Dai Lingling deliberately stood beside Shen Zitang.
Shun Jitong's red dress was bought at Wang Fujing department store. The top was a small red blouse with simple lace at the collar and cuffs, matching the red skirt, making her look lively and passionate as a bride. Dai Lingling intentionally used her fashionable red dress to highlight Shun Jitong's plainness. She probably thought she outshined Shun Jitong, so she stood confidently beside her. When the door opened later, Wu Yuanjing would definitely see her first, bright and bold. While Dai Lingling was thinking, the bride's room finally opened. Wu Yuanjing was the first to come in. He didn't choose the gray official uniform Shun Jitong bought for him, but wore a brand new military officer's uniform. The groom, ribbon on his chest, made him look handsome and proud, full of joy. The moment Wu Yuanjing entered, Dai Lingling's heart tightened. To be honest, after several years apart, Wu Yuanjing looked more handsome and steady than she remembered. He had shed his youthful innocence and become a mature man. Dai Lingling had been in the same class as him since middle school. Even if they weren't in the same major in college, they attended the same school. She always felt she watched Wu Yuanjing grow up. He was like a fruit on a tree, waiting to be picked when ripe. She never expected that after a few years apart, someone else would come and take her fruit. Dai Lingling clenched her fists, her fingers curling inward, nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Wu Yuanjing finally passed all the tests and opened the bride's room door. There was a group of girls around Shun Jitong, but as soon as Wu Yuanjing entered, his eyes only saw her. He was stunned by Shun Jitong's beauty. She had shiny black hair carefully styled into a neat updo, with a few playful strands hanging loose, highlighting her snow-white skin and stunning appearance. The wedding dress was bought together, but when Wu Yuanjing saw Shun Jitong in it, he realized that true beauty isn't just about what you wear but about how well it suits you. Shun Jitong's outfit was simple yet beautiful. Though it lacked the splendor of a grand bridal crown, her wedding dress quietly revealed her joy and grace. Today, Shun Jitong was his bride. This was the happiest moment of his life. Wu Yuanjing walked forward in a daze until he stood before her. Without even realizing it, he dropped to one knee. The crowd of young onlookers gasped and cheered. "Tang Tang, I'm here to take you home." Shun Jitong's mind went blank. His words echoed in her ears. When she didn't respond right away, Wu Yuanjing didn't rush her. He simply reached out his hand. Her eyes turned red with emotion. This was the moment she had waited for, across 2 lifetimes. Wu Yuanjing had come for her. When his warm hand wrapped around hers, Shun Jitong felt whole again, as if her soul had finally returned. She gripped his hand firmly in return. Encouraged by her response, Wu Yuanjing stood up, holding her hand with one arm and gently supporting her with the other as they walked outside. A red umbrella opened above her head, shielding her as he guided her to the car and opened the door for her. By the time she came back to her senses, she was already sitting inside, Wu Yuanjing beside her, holding her hand tightly, his face glowing with happiness. Shin Jitong rested her head on his shoulder. Wu Yuanjing's heart melted. Dai Lingling followed the crowd outside and happened to see that tender moment. Jealousy surged through her, and she clenched her hand so tightly that pain shot through her palm. When she opened it, she saw that her nails had broken the skin, leaving a trace of blood. When Wu Yuanzheng had entered earlier, he hadn't even glanced at her. His eyes had been only for Shin Jitong. She had dressed so beautifully, even wearing a gown meant to outshine the brides, yet he hadn't looked at her once. No, Wu Yuanzheng could only belong to her. She had watched him grow up for more than 10 years. How could the person she had cared for so long be taken away by an outsider? Dai Lingling told herself that nothing in the world was unchangeable. If something couldn't be broken apart, it only meant she hadn't tried hard enough yet. Outside the Wu family door, festive banners were hung, and firecrackers went off when the wedding car arrived. Grandpa, Grandma, parents-in-law, and other relatives were all waiting in the main hall. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanzheng followed the wedding customs, holding small red books to make vows, promising to love each other faithfully for life. Later, during the ceremony, Shin Jitong served tea to the elders and changed her way of addressing them. After all the procedures, Shin Jitong was finally taken to the new house in the backyard. The bridesmaids also came inside. Liang Ziqiao had prepared many chairs, along with wedding candies, small snacks, sunflower seeds, and tea. Dai Lingling watched the whole process, feeling heartbroken. All of this should have belonged to her. I saw your second brother and his wife. Oh, and your eldest brother too. Where is your eldest sister-in-law? Dai Lingling always felt that Wu Wui had not appeared, which seemed strange. Wu Yuanning's answer confirmed her suspicion. My eldest sister-in-law is unwell and in the hospital. What's wrong? What illness? I'll go visit her later. Dai Lingling had visited Wu's house before and met Wu Wui. It wasn't strange to want to visit her. Oh, no need. She's not feeling well enough for visitors. Wu Yuanning hesitated for a moment, then, thinking of her close friend, whispered the reason to her. What? Your sister-in-law had a miscarriage and had her removed? Your eldest brother wants to divorce her? Dai Lingling was shocked but also felt a little happy. The perfect Wu family also had such messy family issues. It sounded like Wu Yuanhang had been unfaithful. This was truly shocking news. If Wu's family had a Wu Yuanhang who divorced, then in the future, if Wu Yuanjing divorced again, people might get used to it and not oppose so strongly. Dai Lingling thought this. While thinking, she instinctively looked at Shin Jitong. Shin Jitong was talking to Xiang Hong, facing her side profile. It had to be said, Shin Jitong's face was perfect. Whether front or side, she was very pleasing to look at. No wonder Wu Yuanzheng was captivated by her. At this moment, relatives and friends gradually entered the new house to see the bride. The bride would offer tea, and after drinking, the guests would give red envelopes. These are traditional customs, but Shin Jitong didn't mind. Today was her happiest day. Shin Jitong felt very joyful and didn't feel tired at all. Finally, after the wedding banquet ended and all the friends and family left, Wu Yuanzheng had a little alcohol but not much. In this kind of gathering, everyone was friends and family, so no one made things difficult. By then, it was already past 3 p.m. Shin Jitong saw him stumble a bit and thought he was drunk, so she went to help him. I'm not drunk, Tang Tang. I'm just happy. Wu Yuanzheng was supported by her and looked at her with a silly smile. Shin Jitong's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Go inside and rest for a while. Shin Jitong helped him into the room. Wu Yuanzheng refused to lie on the bed and insisted on sitting. So, Shin Jitong let him sit on a chair. While he was dozing off, she took out a glass of fresh orange juice to help him sober up. Brother Yuanzheng, have some juice. She brought it close to his mouth. Perhaps because he was thirsty from drinking, He took the juice and drank it in a few sips. Shun Jitong took the empty glass back, turned around, and placed it on the table, but secretly put it into the space. Tang Ding, thank you for taking care of me. I'm so happy. From now on, you are mine. Don't leave me. Wu Yuanzheng hugged her. Soft and fragrant, easy to hold. He wanted to keep hugging her forever. Shun Jitong didn't expect Wu Yuanzheng to have such a low alcohol tolerance. He hadn't drunk much, but now he was sleeping while holding her. Feeling helpless, Shun Jitong had no choice but to help him up, carry him like a princess, and place him on the bed. She couldn't help it. She was very strong now. She could probably carry a cow without trouble, let alone Wu Yuanzheng. When Wu Yuanzheng woke up, he found himself lying on the wedding bed. Next to him, Shun Jitong was sitting at a desk under the lamp, writing something. Tang Tang, did I really get drunk? Wu Yuanzheng still couldn't believe it. Of course you did. Do you think you have a strong alcohol tolerance? Shun Jitong turned around and smiled when she saw him awake. By then, she had changed out of her wedding dress and put on her usual pajamas. However, this set of pajamas was also light pink, cute and lovely, making her rosy face look even more charming. Wu Yuanzheng was momentarily distracted. It seems I can't drink in the future. Drinking causes trouble. Wu Yuanzheng stood up. He used to abstain from alcohol at the base, but he always thought that with his physical fitness, his alcohol tolerance was at least decent. It turns out he overestimated himself. It's okay. Are you happy today? Shun Jitong smiled brightly. Wu Yuanzheng didn't come closer right away and asked, What time is it? Huh? I slept until 7. Wu Yuanzheng had slept very soundly this time. Since he took this job, he had to stay alert all the time, so being able to sleep well was very important to him. Mom just called us to eat, and since you were sleeping peacefully, I went to eat by myself. Wu Yuanzheng felt a bit embarrassed and said, Why didn't you wake me? Just wanted you to sleep a little longer because I know you don't sleep well usually. Shun Jitong knew he didn't come closer because of the smell of alcohol on him, worried it might bother her. But she still stepped forward, touching his face gently. Her hand was soft and warm, like a fragrant, warm jade resting on his face. Wu Yuanzheng looked down, enjoying this moment of tenderness. Are you hungry? I can heat up the food for you. After a while, Shun Jitong asked. Sure, you heat the food, and I'll take a shower. Wu Yuanzheng only disliked the smell of alcohol on himself now. This was a warm, everyday moment for the couple. Shun Jitong loved these simple, happy times. Actually, she had already put the food into her space. Going to the kitchen now was just a formality. After she left, Wu Yuanzheng quickly went to the bathroom, took a shower and changed into fresh, clean clothes. When he finished showering and returned to the room, Shun Jitong had already brought the food inside. Wu Yuanzheng was very hungry. After drinking, he often felt especially hungry. He ate all the food Shun Jitong brought. She also poured him a glass of honey lemon water, which was a product of her space. Wu Yuanzheng found it very refreshing and remembered that before sleeping, Shun Jitong also gave him juice, sweet and sour. Very delicious. Tang Tang, your juice is so good. I've never had such tasty juice before. Wu Yuanzheng praised. I not only make juice well, but I'm also good at cooking. I can make many dishes, mostly Southern cuisine. I also make meat buns, dumplings, fried pancakes, and various kinds of pies. Shun Jitong boasted about herself. Of course, this was also a hint for their future life together, showing her hidden collection in her space. Housework can't be done by just one person. When we get married, I will do 90% of the chores. Wu Yuanzheng truly doesn't want Shun Jitong to suffer. Her delicate skin was spoiled and raised happily when her grandfather and mother were alive. After they passed away, life became harder for Shun Jitong. He vows that after they marry, he will make her happy and comfortable. Marriage is a mutual journey, full of happiness. After they wash up again, Wu Yuanzheng hugs Shun Jitong and lies in bed with her. In the blink of an eye, it's already midnight. They turn off the lights. It's easy to imagine how lively the first night of marriage will be. When the lights go out, many people feel nervous. Brother Yuanzheng, you're like a warm stove. We don't need to turn on the heater in winter. Shinji Tong can finally lie openly in his arms. Okay, I won't turn on the heater. Tang Dang, you smell so good, I don't want to let go of you, Wu Yuanjing whispers in the dark. Of course I can't let go. I want to be with you forever, not just in this life, but for all eternity. Wu Yuanjing holds her tighter, his desire to possess rising. They are truly together in this life, but if in the next life she belongs to someone else. Thinking of this, Wu Yuanjing feels suffocated, overwhelmed by the fear of losing what he has gained. He can't help but hold Shinji Tong even tighter, as if this way she won't fly away. Don't worry, we will always be together. Shinji Tong thinks to herself that she and Wu Yuanjing are connected by some kind of fate. Otherwise, how could she have married him after a lifetime? The whispering inside gradually fades away. Neither of them notices the fine white smoke slowly drifting in through the window. Brother Yuanjing, do you smell something nice? I do. What's going on? I feel dizzy. Shinji Tong asks curiously. Me too, Tang Dang. Don't fall asleep. Wake up quickly. Wait, why do I feel sleepy too? Wu Yuanjing struggles to stay awake, but soon he can't resist the sleepiness and closes his eyes, falling into deep sleep. At this moment, the door quietly opens. A shadow quickly slipped into the room and then closed the door behind it. He wore a hat pulled low over his forehead. Inside, he saw two people lying on the bed, both still and breathing evenly. He slowly approached the side where Shinji Tong was lying and stopped. Standing on Shinji Tong's side, he could smell her usual light fragrance. Confirming her identity, he took a deep breath and suddenly pressed down forcefully on the woman's neck. He used a lot of strength, seeming to want to quickly strangle her. But as soon as he applied force, he sensed something was wrong. Why did the normally soft neck feel elastic? Like pressing on rubber? He was startled. This isn't right. Just as he was about to pull his hands away, the light suddenly turned on with a loud snap, illuminating the entire room. Wu Qianli, stop. People appeared from both the bed and the floor. Sun Yangyang and another detective pinned the man down on the bed. Wu Yuanjing also jumped up from the bed, standing nearby, feeling strange inside as he looked at the person pressed down. He was his relative, but tonight he seemed to want to kill his wife. Shinji Tong crawled out from under the bed, glanced at the rubber used for medical training on the bed, and saw the deep marks on its neck, which made her secretly afraid. Fortunately, she listened to Wu Yuanjing's words and ended up replacing herself with the. Otherwise, if he had really strangled her, even with her precautions and quick reactions, her neck might have been broken. Shinji Tong felt a chill run down her neck. At this moment, Sun Yangyang pulled off the hat from the person's head. Long hair spilled out from under the hat, causing everyone to be stunned. Wu Qianli usually kept a crew cut. So, this person wasn't Wu Qianli.
Who was he?
Sun Yangyang signaled to a colleague to turn the person's face for everyone to see, and everyone gasped in shock. Wu Yuanjing looked at Shinji Tong. Their eyes met, and they nodded slightly to each other. Just then, the door was opened. Wu Wanli and Liang Ziqiao heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing the scene, they were stunned. What's going on? Liang Ziqiao was still trying to process everything. Wasn't this supposed to be their son's wedding night? The bridal chamber? Why were there so many unrelated people in the room? How is your sister-in-law Shuhuan here? Why is Sun Yangyang holding her? Shuhuan keeps her eyes half closed and says nothing. Shuhuan, tell us, what is really going on? Yangyang? Speak up. Liang Ziqiao looks at one person then another. Dad, Mom, don't worry. The police are investigating. Shuhuan is a suspect in a series of cases involving textile workers. Wu Yuanjing forces himself to speak.
What?
Shuhuan? How could it be her? Liang Ziqiao is shocked. She stumbles and almost falls, but Wu Wanli helps her. Shinji Tong understands her mother-in-law. No matter who it is, hearing that someone they usually talk and laugh with who often comes and goes suddenly becomes a suspect in a series of crimes is shocking. Who wouldn't feel scared or worried? Dad, Mom, I will tell you more about this later. For now, let Yangyang and the others do their work. Seeing the calm and mature third brother speak, Wu Wanli supports his wife and nods with a heavy heart. Sun Yangyang takes the person away. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation and give statements. Xu Huan confess honestly. Resistance will only make things worse. Please tell us everything. Sun Yangyang works with a female police officer to question Xu Huan. Wu Yuanjing and Shun Jitong listen to the interrogation from the nearby room. What are you asking about? Xu Huan's voice is hoarse. After she recovers, she acts as if she doesn't know anything. Let's start with tonight. Why did you attack Shin Jitong? Shin Jitong. I just didn't like her. Xu Huan avoids the question. According to our investigation, you and Shin Jitong don't have a serious grudge, and you don't usually have close contact. You're from different generations, and you haven't had any disputes. Why did you want to kill her? Sun Yangyang is prepared for a tough fight. Seeing that she doesn't speak immediately, he doesn't rush. No reason. I just didn't like her. Xu Huan still looks fearless, like a pig not afraid of boiling water. These are the girls who were killed in the same way as you today. Do you have anything to say? Sun Yangyang shows her photos of the 3 previous victims. Xu Huan's expression doesn't change, but her eyelid twitches. Sun Yangyang kept staring at Xu Huan. Seeing her expression, he understood that the deaths of these people might be related to Xu Huan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so affected. I don't know, and I don't recognize these victims, Xu Huan insisted. The interrogation lasted over 2 hours. No matter how Sun Yangyang presented the facts or evidence, Xu Huan either claimed ignorance or couldn't explain clearly. Eventually, she refused to answer and was very firm in her attitude. Although the interrogation made little progress, Sun Yangyang was not in a hurry. Serial killers have a fixed way of thinking, making them hard to break. Plus, they usually have strong mental strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called serial killers. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing watched the progress closely. Having gathered a lot of information, they naturally wouldn't do nothing. The interrogation continued. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Xu Huan still maintained the same attitude. Suddenly, during a deadlock in the interrogation, someone opened the door of the room. Qianli, why are you here? Xu Huan's face finally showed up when she saw the man in the room.
Why?
Why did you do that? I don't need your protection, I don't. Did I have another breakdown? Was it me? Wu Qianli stared at Xu Huan, speaking every word clearly. Sun Yangyang and the female officer remained calm, not standing up, letting Wu Qianli talk on. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing, in the room nearby, watched the situation unfold, their palms sweating. They were the ones who brought Wu Qianli here. It was deliberate. After hours of questioning Xu Huan, at her most exhausted and vulnerable, they struck. Qianli stopped talking. It wasn't you. It was me. I did it. I wanted to strangle Shin Jitong because she looks too much like Xinyu. I hate Xinyu. She stole your soul and made you forget everything. Since Shin Jitong came to Beijing, you've been restless again. You were almost recovered, but it was all because of that hateful woman. They're both troublemakers. I hate them. Xinyu died early, and she died well. Without Xinyu, you'd be normal. But now another Shin Jitong has appeared. When you see her face, do you think of Xinyu? Are you feeling upset again? You couldn't sleep all night, sighing and feeling distracted. You were upset because of Shin Jitong. I killed her. After that, you won't see her anymore, and you won't think of Xinyu. You'll be fine. Ha ha. Xu Huan suddenly lost control, shouting loudly, crying and laughing at the same time. Xinyu? You killed Xinyu? I won't allow you to hurt her. Wu Qianli heard Xinyu's name and suddenly became excited. He stepped forward quickly, grabbing Xu Huan and choking her.
Choke.
Go ahead. Choke me to death.
Boo-hoo.
Xu Huan could still speak at first, but within seconds, she was turning white from the choke and couldn't say anything. Fortunately, this was in the interrogation room. When Wu Qianli was choking Xu Huan, several police officers rushed in and pulled Wu Qianli away. Xu Huan gasped heavily. Her throat, which had been blocked, was now clear, and fresh air rushed in, making her cough for a while. Just as Xu Huan was catching her breath, another police officer with a camera came in. He signaled her to look up, then started taking pictures of her neck. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Xu Huan felt something was wrong. She covered her neck to stop the photos. The police officer taking pictures didn't say anything and left with the camera after taking the photos. Wu Qianli was controlled by the police, handcuffed, and taken out of the interrogation room.
Don't treat him like that.
He has an illness and needs medication. Once he takes it, he'll be fine. Seeing this, Xu Huan couldn't help but shout. What medication? In my drawer at home, there's a white pill bottle. Take 3 pills from it. There's a blue bottle. Take 2 pills. And there's a red-labeled bottle. Take 4 pills. The bottles have instructions. Please go to my house and get the medicine for him. Wu Yuanzheng, standing nearby, rummaged through Xu Huan's bag, took out the 3 types of medicine she mentioned, and handed the pills to the police. The police took the pills. In the interrogation room, Xu Huan returned to her previous indifferent attitude. Xu Huan, you just admitted that you intended to kill Xinji Tong because you hated her for looking like her mother, Xinyu. Wu Qianli has a crush on Xinyu, so you hate Xinyu and Xinji Tong, who looks like her. Besides Xinji Tong, did you also hurt these other girls? Look, the 3 girls in the capital who died using the same method all had eyes that looked just like Xinji Tong's eyes. Xinji Tong's eyes resemble her mother Xinyu's most. So, these girls were chosen and killed because their eyes looked like Xinyu's. You killed them out of anger. Is that what happened? Xu Huan paused, surprised that Sun Yongyang had found clues just from her eyes. She closed her eyes, leaned her head back, and suddenly tears flowed down her face. Then she opened her eyes sharply, showing a sinister smile with white teeth, and said, Yes, you figured it out? They all have eyes that look just like Xinyu's, the same as that wicked woman. She always tricks men and steals their hearts. I just wanted to kill them so they wouldn't use those eyes to attract men anymore. Haha, you're crazy. You can't be reasoned with. Xinji Tong listened from the next room and whispered to Wu Yuanzheng. Wu Yuanzheng's eyes flickered, and he also whispered, Keep listening. Sun Yongyang still hasn't asked about the cases in Shanghai. Xu Huan, your attitude towards confessing is good. Now I ask you, do you remember these cases? Sun Yongyang took out some old photos. The yellowed paper showed they were quite old. Xu Huan took one, and her expression changed repeatedly. She stared blankly and asked, What do you mean? These cases all happened in Shanghai. The victims in the photos died in ways similar to the 3 cases in the capital. We investigated in Shanghai. When these cases happened, you and your husband were still there. At that time, 6 girls were murdered in a row. Although the police kept the news quiet, some information leaked out, causing social panic. The police tried to solve the cases, but had little evidence and couldn't catch the killer. Just when they thought the killer wouldn't stop and worried about the next victim, the murders suddenly stopped and the killer disappeared. We checked the timeline, and the murders in Shanghai stopped around the same time you moved to the capital and settled here. Now we suspect you are the murderer of those 6 girls. Do you admit it? I didn't do it. You're talking nonsense. Don't falsely accuse me. These cases are very old, and the police may not have solid evidence, so Xu Huan refuses to admit anything. It's okay if you don't admit it. We will talk to your husband, Wu Qianli, said Sun Yongyang. After speaking, Sun Yongyang turned to the police outside and said, How is Wu Qianli now?
Call him in.
No, don't. Please don't call him. Xu Huan suddenly panicked when she heard they wanted to bring Wu Qianli in. I admit it. I killed those people. Xu Huan's frank confession made Sun Yongyang relax slightly and ask, Why did you kill them? What was your reason? You're right. Those women all have the same eyes as Xinyu, and I find them annoying. I didn't want to see such eyes in front of me, so I killed them all. Once Xu Huan admitted to it, she started answering every question eagerly. Why did you put their hands on their stomachs after killing them? What does that mean? Because I can't have children. I wanted to use this way to remind their spirits to go to the underworld and ask for my wish, to have a child.
Ha!
As she spoke, Xu Huan suddenly started laughing strangely. Xinji Tong thought Xu Huan wasn't quite normal. Well, is that how a normal person behaves? At this moment, a police officer came in holding a stack of photos and handed them to Sun Yongyang. After looking at the photos, Sun Yangyang suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Xu Huan. You're lying. You didn't kill them. Xu Huan's smiling face suddenly changed, and she yelled wildly. I did it. I killed them. They deserve to die. Who let them look like Xinyu? Xu Huan's hysterical state was like she wanted to take all the blame herself. Sun Yangyang immediately saw her weakness. Wu Qianli has already admitted that he killed those women. It's not your fault. You had the intention to kill, but only aimed at Xin Jitang tonight. The other victims weren't killed by you. I killed everyone. I killed all of them. Qianli didn't kill anyone. He has mental problems. How could he kill? I killed all of them. These newly developed photos are evidence. Just now, Wu Qianli left marks on your neck. After evidence was collected and compared, it was found that these marks are exactly the same as those on the victim's neck before. This proves that Wu Qianli is the culprit. Sun Yangyang showed the photos to Xu Huan. These photos were taken by the forensic team after Wu Qianli grabbed Xu Huan. It is clear from the photos that the marks on the neck match those on the victim's neck. Xu Huan was speechless. She finally understood why the police took her photos earlier. Your second aunt truly loves your second uncle, Xin Jitang loudly said to Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing looked serious, nodded, then shook his head and said, Such love is not worth having. It helps the wrongdoer. If it weren't for her, second uncle wouldn't have fallen into such a deep pit. Are you saying that second aunt is the cause of second uncle's tragedy? Xin Jitang asked, as if he didn't understand. They were talking loudly, and their room was connected to the interrogation room, so Xu Huan could hear everything. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for my care, how could Qianli live well until now? Hearing this, Xu Huan was furious. Second aunt, you've been taking care of second uncle all your life.
Why?
Because you love him. At this moment, Xin Jitang no longer hid his words. He walked from the next room into the interrogation room and asked Xu Huan directly. Love him? Of course I do. If I didn't love him, would I marry him? Hearing this question, Xu Huan suddenly became much calmer, her tone softening. Xin Jitang felt a pang in his heart, thinking this woman was truly pitiful. What do you love about him? As far as I know, when you married him, his mental health was already starting to decline. The police checked the medical records from hospitals in Shanghai. Wu Qianli had already sought treatment before you registered your marriage. The doctor diagnosed him with bipolar disorder. Even if you didn't know the diagnosis, being around him regularly, you should have sensed he was not normal, right? Most girls would avoid such a man. Why did you still marry him? What's wrong with him? I think he's perfectly normal. He was diagnosed because he was too passionate. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Look, didn't I succeed? I destroyed the flowers and plants around him, and in the end, he really married me. Xu Huan spoke of this past event with a very happy smile, without any guilt or fear after killing. Are you saying that Wu Qianli first moved you, and then you discovered his deep love for Xinyu? So you thought he was a passionate man, you liked passionate men, and wanted to marry him. Therefore, when you sensed Wu Qianli was shifting his feelings, you would kill anyone he might like. Although Xin Jitang had already guessed these psychological tendencies, hearing Xu Huan say them still shocked him deeply. What kind of twisted love is this? Yes, he can be so deeply infatuated with a woman. As long as he marries me, he will love me just as much. Xu Huan nodded with a longing look. How did you get married back then? Did you propose to him, or did he propose to you? Xin Jitang watched her start talking freely, taking the opportunity to chat more. People have a desire to talk about themselves. When something is kept inside for a long time, it will eventually need to be shared at the right moment. But everything Xu Huan did couldn't be shared with outsiders. She must have kept it inside for a long time, feeling uncomfortable. Anyway, everything she did was discovered by the police, and suddenly she wanted to talk. She had paid so much for Wu Qianli over the years, but no one knew, so she couldn't get recognition. Now, at this moment, she wanted to seize the chance to gain approval from Wu's family.
It was me who proposed marriage back then.
He was so proud, talented, and faithful. How could he agree to marry me? But that time, he was already disfigured. His handsome face was gone, burned like melting wax, and he was suffering from the pain of disfigurement. I took the chance to care for him carefully, finally touching his and his family's hearts. I proposed, he agreed, and his family also agreed. He finally became mine. Xu Huan was lost in her memories, smiling happily, showing she was very happy back then. But what was the story behind Uncle's disfigurement in that fire? We asked the eyewitnesses from that time, and they said the fire started in Second Uncle's house. The house also had a strong smell of gasoline, which caused the fire to spread quickly. Although they rescued him in time, Second Uncle was still burned. When the fire broke out that year, you were the first to arrive at the scene and were desperately calling for help, showing great enthusiasm. According to our investigation, your parents were selling gasoline in town at that time. Gasoline was a scarce resource, and ordinary people couldn't get it. Was it you who started the fire that year? Shun Jitong stared into Xu Huan's eyes, looking very imposing. Haha, you're quite clever. Yes, I was the one who set the fire. It was me. He is so handsome, and I am just an ordinary woman. If I want to marry him, I have to do something drastic. I had to ruin his face to marry him. I love him deeply, and unlike other women who only love his good looks, I love everything about him. Even if he becomes disfigured, I will still love him. As Xu Huan spoke, her expression became wild, making Shun Jitong shiver. Loving him but not being able to have him, so she destroys him first. Does that really work? Shun Jitong pretended to be confident and asked. Of course, that's how it is. I don't care about his appearance. I only want him. My love is 1,000 times nobler than those women. Xu Huan seemed to be venting some deep emotion. All these words are yours. Let me ask you, do you know Yuan Hang? Shun Jitong suddenly asked. Yuan Hang? Why wouldn't I know him? He's our son. Of course I know him. What do you mean for the first time? Xu Huan showed a confused expression during the interrogation. Do you know who Wu Yuanhang's biological parents are? Good. Xu Huan doesn't know Wu Yuanhang's background. This is the first to break her tough shell. Yuanhang's parents are not Wu Wanli and Liang Jiqiao, are they? Xu Huan indeed only knew these details.
Wrong.
Actually, Wu Yuanhang's father is Wu Qianli. He is Wu Qianli's biological son. Wu Wanli and his wife only adopted him and claimed him as their own son. Qianli Wu had a romantic relationship with a girl at the Shanghai base and even secretly shared a forbidden fruit. When he received a mission and had to leave urgently, he didn't know that the girl was already pregnant. Later, during childbirth, the girl died from heavy bleeding, but the baby survived. After returning to Shanghai, he learned about this and took the baby home to be raised by his older brother, Wu Yuanhang.
What?
Yuanhang is Qianli's biological son. Xu Huan's originally happy face suddenly looked like she had been punched, showing pain and shock. Shun Jitong didn't say much, just replied, yes, and then struck the cracked walnut with a heavy hammer. He lied to me. He actually lied to me. He wasn't married and already had an illegitimate child. I thought he was so devoted. I was moved by his devotion. This big liar. I want to kill him. Xu Huan suddenly lost control, trying to jump up from the interrogation chair. If she had really done so, she would have gone to kill Wu Qianli. Fortunately, she was held down by the interrogation chair and forcibly restrained by the female police officer, unable to move. Shun Jitong didn't speak immediately. She just watched calmly as Xu Huan vented her emotions. Over the years, Wu Qianli's image of a devoted and sincere person collapsed because of the truth about Wu Yuanhang being his son. She would have fallen in love with Wu Qianli only because of his supposed devotion. So, she imagined that Wu Qianli's devotion would transfer to her. In that imagination, she completely fell in love with Wu Qianli. Wu Qianli's devoted image was the foundation of her love and the reason she was willing to do everything for him. Once she found out that Wu Qianli was not the devoted person she thought, could Xu Huan not break down? Xu Huan cried bitterly, cursed, and vented her anger for about half an hour, exhausting all her energy. She softly leaned on the handle of the interrogation chair. Shen Jitong gave her a warm towel to wipe her face and brought her a cup of fine fragrant tea to quench her thirst. Second aunt, are you willing to tell now? Who really killed those girls? Seeing her emotions start to settle after drinking the tea, Shen Jitong's expression gradually softened, and then she suddenly asked. This question hit like a heavy hammer, finally breaking the sealed heart of Xu Huan. I was glad I protected him and tried to take all the blame myself. I never thought he was not a faithful man. He loved one person but had a secret child. How could he be so dirty? He has betrayed my protection all these years. Xu Huan said angrily. Then just tell the truth clearly. Why, be his scapegoat. Shen Jitong guided her smoothly. Sun Yongyang didn't expect that, after such a tough start to the investigation, things would go so smoothly later. All of this was thanks to Shen Jitong and Wu Yuanjing's help. Especially when dealing with Xu Huan, I must thank Shen Jitong. After understanding the information, she analyzed Xu Huan's real emotional needs, finally making Xu Huan give up her illusions and accept reality, no longer blindly protecting Wu Qianli. Okay, I'll tell you everything. At this moment, Xu Huan was filled with hatred after learning the truth. She quickly spilled all the details of the case like a water jar pouring out. All the women were killed by Wu Qianli. In fact, he loved Xinyu but couldn't have her. He didn't want others to replace Xinyu. When he saw women whose eyes looked like Xinyu's, he would attack and strangle them, because he thought they didn't deserve to have eyes like Xinyu's. After each murder, he would cover the victim's eyes with a cloth, symbolizing that they didn't deserve to have beautiful eyes like Xinyu's. As for the hands resting on the stomach, I initially thought it was just a casual gesture. Now I understand he was mourning Wu Yuanhong's mother, using another woman's body to honor her. I found out about his killings because I was obsessed with him at that time. I often followed him at night. One night, I saw him commit a murder, but I didn't stop him. Instead, I quietly helped him clean up. I carefully wiped and handled everything, his fingerprints, the hair he dropped, and so on. Later, the police couldn't find any clues, which I think was thanks to me. Haha. Since I learned about his killing habit, I suddenly felt we shared a secret. I could hold on to this secret and make him marry me. So I kept following him and discovered he had killed several women in a row. But I am not afraid because usually he is gentle and polite with me, just like always, so I can't feel fear. Until one day, he killed someone and you saw it. Xu Huan looked up at Shen Jitong. Shen Jitong was stunned. She remembered her amnesia and realized the answer was here, so she nodded. You saw him kill someone and saw his face. He wanted to strangle you, but unexpectedly found out you are Xinyu's biological daughter. Xinyu is his goddess, and since you are her daughter, he naturally spared you. So, he didn't kill you but pushed you away and hurriedly left. After he pushed you down, your head hit a stone, and you bled a lot. I wanted to kill you, but seeing you bleed so much, I thought you wouldn't survive anyway, so I didn't hurt you further. Unexpectedly, soon after, Wu Yuanjing arrived, found you injured and on the ground, and sensed my presence. Seeing he was about to discover me, I hit him with a stick and knocked him out. I never thought that after I escaped, you all could still survive. I was so scared I hurried to ask around. Luckily, you all lost your memories and couldn't remember what happened before you were hurt, so I let you go. But thinking back, Shen Jitong, you did see Wu Qianli's face. What if one day you remember? So, I decided to set fire to Wu Qianli's house. He was on medication and sleeping deeply, so I poured some gasoline and made sure the fire would be big. When the house caught fire, I quickly called for help. As I hoped, Wu Qianli was disfigured. No one could recognize his original face. I believe that after a few years, even if you regain your memory, seeing his disfigured face won't match the one in your mind. I also collected and destroyed all photos of him before he was disfigured, fearing Wu Qianli would be upset if he saw them. Everyone believed my story and handed over his photos to me for disposal. I judged that I was right. Sure enough, Shen Jitong, when you saw Wu Qianli in person, you couldn't recognize him as the murderer you saw that day. Xu Huan's words sent a chill down people's spines. A woman, in the name of love, could commit so many terrible acts. Seeing Xu Huan reveal the details of the case, unexpectedly, Wu Qianli suddenly appeared in the interrogation room, glaring angrily and questioning her. If someone talks badly about you behind your back and you hear it all, the person speaking will definitely feel awkward. Right now, Xu Huan's face shows the expression of being caught after a backstab. She was speaking carelessly, completely lost in the moment, not expecting Wu Qianli to hear everything. Wasn't Wu Qianli taken out earlier and given medicine? Based on her experience and the prescription she just received, Wu Qianli took the medicine and should have been asleep. How could he still appear so alert and energetic in front of her? Sun Yongyang stepped forward, guiding Wu Qianli, who was wearing handcuffs, to sit in the interrogation chair. The interrogation chair is actually a disguised form of a fixed restraint device. Once seated, the person is confined and cannot move easily. This time, Wu Qianli was face-to-face with Xu Huan. Their relationship used to be that she ran away, he chased after her, and they were inseparable, eventually becoming a couple. But now, they have completely torn their faces and no longer hide their hatred. Wu Qianli, just tell the truth. Which time did you kill someone that I wasn't there to clean up after? Otherwise, with your not-so-normal mind, if I hadn't helped you handle the scene, leaving so many traces, you would have been caught by the police long ago. Xu Huan stared at this man she once loved. Now, she just wanted an explanation. I admit I killed someone, but only the first one. I also admit that I killed the first person because her eyes looked too much like Xinyu. I thought she didn't deserve to live, and I impulsively killed her. But what about afterward? I kept killing, and wasn't it because you deliberately stopped giving me medicine? At that time, you were very close to me, knowing that I would lose control without the medicine, and you guided me to kill. Under your influence, I lost my reason and was controlled like a hunting dog, killing again and again at your command. Later, I realized that the people I killed were girls I had contact with. Some just talked to me for a few minutes, others were sales clerks I interacted with while shopping. It was just a few more words, and you would incite me, causing me to kill in a moment of madness. After noticing this, I stopped trusting you. I secretly kept taking the medicine to control my condition well. I didn't expect you to set fire to my room and cause me to be disfigured. Although I didn't trust you much after the murder incident, after I was disfigured, you took care of me without hesitation. I was very touched and eventually married you. I never thought that you were the one who caused my disfigurement. If I hadn't met someone as malicious as you, I wouldn't have been ruined in my life. It's all your fault. You destroyed my life. If I hadn't been disfigured, I would still look the same, and surely there would be a better woman than you willing to marry me. You wicked person. You have harmed me. Wu Qianli was also extremely angry, venting all his resentment towards Xu Huan. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Who would have thought that this seemingly vicious serial killer was actually a couple full of resentment? Sun Yongyang ordered the police to separate them for questioning. After this confrontation, their trust and unity were broken. They couldn't continue talking. At this moment, their feelings of blame, suspicion, and dissatisfaction had reached the limit. Separating them was just right. Interrogation is also an art of understanding the suspect's emotions. After being separated, they harbored hatred for each other and no longer acted as a united front. As expected, no matter what the police asked, they told the truth. Of course, both of them kept blaming each other, claiming the other was the real culprit and responsible. Shen Jitong left the interrogation room, and Wu Yuanzheng was waiting outside. Wu Yuanzheng naturally listened in on the entire intense interrogation. Tang Dang, you've worked hard. Seeing Shen Jitong appear, Wu Yuanzheng couldn't help but step forward and hold her hand. Shen Jitong didn't hide her feelings. Throughout the process of talking with them, she needed to observe their mental state and guide their emotions accordingly. Sometimes just a few words could stir their feelings and make them reveal the truth. Moreover, Shen Jitong had to listen to her mother Xinyu's name being mentioned by the killers, which was a serious psychological for her. How could she not feel exhausted? Comrade Shen, Comrade Wu, thank you for your full cooperation, even risking your own safety and sacrificing your precious honeymoon night. To bring this long-standing case to light and clear the victim's name, I represent all the victims, their families, and our police officers. Thank you all." A brave, middle-aged man hurried over to thank them. Wu Yuanzheng recognized him. He is Sun Yangyang's superior, the director of the Chengdong Public Security Bureau, Xia Tianji. Director Xia, solving the case is a good thing. Wu Yuanzheng also nodded politely. Nothing is more important than solving this big case. It's the best gift for our new marriage. Now that the case is solved, my mother's name won't be constantly mentioned by others. Director Xia, you don't need to thank us. I'm doing this for myself. Shin Jitong didn't want to take all the credit. Moreover, she genuinely didn't want her mother, Shin Yu's name, to be associated with the murderer's words, as if their terrible actions were somehow caused by her mother, tarnishing her reputation. That's what you say, but if it weren't for you and your husband working together so hard, the case wouldn't have been solved so quickly. Thank you both. Director Xia expressed his gratitude again. After leaving the police station, it was already bright outside. Shin Jitong looked at her watch. It was 6:30 a.m. Tangdang. Shall we find a nearby place to have breakfast? Wu Yuanzheng also realized that after a sleepless night of fighting, it was already early morning the next day. Forget it, let's go home to eat. I think they're probably waiting for us at home after a long night without sleep. If they knew that Uncle Air and Aunt Air's exposure was because we actively participated in the investigation, I wonder if they would blame us? Shun Jitong asked worriedly. Although she had considered the consequences before doing this, she still felt a bit nervous now. Don't worry. Our family has been trained by the state. We have basic good manners. It's clear that Uncle Air and Aunt Air are responsible for this case. They won't cover up or protect themselves. Wu Yuanzheng replied firmly. Brother Yuanzheng, there's one more thing. If Uncle Air is proven guilty, will it affect the Wu family's career prospects? Wouldn't that be very unfair? Shin Jitong's concerns were not unfounded, especially since they now work in sensitive departments where background checks are thorough for 3 generations. Shin Jitong and Wu Yuanzheng are not yet married, and because the base's review process is strict, they don't know if Shin Jitong's family background might cause issues. Of course, Shin Jitong was willing to hold the wedding in the capital with Wu Yuanzheng because, regardless of the outcome, she wanted to fulfill her dream of marrying Wu Yuanzheng. If the base ultimately did not approve their marriage, she would leave him with this dream fulfilled, without any regrets. Because Shin Jitong knew how strict the review process was, she was worried about this possibility. Tangdang, you don't need to worry about these things. No matter what happens, since Uncle and Auntie have committed a crime, they should be brought to justice. As long as we believe we are doing the right thing and have a clear conscience, we shouldn't worry about the future. Wu Yuanzheng looked optimistic. Shun Jitong nodded firmly. She was glad that the person she chose was honest and selfless. Since that was the case, she was confident she could stand by him all the way. When they returned home, early in the morning, besides the 4 children, the adults had already woken up and were sitting silently in the main hall, drinking tea. Hearing the noise of the 2 entering, everyone stood up at the same time. Wu Wanli was calmer. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law carefully, took a deep breath, and asked, "How did it happen? What exactly occurred? Dad, Mom, and second brother and sister-in-law, we didn't tell you in advance, so you wouldn't worry." Wu Yuanzheng apologized first. If it involves official matters and needs to be kept secret, there's no need to inform us beforehand. What exactly did Xu Huan do? Why did she appear in your new house in the middle of the night? Wu Yuanzheng glanced at Shin Jitong, who signaled for him to speak, so he continued. Everyone sit down. I will explain everything in detail from the beginning. Please prepare yourselves mentally. What I am about to say might be hard to accept at first. Because it concerns our family, even though the case isn't finished yet, I am here to inform you first. After you understand the facts, please keep this confidential and do not leak any information to outsiders. No problem. Third brother, go ahead. Liang Ziqiao also signaled everyone to sit down, herself sitting beside Wu Wanli. She guessed that the upcoming matters probably involved the Wu family more, and that Wu Wanli would bear the most pressure. Wu Yuanzheng steadied his emotions and began to explain step by step.
What?
Qianli is a serial killer? Xu Huan knew the truth about him being the murderer, but kept covering for him, helping him hide the evidence after the murders. Is there still a way to stop the medication and provoke him to kill? Xu Huan came to the new house in the middle of the night because she was jealous of Xinyu, so she wanted to eliminate Jitong? Just because she is Shenyu's daughter? This is too unbelievable. Wu Wanli forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil. After listening to Wu Yuanjing's story, he felt both excited and suffocated, clutching his chest. Old Wu, don't be angry. Qianli was already ill, and Xu Huan stopped his medication to deliberately provoke him, which led to a big mistake. Ah, such a tragic fate. Truly a tragic fate. Liang Ziqiao comforted him incoherently. As one of the main people involved in the incident, and Xinyu's daughter, Shen Jitong didn't want to say much at the moment. She actually found it quite disgusting. With her mother gone, Wu Qianli and his wife committed terrible crimes, and they even wanted to disturb her mother's peace after her death. Their names kept coming up in the case as a form of insult. If the case hadn't involved her mother's reputation, Shen Jitong wouldn't have gone to such lengths to get involved. Wu Yuanyang and his wife were stunned, completely unprepared. They never imagined that the terrifying serial killer Sun Yangyang mentioned was actually a close family member. For a moment, they were all too shocked to speak. Sun Jiao's face turned even paler, especially since the victims were women, making her more empathetic. Wu Yuaning's face lost all color. Recently, she dared not stay out late. If she finished work late, she had Zhao Jian come to pick her up. They never expected that their defenses would be against their own family. Yuanzheng is right. In this matter, there are no relatives, only law enforcers and criminals. Since they committed crimes, they must be judged by the law. Until the case is made public, you all should not say a word to outsiders. The final outcome will be decided by justice. After learning the truth, Wu Wanli's mind went blank for a moment, but as a high-ranking official with a strong will, he quickly regained his composure. We won't say anything. Everyone present immediately agreed. Third brother, you're talking about the murders in Shanghai, but what about Beijing? Were those 3 cases also done by uncle and auntie? Probably yes. But as uncle said, except for the first case in Shanghai, which he committed in a moment of madness, the other cases were all caused by uncle under Xu Huan's stop of medication and deliberate provocation. Therefore, Uncle 2 and Aunt 2 are both clearly guilty. After the investigation, Yang Yang will come to inform everyone once it is finished. Wu Yuanzheng explained. The family fell into silence.
They truly didn't know what to say.
After a while, Wu Wanli finally said, this matter will be handled by the authorities and the organization. You all can focus on your work for now. Yuanzheng Jitong, you've all had a long night. Have some breakfast and get a good rest. Wu Yuanzheng and Shin Jitong understood that everyone needed time to process the news. They ate breakfast and then went back to rest. The two took turns taking a shower and stayed in the interrogation room all night. Now, feeling refreshed, they started to feel sleepy. They embraced and slept together. Shin Jitong woke up first. When she moved, Wu Yuanzheng also woke up. She looked at her watch and realized that after a good sleep, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Yuanzheng, our parents aren't upset that we meddled. They are quite understanding, Shin Jitong reflected. Doing wrong will lead to self-destruction. I feel like everything seems to be predestined, as if an invisible hand pushed the case toward us, requiring us to get involved to solve it. I never expected that the person who hit me with a stick years ago was Aunt 2. And I never thought Uncle 2 had killed so many people, which was related to Aunt 2's control. Shin Jitong snorted coldly. Love can make people go crazy. Aunt 2's love for Uncle 2 was too twisted. If she had reported Uncle 2 when she first found out he had killed someone, the subsequent murders might never have happened. Wu Yuanjing nodded and said, thanks to you for connecting the clues. Victim's eyes almost resembled my mother-in-law's. That's how we finally targeted Uncle 2, clarifying the direction of the case, and tackling it with great momentum. Wu Yuanjing reflected and couldn't help but feel that they truly were the chosen ones to solve this case. If Shun Jitong hadn't gone to her grandfather's house and discovered Uncle 2's hidden feelings for her mother-in-law, even after noticing the victim's eyes resembled her mother-in-law's, they might not have linked the case to Uncle too. Indeed, only with our involvement can this case be solved quickly. Otherwise, who would have thought that, after comparing the cases, I found that each incident almost exactly matched a major change in my mother's life. For example, when the first case happened, my mother was married. When the second case occurred, my mother was probably pregnant with me. During the third case, my mother became seriously ill. The fourth case, which I witnessed, was when my mother politely refused Uncle Second's gesture of sending flowers to the other house. I still remember that I was also living in the other house at that time. For a while, a bouquet of flowers was delivered to the door every morning, but then it stopped. The fifth case was when my mother passed away. Shen Jitong sighed. Wu Yuanjing said, Uncle Second has always paid close attention to my mother's actions. Every major change in her life seemed to trigger him. Aunt Second also used this to set traps, intentionally making Uncle Second fall deeper into her schemes. On one hand, she used him to eliminate women who threatened her position. On the other hand, she kept more leverage over him. Wu Yuanjing deeply felt the horror of unhealthy love. After so many years without any cases, why did they start again recently? I hope Yang Yang can investigate quickly and clear up the confusion. Before Shin Jitong finished speaking, someone knocked on the door outside. Third sister-in-law, Yang Yang is here and wants to see you. Outside, it was Wu Yuanjing's voice. Okay, we know. We'll be right there. Wu Yuanjing replied. Outside the door, Wu Yuanjing heard the response and footsteps fading away. When they heard it was Sun Yangyang, they knew the case was almost resolved, so they quickly got up, dressed, and washed up. Although they had taken a nap, they hadn't slept well during the night and still felt a bit dazed. Shen Jitong took 2 glasses of lemon water from the space, drank one herself, and left the other on the table. When Wu Yuanjing finished washing, she handed it to him. Wu Yuanjing had been sleeping most of the day and was thirsty. He took a few sips and finished it. The sweet and sour honey lemon water made him feel more alert. He didn't realize that it was the effect of spiritual spring water. They went to the main hall. Sun Yangyang looked tired but was in good spirits, with bright eyes full of joy and excitement after overcoming difficulties. Yangyang, how is it? Did they all confess? Wu Yuanjing asked. Yes, they all confessed. After you left, they also provided details about the 3 cases in Beijing. By comparing the statements from 2 people taken separately, it was confirmed that these 3 cases followed the same pattern as the previous ones in Shanghai. Xu Huan stopped Wu Qianli's medication to provoke him into committing crimes. The trigger for Xu Huan to act was the arrival of Sister Jitong. When Wu Qianli saw Jitong in Beijing, it reminded him of Xinyu. Unconsciously, he kept mentioning Xinyu's name and became distracted. Xu Huan was very angry. She thought that after being married for over 10 years, leaving Shanghai, and Xinyu passing away, Wu Qianli would have forgotten her long ago. But unexpectedly, Wu Qianli still remembered Xinyu and couldn't forget her. That night, when he went for a walk, Wu Qianli saw the first victim. He immediately stopped her and called her Xinyu, which scared her badly. Later, Xu Huan followed her to find out where she lived. She deliberately stopped Wu Qianli's medication to guide him to the victim working the night shift, whom he then harmed. The forensic doctor compared the hand marks on Wu Qianli and the victim's neck, and they matched perfectly. The forensic team also found a small amount of medical moisturizing repair cream on one of the victims. This special cream needs to be custom-made at a hospital, and Wu Qianli used exactly this type of cream, which supported the evidence chain. This case still needs some details verified, but it can be considered mostly closed. Everyone in the Wu family was present. Hearing Sun Yangyang speak, their faces looked very serious. Liang Ziqiao sighed and didn't know what to say. Yangyang, I have a favor to ask you. Wu Wanli looked up at Sun Yangyang. Uncle, just tell me. Sun Yangyang nodded. Qianli has some private property. I want to sell it to compensate the victims' families. Wu Wanli could only do this much. Uncle, there's no rush. If the court rules, there will be some civil compensation. You can sell his property first and then pay the victims' families when the court's decision is made, but their crimes are serious. Even with civil compensation, it probably won't change the verdict, Sun Yangyang said. I understand. I just want to give the victim's family some help, Wu Wanli sighed. Actually, he rarely lived with his younger brother. After bringing him home, the younger brother stayed with their parents. He joined the army at 16 and has been traveling far and wide for many years. Because of this, he couldn't understand why his younger brother and his wife would turn into killers. Uncle, giving some financial compensation to the family of the deceased is better than nothing, Sun Yangyang said to comfort. By the way, Tang Dang, why did Xu Huan commit the crime on your wedding night? Liang Qiaoji asked, recalling this point. This is because we previously went to Shanghai to investigate and found many new clues. Combining these with 3 cases in Beijing, we discovered some patterns in the timing of the crimes. The timing of the murders is related to major changes in Shenyu's life, such as marriage, having children, or falling ill. These events often coincided with the murders. At first, we weren't sure if these patterns were real. But when we focused on Uncle Air, these patterns became more convincing. At that time, these were just deductions based on new and old clues, without solid evidence. Xu Huan was very skilled at covering her tracks. It was hard to find useful evidence from the victim. So, Sister Zhitong decided to use her wedding as an opportunity to get involved and provoke them into committing a crime. Did you notice? When Sister Zhitong got married, her outfit and style were almost the same as Shenyu's from years ago. This was a deliberate choice by Sister Zhitong. Yesterday, when Uncle Air attended the wedding here, he looked at Sister Zhitong differently. We suspected that if Uncle Air was the murderer, he would commit the crime that night. We set up an ambush around the new house. Sure enough, the murderer came last night. What we didn't expect was that Uncle Air didn't come. It was Xu Huan. During questioning, Xu Huan said she hated Shenyu very much and didn't want her daughter to have a good life. Her daughter looked so much like Shenyu that she decided to take drastic action during the wedding night to kill Shin Jitong. However, Uncle Air had already taken medicine that morning, so he was in good spirits and couldn't be manipulated. Xu Huan had to do it herself. She was eager to act on this day, hoping Shin Jitong would die on her wedding night to avenge Shenyu. Sun Yangyang explained. That's so terrifying. Fortunately, you've already identified the culprit, or else the crime would have happened in my house. Wu Yuaning was so frightened, she covered her mouth. A crime? What kind of crime? Wu Yuaning casually came in from outside and just heard Wu Yuaning's last words. Big brother, you're back? Where did you go? We couldn't find you anywhere. Wu Yuaning didn't expect her older brother to return at this moment and stared at him blankly. I moved out to live somewhere else. That's why you couldn't find me. Oh, third brother, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I've been very busy with work lately, staying up all night, and I forgot that yesterday was your wedding day. I didn't come to celebrate. Today, I made a special effort to come back and apologize. Wu Yuaning didn't know what had happened at home. He thought he just missed his younger brother's wedding. He felt guilty, but since things had already happened, he could only humbly ask for forgiveness. Seeing Wu Yuanjing's serious face didn't soften, everyone in the house was watching him. He felt awkward but quickly became angry and shouted, "Why are you all just staring at me? I didn't attend the wedding, so what? When I got married years ago, didn't third brother say he was out on a mission and couldn't come? He didn't attend either. I'm not trying to get revenge. I was just too busy with work and forgot. And when I remembered, I hurried back to apologize, didn't I? What more do you want from me?" Wu Yuanheng believed that everyone at home was decent. Although he forgot his younger brother's wedding day, which was pretty careless, he thought that with the right attitude, everyone would forgive him. People in love often feel fearless. He felt a bit guilty because, during these days after leaving home, he had actually been staying with Wen Xiaoru. He and Wen Xiaoru had secretly been living together. It was because he was lost in her tenderness that he forgot his younger brother's wedding day. Today at work, he happened to look at the calendar, trying to figure out when Wu Yao would be discharged from the hospital. When he flipped to a certain date, he suddenly remembered it was his younger brother's wedding day. He slapped his forehead, checked the time, and hurried over to apologize. Unexpectedly, everyone was looking at him with dark faces. What more could they want? He couldn't possibly kneel 9 times and beg for forgiveness, could he? Everyone's look was actually, complicated and hard to explain. Yuan Heng, come here. There's something I need to tell you. Wu Wanli finally spoke. What's the matter? Uncle. Wu Yuaneng saw everyone's unhappy faces and deliberately said. In the past, they all called him father. Since he learned that Wu Wanli and his wife wanted him to move to the second uncle's house, he had been unhappy. Now he changed his way of calling. Forget it. Come to my study. I'll talk to you alone. Wu Wanli was awakened by his call. He thought it was better not to discuss such sensitive matters in front of everyone. Moreover, over the years, Wu Yuanheng started showing signs of illness similar to Wu Qianli. He didn't want to upset him too much. Talking about Wu Qianli in front of others would only make Wu Yuanheng feel humiliated. So, he called Wu Yuanheng to the study to talk privately. After Wu Wanli and Wu Yuanheng left, the people in the main room were silent for a while. Wu Yuanheng asked cautiously, will Big Brother really divorce Big Sister-in-law? If she finds out about the second uncle's family, what will she think? Let them handle their own marriage, Wu Yuanjing said, glancing at his younger sister. Wu Yuanheng stuck out his tongue, indicating he wouldn't bring up the topic again. Wu Ai was still in the hospital. Fortunately, she had a full-time nurse, or no one would have the mood to take good care of her now. Sun Yongyang got up first to say goodbye. He came early to inform them because the Wu family status was special and Wu Qianli's identity was also unique, so the family could be mentally prepared. As the sky darkened, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. About an hour later, Wu Yuanheng came out from the backyard, pale-faced, with his eyes staring blankly, looking dazed. Big Brother, are you okay? Wu Yuanyang asked worriedly.
I'm fine.
I'll go first. Wu Yuanheng almost bumped into Wu Yuanyang. Big Brother, stay and have dinner. Wu Yuanjing stood up worriedly to help him. Yuanheng, stay at home and don't move out. You all need the support of the family during this time. Liang Zhiqiao also stood up to persuade him. Wu Yuanheng felt overwhelmed. He couldn't believe that his second uncle was his biological father and that he was a murderer, even a serial killer. He felt tight in his chest, nauseous, and wanted to. Everyone gathered around him. He looked dazed, sad, and suddenly felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and everything went black. He lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked when Wu Yuanheng fainted. Fortunately, Yuanyang and Yuanzheng were nearby. They reacted quickly and pulled him back, preventing him from falling to the ground and getting hurt again. Yuanzheng, the strongest, immediately picked up his older brother and laid him on his bed. Did he get too upset? Wu Yuanheng looked worriedly at his brother on the bed. I'm going to press on his pressure point to see if he wakes up. Yuanzheng pressed on his brother's pressure point with his thumb. Luckily, with some pressure, Wu Yuanheng slowly woke up. What happened to me? When Wu Yuanheng opened his eyes, he saw everyone gathered around him. He was lying in bed. Big Brother, you fainted. It was very scary. Please don't go anywhere, just rest at home. Wu Yuanheng said, tears almost falling. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Everyone go out. I want to lie down by myself. After saying that, Wu Yuanheng covered his head with the blanket. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to comfort him. It was obvious that the big brother was upset by the fact that Uncle Air was the culprit. However, except for Yuanzheng and Xinjitang, no one else knew that Wu Yuanheng was not their real older brother. This wasn't something interesting, so there was no need for everyone to know. Let's go out first so Yuanheng can rest well, Liang Zhiqiao said. Everyone had to leave. Yuanheng, if you're uncomfortable, just call us, Liang Zhiqiao reminded him as she opened the door. She didn't close the door completely, leaving us so Wu Yuanheng could call for help if needed. Wu Wanli came out of the study. When he heard Yuanheng fainted, he shook his head repeatedly. He had already gently explained to Yuanheng what had happened these days and about his background. He didn't expect that Yuanheng's ability to handle stress was so low that he fainted. He had no idea that Wu Yuanheng had been out enjoying himself away from home these past few days. After breaking the taboo with Wenxiaru seemed to have tasted the sweetness of forbidden fruit and kept pestering him day and night. Wu Yuanheng's physical strength was rapidly drained during this time. Just last night, he only managed to sleep a little after 4 o'clock, and by 6:30, He woke up and got ready for work. His exhausted body simply couldn't handle such a heavy. Wu Yuanheng is tall, handsome, from a good family, and excels in studies and work. He is usually highly admired and well cared for. Unexpectedly, his biological father is a murderer and has a mental illness, which deeply shocks his proud heart. Old Liang, take good care of Yuanheng. Let him stay at home these days, don't let him go outside. I heard he hasn't stayed at the second brother's place. If he stays in the company dormitory alone and feels uncomfortable, no one will take care of him. Moreover, Wu Yao is about to be discharged from the hospital. If she comes back and sees Yuanheng, she might cause trouble, and her health could be overexerted. Wu Wanli is usually busy with work, so he can only entrust these family matters to his wife. Don't worry, I will talk to him. Liang Ziqiao also feels worried. If it were her own son, she might just change her attitude or scold him to solve the problem. But now, the hardest part is that Wu Yuanheng is not her biological son. She can't hit or scold him. If it were Yuanyang or Yuanzheng, they wouldn't be so willful. Honestly, the biological children are much better behaved than Wu Yuanheng. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanheng is sitting inside the house, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, the old man and woman come over. Dad, Mom, it's so late. Why are you here? If there's something urgent, just call us. We can come to you. No need to trouble yourselves. Seeing his parents arrive, Wu Wanli realizes the reason and his head starts to ache, but he still has to respond politely. What's the matter? A big deal. Wu Xing, annoyed, stomps his cane and scolds. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't tell me immediately? You're hiding it from me. Although Wu Wanli is quite old, he still feels a cold sweat from his father's scolding. He awkwardly says, Dad, I was worried you'd be concerned. I wanted to wait until things were clearer and more certain before telling you. Shinji Tong prepares spiritual spring water. If the grandparents are shocked, she quickly gives them some to drink. Fortunately, the grandparents have seen many storms over the decades. Although this matter is beyond their expectations, they seem able to handle it for now. Tell me what happened. I only heard some rumors. Share everything you know so I can respond properly. Shin Jitong still prepares for any possible trouble, serving 2 cups of warm tea brewed with spiritual spring water to the grandparents. Tang Tang, I'm sorry you've had to go through so much. Grandmother looked at Shin Jitong with guilt. It's okay, Grandma. When there's a problem at home, the right thing to do is to fix it. Shin Jitong spoke confidently. At this moment, Wu Wanli explained the whole story from beginning to end. Wu Xing listened, his face changing from pale to red, then angry. He finally pounded his cane and scolded. How did Liu Yaowen end up with such a big romantic? He fought bravely in the war, but his son, I don't know who he follows? He doesn't focus on work or improving skills, but on thinking about women. Sigh. The old man looked disappointed and upset. Liu Yaowen is Wu Qianli's biological father. Old man, listen to you. Jitong's mother never promised anything to the second son. When the second son met Jitong's mother, she was already engaged. Grandmother quickly explained. Yes, the second son was just wishful thinking. When he first saw Xinyu that year, she was already engaged. He never mentioned liking Xinyu. If I had known he had those feelings, I would have sent him far away to the frontier, so all this wouldn't have happened. The old man sighed deeply. Dad, you wouldn't try to use connections to protect the second son, would you? Wu Wanli asked bravely. Of course not. Do you think I would be that biased? The old man shook his head and sighed. Isn't the second son mentally ill? I heard that mentally ill people can't be punished by law. Grandmother suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Grandma, Uncle Air admits that when he committed his first murder, he was fully aware. He was just angry and wanted to vent. So even if he was controlled by Xu Huan later, it doesn't clear his guilt. Wu Yuanzheng forced himself to speak. All right, I understand. Wife, let's leave this to the police to handle normally. They harmed so many girls. They deserve to be punished and take responsibility. After hearing the basic details of the case, the old man had nothing more to say. He has always been fair and just. There's no way he would use connections to protect the second son and his wife. Grandpa, Grandma, please help save Uncle Air and Aunt Air. Although they committed a crime, they are mentally ill. Otherwise, they should be sent to a mental hospital. At this moment, Wu Yuanheng suddenly appeared, speaking while tears flowed down his face. Yuanheng, it's not that we don't want to help the couple. They are confused and have committed a serious mistake. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Grandpa, Grandma, I kneel before you. Wu Yuanheng knelt down with a loud thud. Yuanheng, what are you doing? You're making things difficult for Grandpa and Grandma. Wu Wanli was angry and scolded him. Big uncle, you can't ignore my father just because he's not your brother's son. If it weren't for saving Grandpa, my real grandpa, who sacrificed himself, would still be alive. He would definitely help in times of trouble. Unlike you all, who are heartless and unfaithful, Wu Yuanheng couldn't accept that his biological father was a criminal. If that were true, he wouldn't be able to face his colleagues at work anymore. Even being in a mental hospital would be better than being a criminal. For his future, Wu Yuanheng was willing to use family love and moral pressure to persuade the Wu family. Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu exchanged glances, feeling torn. Just then, Wu Yuanjing stepped forward and forcibly helped Wu Yuanheng up. Although Wu Yuanheng still wanted to kneel and pressure them, Wu Yuanjing was too strong and easily lifted him. Brother, you're wrong to say that. Grandpa Lu sacrificed his life to build a strong legal country. If he knew his son committed a terrible crime, he would definitely tie him up and send him to prison for justice. Do you think Grandpa Lu would turn a blind eye and bend the law? Xin Jitong, standing nearby, secretly admired Wu Yuanjing's words. Wu Yuanheng's methods were too mean. These two elderly people, over 160 years old combined, couldn't bear to be forced into kneeling and emotionally blackmailed. If the elders were pushed too far and decided to help Wu Qianli and his wife, not only would their reputation be ruined, but the Wu family would also be stained. You all are heartless and unfaithful. I don't want to see you anymore. Seeing that no one responded, Wu Yuanheng immediately showed his displeasure, pushed away Wu Yuanzheng, and strode toward the front yard. Wu Yuanzheng went to chase, but Wu Yuanheng ran out the door, got into the car, and drove away quickly. Mom, what should we do? Should we ask third brother to bring big brother back? Big brother isn't in good health and doesn't know where he lives. What if he gets sick and no one takes care of him? Wu Yuanning still felt a little worried about big brother. Don't worry. Big brother is living with a girl. They're close and someone is taking care of him. Wu Yuanjing knew that this matter would have to be told eventually.
What?
Yuanheng is cheating. The old man was so shocked his mouth was wide open. No way. Yuanheng usually seems honest, focused on his research. How could he do such a thing? Grandmother looked in disbelief. Zheng, is what you said true? Do you have proof? Wu Wanli looked worried after hearing this. It's true. He's living with a girl from a bookstore. But his wife doesn't know yet. If she finds out, it will cause a big fuss at home. Wu Yuanzheng didn't dare to say more. He had already used technology to investigate Winsharu, and soon there would be results. How could this happen? Wu Hang is so careless. Wu Wanli sighed. Third brother, can you separate them? Fix this quickly. Let him admit his mistake and cut ties with that girl before his wife finds out. Then it won't be a big problem. Wu Yuanning remembered seeing something at the department store a few days ago and was sure he hadn't imagined it. Oh, how could Big Brother be so flirtatious? No, that's not possible. If we make Big Brother and that girl part ways and she refuses, she could accuse him of being a troublemaker. Big Brother would be finished. Sun Jiao felt overwhelmed. Everyone, don't say anything yet. I will try my best to persuade Big Brother. Wu Yuanzheng didn't want to cause trouble and warned everyone gently. Everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms. When Wu Yuanzheng saw Shen Jitong sitting at her desk, lost in thought, he asked, Tang Tang, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Yuanjing Ji, I feel like I've missed an important sign. The 3 victims in Beijing might not all have been killed by Uncle and his wife. Did you notice something?
Wu Yuanzheng was surprised.
If not all the victims were killed by Uncle and his wife, it meant the killer was still at large. Some similar girls might still be in danger. Wu Yuanzheng wanted to catch the culprit. even listening to Shin Jitong's advice and sacrificing their wedding night. If the culprit was not caught, it would be a real shame. Brother Yuanjing, don't rush. Tomorrow, let's visit uncle and his wife to see if we can find out anything, Shin Jitong said. She then casually picked up a piece of paper and started sketching a portrait. Jitong, why are you drawing? It's late. Shouldn't you get a good sleep first? Wu Yuanjing asked. Honestly, Wu Yuanjing said this only to encourage Shin Jitong to rest. He had no other thoughts. After such a big change at home, he had been holding back his emotions, worried about affecting his family. Although they were newly married, he hadn't yet realized that on such a night, there could be many romantic things to do. But Shin Jitong, upon hearing this, blushed. This drawing is very important for tomorrow. I need it. I might not finish it now, so you should sleep first, she said. When Wu Yuanjing heard that Shin Jitong was working on something important, he couldn't persuade her, so he went to bed first. He stayed up late last night, and although he took a nap during the day, it wasn't enough. So, as soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yuanjing had never slept so peacefully and soundly before. Maybe because Shin Jitong was right beside him, and most of the big worries in his heart had eased, plus they were in their familiar home. He started snoring softly. Shin Jitong, meanwhile, was sketching while listening to Wu Yuanjing's gentle breathing, feeling warm and safe. She worked quickly, inspired, and after a few adjustments, the drawing turned out better than she had imagined. She placed the drawing on the table, stretched lazily, and, feeling tired, rubbed her eyes and snuggled into the bed. The blanket was warm from Wu Yuanjing's body heat. She had just settled in when Wu Yuanjing turned over naturally and wrapped his arms around her waist, his breath brushing her neck. Shin Jitong thought he had woken up, but he hadn't. So she didn't disturb him and closed her eyes peacefully in his warm embrace, quickly falling asleep. In his dreams, Wu Yuanjing felt as if he had arrived in a garden full of flowers. A faint, natural fragrance of blooming flowers made him feel very comfortable, and he kept chasing the source of the scent. When he woke up, he realized he had buried his face in his wife's neck. The so-called fragrance of 100 flowers is actually the natural scent on a wife's body. He moved quickly, faster than his thoughts. As soon as he noticed his wife nearby, he immediately pulled her into his arms. Soft and fragrant. When Shin Jitong woke up, her body was slightly warm. Wu Yuanjing was no longer there. She looked at her watch. It was 7 o'clock. He probably went out for a run. Long-term discipline means that even with a beautiful woman in his arms, he couldn't resist his running routine. However, Shin Jitong liked disciplined people. She had gradually adapted to the daily routine at Wu's house. The atmosphere in Wu's family was really good. The father-in-law and mother-in-law loved each other, and they were caring parents. The whole family was warm and happy. Moreover, the mother-in-law didn't act bossy or strict. She didn't have the old idea that a daughter-in-law had to endure 10 years to become a good wife. She didn't give her daughter-in-law a hard time or try to control her. When dating, you can find someone who truly shares your feelings. But getting married isn't just about mutual love. It's also about blending two families. Although she didn't have to live with her in-laws, maintaining a good family relationship would be a bonus. Shin Jitong dressed and freshened up, then went to the dining room for breakfast. The housekeeper was preparing breakfast for Wu Jing and Wu Shu. During this time, because their parents weren't home, the two children had become more sensible and less noisy. Once the housekeeper finished preparing the food, they sat quietly and started eating. As soon as they saw Shin Jitong, their eyes lit up and they greeted her. "Third auntie, you're so pretty." "Third auntie, why do you smell so nice? Did you put on face oil?" Although the little girl was young, she already cared about her appearance. "I put on snow cream. After breakfast, I'll also help you put some on, okay?" Hearing that they could put on snow cream after eating, the two little ones were very excited. After they finished eating, Shin Jitong turned around, took a box of snow cream from the closet, opened it, and applied some to both of them. Nowadays, snow cream is suitable for all ages. In the deep autumn in the north, it's really the season to use snow cream. If you don't apply it before going out, your face can easily. Originally, these two children were supposed to move to their second uncle's house with their parents, but now that the second uncle and his wife had also gotten into trouble and were in detention, they probably had to stay at Wu's house. Fortunately, the children weren't causing trouble, and with the help of the housekeeper, their future wouldn't be too bad. When Wu Yuanjing arrived at the restaurant, he saw Shun Jitong applying lotion to the children. He imagined that when they have children of their own, Shun Jitong would be so attentive. A slight smile appeared on Wu Yuanjing's face. In the midst of all the bad things, seeing his wife was the only thing that made Wu Yuanjing feel a little relaxed. Wu Jing and Wu Mei finished applying perfume and, upon seeing Wu Yuanjing, politely greeted him. Wu Yuanjing stepped forward and gently touched the fluffy hair of the two children, smiling as he asked, "Are you good and eating well? Are you full? If you're full, Uncle will turn on the radio for you to listen to little horn stories." The children ran with Wu Yuanjing to the main hall, where he turned on the radio for them. When he returned to the restaurant, Shun Jitong saw his wet hair and took out a handkerchief to help him dry it. "It's okay, I'm used to it," Wu Yuanjing said, but a comfortable smile appeared on his face. After finishing breakfast, Wu Yuanjing took a quick shower, changed into a new outfit, white shirt under a black flight jacket, paired with dark blue work pants, the latest fashionable pilot style. Shun Jitong changed into a brown fitted leather coat, deep gray cotton pants, and low-key lambskin ankle boots, looking modest yet elegant. Wu Yuanjing drove, and the two headed straight to the Dongcheng Public Security Bureau. Sun Yongyang was already at work. Seeing Wu Yuanjing and his wife, he quickly stood up to greet them.
What?
There are still doubts about this case. Sun Yongyang was surprised they came to investigate further. He originally thought the case was almost over. He was about to write the closing report, organize the evidence, and send it to the prosecutor's office. But unexpectedly, there was a new complication. Uncle's current health isn't what it used to be. He now has heart disease and high blood pressure. When he's excited, he easily feels weak or even faints. With such health issues, could Uncle still kill 3 young, strong girls as he did before? From the scene, it seemed the girls didn't resist much, which was unusual. Shun Jitong expressed her doubts. "You're right. In these 3 cases in the capital, the victims showed no signs of resistance. No skin or tissue from the killer was found under their nails or on their bodies," she said. "Because in previous cases in Shanghai, Xu Huan cleaned up the scene afterward, we believe that the lack of evidence of resistance is the result of her cleaning. What are your current thoughts?" Although Sun Yongyang wants to close the case quickly, he doesn't want to do it carelessly and let the real culprit go. Otherwise, if there are still other suspects and after Wu Qianli and his wife are sentenced, similar crimes and victims appear outside, he would be responsible for it all. "I need to talk to Xu Huan." "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." Sun Yongyang is very efficient. In less than an hour, he arranged for an interrogation. Xu Huan, handcuffed, entered from the back door of the interrogation room. When she looked up, she saw that besides Sun Yongyang, there was a female officer and Shun Jitong sitting in front of her. Although she looked exhausted, as if she had aged 10 years, her authority as an elder was still clear. Xu Huan snorted coldly and said, "Shun Jitong, what are you here for? Haven't we all already confessed? Second aunt, how are you doing inside? Are you sleeping well?" Shun Jitong didn't get straight to the point but asked with concern. "What can I do?" "1 word. Terrible. 2 words. Awful." Xu Huan, still not used to her prisoner identity, continued to be commanding and aggressive. "Second aunt, about Yuan Hong's divorce last time. Second uncle was so angry he had a heart attack and couldn't move, needing nitroglycerin to ease it. Second uncle's health hasn't been good in recent years, right? In prison, he must be suffering too. Isn't that obvious? He's been on medication for a long time, which must have side effects. His health is definitely worse than others his age. He's suffering more than I am in prison. Serves him right. He brought it on himself." Xu Huan's anger over Wu Qianli's character collapse hadn't subsided. Her infatuation with his devoted persona had made her obsessed, willing to take risks for him. "Second aunt, look at the sketch I drew." Shen Jitong took out a sketch she drew last night from her bag. The female officer took the sketch and handed it to Xu Huan. Looks familiar. Who did you draw? Xu Huan saw it was a side profile sketch and felt it looked familiar but couldn't remember who it was. Take a closer look. Xu Huan examined it carefully for a while, then suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed, "Is this my side face?" "Yes. Can you see it now?" Xu Jitong knew that most people rarely pay attention to their side profile because they can't see it themselves. "Yes, your drawing is pretty good. It looks more and more like you." "Why are you drawing me?" Xu Huan asked, confused. Shen Jitong said nothing, then took another photo and asked the female officer to pass it to Xu Huan. Xu Huan looked at the photo, then at the side profile Shen Jitong drew. After a long pause, she seemed to realize something. Suddenly, she covered her eyes with her hands and started crying loudly. Sun Yongyang and the female officer looked at each other. Although they were both involved in the interrogation, Shen Jitong only said she was leading the session, and they knew nothing about it. Because they trusted Shen Jitong from their previous cooperation, Sun Yongyang agreed to her approach. So, up to this point, Sun Yongyang still didn't understand why Xu Huan was crying. Now I see. So, I'm not useless after all. No wonder he was willing to marry me. Xu Huan cried happily, looking relieved but also regretful, as if she had a sudden realization. Second aunt, so the 3 victims in Beijing weren't killed by second uncle, and the marks weren't made by you, right? Shen Jitong's question hit the core. Sun Yongyang's spirit lifted. So Shen Jitong's previous plans were all for this question? Exactly, it wasn't Qianli who did it. His health has been poor over the years. He doesn't move around much anymore. If he had committed the murders, he wouldn't have the strength. Unexpectedly, Xu Huan openly admitted this. Then why did you take the blame for these crimes before? Knowing that Wu Qianli was still mentally confused, unable to distinguish between memory and reality, why did you try to frame him? Shen Jitong asked repeatedly. Because I heard you say that the methods used in the Beijing victims' cases were exactly the same as ours in Shanghai. I don't know who did it, but I know it wasn't Qianli. After he was caught, I thought about how he had been with the woman he loved and had a child with her for over 10 years, and how he still secretly admired another woman. Only I, who took care of him carefully for decades, and the most miserable. Nothing to show for it. No children, no love. I thought confessing might be okay, and maybe I could add a few more charges to him. Let him die sooner, Xu Huan admitted quickly. But now, why are you changing your story again? Shen Jitong was practically speaking for Sun Yongyang, asking the very question he had in mind. Because the sketch you gave me showed my side profile, and I realized how much it looks like Shen Yu's. No wonder Qianli often sat beside me, staring at my face with such fascination. It turns out there was something about me that drew his attention too. For us to stay together for so many years, there must have been something he truly liked about me. I'm not completely without worth. Xu Huan's confession made Shen Jitong, who already knew the truth, feel a wave of discomfort. What a terrible feeling, to know that your own mother was remembered so deeply by a criminal. Suppressing his disgust, Shen Jitong said to Sun Yongyang, I've finished my questions. Just before being taken away, Xu Huan suddenly turned to Shen Jitong and said, Jitong, could you give me that sketch? Shen Jitong handed her the sketch she had collected. After Xu Huan was escorted out, Shen Jitong said to Sun Yongyang, I'll draw another copy for you later. Sun Yongyang understood that the sketch would be used as evidence and nodded in thanks before asking, You managed to break Xu Huan's psychological defense with just one sketch? After marrying Wu Qianli, Xu Huan always felt unloved. When I first met her, her side profile looked strangely familiar. Yesterday, when I looked at my mother's photo, I suddenly realized that Xu Huan's side profile looks exactly like my mother's. Xu Huan took all the blame because she wanted to punish Wu Qianli. Now that she believes he once truly cared for her, she no longer wants to take all the responsibility. We needed her confession because Wu Qianli's mental state is unstable and the court can't rely on his testimony. Fortunately, everything went as I expected. Xu Huan changed her statement. But who is the real culprit? This will delay the case again, because these 3 incidents still seem connected to the earlier ones, Sun Yongyang said, frowning. I have a suspect, Shen Jitong replied. Wu Yuanzheng hadn't entered the interrogation room, but he had listened to everything from outside. His expression was serious as he finally spoke. Who? Sun Yongyang asked eagerly. Wu Yuanzheng looked serious and mentioned the name of the suspect. Sun Yongyang's mouth formed an shape, showing disbelief. Why do you suspect this person? Sun Yongyang's mind was about to explode. Evidence, based on evidence, plus reasonable reasoning. Wu Yuanzheng remained calm. Sun Yongyang secretly admired this strict soldier. Indeed, after experiencing life and death situations, a person's willpower becomes much stronger. He looked at Shen Jitong and then at Wu Yuanzheng, thinking that this couple really dares to suspect. But if they hadn't been brave enough to break through obstacles and seek the truth, they wouldn't have solved that serious case in Shanghai. Shen Jitong sighed quietly. Wu Yuanzheng and Sun Yongyang communicated. Then Wu Yuanzheng took Shen Jitong home and drove off to another place. Shen Jitong didn't expect that, as newlyweds, they would fall into a trap and be deeply stuck, unable to get out for a while. Mom, I'll cook lunch. I bought some fresh tomatoes to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet potatoes to make candied sweet potatoes. Oh, and I also bought a bag of apples, a bag of pears, and a watermelon. When Shen Jitong entered, she took out fresh fruits and vegetables from her space. The Wu family hadn't rested well these days. Everyone looked tired. Except for the 4 children, who were still young and carefree, the adults looked a bit worn out. It's time to give everyone some local specialties to boost their spirits and nourish their bodies and minds. Buying so many fresh vegetables, they look lively and not wilted. Where did you buy them? Liang Jiqiao looked happy. As a housewife, being able to prepare a good meal for her family made her very happy. I saw a state-run grocery store on the way. I just went in to buy. Their stock just arrived, so it looks fresh. Sometimes luck decides what you can find. That's true. Our Tang Eng is lucky. She always encounters good things when she goes out. Liang Ziqiao wasn't lacking in food and drink. What she lacked was the right attitude. Mom, I'll go cut some fruit for everyone to eat. Shen Jitong carried the fruits and vegetables, full of energy, looking very cheerful and pleasing to the eye. Let Annie do it. Shen Jitong wasn't someone who refused help when offered. If someone helped, why not accept it? She also can't take her aunt's job away. Because her grandfather's position is high, the house has not only an aunt but also a security guard, a driver, and a health doctor. Right now, her grandfather is in good health, so the health doctor is not stationed at home. The aunt wisely took the fruits and vegetables from Shen Jitong. Soon, she washed, cut, and brought them into the main room. The 4 children were playing with building blocks. When they saw the fruit, they obediently washed their hands and ate it. Shen Jitong felt quite at ease. The more children there are, the easier they are to take care of. They form their own play circles and have a little baby talk culture, so adults don't need to interfere much. Shen Jitong agrees that before the age of 5, children just need to play, eat, and sleep. Tang Tang, when do you want children? When the time comes, you can apply to go back to Beijing, find a suitable job, and we'll take care of the kids. Liang Jiqiao had previously helped take care of her 2 daughters-in-law's children, so she wanted to be fair and also help Shen Jitong share the burden. Mom, it's still early. I don't want children so soon. Shen Jitong thought to herself, we haven't even had a proper wedding. How could there be children? Whatever you want, it's good naturally. If not, we won't rush you. Liang Jiqiao, at this age, is considered a good mother-in-law. She respects her daughter-in-law's wishes, which is rare among mothers-in-law. Mom, thank you. Shen Jitong sincerely thanked her. There's no need to thank me. It's what I should do. Mom, about Uncle Air and Aunt Air's matter, Yuan Zheng and I played a part. I wonder how everyone will think of us. Shen Jitong intentionally asked. If there are any feelings of dissatisfaction, she believes they should be spoken openly. Tang Tang, Yuan Zheng, and you shouldn't overthink. Their criminal actions will be judged by the law. You too, uncovering the criminals is your duty and your honor. The family supports you. Liang Jiqiao's view reflects Wu Wanli's opinion. Shin Jitong felt her mother-in-law's attitude toward her hadn't changed, which eased her mind. She asked this now to prepare for another matter later, giving her mother-in-law some mental preparation. At noon, the men, who work far from home, didn't come back for lunch. The women at home, who also work nearby, all came back to eat together. Little sister-in-law, these candied sweet potatoes are so delicious, and the tomato scrambled eggs are great too. I heard you bought the vegetables. The taste of these vegetables is really good. In the future, Annie will buy from that store. Sun Jiao couldn't stop eating. Wu Yuanning thought her sister-in-law was a bit exaggerated. Their vegetables are all bought from a special supply store. How could vegetables from a roadside grocery be better than those from the special store? However, when she took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs, she only felt the rich tomato juice in her mouth, sweet and sour, just right. After one bite, she wanted a second. Wow, this is so tasty. Third sister-in-law, this vegetable seller's produce is even better than the special store. Wu Yuanning ate her rice and vegetables together, especially when she ate the candied sweet potato. Although the sugar's sweetness masked the sweet potato, once the sugar melted in her mouth, the fragrant, rich sweetness of the sweet potato filled her mouth. The sweet potato was soft and melted easily. This isn't ordinary sweet potato, it's top-quality sweet potato. In the end, the four children watched helplessly as their aunt and they fought over the sweet potatoes. Older Wu Jing wished she could eat faster, or else her aunt would finish them all. Liang Ziqiao saw their chopsticks moving so quickly they almost looked like they were dancing and couldn't help but smile. Looks like you haven't had good food in a long time. But when she also picked up a piece of tomato scrambled eggs, her eyes widened in surprise. This is so good. I take back what I said earlier. Shunji Tang chuckled quietly. The fruits and vegetables grown with the space spring water are naturally delicious. Come on, everyone. Can you still eat watermelon? Annie brought out a bowl of sliced watermelon and placed it on the table. I feel a bit full. I didn't expect there to be fruit after the meal. Wu Yuanning rubbed her slightly protruding belly, feeling full. She is a dance teacher and always tries to keep her figure. Luckily nowadays, people don't eat rich food every day, so staying in shape isn't hard. But if she ate like she did today at noon every day, her figure would quickly change. But she couldn't resist. It's just too tasty. Although it's just simple tomato scrambled eggs and candied sweet potatoes, strangely, these foods seem to have a magic power that makes it hard to stop eating. Shin Jitong intentionally teased her, taking a small piece of watermelon and placing it in her hand, saying, "Since you've already eaten, eating one more piece won't hurt." Yes, since she had already eaten. So, Wu Yuanning took a bite of the bright red flesh in the middle of the watermelon. Her eyes widened in surprise. What kind of amazing watermelon is this? It's so delicious. The flesh is smooth, with no bits at all. When the tongue touches it, it melts into sweet watermelon juice. The best part is, there are no watermelon seeds. Wu Yuanning didn't say much, but once she did, everyone became interested. Initially, everyone was full from eating, so they couldn't eat more fruit for a while. But now, everyone reached out and took a piece of watermelon, tasting it to see if Wu Yuanning's praise was true. As soon as they ate, everyone kept quiet, surprised by how good it was. They started racing to eat faster. Once finished, they could grab the next piece. However, Auntie probably worried everyone would be too full to eat more, so she only cut half a watermelon. Some people ate slowly and didn't get the chance to have a second piece. When only one piece of watermelon was left, Wu Yuanning and Liang Jiqiao both reached for it at the same time, turning it into a choice of who should get it. Of course, Wu Yuanning stepped back because her mother was like an empress at home. Even her father was afraid of her. "Mom, you eat it." Wu Yuanning took a deep breath. Liang Ziqiao chuckled and handed the watermelon to her daughter, saying, "Are you so greedy that you can't resist? There's never a time when you don't get a share. Mom, your words remind me of hard times. Our family hadn't eaten meat for months. You cut the last small piece of cured meat, stir-fried it with celery, and left me the tiniest, almost invisible slice of cured meat, Wu Yuaning was touched by her mother's gesture and suddenly remembered an old story. "You're such a kid, just eating watermelon and getting all sentimental." Liang Jiqiao smiled. Seeing this warm scene, Shen Jitan couldn't help but smile too. A mother's child is like a treasure. "Mom, you should have a bite too," Wu Yuaning said, then handed the bitten piece of watermelon to Liang Jiqiao, who took a bite. Mother and daughter ate the watermelon together, one bite after another. Shen Jitang watched the scene, feeling truly envious. She couldn't help but think of her mother. If her mother were here, she would probably be as warm and loving as her mother-in-law with Yuaning.
"Mom, I'm hungry."
"Is there any food?" Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanheng suddenly returned at this time. As soon as he entered the door, he called out affectionately, as if his strange behavior yesterday didn't exist. Wu Yuaning slightly parted her lips in surprise and looked at her third sister-in-law. Shen Jitang didn't seem surprised at all. Wu Yuaning felt that her third sister-in-law's calm expression seemed to understand her older brother better than she did. "Yuanheng, you're back. That's good. Have you eaten yet? Should I ask Annie to make you a bowl of noodles?" Liang Jiqiao has raised him since he was young, so he is like her own son. They have no grudges. Now that the second couple has gone inside, she wouldn't bring up the idea of Yuanheng's family moving out again. Originally, asking them to move out was to let them show filial piety to the second child. When moving, she was a bit harsh to make them less attached and focus on following the second couple. But with the second couple in prison, those plans no longer mattered. Liang Ziqiao now thought maybe she could use family warmth to bring Yuanheng's mind back, so he could live happily like before. "Alright, just noodles then. Auntie's noodles are my favorite." Wu Yuanheng saw Wu Jing and Wu Shu, and he reached out to hug them. "Dad, you've been on a business trip for several days. I miss you so much." Wu Jing hooked her arms around her father's neck and leaned her head on his chest. Wu Shu sat on his lap, swinging his arm and saying, "Dad and Mom shouldn't go on business trips. We cried every night because we missed you. Hey, be good. Dad will try not to go on trips in the future." Wu Yuanheng remained calm and composed. At this moment, who wouldn't be moved? But Shen Jitang thought he seemed a bit overly excited, full of energy, acting like he was putting on a show. Not like a normal person. However, Shen Jitang wasn't disappointed. Everyone was happy that Wu Yuanheng was home. Seeing him willing to come back voluntarily, they thought he had finally changed his mind. After all, they've been married for over 5 years, with 2 adorable children. His wife might be a bit annoying, but she still has some self-awareness. Liang Jiqiao didn't dare ask why he suddenly returned. She was afraid it might upset him. Anyway, since he was willing to come back, everything would gradually get better. Wu Yuaneng ate the noodles made by Auntie and kept praising how delicious they were, as if he had never tasted anything like it before. After finishing the noodles, he played with his 2 daughters for a while. When he saw it was almost 2 o'clock, he said he needed to go to work. Before leaving, he hugged his daughters tightly. Liang Ziqiao noticed something was wrong, but she kept her expression unchanged. After Wu Yuanheng left, she sat heavily on the sofa, looking exhausted. At this moment, only Shen Jitang was still in the main room. "Mom, you also noticed that Big Brother doesn't seem right." Seeing her mother-in-law look like her spirit had been drained, Shen Jitang couldn't bear it and stepped forward. "Tang Tang, you also see it?" "Yes. When I was in Shanghai, I looked at second uncle's medical records. The foreign doctor first diagnosed him with depression. After a few years, the diagnosis changed to bipolar disorder. Later, it was mild schizophrenia. After schizophrenia, second uncle often had hallucinations. He would hear my mom talking to him, telling him little secrets about life, worries, or happiness. Sometimes, second uncle would talk to himself, as if he was chatting with her. But later, the new imported medicine prescribed by the doctor helped a lot. It controlled his condition. When they moved to Beijing, away from Shanghai life, and since Xu Huan no longer stopped his medication, his mental health gradually improved. He hasn't fully recovered, but at least he doesn't lose himself in what he did. I feel that Big Brother might have inherited this from him genetically. Yuanzheng checked some hospitals and found that Big Brother also sought treatment for mental health issues. He knows he's not feeling right and takes medication. Today's symptoms seem like signs of bipolar disorder. Yesterday, he was very sad. Today, he was very happy. Tang Tang, what should we do? Liang Jiqiao, as a mother, naturally understood her son's personality. He was fine before, but over this past year, he's been getting worse and worse. I know Qianli is his biological father, and I've always worried he inherited this problem. I never thought it might really be true. Mom, if you're sick, you need treatment. Look at second uncle. He's been managing it well for over 10 years. If it weren't for Xu Huan pushing him, second uncle wouldn't have caused so many tragedies. Both of them are love-driven fools. One word, love, can be deadly, Shen Jitang sighed. Should we reveal this shameful secret and advise Yuan Hang to seek proper ongoing treatment? Liang Ziqiao didn't expect Shen Jitang to know so much, so she considered her as a confidant. Mom, I think we should have a heart-to-heart talk with my older brother, persuade him to go to the hospital, undergo a full and proper checkup, and then develop a treatment plan. Shen Jitang thought this was also a good idea. However, in the evening, before Liang Jiqiao could find the right moment, she openly discussed with Wu Yuanhang, only to receive terrible news. Wu Yuanhang refused to surrender and died. The news of Wu Yuanhang's refusal to surrender and his death was delivered by someone from the Marine Research Institute. When the family heard this, they all froze, including Shen Jitang. Although they knew some details, they were still shocked. She thought Wu Yuanhang was only detained, and that there would be an interrogation and trial related to his involvement in illegal activities. This process might be quick, but at least it would give the Wu family some time to prepare. Shen Jitang looked at her in-laws' faces and felt they were like trees in a storm, ready to be knocked over at any moment. Fortunately, the health doctor was also present tonight. By the way, who was so thoughtful? Why was the health doctor also invited? Shen Jitang could only think it was Wu Yuanzheng. How could this happen? Wu Wanli, tall and strong, trembled slightly but quickly straightened up and asked the person from the research institute, "Can you tell me more?" Wu Yuanhang was involved in a classified espionage case at the research institute. He was seduced by a female spy from a spy organization who had been undercover for a long time. When he was returning with sensitive documents to their shared residence, the female spy stole important new maritime technology. But Wu Yuanhang noticed the leak and immediately reported it to the organization, then followed the female spy to the meeting point. At that time, because reinforcements had not yet arrived, Wu Yuanhang was worried the spy would take the technology and cause major damage to the country. He stepped forward to disrupt the meeting. The female spy refused to surrender, took Wu Yuanhang hostage, and threatened the reinforcements. Seeing her refuse to surrender, Wu Yuanhang tried to wrest the gun from her and was shot accidentally. The female spy was also injured by the crossfire. Both were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Wu Yuanhang died despite rescue efforts. The female spy was successfully rescued. Please accept our condolences. The staff from the Marine Research Institute spoke very cautiously. If Wu Yuanhang was not negligent in leaking secrets this time, then his actions in helping to catch spies and ultimately dying could be considered sacrifices. However, because he was responsible for the leak, the word sacrifice was not used. Also, he is no longer called a comrade. It is clear that his merits and faults are still under discussion. But at least he did not die because of treason. It's our failure to educate him properly. Wu Wanli suddenly looked much more tired. From the household registration, Wu Yuanhang had already moved out before the incident. When we notified Wu Qianli, we found that the couple, had been arrested for involvement. But to handle Wu Yuanhang's future properly, we had to inform you first. Thank you for your hard work. When the people from the Maritime Research Institute said this, Liang Jiqiao remembered that when Wu Yuanhang stormed out last time, he came back and rummaged through the study. She asked what he was looking for and offered to help find it. Wu Yuanhang didn't say anything and left angrily. Now that she thought about it, that was the time he took his household register and moved out himself. It was probably because he was upset and thought, since you don't want me, I won't share a household register with you. Looking back, his impulsive act seemed to have cut off his ties with the Wu family. All right, when you need help with Yuan Hong's affairs, please let us know. Wu Wanli tried to stay calm. Thank you for your trouble. The people from the Maritime Research Institute left. Suddenly, the family was filled with grief. Wu Yuanzheng came home very late. Shin Jitong hadn't slept and had been waiting for him. Big brother, you know about what happened, right? Seeing his serious face and the gloom that seemed to drip from him, Shin Jitong knew he must know more. I know, because I was there during the arrest. When Xiaoru is a hidden enemy agent. Haven't we suspected her before? We said that before she returned to the city, her family had all died, and she was able to take over the bookstore job. It seemed everything was arranged to help her smoothly return to the city. And after she returned, the closest people in her family had all died, so no one knew whether her identity was genuine. After I reported my suspicions, the relevant departments at the Maritime Research Institute conducted a thorough investigation. They finally found her elementary and middle school graduation photos from her classmates. After comparison, it was found that although she looks like Wen Xiaoru, it is hard to say she is the same person. Her teachers and classmates were also secretly observed. They said Wen Xiaoru's face looked similar, but her body seemed to have changed. In the past, Wen Xiaoru had short legs and was not tall, probably not exceeding 1.6 meters. Now, Wen Xiaoru not only has longer legs but is also about 165 centimeters tall. Based on these doubts, the security team kept her under 24-hour surveillance. After discovering she was living with her older brother, the Research Institute devised a plan to lure her out. They deliberately placed a blueprint of a new submarine part in her brother's briefcase, which he carried daily, hoping she would find it and take action. Wen Xiaoru surely checked his briefcase secretly every day. When she found the blueprint, she took photos with a tiny camera and quickly left to meet someone, trying to send the plans out. Unexpectedly, her actions were noticed by her brother. He, being experienced in work, knew about confidentiality, so he secretly followed her. When he saw her meeting with someone, he immediately understood what was happening. The rest of the story is as you know. Her brother was shot by Wen Xiaoru, but he struggled to hold her gun hand, reducing harm to the arresting officers. Wu Yuanzheng said this with tears in his eyes. Her brother ultimately kept his integrity. He must have regretted it, so even at the cost of his life, he protected our comrade's safety. Shun Jitan comforted him. Seeing such a grown man so upset, she couldn't help but hold his head in her arms and gently pat his back. She could feel Wu Yuanzheng trembling. Losing a loved one so suddenly and decisively, how could Wu Yuanzheng not feel sad? A week later, when Xiaoru had mostly recovered. During her interrogation, she admitted she intentionally flirted with Wu Yuanheng to gain his trust and make his feelings grow quickly. She didn't expect to get important information from Wu Yuanheng so fast, so she quickly arranged a meeting. This action, however, exposed her. With her cooperation, a spy organization targeting our research personnel within the country was dismantled. When Xiaoru was guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment, Wu Yuanheng's affairs were handled by his family. Despite her faults and mistakes, Wu Yuanheng was still buried as a staff member of the Research Institute. Wu Yuanheng suddenly passed away. When Wu Qianli learned of this, he was extremely sad and firmly believed that he was responsible for the series of murders in the capital. The case was solved, and staff members like Sun Yangyang received praise from their superiors. Although Wu Qianli had a mental illness when he committed the crimes, during his first offense his condition was mild, and he was aware of his actions. Therefore, Wu Qianli was sentenced to death. Xu Huan helped plan the crimes and used her illness to manipulate Wu Qianli into committing them. Her behavior was very bad, and she was also sentenced to death. Wu a week later was discharged from the hospital and managed to attend Wu Yuanheng's funeral. Everyone was stunned. She was hospitalized, and her family was gone. The Wu family, led by Liang Jiqiao, explained the full story. When they learned about Wu Yuanheng's death, they also found out that Wu's health had been damaged. She was extremely sad, but her sadness wasn't just because Wu Yuanheng was gone. When she heard that Wu Yuanning had fallen in love with someone else, she was heartbroken and completely cut ties with him. Knowing she had lost her ability to have children, and after experiencing the pain of losing her husband and child, Wu decided to face reality. She no longer had her husband, and she didn't want to go back to her parents' house to live a hard life. The only thing she could hold on to was the Wu family. Perhaps after a serious illness and facing such a huge life change, Wu suddenly understood things clearly. With tears in her eyes, she made a request. She said she still had 2 children to raise. Her mother's family, especially Hu Lanfang, had to take care of her mentally disabled brother and couldn't split their attention. She needed to work. Relying only on herself to care for 2 children was not realistic. Wu Qianli and his wife had gone to prison, and their children's growth would be affected by their bad records. She wanted to stay in the Wu family. She promised she would be a good person and didn't want to remarry. She just wanted to raise her children well. If Wu left, the children would be the ones hurt the most. Liang Ziqiao was moved by Wu's humble request and agreed without hesitation. After learning about Wu's decision, the Wu family members did not oppose her. In the end, Wu regained her clarity. This was the best choice she could make right now. The 1-month marriage leave has ended, and Xin Jitong is going to report to the youth cadre station. Wu Yuanjing also needs to return to the base to cancel his leave. Before leaving, Xin Jitong left 3,000 yuan for Ho Donglai to continue managing the house on Xinyue Alley. She would come back during festivals or holidays whenever she had free time. After arranging the handover, Xin Jitong and Wu Yuanjing set out for the southeast base. During the chaotic days in Beijing, the best news Xin Jitong received was that Shui Ruyun and Ji Qiang got married. Ji Qiang applied to join the military unit, and once approved, Ruyun could go to the Lusher base to live with him. This good news made Xin Jitong very happy and eased some of her worries about Beijing. The night before departure, the Wu family hosted a family dinner to see them off. However, due to recent bad events, everyone couldn't feel very happy while eating. You guys go to the southeast base to work peacefully. Don't worry about home. We will always be your strongest support, Wu Wanli said, warming Xin Jitong's heart. Everyone at home knew that this case involved the Wu family, and both she and Yuanzheng had contributed. Yet, her family still accepted them without resentment. This family has good values and kind hearts. Tears welled up in Xin Jitong's eyes. She knew she hadn't married the wrong person. Thank you, Dad and Mom and everyone. Coming back to get married has been you all, she said. Wu Yuanjing poured wine and toasted the whole family. He rarely drank, only during the wedding and special occasions like this. Silly boy, we're all family. No need for formalities. Work hard and follow the right path. That's the best reward for us, Wu Wanli said, drinking his glass. People like them have seen many storms. They can quickly adjust and move forward again. After experiencing the hardships of train travel, Wu Yuanjing applied for and bought plane tickets. The 2 of them took a flight the next day and arrived at the southeast base around 3 p.m. Because the airport was in a sensitive location, the flight attendants asked passengers to close the sunshades and not take photos as the plane was about to land. As Xin Jitong was just arriving, she sensed a special atmosphere unique to the southeast base. After the plane landed, Xiao Zheng, Wu Yuanjing's assistant, came to pick them up. Captain Wu, is this your wife? Xiao Zheng cheerfully stepped forward to help Xin Jitong carry her luggage. Yes, call her sister-in-law. Wu Yuanzheng slightly smiled. Xiao Zheng accidentally looked at this scene and secretly chuckled. So, Captain Wu can smile? When he's happy, he doesn't seem very serious. Let's take your sister-in-law first. She is currently staying at the youth center in Shigang village, Wu Yuanjing ordered. Their marriage report has not been approved yet. No choice, Wu Yuanjing's status is special, and the review takes at least 2 months. Does sister-in-law not come to the base? Xiao Zheng was also surprised. She can only come to the base after the marriage report is approved. I will go back and urge Commissar Wei. Wu Yuanjing doesn't think anything can separate him from Xin Jitong. If the application is ultimately rejected, he will retire and continue working on space-related technical research to contribute to the country's space program. Shen Jitong doesn't know his plans. Wu Yuanjing doesn't tell her because he's worried she might feel burdened. She already carries too much. She can't have more stress. Xiaozheng focused on driving. From the airport to Shigang fishing village, the road became bumpier after passing national and provincial roads, changing from asphalt to dirt, full of potholes. Along the coast, the road stretched out, and outside the car window, salty sea breezes blew in. They could see the vast blue sea and hear seagulls calling. Buildings along the road changed from city-style 4- or 5-story buildings to low stone houses. Next to these houses, there were often low, stone-built, square-shaped stone piles. Shen Jitong curiously asked why such buildings existed. Wu Yuanjing told her that these square-shaped stone piles were local dry toilets. In the countryside, everyone uses these kinds of toilets. Shen Jitong thought, the walls of these dry toilets are too low. When people squat, their heads are exposed. Seeing that Shen Jitong didn't look surprised, Wu Yuanjing gently explained that once they entered the base, they wouldn't have to use these dry toilets anymore. Shen Jitong smiled, knowing she has access to clean indoor bathrooms and doesn't have to use such toilets, which would be too much for her. Wu Yuanjing thought she was trying to adapt and felt very touched. All because of him. Tang Tang could endure such hardships. Dense banana groves and lush green sweet potato plants on the yellow land. Under the warm sea breeze, various wildflowers bloom happily in the wind. Shen Jitong enjoys the subtropical scenery of the southeastern base with great interest. After an hour and a half of driving, a village appears in the distance. Most of the houses in the village are built with stone bricks. They are usually single-story, with some having 2 floors or 1.5 floors. The exterior walls are not painted, showing the natural texture of the stones. In the delicate southern scenery, this gives a simple, natural feel. This is Shigang village. Let's go to the village committee to check in, Wu Yuanjing says, signaling Xiaozheng to drive the car to the village committee. The village committee is a 2-story stone building. Behind it, there is a row of banana trees with unripe bananas hanging from the branches. It just rained, and the muddy ground in front of the village committee has many puddles. When Shen Jitong gets out of the car, her shoes get wet. Wu Yuanjing looks at her muddy shoes, perhaps thinking about something. Shen Jitong smiles at him and says, "It's interesting. If I have to live here in the future, I will get used to it." Wu Yuanjing feels a surge of emotion inside. He can't say much in front of Xiaozheng, so he just reaches out his hand, holding her as they walk toward the village committee together. Xiaozheng walks behind, lost in thought. Suddenly, he notices that Captain Wu is holding the female comrade's hand gently, carefully making sure she doesn't step into a puddle. His eyes widen in surprise. This is so eye-catching. In the base, besides the health workers, military doctors, and the cultural troupe, almost everyone is male. If Xiaozheng leaves the base for a month, he might not see a single woman. Shen Jitong's appearance and mannerisms completely surpass his aesthetic standards. Xiaozheng feels that his future standards for choosing a partner will have to be higher, probably using his sister-in-law as a model for reference, which should be quite accurate. In front of the village committee, a group of little boys are playing barefoot in the water puddles. Some children have big bellies from eating porridge for years, looking like pregnant women. Some boys wear floral shirts, clearly handed down from older sisters, and they wear them repeatedly. Some children are dressed, but their clothes are patched in many places, showing they've been passed down from older brothers or sisters and worn for a long time. These little kids splashing mud and water with pop sounds suddenly stopped moving and stared blankly at Shen Jitong. Wow! How did a beautiful older sister appear in the village? Her skin was like a peeled, tender egg, her big eyes bright and clear, with eyelashes that looked like those of a newborn baby. Because the children were playing, the noise outside the village committee suddenly quieted for a few seconds. After arriving at the airport, Shen Jitong changed into simple clothes. Knowing she was coming to the local level, she wore a blue cloth jacket, light brown pants, and a pair of Reebok sneakers with a distinctive logo. But her pretty face and tall figure made her stand out even in such plain clothes in the small fishing village. "Teacher, are you the new teacher here?" finally asked a brave little boy, running over and splashing in a puddle. I'm not a teacher. I'm a young person here to help out, Shen Jitong replied. She naturally had no resistance to children. Even though the boy wore clothes with large patches on the chest, no shoes, and had a dirty face, her eyes saw the innocence and purity in him, which made her feel comfortable. She smiled and said, "It's a pity. Our school said they're going to hire a new Chinese language teacher. If she looks as good as you, I would definitely study hard." The boy's words were innocent and honest. Shen Jitong was amused and said with a smile, "Studying is for yourself, not for the teacher. Don't decide how to study based on the teacher's appearance." For a 7- or 8-year-old boy, it was a little hard to understand her words. But since the pretty sister spoke so kindly and smelled nice, he nodded eagerly, still somewhat confused. "Let's go. It's getting late, and the village officials might go home soon," Wu Yuanzheng reminded. He didn't expect that Shen Jitong, so popular in the small fishing village, would win over a group of little kids before even speaking. Today, Wu Yuanzheng was destined to learn that bringing his wife to improve the village's aesthetic standards was quite an experience. The village committee was on the first floor with the office in the main hall. Although the door was wide open, the village officials loved smoking so much that they smoked one cigarette after another, and the smell was strong and harsh. Shen Jitong went inside and was immediately overwhelmed by the strong smoke, which made her throat burn and caused her to cough. "Hello, village chief Shi. I have brought my wife to report in." Wu Yuanzheng entered and saw Deshan Shi sitting on a long wooden bench, with one foot on the ground and the other on the bench, smoking a rolled cigarette. He was talking with some village officials. Wu Yuanzheng greeted him proactively. Deshan Shi saw it was him and quickly stood up, stretching out his hand, which had just been scratching his foot, and warmly shook Wu Yuanzheng's hand, smiling. "Captain Wu, we've been waiting for you. This is my wife, Shen Jitong. She's here to report to the youth settlement in Shigang village. Please take care of her in the future." Deshan Shi had already received Wu Yuanzheng's phone call informing him, so he warmly welcomed Shen Jitong. He noticed Shen Jitong looked delicate and fair, dressed simply but with an air of nobility. He was quite perceptive and felt a bit shy to shake her hand, so he just exchanged polite words. Wu Yuanzheng took out Shen Jitong's documents from his bag, including her report card for the youth settlement, household registration transfer, and grain and oil relationship papers. With Wu Yuanzheng's help, Shen Jitong smoothly completed all the procedures. "Captain Wu, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my house for some sweet potato skewers and rice?" Village Chief Shi warmly invited him. Wu Yuanzheng readily agreed and said, "Village Chief Shi, isn't the sweet potato already boiling? Will there be enough for us?"
Haha, yes, plenty.
"I haven't spent the reward from the sonar catch yet. I'll have the old lady kill a chicken and prepare some rice wine. We'll have a few drinks." Village Chief Shi knew Wu Yuanzheng was an important leader and wanted to make friends. Most young men now wanted to join the army. If his third son could pass the physical exam next year and be recruited, Wu Yuanzheng would definitely take care of him. Although his third son probably wouldn't be assigned to Wu Yuanzheng's base as a former village chief, Shi Deshan had a broader view. He knew that people within the same system had connections. Wu Yuanzheng was from the base, and his relationships extended across different bases. "Don't worry about the cost. Xiaozheng, here's 10 yuan, 5 jin of grain coupons. Go buy 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of meat, and 2 bottles of rice wine. I still have roast duck from Beijing in my luggage. Bring it to the village chief's house, and you can help prepare the food. Later, I and your sister-in-law will go to the village chief's house for dinner." Xiaozheng took the money and coupons from Wu Yuanzheng and ran off quickly. 1 jin of high-quality meat costs 7 mao, and 1 jin of rice costs 13 fun. Wu Yuanzheng gave Xiaozheng 10 yuan, which was more than enough. But he knew that the family of village head Shi was large, so it couldn't just be a few people eating. Shouldn't the other family members also eat? So he asked Xiaozheng to buy more, enough for everyone.
Xiaozheng understood Wu Yuanzheng's intention.
If he didn't have good judgment, he wouldn't need to be Wu Yuanzheng's messenger anymore. The messenger around the leader is like the secretary of local officials. Although they seem to have no official position, they are actually the easiest to develop as talented people. Xiao Zheng's previous messenger performed so well that he was recommended to attend a military school. After graduation, he would definitely be a high-ranking officer. That's so embarrassing. Your wife just arrived, and it's the first time meeting her. You shouldn't have to spend so much. Village headshire smiled broadly. Since we are so close, why are you being so polite? Who eats who doesn't matter. Wu Yuanzheng quickly strengthened his personal relationship with village headshire. Alright, I won't be polite anymore. Next time let me treat you. Village headshire felt that Wu Yuanzheng was flattering him, which made him happy, so he grinned and said, My wife's cousin, Zhao Xian, has already come to settle in the village. I heard he rented a house, so my wife will live with him for now. Wu Yuanzheng took the opportunity to speak. So, Zhao Xian is your wife's cousin? Village headshire was surprised.
How?
Is that kid mischievous? Did he cause you trouble? Wu Yuanzheng smiled and replied. Originally, when they were in Shanghai, they planned for Wu Yuanzheng to talk to village headshire in advance, so Zhao Xian could come to the village and have an easier time. But Zhao Xian later refused. His reason was that he first came to the fishing village as a stranger. That way, he could experience all the pitfalls in the village and understand them well, so he could help Shen Jitong avoid them. Old Master Zhao immediately approved his idea, saying that since he was young, tough, and resilient, it was no big deal to suffer a little hardship in the village a few days earlier. Seeing Zhao family's persistence, Wu Yuanzheng had to agree not to inform them in advance. After Zhao Xian arrived in the village, he called Wu Yuanzheng several times. Through his reports, Wu Yuanzheng found that this young man was quite capable of handling social situations. He quickly rented a house and built good relationships with the villagers. Today, Shen Jitong has come, so there is no need to hide his relationship with Zhao Xian anymore. For convenience, Zhao Xian is now considered Shen Jitong's cousin. Village chief Shi learned from Wu Yuanzheng that Zhao Xian and Wu Yuanzheng are related, and he felt secretly glad that he had treated Zhao Xian well. Zhao Xian is very hardworking. Not long after he arrived in the village, he became a team leader. He's a good young man, and we all think highly of him. Village chief Shi praised him enthusiastically. Shall we go settle the luggage first, and then have dinner at the village chief's house later? Yes, go ahead. I'll go home and ask my wife to kill a chicken so Zhao Xian can join us for dinner. After saying this, village chief Shi hurried home to arrange for the chicken to be killed. At home, they kept about a dozen Lu Hua chickens. When he heard that the old man wanted to kill a chicken for guests, village chief's wife, Lin Jinyang, didn't say anything but felt a bit distressed. However, in the fishing village, men have the final say at home, so she didn't dare to complain. She went to a place with lots of weeds near the wall and caught some free-range Lu Hua chickens. After catching a chicken, she felt its belly and sensed it was about to lay eggs. She didn't want to kill it, so she swapped it for another. She caught several chickens, all of which were about to lay eggs. She sighed in worry. Just then, Xiao Zheng came into the house. Seeing Lin Jinyang holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a hen in the other, ready to catch another chicken, Xiao Zheng knew she was planning to kill a chicken. He quickly stopped her and said, Annie, I have Peking duck outside and bought 5 jin of meat, plus a small rooster. No need to kill the chickens at home. Please just kill this little rooster and I'll make braised pork. Okay. No trouble. Hearing that her own hen could be spared, Lin Jinyang happily took the small rooster from Xiao Zheng and handled it. Meanwhile, Xiao Zheng was busy cooking. Shen Jitong and Wu Yuanzheng followed the path pointed out by the village chief and arrived near the youth station at the edge of the village. Zhao Xian rented a small stone-walled yard near the youth station. The yard had been empty since the previous year when a welfare recipient died. The villagers thought it was unlucky, so they took it as public property. After finding out, Zhao Xian rented it for 10 yuan a year. After some time, someone in the village advised him that the rent for the house was high. 10 yuan could buy 100 jin of rice. The house, which had been occupied by someone who had passed away, along with a small, dilapidated yard, could be rented for as little as 5 yuan. However, Zhao Xian didn't care much about these small amounts of money and wasn't bothered by it. Since he had already moved in, causing trouble would only make him unhappy. He hired a local bricklayer to repair the yard, filling the cracks with cement, and painted the inside walls with lime. The floor and the yard were paved with local red bricks. He threw away all the old furniture and bought new pieces from a local carpenter. The high yard wall, which had some damage, was rebuilt, and the gaps were filled with cement. Some local flowers, like coxcomb, sunflowers, and crabapple blossoms, were planted inside the yard because they were easy to grow. In the middle of the yard, he placed a stone table and chairs for relaxing and drinking tea. He replaced the broken wooden gate with a new cedarwood one, painted with clear varnish and then red paint. Although the outside of the yard didn't look very different after his work, stepping inside made people feel refreshed. The once shabby yard now looked neat and tidy. All the money for these improvements was paid in advance by the young lady, with the only request that everything be clean, simple, and unobtrusive. Zhao Xian was waiting for the young lady to come and inspect the work. Finally, the day arrived. "Zhao Xian, are you at home?" Shen Jitong knocked on the door. They asked a few villagers along the way and finally found the place. "Young lady Wu Ji, you're here." Zhao Xian, with a towel draped over his shoulders and wet hair, looked like he had just washed his hair. "Hey, kid, your complexion looks better. It seems you haven't suffered much here," Wu Yuanjing said with a smile as he looked at him. "Well, you guys don't know. I eat and fish every day here, and I'm getting tired of it. Can eating only these make me fat? They also have a shortage of rice here, so I can only eat sweet potatoes. I really can't get used to it, but these things are nourishing, and I feel like I've gained weight," Zhao Xian said happily as he opened the yard gate. After entering, Shen Jitong saw that the yard was spotless, completely different from the gloomy house the villagers had described. She was very satisfied. "Zhao Xian, I told the village chief that you're Tongtong's cousin. From now on, you should call each other brother and sister. Tang Tang will live here with you. All right, young lady. Oh no, cousin, you live in the east wing on the second floor and I stay downstairs. Do you think this arrangement works? Living upstairs would mean facing the afternoon sun and being hot in summer. But since you're only staying for a short time and will move out before summer, living upstairs should be fine." Wu Yuanjing saw that the staircase from the first to the second floor was made of stone, with a locked iron door at the top, showing he was thoughtful. Shen Jitong said, "That's fine. As long as I have a place to stay, I don't mind. I'm not picky." Shen Jitong really isn't picky. She just needs a place to sleep alone, and as long as the room isn't too dirty, she's happy. "We'll take you to see it," Zhao Xian said. "I wanted my cousin to stay on the first floor, but I thought the wooden floor there might be damp during the seasons. It's more comfortable upstairs. The villagers told me that winters here are often rainy and damp, which is uncomfortable. After hearing that, I think I should stay on the first floor." While talking, the three of them reached the second floor. It only had one room, so it's called a half floor. Many villagers build their houses this way. They usually start with just this part because they don't have enough money to finish the whole house at once. They build the half and plan to add more when they have more money. The room on the second floor had sturdy wooden doors. It was about 20 square meters, with a bed, table, chair, and wardrobe, all new-looking. When they opened the window, they could see the distant sea. This surprised Shen Jitong with a happy smile.